Chapter 1. A Long Trip. Nathan twisted the key to his apartment and felt the heavy bolt clunk back. He took 3 steps into the darkened single-room studio, swinging the door closed and shucking his backpack into the center of the bright carpet that took up most of the open floor space. Then, he flopped into the overstuffed armchair that was the largest piece of furniture in the place, aside from the bed. It had been a nightmare getting the chair up the stairs and into the apartment, but Nathan's friends had earned their pizza for helping him move out of the graduate student dorms a few years ago. Besides, he'd found the comfortable chair marked "Up for Grabs" on the street. On a graduate student's stipend, it was hard to turn down comfortable furniture for the low price of free. Sighing, Nathan twisted in the chair to fish his phone from underneath his wallet and keys, pulling up the meditation app. He'd started doing mindfulness meditation almost a year ago to help deal with the anxiety of graduate school. To his surprise, it had helped. "I'm definitely better about not just sitting in this chair and feeling bad about everything I should be doing. Instead, I can meditate and feel productive about not doing anything." Nathan started the session, listening to the soothing voice through his earbuds as he relaxed deeper into the cushions. He let his mind go still, silencing his inner voice and focusing on the sensations of breathing, of gravity pulling his body into the chair. Time passed, and Nathan didn't focus on anything. He didn't make plans, and he especially didn't worry about the fellowship application due soon, or tomorrow's experiment that would cap off the last 2 months of work. If that experiment worked, it would be a big step forward towards his doctorate. If it didn't, well, it depended on how it didn't work. Nathan realized he was spiraling, and with a moment of attention, the worries dissipated like smoke. Some more time passed, and another thought intruded on Nathan's mind. "A kinnar avi, nukol ad kayikshoko, dlan avail chalark da dak." He was confused. The words had emerged clearly in his consciousness in a deep, booming voice, but he didn't understand where they'd come from, or the language itself. They hadn't come from the earbuds. The words had seemed to inject themselves directly into his brain. He was about to stop meditating early and start making dinner when it happened again. The words more forceful this time. They pressed against the inside of his head, grinding and overwhelming. "A kinnar avi. Danno jail roav udlak dochak. A kinnar avi." Nathan's eyes snapped open, and he tore off his earbuds, exhaling with frustration. "I don't need this now. Can't it wait until after the cytometry experiment? Just give me a 24-hour rain check." He started to stand, but the voice crashed into his skull for a 3rd time. It wiped out all thought. "Danno." Nathan didn't feel the chair under him anymore, or the clothes on his skin. His eyes were open and saw nothing but black. Air tore itself from his open mouth, and his ears spiked in pain. This must be what being in vacuum feels like. Why aren't there any stars? Nathan flailed, accomplishing nothing but feeling the vacuum pulling on his lungs and eyes and the spit in his mouth boiling away. He tumbled in absolute darkness, with no reference point and no sense of anything other than himself. After what must have been mere seconds but felt much longer, he tumbled into brightness, landing on his butt on smooth stone. With vision tunneling, he heaved deep breaths, paying attention to nothing but pumping air in and out of his abused lungs. After a minute of slowing breaths, he looked around the room. Why am I naked? He was sitting in a shallow bowl of cold stone in the center of a large room. The entire place was made of the same smooth, pale stone that was under his butt, all lit evenly by a grid of bright lights in the ceiling. It looked like a clean room done in tan marble. The bowl was only a foot deep and several feet wide, so he could see out easily. The room around him was decorated with several pedestals capped with orbs shining in muted purples, yellows, and blues. They were linked together by a complex grid of glowing metal that looked like multiple overlapping circuit boards. The metal dimmed in color before his eyes, losing some of its blinding radiance. The formation wasn't centered on Nathan, but rather right behind him. He scooted around, sitting on his hands to protect his butt from the cold stone. There was a metal filigree arch supporting a horizontal disc of exquisitely carved stone 8 feet across. Multicolored lights emanated from a series of enormous gemstones inlaid into the arch and the stone. Over the disc hovered a horizontal portal into darkness. The portal rapidly shrank until it vanished with a tiny pop. Nathan stared blankly at the disc, losing himself in the fractal-like carvings for a moment. Whatever that is, it's beautiful. It's like an arcane language or art, all carved with mathematical precision. Magic? Nathan's attention was drawn by something moving beyond the arch. There was a man on a low dais at the edge of the room, and it looked like he was concluding a victory dance. The man pumped his fists and bounced on his feet like somebody who had just won the lottery, his orange robe flapping. Just behind him were a pair of humanoid statues with eerie levels of detail, flanking the door out of the room. The orange-robed man saw Nathan looking at him and held out his palm, the semi-universal gesture for stop, as he mouthed a word that didn't look like stop at all. He busied himself at a wide control panel, complete with flashing lights. The grid of equipment surrounding Nathan dimmed even faster, quickly turning into a mix of shiny metal in steel, copper, and gold tones. The shining orbs lost their glow, many of them cracking apart with a faint tinkling sound that sounded expensive. The man hopped down from the dais, nearly skipping over to Nathan's bowl. He kept his attention fixed on Nathan, not sparing a second glance at the complicated apparatus that he threaded his bulk through with a deftness born of familiarity. Nathan found the man's single-minded focus unnerving and looked around for anything to cover himself with. He settled for simply putting a hand in front of his genitals before looking up to observe the man who was approaching Nathan's bowl. He looked to be a man of average height, in late middle age, fairly pudgy, with a full head of black hair and a wide, stubbly face. His eyes glowed orange. What? And his face was full of excitement as he stopped in front of Nathan. He clapped his hands together and spoke in a low, fast voice. Tak ak ka oda dark. It sounded like the same deep voice Nathan had heard in his head earlier, and Nathan looked up at him dumbly and spoke with a raw throat. Excuse me, sorry, but what? The man slapped one hand across each eye in a gesture of self-admonishment before stepping forward and laying a hand on Nathan's forehead. Ankiko rur kiuko. Orange light emitted from the man's mouth with the words, and from the hand on Nathan's forehead. Nathan's head spiked in pain, a pressure and tightness squeezing down behind both temples like a concussion combined with the worst migraine Nathan had ever had. His eyes slammed shut, and Nathan collapsed sideways. Both hands flew to his head, modesty forgotten. After a brief moment, he heard the man's voice again, and Nathan felt the language was more familiar than before. Cold and unyielding hands slid underneath him, lifting Nathan gently off the floor as he tried to curl into a ball around the pain in his head. Whatever held him felt more like a statue than a person. Nathan felt its steps carry him across the room, down a staircase and through a hallway. The pain in his head receded rapidly, and he blinked teary eyes open. He was being carried by a humanoid statue made of the same sand-colored marble as the walls. A multicolored opalescence shone from its eyes. Then, A blue box flashed in Nathan's vision, front and center. Welcome to Davrar. Davrar will help you survive, adapting you to the local biosystem. Davrar is calibrating to your understanding and determining your capabilities. Please be patient. This will not take long. What? Nathan desperately wanted to figure out what any of that meant, but the box vanished as soon as he parsed what it said. The man in orange hovered next to him, and when he saw Nathan open his eyes, he heaved a relieved sigh and started to talk quickly. Hail the giant! You must be so confused. Be patient for just a moment, and all will be explained. Each word caused another pulse of pain, but they were just faint wisps compared to the earlier migraine. Hang on, that wasn't English or Spanish, and neither was the text in the box. How did I understand that? Was that magic? I'm being carried by a statue? The man had distinctly spoken in the same language as before, but this time Nathan understood all the words and the grammar. His head was sore, his breathing uncertain, and too many questions and observations swirled in his mind. So he let the statue carry him down another flight of stairs and to a metal door. Beyond the door was a small stone room in the same seamless pale marble, complete with a bed, table, and 2 chairs in light wood. In one corner of the room, a trough of water smoothly ran underneath a hollowed-out seat. The statue, or golem, animated object, gently set Nathan down in one of the chairs on one side of the table. The orange-robed man smoothly slid into the seat across the table, and his orange eyes focused on Nathan's face like 2 searchlights. Given that they were faintly glowing, it wasn't too bad of a comparison. I will explain. I am Grand Dimension Archmage Teol Dodroxol, 7th Finger and 3rd Researcher of the Ascendant Academy of Giants Rest. I have summoned you here in a grand quest for insights and power. I scryed across dimensions to find... He was interrupted by Nathan loudly coughing into his elbow, his lungs scraped raw. Teol's eyes widened briefly, and he took in Nathan's teary eyes and naked body. Oh, a gauntlet of apologies. You have had a long journey. His lips curved into a self-satisfied smile. A very long journey. Teol sized up Nathan, then gestured to the golem. Fetch an extra-large apprentice robe, a bowl of porridge, and 1 spoon. The mobile statue immediately turned and left the room, closing the door gently behind it. Teol leaned across the table, catching Nathan's left hand in his right, even as Nathan flinched away. He spoke again in that resonant voice that Nathan had heard before Teol had taught him a language with a touch. Moderate curing. Nathan's residual headache lessened dramatically, his breathing evened out, and the ringing in his ears reduced to background noise. He shook his head out, amazed at how good he felt all of a sudden. As if by magic. Actually by magic. He used magic on me, and called himself an archmage. There's magic here, and I can probably learn it. Excitement quickly replaced the pain. Nathan knew he should probably be scared. He should probably ask what the hell had just happened to bring him here. But instead, his mouth spoke the words at the forefront of his mind. Can I learn magic? Teol smiled again, teeth white and eyes glittering. Yes, my boy. You will give me the secrets of your world, and I will teach you magic. Together, we will grasp Davrar and bring it to our breast. Chapter 2. New Systems. Nathan shared a grin with Teol, excitement flooding through him. He'd wanted to do magic ever since he was little, when his parents had read fantasy stories to him in bed. The wish had only grown stronger as he grew older and started reading on his own. Every birthday, when he blew out the candles, his wish had been the same. I wish I could do magic. Then, nothing fantastic had ever happened to him. No magic had appeared. So Nathan had turned to the closest thing available: science. If you couldn't discover arcane secrets and bend reality around you with magic spells, then at least you could discover secrets of the natural world and bend reality with normal tools. That motivation had gotten harder to rely on over the years. It could be hard to convince yourself that understanding the signaling pathways of stem cell differentiation was plumbing the deep secrets of reality, especially if your last few experiments failed to even let you know if you were on the right track. But none of that matters now. Wherever I am, magic is real, and I can learn it. Tail leaned back in his chair, adjusting his bulk and steepling his fingers. I am glad you are a willing helper in this. It is easier than if you were unwilling, and presents fewer knots to slice. But here, food and clothes have arrived. I will allow you some time to dress and eat. Soon I shall return to discuss what you will tell me. As he spoke, the door opened, and the golem of pale stone walked through, holding a steaming bowl. It placed the bowl in front of Nathan, then put a spoon next to it, and laid a folded robe of grey cloth and a pair of slippers on the bed. Tail pushed himself up from the table and followed the golem out of the door. There came the thud of a bar being placed across the door. Should I be concerned about that? Hard to know. Nathan sat in the chair for a moment, too many thoughts crowding his mind. His excitement warred with his worry and anxiety about everything that had just happened. What are my priorities? Clothes first. I'm cold. He picked up the robe and put it on with only a bit of fumbling. It consisted of a t-shirt-like undershirt that fell past Nathan's hips. Draped over and attached to that garment was an enveloping robe that touched the floor, flowing around Nathan's legs like a bathrobe. There was a separate pair of underwear, like thick boxers with a drawstring. All of the material was soft and warm against his bare skin. Had his body changed at all? Nothing obvious. Pale, tall, a little bit more fat than he'd prefer. He eyed a lock of lanky blonde hair. Wish I'd gotten that cut last week. Hard to plan for portal shenanigans. He put on the slippers and looked at the bowl. He'd been about to eat back on Earth, but food was at the bottom of his list after the events of the last hour? Half hour? Nathan had no idea. It's possible to eat and think. You don't want to be distracted by hunger when it's time to learn magic, or learn more about what's going on here. Nathan sat and started to mechanically eat. It was bland, but that was okay. He was excited about magic, obviously, but he couldn't let that overwhelm everything else. And he was being overwhelmed. Nathan took a minute to just sit, close his eyes, and breathe, clearing his mind for a moment so he could focus on one thing at a time. What had happened, and what did it mean? Tail had summoned him here intentionally. What had he said? He wanted knowledge, science, and technology? But where was here? Another reality? A parallel dimension, or universe? Another world in the same universe as Earth, but far away and magical? It probably didn't matter. Likely, the only way to get back would be magic, the same way he'd arrived. Something to think about. I'm not raring to go back immediately. There's magic here. Magic was an opportunity he'd only dreamed of. Nathan didn't have people waiting for him that trumped that. He definitely didn't want to see his ex-girlfriend again. His parents were distant and divorced, and he'd drifted apart from most of his friends over the last few years of intensive research. Nathan wondered if his lab mates would notice he had stopped coming into work, before his few friends noticed he hadn't scheduled their next D&D session. I don't want to forget about the idea of going home, but I definitely want to learn more about this place. Is the world called Davrar? That's how the box thing identified it, and Tail said it too. Why were the people here humans? Tail certainly looked human. That suggested either a parallel universe or something else going on. Magic or something that made everybody look like what he expected, to put him at ease. Nathan had read a sci-fi short story like that. Don't jump to conclusions. What do you know? Nathan grimaced. Tail had mental magic, didn't he? That spell had taught Nathan a language. If you could add something to a brain, you could probably take something away. Would Tail use mental magic on somebody without their consent? He kind of already had, and hadn't made a good first impression on Nathan. Tail reminded Nathan of some really arrogant professors he'd met, the ones who thought their positions and authority made them unquestionable beacons of knowledge, and God help the poor grad student who disagreed with their ideas. He also implied that if I didn't cooperate, it would just make things harder. More knots to slice. I don't like that phrasing at all. Nathan finished the porridge. He looked down at the empty bowl and the metal spoon he was holding. With a flash of inspiration, he looked around the room for somewhere inconspicuous. The corner of the room with a trough of water running underneath a chair looked best. On closer inspection, the chair was almost exactly like a toilet seat, with waste intended to fall into the shallow trough of running water. It also seemed intended as a source of drinking water. There was an empty stone cup next to the seat. Mixing sewage and drinking water was a terrible idea, but maybe they relied on the water to sweep away everything. Maybe cleaning or healing magic makes that a non-issue. I wouldn't want to tempt fate with that. I bet bacteria can evolve magic resistance. They can figure out how to resist just about everything else, after all. Regardless, it was the perfect spot for Nathan's plan. An inconspicuous part of the room that he would often return to, even if someone messed with his mind. Using the base of the metal spoon he'd used to eat, Nathan scratched a symbol into the stone wall next to the toilet. It was something he was confident he'd recognize as coming from himself. Nobody else here should know the chemical structure of caffeine. Then, after another moment of thought, he added a single tick mark next to it. Okay, maybe if he got mind-wiped, this would help him realize what had happened. What was next? That weird blue box? As if summoned by the thought, a larger blue box popped up. Davrar has recognized you, Nathan Lark. You have become fully integrated into Davrar and are ready to begin. As you have no talents, classes, or skills, despite being of mature age, Davrar has deemed you to be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Davrar will provide more explanations than usual. Your class, talent, and skill gain will be accelerated until you are no longer at a disadvantage. Davrar is here to help you survive and prosper. It will offer you talents and utility skills according to your innate talents and abilities, and allow you to choose a class to suit your needs. Talents and utility skills can develop every 10 ranks, but require insight to do so. Each class will grant different and unique class skills according to the theme of the class. To unlock classes, reach level 9 and choose from the presented list. Classes. Develop at levels 27, 81, 243, and so on. There are ways to acquire more than one class. Good luck discovering them. To level up, overcome challenges. The more dire the challenge, the more you will be rewarded. Davrar hopes you will survive and prosper. Nathan read through the box to be certain, but he knew what it said as soon as it appeared. As if he'd always known, and was just now remembering the information. He felt anxiety build in the pit of his stomach as the strangeness of this place mounted. The box knew his full name, and more information had been inserted into his head. Those weren't even his biggest concerns. The contents of the box imply that my survival is in question. Davrar, the world and the origin of the boxes, seemed to be offering him an RPG-like progression system. And how was it appearing to him? More mental magic? Nathan turned his head, and the box turned with him. He wished it would move to the corner of his vision, and it did. It's definitely integrated with my thoughts somehow. Don't like not knowing anything about that. He closed the box with another thought and tried to open it up again. It took a second, only opening when Nathan prompted it with the first sentence of the box. I gotta figure out what's going on with these things. Toss it on the pile of stuff to figure out with everything else. Honestly, it seemed like something he should just ask Tail about. Was there any reason to hide it from the mage? Maybe Nathan should ask about it circumspectly. Nathan was mulling it over when another box opened up. Status of Nathan Lark. Talent 1, pending. Talent 2, none. Talent 3, none. Class, none, level 1. Utility skills, none. That was pretty bare bones. The pending talent was listed underneath the status.
Pending talent. High-tier magic resistance.
Your body has no magic inside it, and magic-resistant alchemical ingredients permeate your bones and brain, making you difficult to affect with magic. This talent will turn a temporary quirk into a personal talent. You will be able to resist and interfere with spells, and will have great difficulty casting magic of your own. Less effect on higher-tier spells. Magical items will have less effect on you, and weaker magical items degrade when in prolonged contact with you. Again, Nathan didn't have to read the description to understand what it said. Wait, magic-resistant alchemical ingredients? Earth had no magic, which was probably why he didn't either. But magic-resistant alchemical ingredients didn't sound good. Maybe they were something common on Earth that wasn't common here. And high-tier magic resistance? He read the description again with the eye of an RPG player. It sounded good, but it depended on how common magic was. The talent would do better resisting minor spells than big ones, which was where you would need it most. And it prevented both beneficial spells and personal magic, which made it a big no-no for Nathan. Maybe this was the basic talent, and he could make it better, to the point of not preventing his own magic. Being immune to his own magic would probably let him do all sorts of risky magical experiments. But the name suggested it was already a high-tier talent. The lower-tier versions must be awful. Nathan could feel the talent waiting for his approval and almost declined it on the spot. He wanted to learn magic, and taking the talent would make that impossible. But it didn't seem like there was time pressure, so he held off on making the decision. With another thought, all of the boxes vanished again. What now? Well, I'm locked in a cell. It's not the worst cell, but it's still a windowless box with a door barred from the outside.
Nathan's anxiety ratcheted up as he realized how little control he had of his situation. He was being held in captivity by a man who didn't strike him as entirely trustworthy. But Nathan was not as anxious as he probably should be. Either I'm just really excited about learning magic, or... Nathan slapped himself in the forehead and started checking his memories, seeing if he could notice anything weird about his thoughts of the last hour. You know, beyond the boxes, and magic, and being sucked through a portal to somewhere else. Then he searched the rest of the room for other messages he might have left himself. There was nothing, just smooth stone that looked like it had melted and cooled in the shape of a room. The bed was somewhat crudely carved, and the mattress felt like it was stuffed with grass. At least I don't have to worry about that fellowship application. Or my experiments. Though my experiment is totally shot unless this is all a really convincing dream. But that's okay. I can learn magic. Then, if I go home, I'll demonstrate magic and become a celebrity. Maybe get shuffled off to a black site. But hey, then I get to confuse government agents, build up a rapport with the scientists studying me, and save the world or something. It would be a welcome change from the daily grind. None of that seemed likely, but it felt good to think about. Maybe that's why he wasn't feeling very anxious. His standard day-to-day worries of the last few months were gone. No more worrying about research, funding, lab politics, or budgeting to cover the rent on an expensive studio apartment he'd originally planned on splitting with his ex. And while there were definitely new things to worry about, they were exciting things to worry about. The sort of things that came with the territory of hopping between worlds, and learning magic was real. And even if he didn't trust Tale, he could learn it by himself.
Chapter 3. The First Discussion. Nathan didn't have too long to wait before Tale Dodroxel, Grand Dimension Archmage of Giant's Rest, came back. He heard the door being unbarred, heralding Tale waddling in and sliding into the other chair. He wore a new robe, still in orange. It was embroidered with gold thread in patterns that could have been magical, but were certainly decorative. A man-sized stone statue in the same khaki marble as the walls followed the Archmage in, bearing a wooden slab covered in food. The golem set the food down in the middle of the table and withdrew to stand in front of the door. Tale shook his robes back from his hands and dug in, slapping preserved meats onto soft cheeses and dipping them in fragrant sauces. He smacked his lips appreciatively and gestured for Nathan to follow suit. As Nathan tentatively nibbled on the luxurious fare, Tale began lecturing, continuing to eat as he spoke. "When I peered upon your world with my dimensional magics, I beheld marvels made common. Buildings taller than the clouds, metal traveling devices that flew faster than any bird, ships the size of islands. A wonder of wonders, all without magic. I could not halt myself from imagining what could be done by clasping such knowledge in the same hand as one holding magic." Tale took a bite from a log of cheese, pointing it at Nathan. "I tailored my spell to summon one with expertise in your science. I built my spell to bring me one with the insights necessary to build such wonders. So I know that you know of such things. First, and most importantly, what is your class?" He looked at Nathan expectantly and gestured with what resembled a pickled chicken leg to answer his question. "There's a lot to digest there. I know a lot about science and technology, but I don't think I can build an airplane for Tale. But let's not rock the boat. I'm sorry, but classes? I don't think those exist where I come from." Tale's jaw dropped, giving Nathan an unfortunate view of the masticated cheese log. He sprayed some of it across the platter as he spoke. "Hear me, but you cannot be serious." He gazed in wonder at Nathan. "But you are. No classes, and still your world achieves such things." He shook his head with amazement. "I expect a vein of gold and find it to be of orichalcum. No matter. Surely you've received some kind of message from Davrar about classes. All people do as soon as they can understand. Just think about your abilities, and Davrar should grant you information in some way that makes sense to you. You have seen such a thing, haven't you?" Nathan tentatively nodded, and Tale grinned widely. "Excellent. We shall begin by making you my personal apprentice. I will start with initial training in basic mana shaping to unlock the talent and your mana pool. Then we can speed along the basic leveling process with the Enslavement Mage progression. Enslavement Mage? Tail must have seen the confusion in Nathan's face, and the Archmage looked self-satisfied as he explained further. The Enslavement Mage path is the fastest path to mental magic if you have the resources, and I do. Hear me, but there are mental spells that allow directly imparting knowledge to another, and I would have you master them as soon as possible. He nodded again, eyes gazing into the distance as he planned. Then it will be possible to impart your knowledge to the necessary craftspeople and realize the wonders of your world here on Davrar. I had hoped you would have a teaching class already, so you could effectively explain things. But truly, mages and magic are superior to all other classes in all things. Oh, is it not wonderful that I can design your advancement? Truly perfect. He squirmed in excitement. Teol had continued to shove food into his mouth as he spoke excitedly.
The combination of chewing while speaking and additional food sprayed from Tail's mouth turned Nathan off the platter, but not as much as the rising tide of dread sparked by Tail's words. I do not like where this is going at all. I want to explore magic for myself, thank you very much. Nathan tried to get a word in edgewise to ask for clarification, but Tail plowed right over him. Of course, I must assuage my curiosity before we begin and establish the conditions of our partnership. I will ask you questions as to how your world accomplishes these things, and you will answer. First, what is your full name? Then, how do those metal boxes move along the ground? There is no magic, but they move by themselves. What moves them? I must know. He sure likes to talk. I can't just refuse to answer him, but I need more information. He cast around for a good alternative subject to assuage Tail, speaking as he thought frantically. My name is Nathan Lark, and I apologize for answering a question with a question, but what is Davrar? Is it the name of your world? Is there a person named Davrar granting people power? How do these classes work? Tail eyed Nathan and frowned for a second before responding. It is understandable. I respect curiosity about such things. I would share frustration at being ignorant of something so basic. He leaned back and spread his hands wide. Our world is called Davrar, and it grants us the powers of talents and classes and all the rest. Scholars of renown say that Davrar is the will of the world, ensuring that thinking beings survive against the horrors of monsters and endings. Tail smirked slightly. One could wish it was a little more selective about what qualifies as civilized beings, and excluded some of the barbarians and intelligent monsters from its blessing, but we can fix that oversight on our own. Fearing what he was about to hear, Nathan pushed more on that last point. How will you fix that problem? Tail turned expectant eyes from the remaining food to Nathan. Of course, there is only one permanent solution. We must take control of their lands and either civilize them appropriately or replace them with good stock. How else? So they're not just slavers, but genociders as well. I hate that I'm glad I look like them. But for now, I bet it makes him trust me more. Tail pointed a chicken bone at Nathan. I see what you're doing, boy, and I applaud you for it. You find yourself in an unfamiliar place and wish to learn as much as you can before you make any commitments. It reminds me of myself when I was your age, advancing up the ranks of the Ascendant Academy. He tossed the chicken bone back onto the platter dismissively, locking eyes with Nathan. But I must be clear as flawless gems. Your only path here is giving me what I want. You have no other options. You shall do it willingly, and I will raise you up to stand ascendant in magic, just under me.
Else, I will dominate your mind and force you to tell me your truths. If you prove stubborn, I will transfer your soul to a golem core and extract your knowledge from a screaming husk." Sweat broke out all over Nathan's body, and adrenaline shocked into his veins. Tail seemed entirely serious, and he gazed at Nathan without hesitance or pity. Nathan did the only thing he could think of. He brought back the window for his pending talent, and approved it. "This might make it harder for me to learn magic later, but I need all the protection I can get from this archmage who just threatened to rip out my soul. And I need it now." Congratulations, you have accepted the high-tier magic resistance talent. It will become a permanent part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your talent's functions to aid in talent development at rank 10. And it says it's permanent. Well, that's a problem for future Nathan. Current Nathan needs to deal with a genocidal archmage staring at me from across the table, who just demanded to know how cars worked. Nathan reached for a bite of food to give himself some more time to think, picking up a piece of cheese from the edge of the platter that looked to have avoided the worst of Tail's messy eating habits. I could just tell him. It's not like a basic explanation of internal combustion engines will start an industrial revolution. I certainly don't know enough to make one from scratch. There's a lot involved in a car. But on the other hand, not only was this the start of a slippery slope, but maybe the very idea of how to convert expanding gas into rotational energy would interact with some magic Nathan didn't know about. Nathan couldn't be sure he wasn't handing some important secret to Tail if he told him anything. All of a sudden, Nathan found that somebody making direct, personal threats against him to break his principles didn't make him anxious. It made him enormously pissed off. He was not going to teach this genocidal maniac about technology. He would rather die than enable Tail's goals. That conclusion settled into Nathan's mind, and Davrar reacted. Pending talent, moderate tier, resolute mind. You have resolved to refuse to violate your principles in the face of overwhelming power. This talent will make that decision into a personal talent. You will be harder to persuade to change your mind, and be extra resistant to talents and skills that can charm or influence you. You will also have minor resistance to mental magic geared at influencing you, less effective on high-tier talents and spells. Nathan once more found he could understand the box's contents almost instantly. He rejected the talent just as quickly. Harder to persuade to change your mind? That sounds more like a curse than a blessing. It would make me useless at science. Forever. For very little benefit. Only an arrogant idiot presumes they're always right. The only thing I'm sure about right now is that Tail's an asshole. Tail tapped his fingers on the table impatiently. Nathan took a deep breath and tried to stop quivering with rage. He was playing for time and information now, until he could figure out how to escape. Time to put on an act. Maybe he has a truth spell or something. Try not to directly lie. Nathan gave a faint nod to Tail. It does appear better for us both if I cooperate willingly. I apologize for my reaction, but you must have noticed that my world is generally peaceful. We have wars, but most people never experience violence. The talk of wiping out peoples is shocking to me. Tail pursed his lips at Nathan, then shrugged and, with an offhand wave of his hand, cast a spell. Nathan's eyes saw double for a second. Had he really seen that gesture and heard that spell? Surely his good friend Tail wouldn't do such a thing. He was a nice guy, and he was going to teach Nathan magic. Why was he refusing to talk about combustion engines? They were really neat. It was fun to explain the basics of science, Nathan had spent a lot of volunteer hours in college doing science demos and explaining basic science and technology to younger kids. He even had a cool explanation worked out for how combustion pressure was used to drive motion. Surely he could just explain this basic thing to Tail. And then Tail would teach him magic. Tail, the asshole who threatened me with the worst kind of mental magic. That was pretty goddamn violating. The moment faded, and Nathan felt the effect slide off him. The spell tingled as it disentangled itself from his head and puffed away, leaving Nathan clear-eyed and suffused with cold rage. While Nathan had been struggling with the spell, Tail had been talking, extolling the greatnesses of his culture, it sounded like. And of course the barbarians have none of that. What will they do when the next ending comes? Cower in their hovels and beg their ancestors to save them? No. Giant's Rest brings enlightenment to those we conquer, and we raise them up for it. We are harsh at times, but it is an absolute necessity. Many peoples have strange and ridiculous superstitions and traditions that prevent them from properly fitting into our nation. But the Ascendant Academy is open to all peoples, if they can pass the entrance exam, and our civilizing influence will truly save the world. That is a truth of the fist. Taol's eyes were positively beady as he surveyed Nathan again, gauging the effect of his spell and speech. He apparently decided it wasn't enough. This time, Nathan felt the spell hit, and blinked his eyes closed for a moment against the tingling sensation. He stilled his mind in an instant to focus entirely on the feeling of the spell, trying to dig hooks into his reasoning. The spell slid off once more, like a wave of pins and needles rippling over his skull. High-tier magic resistance rank 2 achieved. Taol had asked Nathan a question. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Taol frowned slightly, then repeated his question. Therefore, with such a glorious cause as ours, don't you think you can satisfy my curiosity? It's a simple question. How do those metal boxes move along the ground? It didn't seem like this was about Taol's curiosity anymore. Nathan not answering the question had angered Taol, and he wanted to establish his authority and get an answer. Nathan didn't see any way to avoid the question. He hoped that Taol wouldn't jump straight to mind control, but he couldn't think of an evasion. He thought about jumping Taol, but there was a table in the way, and the golem still stood by the door. He needed time to think and plan, to rank up his magic resistance before he challenged Taol for real. He should go with a soft refusal. I'm so sorry, Taol, but I'm feeling overwhelmed and confused right now. You have some really good arguments, and I need to think them over. Can you give me some time to try to understand everything that's happened? I also want to hear more about how your culture governs subjects, and how the academy works. It sounds like an amazing place to learn magic. It was weak, and Nathan knew it was weak. But he'd been the target of 2 mind-affecting spells in as many minutes, so it was the best he could do. Tail seemed to agree. He sighed and stood. You're a soft, sentimental boy, but surprisingly resistant to charm spells. It would be so much better to have you cooperate willingly. We will try again. Next time, I won't threaten you, or mention the inferior peoples at all. Nathan's body froze in his chair. He was breathing, but every voluntary muscle had frozen. He couldn't blink, couldn't move his eyes. It nearly caused him to panic until he focused on the adrenaline still coursing through him. He tried to throw off the like he had the charm, but it wasn't working. The tingling of the spell stayed anchored firmly in his muscles, blocking or jamming all the messages sent to them. He focused on his right hand, trying to throw his entire will into twitching a finger. Nothing happened. He pushed harder, and still nothing happened. Tail was slowly walking around the table, coaxing a faint glow along in his hand. He seemed to be muttering under his breath, but Nathan couldn't spare the attention to listen. He focused again on his right hand, this time imagining sucking the energy in his hands into his bones. He felt something moving, like there was another sense in his hand, detecting not pressure or heat, but something wispier. He drew that wispy feeling out of the muscles and into the bones of his hand and arm, naming the bones as the feeling drifted past. Ulna, radius, the big ones, all the phalanges in the hand, then the mess of small bones in the wrist.
They're all sponges, soaking up the magic in the muscles around them. His hand twitched and then came completely under his control once again. Satisfaction bloomed in Nathan's mind, competing with the terror. He focused on doing the same to the rest of his body. It wasn't easy. The paralysis pervaded him and wasn't letting go. But slowly, the spell started to unravel. High-tier magic resistance rank 3 achieved. And he was out of time. Tail's hand came down on his face. Chapter 4. Putting the pieces together. Nathan woke up in an unfamiliar bed, his back itchy against the lumpy mattress. He shifted, and the heavy blanket twisted with him. Much heavier than the blanket he usually slept with. What was going on? He opened his eyes and looked around the room, slowly waking up. He had a bit of a headache, and it felt like he'd had a particularly intense dream that he couldn't quite grasp. The last thing he remembered was dropping his backpack on his carpet in his apartment. And what was up with this room? Seamless stone on all 6 surfaces, like it had been carved out of raw rock and then smoothed until the stone gleamed. All of the corners were slightly rounded. There was a light in the middle of the ceiling, and it looked like a glowing rock. A table with 2 chairs sat in the center of the room, with a bowl of fruit set out on the table. On the other side of the room was a water trough underneath a toilet seat, with an empty cup next to it. That's not hygienic at all. Nathan got up to inspect the strange room in more detail. Nothing was manufactured. All the furniture looked handmade. This seemed like way too much effort for a prank. And who would put in this much effort to prank him? Unless he was on a weird reality TV show. But those required waivers and things, unless they wanted to get sued out of existence. He recognized none of the fruit, not even from that weird Asian fruit box his dad had sent him once. Where was he? Something drifted up from his barely remembered dream. A feeling of certainty. A different world. That must have been some dream he'd had. It still bounced around in his head, but nothing about it was clear beyond an overwhelming sense of fear and anger. But here he was, somewhere he couldn't explain. Maybe I should give the dream more credit. I'm not one to get mystical at all, but this feels different from normal. Maybe I should have kept up with the lucid dreaming stuff. Nathan realized he was parched and looked in vain for another source of water, but there was nothing other than a handy cup near the toilet trough. Damn it. He scooped up a cup of water and sat on the toilet seat to drink it, studying the wall from close up. It was nice rock, well polished, with a moderate grain to it. The sort of rock people paid a lot for in houses. The water was clean and about as cold as you'd get from a tap. Then Nathan blinked. Scratched into the rock in front of him was a familiar 2-ring chemical structure. Caffeine? What the hell? And a single tick mark next to it. For some reason, that drawing filled him with anxiety, a yawning pit opening up in his gut. Nathan stared at the symbol of wakefulness and feared what it meant. Wake up. That's what caffeine does to you. Nathan staggered back to the bed,
sitting on the soft surface as his breathing quickened. He pinched himself. He felt a crushing weight on his chest, like it was impossible to take a breath. He cradled his head in his hands, a foggy brain and tight chest threatening to make him pass out. No. Sit up straight. Deep breaths. This is why you learned to meditate. You don't have the app, but you can still clear your mind. Start by focusing on your breath. In through the nose, down the throat, into the lungs. Feel your lungs expand all the way out, the rib cage opening up. Then breathe out, slowly. Again. Now focus on your body. It's a cloud of sensations, and your consciousness fills all of it. You're not asleep because you can feel your body so clearly. Everything is contained within your consciousness, and you control all of it. Minutes passed, and Nathan's mind emptied as his breath came deep and even. Once he felt calmer, Nathan broadened his thoughts past his physical sensations. What now? I have clues. I'm somewhere weird, with all sorts of inexplicable things. A glowing rock, handmade furniture, weird fruit, and a weird toilet. I have a fragment of a dream in my head about being in a different world. And there's a chemical structure I know well, carved into the rock in my cell. That is the sort of message I would leave myself. Did I forget something? Was I made to forget something? Everything pointed back to the dream. He needed to remember what it was about before his sense of it faded entirely. Nathan shifted his entire focus to the hazy memory in the back of his head, and he tried to call it up, to relive the dream. But it was slippery, passing through his fingers of concentration like a wispy cloud. No. It's like there's a thin pane blocking my efforts. The dream's right there, but something's stopping me from remembering it. Nathan captured the sensation in his mind's eye, examining it within this meditative state. It was like an angled piece of glass deflecting his attention to the side. Nathan pictured himself dispersing it, like he did unwanted thoughts. There was a distinctly physical sensation, like a skin-tight net around his head falling apart. And then he remembered. Everything that had happened yesterday. Exposure to vacuum, Tael's summoning room, the messages from Davrar, the subsequent conversation with Tael, and the mind wipe. Tael is a rampaging asshole. He opened his eyes and saw 3 blue boxes waiting for him. High-tier magic resistance, rank 4, achieved. Good. Ranking up that skill was almost certainly his path to survival and freedom. Pending utility skill, low tier. Focused mind. You have used mental exercises to avoid panic and focus on what was necessary. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state more easily when you need it. Requires you to be seated, unmoving, and with eyes closed to use. As far as Nathan could tell, that was only beneficial, and there didn't seem to be a limit on the number of utility skills he could have. Even if there was, being focused and calm was invaluable. He accepted the skill. Congratulations, you have accepted the low-tier Focused Mind utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Then Nathan turned to the 3rd box. You have leveled up to level 3. Congratulations, you have defeated high-tier mental magic with very few resources. It will be harder to level up as you gain a higher level. That was nice. It seemed like he didn't have to kill anything, just overcome difficult challenges to level up. Now what? It was time to plan, time to figure out his next steps. Nathan visitly other there, that we have known formation to two. Nathan forget configurate content with his record loves. You have gone to be caved in factinging the years. This is another question with level up. Nathan turned to the third box. It was time to plan, to figure out some scratch paper and a pencil to list what he knew and what options he had. It was the same way he planned experiments, and he wanted to use the familiar process to help organize his thoughts. But he hadn't seen anything like that in the room, and he didn't want to leave any evidence for Tail to find next time he knocked Nathan out and erased his memories. If there is a next time. He implied he'd take more drastic measures eventually. What was it? Oh yeah, stick your soul in a golem core and extract knowledge from your screaming husk. Charming. Nathan closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He'd never felt anger like this before. Luckily, focused mind helped him stay on track. I need to think clearly. This isn't a situation anger will get me out of. If Tail did decide to go another round with the mind wipe, Nathan needed to put in more insurance. He looked around for an object to mark the wall with. The only metal object in the room, aside from some nails holding the furniture together, was the dish the fruit came in. It wasn't ideal, but it served to make another tick mark next to the caffeine molecule. Nathan sighed, thinking about other ways to help him remember if Tail wiped his memory again. He could just write, "You've been mind-wiped," and so long as he saw it and Tail didn't, he'd have a bit of insurance. Nathan was also pretty sure Tail didn't understand English. But if he can teach me a language with a spell, he might be able to translate it back. Anyway, let's plan on how to get out of here without getting memory purged again. My new skill should help. Nathan closed his eyes and focused again, once more finding it easier than ever to banish extraneous thoughts and focus on how to deal with Tail and escape. Should he try to catch Tail by surprise and attack him as soon as possible? That plan would let Nathan punch Tail in the face, which was certainly appealing. And Tail wouldn't expect an attack right after the mind wipe. The longer Nathan waited, the more chances Tail would have to catch on. That would probably lead him to take drastic measures. On the other hand, Nathan knew nothing about where he was, or anything about Tail's magical defenses. He needed more information to develop a plan beyond punch Tail in the face and try to find an exit. What if he was in the middle of the academy that Tail had mentioned? I also can't help but think that magic resistance is my trump card. I want to wait as long as possible and rank it up as much as I can before it's revealed. Okay, so if attacking Tail was a bad idea, how about sneaking out? Nathan wouldn't have to confront the Archmage, but he still faced all of the same problems, in addition to a bar on the door. It was worth keeping in mind, but there would have to be a good opening. So it seemed that Nathan would have to talk to Tail again, and pretend to know nothing. Nathan knew he wasn't great at being deceptive, but it didn't look like he had a choice. At least all he had to do was play dumb. But how could Nathan get the information he needed? Well, the first step to manipulation was to look at the other person's perspective. Tail believed in his own superiority and the power of his magic. He'd wiped Nathan's memories of their previous conversation and was probably taking time to plan out the perfect series of lies to get Nathan on his side. It would have been smarter for Tail to not give Nathan any time to break the mind magic. But Tail probably thought his magic was flawless, and there was no way for Nathan to break it. Maybe he wanted Nathan to stew in an unfamiliar setting before swinging in to rescue him. Or maybe he simply had other things on his plate than a dimensional abductee with the secrets of Industrial Revolution. Seems unlikely. He wants me to help him change the world. Well, if he wasn't going to attack Tail, Nathan should conform to the Archmage's expectations as much as possible. He should act confused and be grateful to Tail for any friendliness or explanation.
But that had to have a limit. He had to have a justification for refusing to follow Tail's plans. Should he get Tail to teach him magic? It would be tricky to do without giving up anything, but the possibility was there. On the other hand, Nathan reminded himself there were some really good reasons not to learn magic. His magic resistance skill would interfere with it, and that could clue Tail in on what was happening. Also, there was a chance that if he picked up more skills or talents right now, then his magic resistance skill would not rank up as quickly. I just don't know enough about how this system works to want to rely on it for any part of this plan.
The magic resistance I understand, at least partially. But how that interacts with other talents, classes, and skills is unknown territory. Come to think of it, that would have been a good reason to hold off on accepting focused mind. But it was already proving its value, letting him plan without being interrupted by gibbering fear about deciding to oppose an apparently genocidal city/kingdom/empire single-handedly. But I want to learn magic. Come on, it's right there. Just get Tail to teach you. Tough. Nathan wasn't going to jeopardize this plan, to learn what Tail called magic. Magic didn't have to be manipulating mana. Talons seemed like a close approximation, and that would have to be enough, at least for now. Should he try to pick up any other talents or skills immediately? If he could find anything to help with the immediate situation, he should probably take it. But unless he could figure out a talent to burrow through solid rock, the only thing that made sense was getting better at lying to Tail and stringing him along. Nathan opened his eyes to yet another blue box. Low-tier focused mind rank 2 achieved. Nice. Now it was time to try lying to a wall for a while, to see if you could pick up a deception skill. Chapter 5. The second discussion. It turned out that Davra did not reward lying to inanimate objects. That was fair. Not long after he'd finished failing to convince the wall that it really was, in fact, made of small particles of silica and was not truly a contiguous solid, the door opened and a golem walked through, carrying a plate of roasted vegetables. Nathan did his best to act like a confused world traveler with no knowledge of how he had gotten there, asking random questions, starting with, "Where am I?" moving on to, "Who are you?" and ending with, "What is this place?" The golem had ignored him, placing the food on the table and removing the now empty bowl of fruit. When Nathan made a half-hearted move toward the door, the golem had sped up, quickly moving to the door before closing and barring it. Nathan inspected the meal and was quite pleased to note that the roasted zucchini had come with a fork. A two-pronged fork, where the prongs were nearly 1.5 inches apart. But still, a metal utensil. Huzzah! He sat down on his side of the table and quickly scratched 3 words in small text into the side that faced him. "You've been neuralized" was pretty close to "you've been mind-wiped," but the extra level of obfuscation through misspelling a pop reference seemed like a good idea. Added to his terrible handwriting and the unknown language, it seemed unlikely Tail could read it, even if he did find it. Unless there was a translate spell that had a spell check and worked on cultural references. Man, magic is bullshit. The kind of bullshit I want to use. But that's looking less and less likely. I pitted my ideals against my childhood dreams, and the ideals won. It wasn't even much of a contest. That makes me pretty proud of myself, actually. Go, Nathan. Just need to deal with the consequences now. Nathan sat down to munch on the plate of grilled green veggies. They weren't bad, cold and a little soggy, but naturally a bit peppery in a way that combined nicely with the crisped edges. Nathan could only hope it didn't contain allergens that would cause his throat to close up. He was almost done with the plate when he heard the door being unbarred again.
Nathan did his best to look up in a hopeful and confused manner when Tail entered the room, the golem striding behind the archmage. Tail was in another orange robe, this one decorated with shiny stones around the hems and sleeves. As he was sliding into the chair, Nathan politely asked, "Can you please tell me what is going on?" Tail looked gravely at Nathan. "My boy, I do apologize, but I must be clear as flawless gems with you. First, allow me an introduction.
I'm Tail de Droxel, a researcher at the Ascendant Academy. You find yourself in a new world. As much as it twists my thumb to admit it, my understanding of what occurred is limited." Tail sat heavily in the chair, rubbing his forehead as if at his wit's end. "I believe that some cosmic force moved you across dimensions to this world. I was conducting an experiment to probe dimensional quasi-resonance, and my utter harmonic went out of control. Entirely beyond expectation, and much expensive equipment was destroyed. But right where the primary phase resonator had broken, I found you, lying on the secondary tuning rod. Before we continue, may I ask your name?" That sounded like techno-babble intended to confuse him. Magi-babble? Regardless, it seemed like Tail was trying to sell Nathan a story where he'd appeared here by chance and destroyed valuable equipment in the process. He had to pretend to believe it and play into the effect that Tail was going for. He wished he could take back telling his name to Tail earlier, in case it gave him some magical advantage, but he'd done it while trying to stall and couldn't take it back. "Oh, that is a lot to take in." Nathan made a show of taking a deep breath before looking back at Tail earnestly. "My name is Nathan Lark. Thank you for the explanation, but I'm still so confused. I'm sorry to hear that I destroyed some valuable equipment. This is all a big shock for me. I was panicking earlier, trying to figure out what was going on. I have a lot of questions. You must have incredible technology to be working on something like dimensional science." Tail seemed satisfied with the answer and smiled gently. He gestured with a hand, and Nathan saw the spell coming before the word left Tail's mouth. Nathan let his eyes go unfocused for a moment, the same way it had happened the first time.
He blinked slowly, focusing his mind to banish the seductive, foreign thoughts as they flowed into him with a prickling sensation.
Low-tier focused mind rank 3 achieved!
"No, my friend Nathan, we do not use technology. On Devrar, we use magic to bend the world to our will."
I take it from your response that your world does not have magic?
Would you like to learn magic?
Tail conjured a floating ball of smooth orange light over one hand, and his smile changed into something predatory. He knew what Nathan wanted, and was leveraging it, and his mental magic, to strike right at Nathan's weaknesses. Nathan knew what the right response was. Luckily, it wasn't hard to channel his excitement for magic. He didn't have to try hard to make his eyes bug out at one of the first overt displays of magic he'd ever seen. Magic? That's incredible! Can I learn it? How does it work? Where does the energy come from? Is that an easy spell to learn? How long will it take before I could cast it? He pointed to the orb of light, doing his best to act like he'd forgotten his misgivings and was entirely excited about learning magic. Pretty much the same as the first time he'd learned about magic from Tail. Pending utility skill. Low-tier earnestness. You have done a good job conveying seriousness and honesty to a suspicious observer. This skill will help you portray your intense conviction and honesty when you speak to people. Cannot compel actions beyond what natural speech could, and cannot fool truth spells or skills. Not exactly what Nathan had in mind, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and it seemed like it would help here. He accepted the skill. Congratulations! You have accepted the low-tier earnestness utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Those messages were getting repetitive.
While he'd been considering the skill, Tail had started talking. Forgive that, and I would be sure as a good glove that you can learn magic. I'd like to get you started on a mage class soon. With my enormous guidance, we could have you casting light spells such as this by week's end. But if you have no magic, I would love to hear how your people do things. This technology sounds fascinating, and I would love to hear about it. If your people have no classes, how do you accomplish anything? Nathan nodded, noticing Tail's slip. He hadn't told Tail he didn't have a class yet. I'm sorry, but classes? Do you mean something like educational degrees? Tail flushed a bit in response, so it was probably a mistake and not Tail trying to probe Nathan's memory. The Archmage rushed to explain classes again, this time omitting the mention of less civilized thinking beings that had drawn Nathan's attention the first time. Then he closed by saying, "But talents, classes, and skills are essential to all we do. My civilization, no civilization, could long survive without them against the monsters and endings of this world. Then, I ask you, even if your world has no monsters, no endings, how do you accomplish anything?" Endings. Not actually important right now. For now, Nathan had an opening to convince Tail of his usefulness as a thinking, free agent, and hopefully put off the whole Golem Core thing. He leaned into his earnestness, speaking about something he cared deeply about. I have dedicated my life to furthering our technology, and had nearly attained the highest education my world offers before. He gestured around the room. Knowledge is shared freely in my world. We have a saying among my people. If I see further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. It means that even though I may not be as wise or as smart as my predecessors, I can learn all they discovered and then surpass them in knowledge. Nathan spread his hands, as though laying his secrets upon the table. Low-tier earnestness, rank 2, achieved! Tail clasped his hands tightly together, listening to Nathan with the slightly teary eyes of a man who'd just heard a beautiful sermon. Amazing! When we lose a Titan, their skills and talents die with them. When you lose one, their skills and knowledge are taught to the next generation. What a grand world that must be. He wiped at his eyes, looking rueful. Ah, but can we make it real here? My people hoard insights like dragons, only to be dispensed to their trusted heirs and loyal students, if at all. Only a fist of steel, one armed with advantage and insight beyond all others, could break that culture. Will you give me the strength of your fist in this, Nathan? Together, we could raise the banner of knowledge, take what is best of your world, and use it in this one. He raised his hands dramatically with that, gesturing with one hand in a now familiar gesture. It was a remarkably persuasive argument, Nathan had to admit. But as the spell washed around him and passed by, Nathan reminded himself of Tail's past actions. He was not the beacon of knowledge and truth that he pretended to be. Tail Dodroxel was a scheming man, convinced his own superiority justified any means necessary to assert his dominance. He'd thrown away any chance of Nathan ever willingly cooperating with him the first time he'd cast. Looking up, Nathan saw Tail watching carefully to see his reaction. Then he gestured again, his voice louder, more insistent, and the glow from his mouth stronger. The spell was clearly cast with more strength, meant to overcome any resistance. Nathan allowed his eyes to go unfocused for a moment while he bent his will to overcome the spell. A tingling latched onto his brain, but Nathan siphoned it off into the bones of his skull with precise concentration. The spell faded without effect a moment later. High-tier magic resistance. Rank 5 achieved! You have leveled up to level 5. Congratulations! You have resisted your opponent's attempts to persuade you. It will be harder to level up as you gain a higher level. Nathan smiled, and Tail smiled with him. Then Nathan gave the only answer that Tail would accept, mimicking Tail's speech patterns as best he could. Of course I will help you. This is a much grander path than I expected to walk in life. But you do me honor by allowing me to walk it with you. He's given me his best shot, and I've pretended to buy it. There's never going to be a better time to probe for information. But please, I have so much to learn about this world. It is unlike my own, and I cannot picture what we could even accomplish here. Can I ask where we are? I want to know about your government and society, to learn my place within it. I don't want to disgrace you if I should meet another prominent member of your academy. Nathan could feel his earnestness skill activating, guiding his voice and face to express honest curiosity and sincerity as he tried to pump Tail for information. Low-tier earnestness. Rank 3 achieved. Tail seemed taken in by Nathan's acting, smiling in a self-satisfied fashion. It is good you are thinking ahead, but you should not have to worry about that for some time. We are currently in my personal research tower, a ways to the west of Giant's Rest, and there are no other living beings in this tower to worry about. Just me, my golems, and my experiments. He waved a hand around, encompassing the room and the building beyond. It was given to me with the title of Researcher, for it is traditional to conduct experiments away from cities and towns. We will not be disturbed, as we are protected by Golem, Ward, and Trap. There will be plenty of time to tutor you in scholarly etiquette before I present you to the Ascendant Academy and the Council of Archmages. I'm not due back for a month at least, and I look forward to what we can accomplish in that time. The town of Housmet is a short way to the south, and I will take you there next time I visit the brothel to give you an introduction to our culture. Okay then, that's the bare minimum of what I needed to know, and it's better than I could have hoped for. We're in the wilderness, and there's nobody else around. I need to watch out for the golems, but I hope my magic resistance can help me deal with the wards and traps. Nathan still hoped to get more information from Tail, but every exchange increased the risk that Tail would figure him out. It was time to switch priorities toward escape. Nathan nodded to Tail and looked over at the golem, thinking about how to get the golem out of the room and get a jump on Tail. I don't know if my anti-magic will do squat against the golem, and I don't want to risk everything on getting lucky. I probably need to wait for Tail to send it somewhere. Can I ask for something? And then, since Tail needs to speak to cast his spells, I can hopefully punch him in the throat and just run. Tail asked, "How would you like to start our teachings? I have many questions to ask you, but you also must have many questions for me. Of magic?" Nathan nodded absent-mindedly, trying to think of a plan to divert the golem out of the room. "Is there anything you need to have the golem fetch to teach me mana shaping? I'd love to get started on that." Maybe Tail would send the golem away, or, at the very least, Nathan could potentially get more exposure to magic and rank up magic resistance some more. Tail froze, and his eyes narrowed. He stood up and took a few steps towards the door. "I never mentioned mana shaping. Not today." Nathan broke out in a cold sweat on realizing his mistake. Shit, I blew it.
After all my plans, one slip of the tongue throws the game. He stood up and started slowly walking around the table to approach Tail. "No, I meant, you mentioned mana earlier, and it makes sense that you'd need the mana shaping ability to be a mage." Tail wasn't buying it, taking a few more steps backwards.
You've been strangely resistant to my charms. You must have somehow broken my memory spell. You didn't think I would notice. You tried to fool me." Tails snarled in what was probably supposed to be an intimidating manner, but came off more afraid than anything else. That fear showed weakness, and Nathan lunged across the last few feet toward Tail. Maybe he could get in close and hammer the Archmage before he could get off a decisive spell. But Tail could cast spells as quickly as he could speak. Nathan felt his muscles lock up, staggering and falling mid-step as his body fell asleep all at once. He frantically pulled at the feeling of paralysis in his muscles, but his focus was broken by his cheek slamming into the ground in front of Tails' slippers. Nathan's head swam as Tails spoke gloatingly from above. "Magic is superior to all. You have given up a chance many would cut off their thumbs for. And now you will lose all you have, you stupid boy." A heavy fog descended upon Nathan's mind, pushing at his consciousness. His eyes prickled and magically slid closed. Nathan desperately sharpened his attention with focused mind, hanging on to awareness by his fingernails. Tails spoke again, and the words were spikes of meaning that Nathan grabbed a hold of to avoid falling into the beckoning pit of unconsciousness. "Take him to the golem creation room and put him on the table." When the sound faded, Nathan focused on the cold, stone hands that manhandled him into an over-the-shoulder carry. The hard stone of the golem's body dug into his stomach and hips, providing a discomfort Nathan brought to the front of his mind. As he was carried out the door and down the hallway, the suffocating tiredness lessened. Nathan was still paralyzed, but at least he wasn't about to pass out entirely. He could feel the wispy sensation of the slumber more clearly now. It was filling his head like a nasty hangover, itchy and cloying. It wouldn't slide off like the charm spell or sink into his bones like paralysis did. The sleep spell was a sticky net adhering to his thoughts, weighing them down to the point of unconsciousness. So Nathan tried to burst the net. He recalled as much as possible of the manic state he'd found after trying some internet-ordered stimulants. He imagined bright blue skies over the mountains he'd grown up in, dredged up memories of the martial arts he'd practiced in high school, and the beautiful design of optics in super-resolution microscopy. The net tore, swamped by the number of memories pressing at the edges. The spell fell apart in fragments, subsumed by Nathan's mind. He tried to sigh in relief, but he was still paralyzed and draped over the back of a golem. Right, of course. How could I forget? One thing after another. Ain't that just the way? The humor kept the fear at bay. A bit. He knew how to break the paralysis, and concentrated on doing just that. This time it was much easier, and the tingling sensation quickly faded away. Nathan didn't know if that was thanks to his focused mind, the rank-ups in the magic resistance, or just practice feeling the spell and breaking its patterns. Before he was quite finished, the golem smoothly followed Tail into a room and gently lowered him face up onto a large stone table at its center. Low-tier focused mind rank 4 achieved. High-tier magic resistance rank 6 achieved. Before Nathan could do anything, Tail cast another spell, Chains of Restraint. Nathan hastily shut his eyes again as slick magical chains sprung from the base of the table and wrapped around his limbs and across his torso. He surreptitiously flexed his arms and legs to check his paralysis, and the chains tightened to restrict him further. Oh, come on. This guy is so damn paranoid. At least he's using magic and not real chains. I can break these cuffs. He was definitely feeling a bit punch-drunk, but Nathan wasn't sure if it was a response to the mind magic he'd resisted so far, or his impending fate as an animated rock. Breaking the thin but immobilizing chains seemed like an important next step. Nathan tried tugging against the chains but felt absolutely no give in them.
His admittedly limited strength was not the answer here. He needed to use his talent. Once again, he reached out to a new kind of magic, hoping he could resist it somehow. And it's not like I have a plan B. He focused on where the chains dug into his flesh. There was a feeling beyond the merely physical. He visualized the chains, felt them engraved in his consciousness by more than just touch. The feeling wasn't wispy this time, but harder, more structured. Nathan didn't think he could do the same thing he'd done to the mental spells here. The magic didn't flow. But maybe it could break? He tried hitting the structure with his will, imagining using his consciousness as a hammer to shatter the chains. Nothing happened. Teol was busy against the back wall of the space, sounding like he was sorting through a full toolbox. He commanded the golem, "Go get an empty golem core from the second magical storage space. A Grandmaster quality, I think. I want the highest quality imbuing right now. Minimal loss of memory would be best." Nathan heard the door open and close. The golem is gone. Now or never. This may be impossible, but you only win if you play as if it is possible. How might it work? Winning answers only, please. He'd succeeded in resisting magic before by utilizing the inherent magic resistance of his body and whatever magical sense the talent had given him.
To resist charm magic, he'd noticed, and denied the intrusive thoughts, and the spell had evaporated. The paralysis had needed to be drawn out of his muscles and into his bones. The sleep magic had been overwhelmed by frantic thoughts. In each case, he'd found a key element of the spell and subverted it until the whole structure had fallen apart. What was the appropriate key element of these chains? They had a detailed structure, as if each link in the chain was a tightly packed mass of geometric shapes. It reminded him of how DNA was packed into chromosomes, strands of looped coil, each coil composed of a yet smaller string. Except here, the string was made of tightly wrapped but unknotted energy? Force? The analogy fell apart at that level. The strings themselves felt tough, like an extremely thin metal wire. Nathan picked a chain that was tight around his stomach, where he imagined a single loop of wire in a coil. He focused on grabbing a single wire and pulling, yanking with his mental fingers right into his gut. The string responded quickly to Nathan's intention. It flowed into him and stung slightly, like a needle poking skin. But as the magic entered his body, it became less substantial, sliding down an energy gradient from solid to insubstantial to non-existent. The link Nathan had focused on fuzzed out, and the entire structure of the chains loosened slightly. Oh, thank the gods. Whichever ones might exist here. Nathan wasn't paying attention to his surroundings, and he flinched as his head was lifted by fleshy hands. Teol placed some kind of metal disc under his head, folding up flexible metal arms that rested on his temples. Nathan tried to ignore it and pulled on more threads. He could only manage 3 at a time, focusing on his arms first. It only took seconds per chain, but there were a lot of chains. Then, all of a sudden, Nathan could do 4 at a time. Probably a rank up, but he didn't open his eyes to check. Now that he could do something about the chains, he was feeling claustrophobic, and he wanted out. The chains across his chest were suddenly unacceptably tight, and Nathan tried to ignore the rising tide of panic as Teol turned and gathered his tools with the scrape of metal on stone. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't want to find out. The last chain around his arms loosened. It was getting easier now, the entire structure of the spell falling apart. From directly above him, Nathan heard a confused gasp and knew he had run out of time. His eyes snapped open. Low-tier focused, mind rank 5 achieved. High-tier magic resistance, rank 7 achieved. The boxes vanished with a twitch of intention.
They revealed Tails' face, wide-eyed and staring at the snapped chain links. He stood to Nathan's right, holding a spike capped with a green gem in one hand and a small hammer in the other, poised to drive the spike into Nathan's solar plexus. Nathan's left hand came up across his body, his hips and shoulders twisting as he drove a palm into Tails' face with all the force his back and shoulders could generate. It'll be hard for him to concentrate with a broken nose. Nathan's palm skated off a barrier of slick force a few inches in front of Tails' nose. The orange-robed man staggered back a few steps from surprise, though the force of the blow seemed to not affect him at all. Okay, now I have some more options. But they all start with getting free. Nathan sat up, pulling away from jeweled and engraved metal arms folded across his forehead. He tugged at the last few chains around his ankles as Tail took further steps back, pointing at Nathan with the spike and breathing heavily. You? How? What kind of toxic power do you have? Instead of replying, Nathan shut his eyes again, frantically pulling on the strings of the remaining chains. They fell away in moments, and he quickly levered himself off the table and towards Tail.
The mage had backed up until he ran into the workbench against his wall, and his eyes flicked to the door. Nathan sprung at him in the moment of distraction, but Tail cast just as quickly as last time. Not this time. Nathan had seen the gesture coming and balanced himself so he wouldn't immediately fall. Then he drained the magic out of his muscles nearly as fast as it came in, staggering but not falling. Tail's eyes bugged out further, and he reflexively held his hands out in front of his face. Nathan charged into him a moment later, relying on momentum to get through the defense spell, or at least knock Tail over. The barrier flexed as Nathan hit it, but he bounced off as if he'd shoulder-checked a stone pillar. Tail wasn't pushed back in the slightest. Ow. Magic is bullshit. Conservation of momentum is a core physical law. At least Tail seemed to be panicking. He stared at Nathan like a man with 100 hammers seeing a screw for the first time. Nathan loomed over Tail and started searching for a gap in the barrier a few inches above Tail's skin, wrapping his arms around the man as he failed to find one. The shield flexed under his arms, but didn't break. Time to test some hypotheses. Something will let me crack this shell and get to the gooey center. Nathan dug his fingers into the barrier on either side of Tail's shoulders and pulled as hard as he could, trying to rip the barrier apart. It cracked and tore, a brief blast of force pushing Nathan a few steps back. Tail's lips were moving, and Nathan could feel the mana of the spell he was weaving from several feet away. It was more powerful than anything Nathan had felt Tail cast before. Nathan raised his hands protectively in front of him. Disintegrate! A thin beam of pale green light shot from Tail's pointing finger and hit Nathan's left palm. Tail's face pulled into a satisfied rictus as Nathan's left hand fell apart.
Pain blasted through him as first his wrist, then his forearm turned to black dust. He screamed. High-tier magic resistance, rank 8, achieved! The wave of magic swept down Nathan's arm, and he felt his talent fight the spell as it consumed his inherently magic-resistant flesh. Nathan clutched his left arm with his right hand, unable to do anything but watch his arm slowly disintegrate. The advancing wave of mana felt like a hungry void, a consuming pit that would never be sated. High-tier magic resistance, rank 9, achieved! Nathan pushed back, fighting to arrest the advancing tide of entropy. Not with any clever ideas, just with frantic desperation. And maybe it made a difference. As the spell passed his elbow, it slowed to a crawl. Both Tail and Nathan's eyes were glued to the advancing line of disintegrating flesh. Then, a few inches from his shoulder,
and with one final notification, it stopped. High-tier magic resistance rank 10 achieved. Congratulations! You have maxed out this talent. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this talent to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will affect how it develops. Nathan fixed tear-filled eyes on Tail, whose victorious expression paled into terror. Nathan stalked forward. Nathan barely stumbled, overcoming the spell with sheer rage and a rather significant desire to beat Tail's face in. Tail quickly gathered magic for another powerful spell, but Nathan took a long step forward and pivoted his entire body, smashing his right elbow into Tail's nose. Nathan felt cartilage pulping under the blow and continued his turn, stomping on Tail's knee with his right foot. The leg folded with an unpleasant popping sound, and Tail dropped to the ground with a whimper past bloody lips. Nathan's absent left arm hurt, and he tried to cradle the missing limb as he turned to the door, whimpering.
It was hard to think through the haze of pain and loss from his missing arm.
God damn, that hurts. It is time to leave. I've never wanted to get outside more in my life. And that golem is coming back. Nathan stumbled to the door, pushed it open, and was 10 steps down the hall before he paused and turned around. I hurt Tail, but he won't die. I need to kill him. He's tried to do worse to me. He deserves to die. He's a powerful, vengeful mage, and if I don't kill him now, he'll come for me later. He's also a man named Tail Dodroxel, who seeks knowledge. If I kill him, I kill a story, and all of the deeds he could ever do. The potential he represents. Nathan's face hardened, and he walked back to the door into the golem creation room. A potential for great evil. Fucker took my arm. Kill him now, moralize about it later. He turned the corner, and Tail looked up at him from across the room, pulped lips stuttering. And with an orange flash, he was gone. You have leveled up to level 9. Congratulations! You have forced an extremely powerful and deadly opponent to flee. Please choose a class from the following list to continue leveling, as you have unlocked a higher level than 9. Potential classes. Student. You have spent decades learning knowledge from books and teachers. This class will enhance your capability to learn knowledge, offering skills to improve memory, comprehension, and intellect. It may develop into classes focused on discovering new knowledge or teaching, recording, and using already existing knowledge. Scientist. You have spent years engaged in pursuit of knowledge via careful scientific experimentation. This class will focus on discovery through experimentation, offering skills to improve your intellect, precision, and luck. It may develop into classes further focused on discovering new or lost knowledge, or classes focused on using or communicating your discoveries.
Rebel. You have struck a blow against the Giants' Rest Dominion and escaped their custody. This class will make you capable of striking back, offering skills for disguise, sabotage, and combat. It may develop into classes focused on assassination, rabble-rousing, or political subterfuge. Martial Monk. You have trained in hand-to-hand combat techniques, as well as meditation and focusing your mind. This class will focus on mental discipline and using it to enhance hand-to-hand combat prowess, offering skills to improve mental focus, combat capability, and heightened awareness. It may develop into classes further specialized in combat, guiding others or achieving enlightenment. Explorer. You have explored forbidding lands far from home, journeying across continents to see natural wonders and foreign cultures.
This class will focus on travel into new lands, offering skills for increasing travel speed, adapting to new societies, and surviving in the wild. It may develop into classes focused on unearthing lost ruins, information gathering, or trade and diplomacy. Disciple of Magic. You can sense and manipulate flows of mana untrained, even if you have not yet cast a spell. This class will make you better able to sense and direct mana, offering skills for understanding magic as well as sensing and manipulating mana. It may develop into a more powerful spellcasting class, or a class which lets you subvert the magic of others more easily. Conman. You have lied to a prominent member of the Dominion and gotten away with it. This class will enable you to continue deceiving people, offering skills on disguise, deception, and manipulation. It may develop into classes focused on information gathering, assassination, or thievery. Anti-Magic Brawler. You have hand-to-hand combat training and neutralized a powerful mage and his magic with your bare fists. This class will make you tougher in combat, offering skills to improve combat, toughness, and anti-magic capability. It may develop into classes further focused on hand-to-hand combat or suppressing magic. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1, High Tier Magic Resistance 10. Talent 2, None. Talent 3, None. Class, None. Level 9+. Utility Skills. Low Tier Focused Mind, 5. Low Tier Earnestness, 3. Chapter 6. Escape? Nathan stood in the doorway, caught between horror, relief, and a haze of pain. Tael Do Droxel, the man who'd abducted him across dimensions, manipulated his mind, and nearly ripped his soul out, had escaped. That's probably bad. He doesn't strike me as the type to forgive his injuries, or forget the knowledge he wants from me. Nathan was still furious, and if the Archmage reappeared, he would do his best to crush the man's skull. But Nathan was having a hard time feeling bad over failing to kill a human being. Maybe if he ran far enough, fast enough, Tael wouldn't catch up to him. But he needed to start now. As if to emphasize the point, he heard a scrape of stone on stone as the golem rounded the hall to Nathan's right. Nathan turned and ran down the hallway without a second look, awkwardly cradling the stump of his left arm. And I only have one arm now. Seems hard to forget that when it hurts so much. He heard the golem's heavy footsteps chasing him and rushed around a corner to find a wide flight of stairs winding around a huge, square, vertical shaft. A bright light shone down from the top, and the stairs and balustrade were made of the same seamless, pale stone as the rest of the tower. Nathan started running down the staircase, skipping 4 steps at a time in his haste. The golem turned the corner behind him, its stone feet slamming on the steps as it descended. It was fast, but not great at turning corners on the staircase. Nathan continued down, looking over the edge for an exit. Nearly 100 feet down was a grand hall, with statues on the walls and a shallow fountain in the center. I'm not going to make it.
Tael mentioned more golems and traps, and this golem is going to catch up as soon as I get to a straightaway. I need something. Nathan had one more untapped resource, and he quickly reviewed the list of classes he'd been offered earlier as he bounced himself off a wall to turn onto the next flight of stairs. It was a good thing that the knowledge was more or less inserted into his head, since he couldn't exactly ask the golem for a timeout. The pain from his arm was a gnawing, biting thing, and these were terrible circumstances to make a decision. But this decision needed to be made now. Going off first impressions, most of the classes called to different parts of Nathan, except Conman and maybe Explorer. Student and Scientist both aligned extraordinarily well with his adult life goals. However, Disciple of Magic appealed to a younger Nathan, the one wishing for magic over birthday candles. The one who feels betrayed, learning that apparently the primary use of magic is to be a supreme shitlord.
Unfortunately, Davrar seemed to be long on genocidal archmages and short on opportunities for graduate students in biology or magic. Or at least ones that didn't involve giving up the knowledge of the Industrial Revolution to said genocidal archmages. Those were off the table, and would clash with his magic resistance anyway. Rebel called surprisingly strongly to Nathan. If ever there was a place in need of a revolution, Giant's Rest sounded like that place. But when the authorities had mental magic, staging a rebellion seemed like an exercise in futility. Nathan bounced off another wall. He wasn't gaining much over the golem. He needed something to enhance his speed, and something to strengthen his anti-magic to get through the locks and traps Tail had mentioned. I need something that enhances me physically, and maybe does something about this pain. Both Martial Monk and Anti-Magic Brawler appealed to Nathan, and seemed like ways to immediately improve his chances to escape. Both were equally disadvantaged by missing an arm. But that was a problem for future Nathan, who was not running from golems into magical traps and an unknown wilderness. What made the decision easy in the end was that Anti-Magic Brawler mentioned his anti-magic, and Martial Monk didn't. Furthermore, his meditation was a means to an end, not an end to itself. Being a monk was a calling, a purpose in the way being a brawler wasn't, and Nathan didn't like the mention of enlightenment. Ultimately, Nathan didn't want to let Davrar give him a purpose, just a tool to escape this goddamned tower. So, wishing he could have considered the matter more fully, and without the pressures of running down a staircase while missing an arm, Nathan chose to be an anti-magic brawler. More boxes and knowledge unfolded before him. Congratulations! You are now an anti-magic brawler and have unlocked 3 class skills. These skills are tied to your parent class, and their power will increase with your level in that class. Davrar applauds your choice and hopes you will continue to survive and prosper. New class skill. Stamina. You have unlocked the Stamina resource. Stamina will accumulate during periods of rest and can be spent to improve the speed and strength of your movements, or used for other skills or talents that utilize stamina. New class skill. Brawler's Indifference. You will be less likely to flinch and more capable of ignoring pain and wounds to continue fighting. New class skill. Anti-magic blows. Your blows and strikes will enhance your inherent anti-magic, allowing you to break magical barriers and constructs with bare-handed strikes. You have leveled up to level 15. The pain radiating from the stump of Nathan's arm abated. His running became smoother, his gait more even. The pain wasn't gone, but the intensity was muted, and he didn't feel the visceral horror of missing his arm anymore. Allowed him to ignore it. The arm wasn't what mattered right now, and being distracted by his stump would get him killed. That's so much better. I hadn't realized how debilitating it was. Next, Nathan used stamina to run faster, which felt as natural as breathing deeply. Instead of skipping 4 of the shallow steps at a time, he was skipping 6, then 7. The stamina inside of him decreased steadily. It wouldn't last forever, but he was already leaving the golem behind. Once he had a healthy lead on the golem and was approaching the bottom of the staircase, Nathan stopped using his stamina, which now sat steady at about 150 over 250. That felt like hitting the nitro button in a racing game. Amazing. The stairs ended in a grand hall at the bottom of the shaft, the walls tiled with an intricate mosaic showing some dramatic scene that Nathan didn't stop to look at. There were a few doors in the hall, but a large set of double doors, large enough to drive a semi through, was the obvious winner in the door to outside contest. Nathan sprinted over and threw his body weight against them. He bounced off. There wasn't a handle, bar, or obvious locking mechanism.
Nathan pivoted his body and slammed his palm into the center of the doors as hard as he could, spending stamina throughout the motion. He felt a layer of magic crack at the blow, and his next shove sent one of the doors flying open. A plaza of stone lay in front of him, and beyond it, a road wound through scraggly pine trees. He took off across the plaza, spending stamina again to get away from the tower. Hearing something, Nathan glanced over his shoulder and stumbled. Behind him, flanking the door, were two 20-foot-tall statues of warriors. Well, they had been flanking the door. Now they were charging after Nathan, metal greatswords held ready in stone hands.
The swords were nearly 15 feet long and glowed with a red aura.
Shit, run faster!
Nathan turned his back to them and took off, spending stamina like water and doing his best to emulate Usain Bolt. Pending utility skill, low-tier sprinting. You are running very fast. This skill will help you run quickly in the future. It will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise.
Yes, please.
Congratulations, you have accepted the low-tier sprinting utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Nathan's chest rose and his toes pushed into the ground. It wasn't an enormous difference, but combined with his stamina, Nathan made it across the plaza and into the trees in seconds. Once he was past the second layer of trees, he didn't hear the golems chasing him anymore. He turned around to see one of them throw a fireball at him. It flew at him with the speed of a baseball pitch, coming straight for his chest. Nathan didn't flinch. He didn't have the time or bracing to dodge, so he brought his hand up in a stamina-assisted slap at the fireball, which exploded away from his palm. The fire blasted out, and Nathan was sent stumbling backwards. He wasn't badly burnt, though it felt like he'd held his hand in a campfire for a bit too long, before somebody pointed a very large hairdryer at his entire body. His robe was on fire, so Nathan darted behind a small mound of earth and dropped to the ground, rolling around to extinguish the flames. Low-tier sprinting. Rank 2 achieved. He peeked a quick glance over the small lump of earth, looking toward the golems, ready to take off again at any moment. The tree in front of him was aflame, the blowback from the fireball turning it into an instant torch. Damn, that spell should have made me into BBQ. Magic resistance. Proves its worth yet again. I think anti-magic blows helped me out too. Who says you can't punch a fireball? The giant golems had turned around and were returning to the tower, but Nathan thought getting farther away would be a good idea. He ran further into the forest, careful to avoid a clear line of sight to the golems. He got another 50 feet away and slumped to the ground, checking his injuries. His arm wasn't bleeding, and his palm wasn't badly hurt. The hand was definitely burnt, but not into deep tissue. What is it with me and hand wounds? Hail, may I request a word? Nathan's head snapped around, and he jumped to his feet, shaking with adrenaline. A woman had come out from behind a tree 40 feet away and was looking straight at him. She was short and wide, with dark brown skin and voluminous tied-back dreadlocks. Her armor was scuffed leather, festooned with pockets, and a warm-looking fur cloak. Her hands were out wide, palms clearly visible and empty. She approached slowly, voice low and calm. "Are you okay? What is your name? Can I just have 5 goddamn minutes? I'm not sure I'd be better at handling this, but at least I'd have a minute to assess my situation." Nathan eyed her, ready to run again if the woman made a threatening move. She looked nothing like Tail, but he remained on edge, and his voice was tense. "Sorry, but I don't want to tell you. What do you know about that?
He pointed back toward Tails' tower, hoping her answer would tell him her intentions. He checked his available stamina in case he had to run. Stamina, 36 over 250. That's not much. She turned her head to look at the tower, a grimace across her broad face. She kept her voice even and calm. It's a research tower of Giant's Rest, just taken over a few weeks ago by a newly raised archmage. We're trying to figure out what his research is and kill him if we get the chance. They're here to kill Tail? Well, that's certainly promising.
Nathan relaxed a bit, but kept pushing. We? Who is we? And what is your name? And please stop coming closer. If she was telling the truth, he'd stumbled onto enemies of Giant's Rest. But he had a skill to enhance his earnestness, so it was only prudent to assume people could have skills that made them better at lying. And Nathan didn't like the way she was edging closer to him. The woman stopped about 20 feet away, arms still held wide. My name is Vala, and I lead an adventuring team out of Gamor. Artha, Emerald, come out! Another figure emerged from the brush to Nathan's right, decked in a darkened breastplate, heavy chainmail, and a sturdy helmet that completely blocked their face, leaving only the mouth exposed. Their visible skin was porcelain white, and a fancifully decorated rapier on one hip was balanced by a heavy cleaver on the other. Vala gestured to the figure. This is Emerald. How do they see? Nathan's attention was grabbed by another figure coming up behind Vala. It was a centaur, but instead of a horse, the bottom half had a different profile. Thinner legs and bushier fur clued Nathan in. The bottom half was an elk. The top half was a well-muscled man wearing thin clothing, with skin the texture and color of gray maple bark. He had long hair and a large beard in a deep silver. 2 large multi-pronged antlers sprouted from his head. He spoke in a deep, smooth voice. And I am Artha. With that voice and body, Nathan would have found him hot if it wasn't for the whole elk thing. Fantasy world, fantasy world. These seem like good candidates for tales, barbarians and intelligent monsters, though. I'm in the middle of unfamiliar territory with no supplies, and I know the nearby civilization is hostile to me. I need help and a guide. That thought made him rethink his interaction with these people. He turned back to Vala. Thank you. I apologize for my caution. My name is Nathan Lark. I've had a rough few days.
I just escaped from that tower. If you could help me, I would really appreciate it. She looked him over again, eyes lingering on the burnt robe and stump of an arm. Hear me, that appears to be true. Seems sure you're not a giant's agent after that spell, though I'd like to hear how you ate a guardian golem's fireball and came out just a little singed. Stick to my heels. We'll go to our camp and meet Wiam, the last member of my team. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. High-tier magic resistance 10. Talent 2. None. Talent 3. None. Class. Anti-magic brawler. Level 15. Stamina. 36 over 250. Brawler's indifference. Anti-magic blows. Utility skills. Low-tier focused mind, 5. Low-tier earnestness, 3. Low-tier sprinting, 2. Chapter 7. The Giant Raiders. Nathan followed Vala through the brush, questions boiling in his mind. Should I ask about the politics of Jamor first, to be sure I haven't traded one dystopia for another? Basic knowledge about Devrar? It would be really convenient if I could just tell them my situation and ask what advice they had. But it seems like a bad idea to trust them so far just yet. Let's hold off on that decision for now. What he really needed was treatment for his wounds. Nathan's body was sending some pretty strong signals of pain now that the fight was over and his brawler's indifference was weakened. What remained of his left arm had started slowly leaking blood through the cauterization of the disintegration spell, and his right palm was burned from the close encounter with a fireball. Vala interrupted Nathan from his introspection, looking back at him and swearing lightly as her eyes traced his injuries. "Hear me, but it seems like you could use a cure. Can I touch you for that?" She was still treating him like a skittish animal, but Nathan felt like a skittish animal, so that was fair. He nodded to her, and the dark woman approached, laying gentle hands on his right arm. His only arm. Minor curing. Nothing happened. Nathan had thought that was likely, but said nothing. Vala frowned at him, then changed the subject. "It'll be dark soon. We'll stay at the same camp for the night." She turned back to the game trail, increasing their pace through the wilderness. Nathan was impressed she could find clear trails in this difficult terrain. He would have quickly been left scrambling through bushes and up slopes. Nathan was also flummoxed by her comment about it getting dark soon. The sun was directly overhead and showed no signs of falling out of the sky. He didn't want to reveal any ignorance, so he examined his companions. Vala was leading the group and had reclaimed the weapons she'd dropped to first approach Nathan. An engraved, unstrung bow made of several composited layers was strapped on her back, and 2 one-handed axes rested on her hips, both also engraved in flowing patterns. Artha, the buff elk centaur dude, was carrying a lot of gear on a harness across his elk parts. He also had a metal-capped staff strapped to his side that was nearly 8 feet long and looked like it could be used as a battering ram in a pinch. Emerald was behind Nathan, but he couldn't see much about them. Their helmet covered all of their head but the mouth. In addition, the rest of their armor was pretty heavy for this terrain, and he hadn't even figured out their gender or if they were human. But despite the heavy gear and visorless helmet, they moved smoothly and silently over the uneven terrain. "I need to internalize that everybody has access to Davrar, with skills, classes, and talents of their own. So I might see a lot of things that appear impractical, but are made possible by Davrar. It also means it'll be easy to underestimate people. An unarmed old lady might be able to punch down a mountain." It wasn't long before they passed over a rise, revealing an empty glade between the trees that was their destination. A faint haze hung over the center of the space, and Vala led them straight towards it. They walked into the area, and a campsite appeared from nowhere. "Illusions and stuff. At least we can see out well enough. And being in a hidden camp makes me feel better about being in hostile territory." As the mismatched party trooped in, a figure leapt from the top of a tree and glided to land in front of Vala. It was a bird person, with a pair of broad wings emerging from their shoulders above a set of humanoid arms ending with clawed fingers. They were covered head to foot with reddish-brown feathers underneath dark robes and had a bird-like face, complete with a viciously hooked beak. The beak was apparently capable of normal speech, as the bird person addressed Vala in a thick accent. "Yo, boss, what's up with the tall gianter? Prisoner?" Vala turned back to Nathan and spoke reassuringly. "Nathan, this is William. He's a mage and an illusionist." She gestured the group into the campsite as she addressed William. "This is Nathan. As far as I can tell, he's an escapee from the new Archmage's experiments. I'm sure we'll hear the whole story soon. First, we'll stay here tonight and head out in the morning. Make sure the spells that hide the camp are in good shape. Then get ready for some healing. Send a 2 about our return." Emerald and Artha set to readying the camp, starting a fire and fetching water from a nearby stream. Meanwhile, Vala gestured Nathan to a log, handing him some jerky,
a water skin, and a rough blanket before she stepped aside for a quiet conversation with William. I know they're talking about me, but that's to be expected. Vala's been good about not pressuring me so far, and this jerky is amazingly flavorful. As Nathan covered himself with the blanket and devoured the jerky, Vala and William came back, asking if William could try healing him.
Nathan acquiesced, but William's moderate curing had no effect, other than slightly slowing the bleeding from Nathan's stump. Vala looked frustrated. She dug into a pouch for some bandages, which she carefully wrapped around the stump of Nathan's arm to stem the bleeding. Then she sat back on a log on the far side of the newly kindled fire. "All righty, I gotta ask you some questions. Y'all get your stinky feet over here. I don't think he'll want to say this twice." After the 4 adventurers had gathered, Vala addressed Nathan again. "It's okay if you can't tell me everything, but we need to know how to help you. There's something weird going on with magic around you, and you escaped from an archmage's research tower. Anything you can tell us will help us help you." Nathan looked down at the remnants of the jerky and chewed them down as he thought. What do I tell them? Vala certainly made a better first impression than Tail, and they fed me and tried to heal my injuries. I want somebody to trust in this crazy new world, but I haven't learned enough about them yet. I need to know more. I suppose I can ask. If they react badly to questions, that'll be an answer in and of itself. But I really shouldn't be too suspicious. Nathan swallowed the last of his jerky, washing it down with a swig of water, before answering a question with a question. Vala, you've been nothing but kind to me. I appreciate it. But please, can you describe to me what's going on between Jamor and Giant's Rest? And what is your part in it? She looked at him with surprise. Really been stuffing your ears, ain't you? We're at war. Have been since Jamor was founded. They're a big damn empire, but they've never been able to take little old Jamor since we broke off. They raid us for slaves, send harassment armies, but it's been at least 50 years since they sent a conquering army. We kill the mages we can, free the slaves we can, but don't push too hard. They could take us, but don't seem to want to pay the cost. And us? This motley band of adventurers? She looked fondly around the fire at her companions. We call ourselves the Giant Traders. All of us have lost something to Giant's Rest, and so we take these jobs. The ones that involve camping in hostile wilderness for a few weeks to maybe get a shot at their newest and weakest archmage. We were waiting for him to leave his damned fortress of a tower to get a shot at him. As she finished speaking, Nathan's attention was drawn upwards to the sun. It was still directly overhead and partially hidden by clouds, having not budged at all during their trek to the camp. But it was dimming, eclipsed in front of his eyes as a line of darkness swept across the glowing orb. The mountains and camp were suddenly engulfed in darkness. Night had fallen, the only light a pale blue-green glow from beyond the clouds. Nathan looked down at the rest of the group. Is that how the sun always sets? He got a round of amused grins, and William asked, You ever been outside, or did you get raised in that tower? Screw it. They seem like good people, and I've certainly got something in common with anybody who wants to kill Teol. They have enough hints that anything else would be an obvious deflection, and I need their help. Time to rip the Band-Aid off and take a risk. Nathan looked levelly around the campfire. As might be obvious, I'm not from around here. I'm from a different world entirely. Teol summoned me to Davrar with some crazy magical setup and tried to get me to tell him about some things from my world. I didn't want to tell him, so he tried to charm me and mess with my memory. Shrugging, Nathan dropped another bombshell. Magic and talents don't exist where I come from, and I picked up a talent that lets me resist magic. When I resisted his mind fuckery, he tried to shove me into a golem core. So I broke his nose, he teleported out, and I ran away. The faces around Nathan were expectant, waiting for a grand end to his tale. And then the big-ass golems outside the door chased me, and I met you. There was a moment of silence. Then William, the bird person, fell off his log, laughing. He picked himself up, still chuckling. That's one zombie of a story, my dude. I want to watch you tell it in the guild hall. What did the Archmage want you to tell him? Vala glared at William. Then she glanced at Nathan. Never mind that. How'd you lose the arm? Near miss on an acid spray? Vala isn't pushing me for the secrets that Teol wanted. That's a good sign. He tagged me with a disintegrate right before I broke his nose. It's what pushed my magic resistance talent up to max rank. If the previous faces were surprised, these were astonished. Emerald pivoted their armored head to Nathan, speaking for the first time. Their voice turned out to be high and raspy, with a strong stutter. You survived a direct hit from a disintegrate? And then broke an Archmage's nose with one arm? Everybody else nodded their agreement to the question. Nathan didn't know what to say. Yes? I wish I'd broken his neck before he teleported out. Such an asshole. Low-tier earnestness, rank 4 achieved. Vala spoke up. We'll all throw our shoulders behind that wish. I'd reckon our mission here is done. If you'd like, we'll take you back to Jamor and submit a report on the research the new Archmage was conducting, and its failure. She smirked, indicating Nathan. Or, at least, that the research is out of Giant's Rest's vile fingers. That'll fulfill our contract nice and proper. She frowned at his arm. There's a few high-level healers who can heal your arm, but it'll be expensive, especially if magic doesn't work right on you. You can't turn your talent off? Nathan shook his head, responding to her question. I'll come back with you to Jamor, if there's a place for me there. Hopefully, with less slavery. Vala gave him a nod. Jamor's home to a lot of exiles and outcasts. We'll help you find something if you want. William made a high-pitched noise, waving his arms around in protest. But the Archmage is gone! We could break into the tower and steal everything, or ambush him when he comes back. This is a great opportunity to get rich and knock his head off. Vala was already shaking her head. The Guardian Golems are still functioning perfectly, and we don't have the skills or tools to knock them off. And there's no way this tale is coming back without reinforcements. We leave. That seemed to settle the issue, though William grumbled in a high-pitched caw. Arthur leaned forward and spoke softly, his deep voice resonating distractingly across the campfire. His big, leaf-green eyes fixed on Nathan. Magic resistance must be a talent of amazing potency. I've heard of the like, but those who attempt such a thing must give up all magic. Even then, none have found the insight to raise it past mid-tier. And giving up magic is... He held his arm up and conjured a small ball of light which gleamed off his beard. Difficult. This seemed like a golden opportunity to learn more about Davrar, and it was a better thing to ask about than healing his arm. Actually, can you explain Davrar to me? We have nothing like it in my world, so I'm a bit lost. What happens when a class develops? What's the difference between talents and utility skills? Arthur's chuckle was low and rumbling. I could see it being confusing. We have lived with Davrar all of our lives, but I will attempt to explain. First, it is important to know that insights are pieces of knowledge necessary to initially acquire a talent, skill, or class, and develop them to more powerful versions. Then, talents let you do something that is otherwise impossible. With the correct talent, I could walk on water. The big elk centaur rumbled a laugh. Or on air, as one famous adventurer can do, but none have yet replicated her insight. He continued, "A utility skill will not do this. Utility skills cannot break the rules of the world, though when you rank them up to unique tiers, this line is blurred. Classes are in the middle, granting skills which are lesser than talents, but more focused than utility skills. Your class will have a focus, a purpose, and will often adapt to your talents. For adventurers like us, our classes will usually focus on combat. Mage class skills will improve mana manipulation and give access to different types of mana." He cocked a silvery eyebrow at Nathan. "Do you have a class?" Nathan nodded once. "Yes, I took Anti-Magic Brawler. Seemed useful while escaping Taol." Arthur's eyebrows raised in surprise. "I apologize for my phrasing. It is not common to tell others your exact class, and you should only do so with those you trust with your secrets. To balance these scales, I will tell you mine in return. I am a heavy hoof charger." The enormous man nodded solemnly, as if a wrong had been redressed. Then he kept going. "You likely unlocked a resource with your class? As it is a brawler class, likely stamina?" Nathan gave an affirmative gesture, and Arthur gestured around the campfire, pointing to Wiam, Emerald, and himself in turn. "There are many resources, such as mana for mage classes, focus for precision classes, and stamina for classes like yours and mine that rely on brute strength. Many variations on those as well. Often, class developments will change a resource, making it more powerful or more specialized." He held up the ball of light in his palm. "All people have innate pools of these resources, and with some training, can learn to utilize them even when not unlocked by a class. Thus, I can cast spells." The ball of light in his hand flared, then went out. "But never as well as a mage class, and never beyond Tier 2 or maybe Tier 3 without dedicated training and a talent. And my mana pool will always be minuscule before that of a true mage." He sighed and closed his hand. "Davrar is straightforward, but with many hidden subtleties. Insight into the world and your own abilities will be rewarded. But above all, Davrar rewards risk, and overcoming deadly challenges to kill deadly foes. At least for those whose classes focus on combat. A good plan for your talents and classes helps too." He shrugged in the firelight and looked to the rest of the group. "Nathan seems of like purpose to ours. We should advise him on the basics of Davrar, as we would a calf. Vala, I would ask you to speak of the utility skills." He nodded at the dark-skinned woman, yielding the floor. "I'm not sure I like being called a calf, but this background on Davrar is exactly what I needed. I'm glad they're not taking advantage of my lack of knowledge to get me to swear a magical oath or something." The heavy-set, dark woman appraised Nathan for a moment, pursing her lips and thinking over what she was about to say. "There's a limit to how many utility skills you can get. It's not set in adamant, but after you've got 7 or 8, they get harder to pick up, and most say 10 is the most. But I know somebody who swears they've got 13, so Davrar's ways are mysterious." She shrugged. "You can get rid of most utility skills if you need to, but it's better to get the ones you want in the first place, since it sucks to retrain, and all of your insights count for nothing. They're mostly for utility. Pick up ones that make life easier. Emerald's got one for cooking, and it's half the reason we bring them along." The last sentence was told with the air of an often repeated joke, before Vala gestured at Emerald. "Emerald, class developments?" Emerald shifted uneasily from where they were preparing a heavy pot, slicing apart a set of vegetables.
C classes develop at levels 27, 81, 243. What C classes you get offered depends on your path and your talents and utility skills.
When you develop a class, you get 3 new class skills, and your old ones can change too.
William broke in, interrupting Emerald's hesitant speech.
But talents are the real cake, the core of any build. Everything depends off 'em, and they're where you gotta start. Mages all start with some kind of mana shaping, and a lot of other people pick it up for basic spells. The birdfolk mage gestured to Artha demonstratively. Being able to cast basic spells like Cleanin', Curin, and Mendin is pretty feckin' useful. I'm a mage all the way, so I'm working on getting a talent to refill my mana faster, but it's hard. If I really want to fly, I'd need a talent for it, because these boys aren't up to more than a bit of a glide on their own. He flapped his wings demonstratively. But that's what the fly spell is for. When I get the castin' down. It's tier 6 anyway, so that's a bit off. Vala took over from William, waving him to silence. Yes, talents are important, and are usually chosen before a class is taken. Then she raised a finger to emphasize her next point. But they can be a bit tricky to pick up. A lot of the known ones you can get if somebody tutors you, but the general practice is the same. Think hard about what you want to do, think about how it would happen, and try to do it. That's the insight. But don't expect to get something for nothing. She spread her hands, as if laying out the reality of the situation. Most of the good talents spend or manipulate a class resource, though there are exceptions. But you gotta be careful with talents. Some of them you can drop if you change your mind, but others are permanent, especially the ones that change something about your body or class. Those tend to be pretty strong and hard to get, but not being able to take them back can be a problem. Does your magic resistance talent say permanent? Nathan took a moment to check his status, grimacing before he responded. Yeah, it does. He sat for a moment, thinking and sulking about being essentially locked out from casting magic. He looked up from the fire. I have a lot to think about. How can you get multiple classes? Vala sucked a breath between her teeth. It's supposed to be possible, but nobody really knows how. If it's an insight, it's the most valuable kind there is. Somebody I know with 2 classes, the same lady with 13 utility skills, says that the second class is very personal. None of us have 2 classes, unless you folks have been holding out on me. There were a few chuckles, and after a bit of thought, Nathan asked again, what does developing a skill or talent do? What happens when you develop a high-tier skill? Everybody looked around for a moment, and then Artha spoke up. Going from low to mid to high tier has straightforward results, if not always a straightforward path. First, you need an appropriate insight for use in the development. Then the skill or talent becomes more powerful and often loses restrictions. Developing beyond high tier is complicated and tied to the insight used to develop it. Often you will gain a new application or some significant restriction will be removed. There are many different developed versions of the same high-tier talents and skills. It is often harder to develop talents than skills. Phew, okay. A lot to digest there. I needed to know all of that. Nathan bowed his head in appreciation. Thanks for all the answers. I'm sure I'll have more questions later, but for now, I need to think. The group broke up to their respective tasks. Emerald continued cooking, Vala did weapon and gear maintenance, and Artha set up a large tent. They seemed surprisingly incurious about Nathan and his world. Or maybe they were just giving him space? After watching them for a moment, Nathan stood up and looked around the campsite. He noticed that Vala was keeping an eye on him, which was fine. She wasn't trying to hide it, which Nathan appreciated. In general, this group seemed to treat him as a person, in a way that Tail hadn't. Nathan found a good spot on the edge of camp and sat down cross-legged on a bed of needles, his back against a tree. He had some thoughts and plans, but was feeling pretty frazzled and really needed some focused mind time. He closed his eyes, felt his lungs move, and spent a while drifting in physical sensation. A lot of it was spent feeling for the left arm that should be there, but wasn't. By the end of his meditation, Nathan felt calmer and more centered. It's hard to get used to missing an arm if I know I can get it back. And I'm not going to be much of a brawler with only one arm. There is a way to restore the arm with healing magic, but I would need to earn or borrow money for it. And I would need to evolve the talent so that I can choose to be affected by some magic. Maybe I can figure out how to do that. I have no idea how that works. How to develop his rank 10 magic resistance definitely deserved some thought. Just because there was an obvious solution, changing magic resistance to allow friendly magic to affect him, didn't mean it was the best solution. In large part, it depended on his goals here. Now that he was out of immediate danger, what were his priorities? Nathan was cold, so he walked back over to the campfire and sat, staring into the flames. What did he want here in this world? On Earth, he'd had it mostly figured out. Contribute to scientific knowledge. Do things nobody had ever done before, and be a small shoulder for the next generation to stand on. Along the way, try to live a comfortable life with loved ones, friends, and good books. But in this world? From what he'd seen, they had medieval technology, magic, and constant conflict. Nathan could try to introduce ideas from his world to improve people's lives. It would be a way to make a difference that he'd never been offered on Earth. But Nathan had taken a minor in history. Technology improved lives, but the road to get there was long and fraught with pitfalls. Assuming he could even succeed, and Davrar didn't prevent technology in some way, he would be responsible for what he unleashed. Beyond the simple efficiency of slaughter that technological weapons allowed, technology inherently concentrated power in the hands of those with the power and money to build it. The average quality of life during the Industrial Revolution had been pretty awful. You couldn't keep broad technological development secret, and inventions tended to expand beyond the control of their creators. Before Nathan introduced anything, he'd want to trust the people he worked with. And he needed to ensure some level of information control, since who would be able to build steam engines and guns? Giant's Rest, the big empire proficient in magic? Or Jamor, which sounded like a scrappy kingdom of adventurers and runaway slaves? Nathan had made gunpowder in college for fun. It wasn't easy, even with the ability to order pure sulfur and potassium nitrate off the internet. And if Nathan did try to introduce technology to Jamor, that seemed like a great way to get assassinated. With Tael's escape, it wasn't as if he could hide his involvement in any sudden appearances of new technology that looked remotely Earth-like. Tael has seen Earth through his spells, after all. Maybe that was a reason to do it anyway. They knew what was in his head, and would probably try to recapture him regardless. There was just so much he didn't know about the situation. He trusted the giant traders, but were they representative of Jamor as a whole? Struck by a sudden thought, Nathan looked up at Emerald, who was now stirring the pot over the fire. Does Giant's Rest have spies in Jamor? Emerald didn't turn their head, but simply answered, Yes, and if what you are saying is true, they will be looking for you. Archmages are downright draconic about what they think is theirs, and they hate to be reminded their magic has limits. Emerald's pale lips twisted into a sneer, and they reached a hand up to stroke the ever-present helmet, as if reminding themselves it was still there. It all came back to Giant's Rest and the Ascendant Academy. Tail had damned them in Nathan's eyes with his words and actions. Nothing the giant raiders had said did anything to contradict that opinion. They would come after Nathan again, and probably co-opt any technology he tried to introduce. Nathan would need to fight them. It appealed to him on a primal level, an outlet for the simmering anger that Tail's words and actions had provoked. Giant's Rest had tried to mind control Nathan, break his mind, and put him in a golem. Tail's actions had declared a complete lack of respect for Nathan's being, his personhood. For no other reason than that, Nathan wanted to see him and everything he stood for destroyed. And I find the very thought of a slave empire built on those principles viscerally disgusting. Something like that shouldn't exist. If Giant's Rest's might rested on its magic, then Nathan could build himself to counter that strength. He could fight to win instead of fighting to survive. When in desperate ground, fight. He would level up, cast down the Giant's Rest dominion, and maybe then start the Industrial Revolution. Low-tier focused mind rank 6 achieved. Chapter 8. A Time to Rest. Emerald's dinner was a stew. The broth hadn't had time to thicken substantially, but some green vegetables, the same as what Tail had given him, lent the dish a nice spice. It was awkward balancing the bowl on his knees to eat with one hand, but Nathan devoured 3 bowls. Luckily, there was plenty, and after the meal, Emerald filled up a wide-mouthed canteen and handed it to Nathan. For tomorrow. Nathan thanked the enigmatic armored fighter for the food, then checked his status again.
Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent talent. 1. High-tier magic resistance 10. Talent 2. None. Talent 3. None. Class: Anti-Magic Brawler. Level 15. Stamina: 250 over 250. Brawler's Indifference. Anti-Magic Blows. Utility Skills: Low-tier Focused Mind 6. Low-tier Earnestness 4. Low-tier Sprinting 2. Arms 1 over 2. A bit of food and rest had completely refilled his stamina, which was good to know. The giant raiders settled into the big tent, except for William, who took first watch. They left a large blanket for Nathan, but he was too excited for sleep. Nobody was holding him prisoner, and he had some ideas about talents, so he wrapped himself in the blanket and huddled close to the fire, closing his eyes to activate focused mind. First, he considered his high-tier magic resistance talent. It felt locked up, constrained by chains that he couldn't figure out how to unlock. That unlocking was clearly the insight that Davra and the giant traders had spoken of. But they'd also said that what insight he used would change how the talent developed. He had some ideas related to how he'd used the talent to neutralize magic, and if Nathan could get William to cast some beneficial and harmful spells on him, he might be able to remove the blockage of beneficial magic. Alternatively, he could try to remove the restrictions on casting magic himself. Based on what he'd been told, doing so would prevent him from allowing beneficial magic. He didn't have any ideas about how to do that, but being immune to magic while being able to cast it sounded great. But that option means I won't get my arm back anytime soon, and I already took my class, which is not a mage class. It's sort of as far away as you can get. And even if I succeed at allowing beneficial magic to affect me, I'll still need to earn, or borrow, a lot of money for a high-level healer. Maybe Nathan was thinking about this the wrong way. His ultimate goal was to be as good at resisting magic as possible to help him fight Giant's Rest. If he used this development to make his talent more flexible, then he wasn't using it to make the talent better at its intended purpose. Besides,
There's a good chance I know more about human physiology than almost anybody here. I took that class on anatomy when I was thinking about pre-med. And I know more about stem cells than almost everybody on Earth, much less here. Nathan concentrated on his right arm, the whole one. What was the structure? Bones, filled with marrow. Then muscles, interspersed with veins, arteries, and nerves. He couldn't visualize all of the details. Nathan remembered Vala's advice, you don't get something for nothing. The best talents use a class resource. He felt for his stamina and pushed it at the stump of his arm. He visualized the arm, the details he could remember, and tried to push his stamina into that shape. His stump jerked and felt cold. Nathan opened his eyes and saw no changes, no blue boxes. The stump was covered with bloody bandages. Nothing had happened. Okay, hypothesis 1 down. Let's go for number 2. Nathan closed his eyes and focused on the stump again, searching for the potential he knew was there. Inside your bones was marrow, and marrow had one of the highest concentrations of stem cells in adult humans. They were mostly hematopoietic stem cells, the type that divided into the various cell types in the blood. They weren't the right kind of stem cells to differentiate into tissue, but maybe Devrar would help him bridge that gap. All it took was 4 transcription factors, the Yamanaka factors, to reprogram basically any cell into a pluripotent stem cell. Nathan had done it, watched the change happen. On Earth, it took a few days, up to a week for that to happen. Here? Nathan concentrated on his stamina, pushing it inside the bone of the stump, where the marrow should be. He felt stamina drain away and a feeling of heat in his severed appendage. But when he opened his eyes, nothing had happened. His stump was uncomfortable, but there were no blue boxes and no growth. He pushed the image of the arm at the heat in the bone of the stump. The cells know what to do. They all have the necessary developmental instructions in their DNA to grow an entire body. If they're prompted correctly, they can reprogram back to pluripotency, then differentiate into any cell in the body. Normally, that requires such a specific environment it's impossible. But with Devrar and the bodily magic of stamina, it might be possible. I just need stamina to enhance my body in this one very specific way. At that thought, the bandage fell off his stump. Nathan could feel flesh growing. It wasn't growing from the entire stump, but there was a soft tendril of new flesh growing from the end of the bone in his left arm. It lengthened and thickened, and Nathan redoubled his focus on the image of the arm. This is the gross structure. The cells know the details. It was an indescribable sensation, and not at all pleasant. Like peeling off a scab and touching raw flesh below, but far more widespread. The new growth extended, but only about a third of the distance to his elbow. Nathan tried not to think about how he was creating mass from nothing but stamina, or how impossible it was for cells to double that quickly. As he banished the wayward thought, the growth stopped. He tried to push it farther, and nothing happened. He opened his eyes, exhausted from the brief effort. Low-tier focused mind rank 7 achieved. Stamina, 0/250. Yeah, that would do it. Pending talent, mid-tier regeneration. You have recovered from a permanent injury using stamina to fuel regrowth of undamaged flesh. This talent will turn a difficult and costly effort into a natural process, allowing you to recover from almost any injury. You can spend stamina to rapidly heal wounds. Larger wounds and replacing greater amounts of missing flesh will take longer and cost more stamina. Regeneration will not prevent you from dying of grievous wounds, and will not protect against poison. That looks pretty good. Nathan leaned back, wiping sweat from his brow.
That effort had been tiring and spent all of his stamina. He should probably think this whole idea over a little more before he just accepted the talent. I just want my arm back, goddamn. And that sounds pretty useful in combat. Congratulations, you have accepted the mid-tier regeneration talent. It will become a permanent part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your talent's functions to aid in talent development at rank 10. Oh, it was a permanent talent. Well, that made sense. Maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Vala had mentioned that permanent talents tended to be stronger and harder to get. Being able to heal himself while being immune to magic sounded like a very useful way to survive this world. And Nathan could still use his magic resistance development to get better at resisting magic. Important if I want to take down Giant's Rest. But that was something to think about later. Nathan was tired, and he was hungry again. He grabbed the canteen of soup that Emerald had handed him earlier and sat next to the fire for a while, drinking his soup. The soup wasn't as good when it was only lukewarm, but the fire made up for that. It was gratifying to feel his stamina refill. Energy suffused Nathan's body, and channeling it made him feel like he could run a marathon or climb a mountain. He funneled it all to his arm. With the talent, his regeneration didn't require much focus and was more efficient. Nathan sort of vaguely directed the talent at his arm, and it regrew. If he stopped, then the healing would slow down significantly, but he wouldn't start bleeding. It didn't seem to be something he could completely turn off, but operated tenfold faster if he directed the talent.
As the growth extended past his elbow, soft cartilage solidified into bone. It was a gross process, with skin lagging behind the growth of muscle. It didn't take long for Nathan to empty his soup, as William finished a wide circuit of the camp and came up behind him. Mid-tier regeneration rank 2 achieved! You know that soup is supposed to be for tomorrow, yeah? The Birdman said as he eyed Nathan tipping the canteen all the way back. Then William came around Nathan's side, saw the regrowing arm, and jumped in surprise, squawking. It was a pretty impressive wing-assisted jump, and William landed nearly a dozen feet away, muting his surprised outburst to not wake the sleeping giant traders. How you doing that? You can't cast magic, and is 6th tier. Nathan nodded. I just picked up a talent that lets me heal wounds with stamina. But I don't have enough soup left to finish healing my arm. Can I have yours? He gestured to another canteen, strapped to William's pack. William's eyes were glued to Nathan's still regenerating arm. Just picked up? I gotta see this. Sure. He handed over his canteen and spent the next 20 minutes watching Nathan's arm completely regrow as he drained a second and then a third canteen of the peppery soup. All told, it had cost almost 1,000 stamina to entirely regrow the arm. Not bad. As the talent ranks up, it'll hopefully get faster and more efficient. I'm not a certain Canadian superhero yet, but... goals. Mid-tier regeneration rank 3 achieved! Nathan leaned back, his worries suddenly feeling small in comparison to the relief that swept through him as he flexed his tender, but whole, left arm. There was still a lot to think about, but he had 2 arms again. And he was exhausted. He bid an amazed William good night and took his blanket to the tent, where he was out in an instant. Nathan woke to sudden light in his eyes. The sun was directly overhead, in the same spot it had been all day yesterday. The giant traders were rapidly taking down the camp around Nathan, and Arthur had just yanked the tent fabric to the side and was folding it up in quick movements. Nathan looked around bleary-eyed and rubbed his eyes with his hands. Both hands. He clenched his left fist and stared at it, profoundly satisfied at having regrown an entire arm from scratch.
If only I could show that to my dissertation affairs committee, I'd be done. Vala stomped up to him, gesturing for Nathan to get up, and handed him a set of thick clothes. We don't have anything that'll fit you, but Arthur was able to cobble something together last night during his watch out of some spares. William told me you picked up a talent to regrow your arm. Very impressive and all that, but we gotta get moving. We'll fill your head as we move. Nathan stumbled up, realizing he felt pretty good. He'd slept well, even if the ground had been hard and he had used his arms as a pillow. He looked around for something to help with, but the giant traders were nearly finished taking down their camp. Nathan retreated behind an especially short pine and changed out of his burnt gray robe into the mostly brown clothes that Vala had given him. They were made of mismatched thick fabric, homespun and sturdy. He kept the Giant's Rest underwear, though. They were much softer than any of the new clothes he'd been given. When he came out, everybody was packed and ready. Most of the gear had been packed into a series of large cloth panniers that hung over Artha's elk half, though they didn't look big enough to hold everything. The others clearly had gear, but it looked more like supplies for the day, not to mention weapons. It was surreal to Nathan to see 4 people armed to the teeth like that. William had at least 6 daggers strapped in various places and an enormous crossbow slung across his back. They'd been waiting for him, and Nathan rushed to join them. Sorry for holding you up.
After Riam cast a spell to erase the remnants of the camp, they started off into the woods, following Vala. They moved at a fast walk, and Nathan could barely keep up without spending stamina. William sidled up next to him. Don't you worry about when you opened your eyes. You got up with the sun, and we figured you could use a rest after all the arm regrowing. That's incredible as it goes. How'd you do that? Nathan noticed that everybody was listening attentively and started to explain. He did his best to describe how he channeled his stamina to cause his arm to regrow. When Nathan mentioned focusing on stem cells that could regrow into other types of cells, William bounced on his claws like a kid who wanted to ask a question. Nathan looked at him inquisitively. He tilted his head in a very bird-like fashion. It's real odd hearing you talk about things we've never heard of. But basically, you know things about your body, how it's put together, and that lets you make a good talent. Nathan shrugged. I think so. I spent many years understanding how these specific cells work, and was taught how my body was put together a long time ago. But a lot of that knowledge wasn't directly applicable to what I did last night. Artha butted in, stepping closer. These are insights you have. They are valuable, and you should not give them away freely. And they would not be of much use to us, for we all have our own talents and classes. Arthur glared at William. Our only use for such things would be to trade them away, and likely do a bad job at it, devaluing what Nathan has. Sharing a degraded insight is no favor to any. Oh, they use insights to gain and develop specific talents as a sort of meta-currency. If I were to guess from what Arthur said, it applies to how to get classes and utility skills too. What do you use as normal currency? Nathan asked. To buy food and such. William seemed apologetic over his probing about Nathan's insights, so he explained Jamor's coinage system. They used a standard system of copper, silver, and gold coins of increasing value. The coins were minted by the Jamor Crafting Guild and came standard with a hole in the middle to be strung on a cord. The cord was either looped around the belt or the neck, depending on how much money one had and how worried one was about pickpockets. William was describing how some standard magical items were sometimes used as larger units of currency when he froze, then turned and spoke to Vala with urgency. Message for us. Slaving raid 3 days ago hit Pill-ridden and took all of the villagers. Weren't headed our way, so nobody thought to tell us, but they'd laid a false trail and are headed straight to Halsmet. And the Giant's Rest garrison there. Vala's face was tight, clearly thinking through options. She spoke quietly. That puts us right near their path. How many? William shook his head sadly. Big raid. Says 3 enslavement mages, about 20 slave soldiers, and 2 slave masters. Too much for us. Emerald hissed through their teeth and checked their weapons. You know my choice, they said quietly. William spoke up. 3 mages, though. That's beyond our distance. I want to kick Giant's Rest's nuts as much as y'all, but we can't take that fight. I'm sorry, Emerald, but I don't think we can make a difference beyond adding 4 to their lines. He glanced at Nathan. 5. Arthur pursed his lips. It is a risk, to be sure. But would you wish that people would try to save you, if you were in their bindings at this moment? And I think we have another asset. Nathan. He turned to address Nathan directly, looking into his eyes and speaking formally, almost ritualistically. Would you help us free our people from the thrall of Giant's Rest? It will involve fighting, and maybe dying. But I will ask you all the same, for there is no cause worthier. We wait for your word to go save 100 from a life of torture and pain. If you wish to enter Jamor as a hero, this is how you do it. A hunk like this asking me to ride into battle at his side? How could I say no? Nathan looked into Arthur's green eyes and nodded. Yes, I'll help you fight. Chapter 9. A Time to Fight. Vala let out a long breath and leaned back against a tree. Then I vote yes. We're doing this. William, send a back to the guild, letting them know we're taking on the rescue. Davrar, guide us. Arthur, Emerald, you know the drill. She turned to Nathan. Okay, we'll need to get you up to speed quickly. We've done this fight before, but never against so many. The key is the mages. They're the power, the backbone and leaders of Giant's Rest's slave raids. We kill them, and we win. The slave masters can keep the slaves in line and get them moving in the right direction, but it's the enslavement mages and their magic who will win or lose this fight. The slave soldiers aren't a big threat. They're immune to pain, but these ones won't be too independent or capable. They'll be ordered to try to pin us down so the mages can hit us with something like dominate, slumber, or just chains of restraint so they can capture us. And they will try to capture us. Giant's Rest takes pride in capturing Jamor adventurers, and they have bounties on all of us specifically. She quirked a grin. Time to push them a bit higher. While she talked, Arthur and Emerald set their gear neatly on the forest floor, stripping themselves of anything not important for imminent combat. Then, Emerald helped Arthur withdraw a complex belting system and strap heavy armor plates over his body. The bags had to be enchanted to hold that much metal. There was no way it would fit otherwise. They were done remarkably quickly, and Arthur's muscled form was replaced by a 9-foot behemoth of roughly engraved steel. They all rejoined Nathan and Vala as she explained Nathan's role in the fight. We know how they'll react, and we can keep them distracted and get you close. But mages are tricky to finish off. Usually enslavement mages don't know any spells beyond Tier 5 mind magic, so no fly or teleport or disintegrate. But they'll all be mage-armored in hostile territory, and they'll be quick with wind blasts and other spells to keep anybody from getting in close. If you can close the distance in spite of all that to crack their mage armor and knock one off, we can hopefully take this fight. Better if you get more, of course. I'm about to fight for my life. Not just mine, but 100 people I've never met before. Nathan tried to speak, but found his throat suddenly parched. He swallowed, then asked, How long do we have? Do I have time to try to develop my magic resistance talent? I've got a few ideas.
The giant traders stared at him like he'd grown another head. Vala finally answered, "We probably have a few hours, but we should use that time to set up the ambush. If you think you can develop your talent in a reasonable way after we're there, I'd tell you to go for it. But usually, people take a few days to prepare and have their insight very clearly thought out." Then she nodded, politely dismissing the topic, without making it particularly obvious that Nathan had just asked a stupid question. "Regardless, I think I know where they'll pass. Let's hurry to get there before they do. We will need to set up our ambush carefully." The next hour was a frantic run through the forest. Nathan had to sprint in bursts to keep up with giant traders, spending stamina to save himself from falling behind on multiple occasions. His compatriots were fast and knew the terrain. For a third of the trip, they ran along a wide, ruined road studded with cracked and broken paving stones.
Eventually, they broke from their path before a long bridge, in much better repair than the rest of the road. In the center of the bridge was a ruined gatehouse, worn but surprisingly intact, with a 100-foot drop to the river below it. Nathan wanted to ask about the weird ruin, but he was running to keep up with the giant traders, who ignored the strangely intact bridge. Thanks to the road and Vala's ability to find clear routes through the difficult terrain, they reached her chosen ambush site before their enemies. "Low-tier sprinting, rank 3 achieved!" It was a shallow ford in a fast-running stream, where the water was no more than a foot or two deep across a 40-foot width. Both sides of the ford were lightly dusted with tall shrubs and had moderately sloped banks down to the stream. Vala rapidly distributed them, telling Arthur to hide some distance away on the opposite side of the stream and charge into the slaving party from behind when they were about to finish crossing the ford. William would be positioned in a tree about 70 yards away to sow confusion with his spells and take shots with his crossbow. Meanwhile, Vala was hidden in the trees on the side of the ford that Giant's Rest would be crossing towards. Emerald and Nathan were placed in the bushes to either side of the ford on the same side as Vala, to spring out when the soldiers were drawn away and target the mages. Before they dispersed to their positions, everybody got together in a quick huddle. Vala spoke softly. "These scum owe us a debt of blood and life and death. Today, we collect some of that debt. We stand against their evil, so there will be fewer like us. Death to the giant!" The others all echoed her softly. "Death to the giant!" The group broke up. Arthur put his armored hand on Nathan's shoulder, and Nathan felt his heart thudding in his ears. Arthur's voice was deeper and rougher than it had been before. "I will gift you insight. In this battle, feel your burning rage against your foes. Stoke it, and feed your stamina into the flame as fuel. It will make you stronger, and should unlock some new classes. Fight well, my friend." He trotted off across the stream. William gestured Nathan into his chosen bush and cast Hunting Blind on it, warning him to move as little as possible to avoid disrupting the spell. He repeated the process for Emerald in a bush nearly 20 yards away, then scampered off to climb his tree. It was time to wait. Nathan took another drink of soup to top off his stamina before closing his eyes to clear his mind. He tried to think about his magic resistance. He needed to develop it for this fight. They were about to go up against mages who specialized in slavery. They'd be good at all of that mind-fuckery magic that terrified him so much. His magic resistance needed to be stronger so he didn't die or end up a mind slave. Suddenly, Nathan found himself breathing faster, a sudden twisting in his gut and terror in his heart. What am I doing here? There are 25 people who are going to try to kill me, and only 5 of us. This is insane. Why am I here?
Somebody hot asks me to fight, and now I'm willing to dive into the middle of battle? The LCAF is a deal-breaker anyway, and now he's manipulating me into fighting for him. I can't kill somebody I've just met. No, he was committed. Nathan stilled his mind, dissolving the thoughts of killing and death. He breathed slowly, listening to the sounds of the stream. After a little while, he revisited the thought of killing. These people were evil in a way that Nathan had never thought he'd meet back on Earth. You heard about rapists, traffickers, and slavers, but you never thought you'd meet one and know them for what they were. But if you believed in free will, in autonomy, then you had to oppose those people when you knew them. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Or rather, your fist where their mouth is. Nathan heard the sound of many people stumbling through the forest beyond the stream, and his jaw set with determination. His entire body trembled with anger. These scum took people, denied all of their desires, their dreams, and any hope of choosing their own life. The slavers wanted, so they took. In so taking, they declared their disregard for concepts like natural rights and voided their own personhood. Nathan wasn't killing people. He was killing slavers. Low-tier focused mind rank 8 achieved. The right phrase for this is retributive justice. Nathan felt strength flow through his limbs as he started to feed stamina to his anger. He wasn't moving yet, and he felt his stamina tick down as he watched the slaving party begin fording the stream. The rage felt good. He felt strong enough to rip a man in half. But he waited for the plan. The slaving party was centered around 6 lines of slaves, each with about 20 people bound together with metal chains. Leading the slaves were 10 or so armored soldiers, marching in perfect sync with large square shields and spears. At the very back were 10 more soldiers walking in step, guarding 5 unique individuals. 3 of them were obviously mages, wearing robes like what Tail had worn, but in green instead of orange. The other 2 were the slave masters, wearing an assortment of brightly colored clothes. They yelled and brandished whips at the slowly moving mass of captives. As the leading soldiers started to climb the bank on Nathan's side of the stream, Artha appeared over the crest behind the slaving party with a bone-chilling roar. He charged down into the soldiers, ignoring their spears and scattering them while drawing every eye. The mages turned to study the rampaging elk man. They reacted with excitement, one of them saying, "More captives! What great fortune!" Another looked around, frowning and beginning to weave her hands together to cast some sort of spell. She faltered as a heavy bolt from Wiam's crossbow shattered an invisible force in front of her chest. One of the slave masters took an arrow from Vala's recurve through the back of the head and dropped into the edge of the stream. The mages all stared at him for a second before looking back, seeing Vala standing atop the nearest bank. She fired another arrow, but a mage waved his hand. The arrow deflected, and the slave soldiers turned and began ascending towards Vala. The female mage looked around again, frowning. "There are always more. I'll flush them out." Nathan didn't catch the spell, but a ping of energy spread from her, highlighting everybody it touched in soft white light. Emerald's bush glowed white, and the mages turned and faced it as Emerald charged out, leading with a red glowing rapier. Hidden patterns on Emerald's helmet lit up, and they ignored the first spell, but had to frantically dodge and swipe with the rapier to avoid the sticky strands of web that lashed out. Then, the ground under Emerald turned slick for a moment, until a conjured rain of dirt from Wiam covered up the patch. One of the mages cried out, "That's Archmage Dinar's escaped slave! He's promised private tutoring to the ones who capture him!" Emerald's snarl was audible over the clashing of metal. It was time for Nathan to stop hiding. He sprinted from his bush, aiming straight for the nearest mage. His rage burned through him like a cleansing fire, and Nathan roared his hate at the mages. One of the men turned toward him and smirked to see an unarmed young man charging them. Nathan didn't even pause as the familiar magic sank into him, subsumed in his wrath. The mage's brow furrowed, but he didn't seem worried. At least, until Nathan drove stiffened fingers into his and cracked it open. The mage stumbled back and opened his mouth to cast another spell, but Nathan was right behind him, pounding a fist with all of his weight behind it, right underneath the man's sternum. The mage fell hard, gasping for air. "Halt!" A bellow from Nathan's left caused him to freeze, straining. The slave master had some kind of non-magical control skill, and his barbed whip wrapped around Nathan's neck. "You'll stay still, boy, or else I'll tear out your throat." One of the mages blew Emerald into the stream with a gust of wind, and the other made Vala stagger with repeated slumber spells. Nathan was frozen in place for a second, terror blazing through his mind. The man merely had to yank on the whip, and it would tear out Nathan's throat. There was a split second of indecision. Then Nathan committed himself. He fed stamina to rage like dumping gasoline on a fire. "It will not end this way." His fury redoubled, and the terrifying paralysis vaporized. Nathan dug his fingers under the whip, tearing skin with his fingernails. The slave master snarled and yanked the whip back, ripping the skin from Nathan's neck, mangling his fingers and opening his windpipe. Blood spurted, and Nathan hurriedly directed his regeneration to his neck, setting it to seal the artery first of all. Even as life drained from him, Nathan's face set in a rictus grin. He had never felt more alive. The slave master opened his mouth to command Nathan again, but his chest imploded as one of Wiam's broadhead bolts hit his sternum. The mage that had been targeting Vala spared a glance at Wiam's tree and threw a lightning bolt, causing the top of the tree to shatter. But Nathan was free. Bleeding, but free. He slammed into the mage that had thrown the lightning bolt, not so much with a direct attack as a hammering assault from every limb. Her force armor lasted for a second before splintering away, though it was long enough for the mage to flick a fort Nathan that knocked one leg out from under him. He grabbed the mage's robe and dragged her down to the ground with him, then rolled on top of her and started slamming his fists into her face. He twisted his shoulders and dropped his weight with each blow, feeling the crunch of bone from knuckles and the face beneath them. After 3 or 6 punches, Nathan was knocked off by a ball of conjured earth. The third mage had turned to focus on him and was not playing around. He set athwart Nathan hundreds of spikes that shallowly penetrated Nathan's skin. When Nathan got close, the mage hit him with a win, but Nathan leaned into it and pushed forward, snarling. His vision tinged red. Nathan was going to end this man. He leaped forward and speared his mangled fingers into the which shattered. But the mage retreated and conjured more, firing them like cannonballs. Nathan managed to slap a few aside, but he was hit in the hip, the shoulder, and then the arm. He felt bones breaking and could not close the distance against the barrage. Luckily, he didn't have to. Emerald's rapier suddenly protruded from the man's chest, and the mage gasped like a beached fish before a cleaver chopped into his neck, spraying blood. Nathan knew the fight wasn't done yet, so he stumbled over to the man he'd first punched in the solar plexus, leaving a trail of blood and feeling something grating in his hip. Nathan stood over the man, wheezing on the ground, and looked down into his eyes. They were terrified and pleading. And Nathan's rage bled away.
He didn't think he could kill a helpless man. He didn't have to. Emerald was there, cleaver chopping. They quickly moved to the third mage.
Nathan didn't know if she was alive, with her face pulped like that. But she definitely wasn't, after Emerald stuck their rapier through an eye socket and stirred. Nathan's victorious thrill turned to nausea, and he fell to his knees and threw up. Bloody bile came out, and Nathan's neck stung in a new way. Right. Torn windpipe. How's my stamina? Stamina, 23 over 250. Nathan's cough had an edge of laughter. That had been close. It still could be close. He glanced at the soldiers. They were advancing slowly and methodically on a staggered Vala, but Emerald was picking them apart from the rear. If they needed help, Nathan couldn't help them. He needed to not die first. He catalogued his injuries, thanking Davrar for Brawler's indifference and absolute torrents of adrenaline. His neck wasn't gushing blood, and he didn't seem to have immediately fatal internal bleeding from the earthball hits. His upper left arm was definitely broken, possibly shattered. His hip was either cracked or bruised, same with his right shoulder and a few ribs, and he'd definitely cracked a few metacarpals in his hands. He was covered with superficial cuts and bruises from various spells. Nathan wanted to breathe normally, so he directed his remaining stamina to his neck, sealing off the most obvious bleeding and closing his windpipe. Then he collapsed onto the ground, feeling woozy. Oh, bad. Blood loss shock or one hell of a lot of violence and gore. Probably both. Mid-tier regeneration rank 4 achieved. He rolled onto his back and saw Artha pound across the stream. The big centaur's armor was dented in places, and one leg was bloodied, but he looked otherwise fine. Artha looked down at Nathan, assessing if he needed help. Nathan gave him a jaunty little wave from the ground. Artha charged off, probably to handle stuff. Nathan just wanted to lie there. He wasn't dying. He was pretty sure he wasn't dying. But he felt more exhausted than he'd ever been in his life. A few moments or minutes later, Vala appeared over him, said something, and offered him a hand up. Grudgingly, Nathan took the hand, wincing at the dull pain. She hauled him to his feet and pointed up the bank to where Artha was. Vala then turned to free and calm the slaves. Ex-slaves. Nice. Nathan looked up the bank of the stream and started slowly trudging up it. Blue boxes appeared in front of him as he walked. You have leveled up to level 23. Congratulations! You have defeated multiple deadly foes many levels above you. Low-tier sprinting, rank 4 achieved. Huh. An hour of sprinting through difficult terrain had leveled that skill once, and 30 seconds of frantic running around in combat had leveled it once. Using a skill in a life-or-death situation probably caused it to level faster. Neat. And his stamina seemed to go up by 10 per level, plus a base of 100. It was probably similar for other resources? Nathan stumbled over the top of the bank and saw Artha and Emerald forcing a vial into a blackened Wyam's beak a few dozen yards away. Nathan staggered closer to see if the irreverent bird mage was still alive and if there was anything he could do to help. Emerald looked up and held up a hand for him to halt, then tossed him a bag of jerky and a water skin. Nathan looked dumbly at the items where they'd landed next to his feet, then crumpled down and devoured the jerky. He hadn't been hungry at all, but as soon as he saw the food, it felt like a bottomless pit opened up inside him. Nathan spent a few more minutes resting on the ground, just staring up at the sky. He finished the bag of jerky and continued regenerating his wounds, focusing on the broken bones first. He sighed with relief when his arm bone reformed,
and he was confident there wasn't any internal bleeding going on. The rest of the wounds were just superficial bleeding, so he used his remaining stamina to fix his fingers. Hand wounds made Nathan shiver.
He was still bleeding slightly, but the biggest problem was shock caused by blood loss. Hold on a second. Blood loss should be easy to fix with regeneration. Hematopoietic stem cells are some of the most common stem cells in the body at my age. He sat up and looked over to Artha and Emerald, who were coaxing along a coughing Wyam. Good. He wasn't dead. Nathan liked the flighty birdman. Flighty. Nathan croaked something, and they looked his way. He swallowed and repeated himself. Can I have some more food and water? Out of stamina. Artha snorted, then pushed himself up from his knees, trotting over and dropping a canteen of soup into Nathan's hands. He promptly fumbled it to the ground. Then Artha turned around and went back to Wyam, casting another minor curing into him. Nathan busied himself with his newly acquired calories, chugging down the soup between deep breaths. He fought down a few bouts of nausea and used his rapidly replenishing stamina to close the rest of the bleeding wounds. Then he funneled his small but growing pool of stamina into his bones again, aiming for the bone marrow. The stem cells there were supposed to replenish his blood cells, so they should replace his lost blood fairly easily. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeding stamina into the core of his bones and hoping like hell he wasn't giving himself a blood cancer. Mid-tier regeneration rank 5 achieved. Man, that talent is ranking up quickly. At least he wasn't suffering from blood loss anymore, since he wasn't nauseous and everything definitely seemed sharper. The regeneration talent had almost certainly saved his life, bringing him from near death to fully functional. All it took was a few minutes, a bag of jerky, and a canteen of soup. In fact, the talent seemed to be able to replace flesh without anything near the right amount of food. As he ranked his regeneration talent up, it was getting noticeably faster and more efficient. I'm glad I'm immune to just mana-based magic, and not all the other cool stuff Davrar can offer. Stamina definitely seems able to break the rules of reality. It might not be magic, but it seems a lot like magic to me. Nathan pushed himself to his feet and looked around again with new focus. Artha and Emerald appeared to have Wyam well in hand, so he turned and looked to Vala. She was busy unchaining the lines of slaves and directing them up the stream bank, away from the bloodied stream. It was definitely something wrong with them. The ex-captive's eyes were stupefied, and they were dreamily wandering as if unsure where they were or where they should go. Nathan kept any from wandering off into the woods, directing them to sit down in a clearing on the edge of the stream. After a few minutes, Artha started helping him, and soon enough they had nearly 120 people seated in a disorganized mess. Nathan checked on the slave soldiers, wondering if any of them could be freed as well. But they were all dead. Some of them appeared to not have any wounds, and had keeled over at the end of the fight without being touched. Nathan made a note to ask somebody about that later. But there were more important things to deal with right now. According to Vala, the prisoners were under the effect of a mass daze spell that made them unfocused and easy to guide. The giant raiders had rescued slaves from raids before, and Vala showed Nathan how to snap people out of it with a mix of light slaps, strong-smelling spices, and loud yells. In short order, they'd freed the villagers and left them to organize themselves on the riverbank. After he helped Vala break the captured villages free, he went to check in on Wyam. The birdman was mostly fine, though one of his wings had healed badly. Artha hadn't set it properly before giving him the healing that had probably saved Wyam's life. With his scorched feathers, he looked less like a hawk to Nathan and more like a bedraggled crow. But Wyam seemed in high spirits regardless, In his own words, "After all this, the coin for a proper heal won't be a problem. Heck, I bet half the healers will give me a discount. Besides, ladies love a tiercel with a few scars and a story to go with them." Nathan looked around, seeing if there was anything else he could help with. Emerald hadn't spent much time with the rescued. Instead, the faceless fighter had gone down to loot all of the bodies. They emptied the pockets and pouches of the slave masters and completely stripped the mages, bunching up their robes around whatever loot they gathered. After that, and with Artha's help, they stripped the armor from the slave soldiers and cast all of the bodies into the stream. Nathan wasn't sure why, and added it to the list of things to ask about. There's just so much I don't know about Davrar, and the practicalities of life here. A bedraggled elderly couple stood out among the rescued, organizing the cluster of scared people before making the rounds to check in on everybody. They introduced themselves to Nathan as Sora and Dwo, and were apparently the leaders of Pill-Ridden, the hamlet which had been attacked. They effusively thanked Nathan for helping to rescue them, and subtly inquired if he could spare any healing or beneficial skills for people who were tired or hurt. They were still nice when they found that Nathan couldn't help, but moved on quickly to organize the rest of the farmers. Eventually, they were ready to move out. Vala told Nathan that there was a group coming with supplies and extra protection, but they'd be best served by heading back to meet them as soon as possible. Without much preamble, they started back towards Jamur. Chapter 10. Davrar Revealed. The giant traders hadn't had much to say to Nathan with so many shell-shocked captives to take care of.
That was honestly fine with Nathan. He was feeling a little shell-shocked himself. The violence had been so explosive, and he'd been a part of it, rampaging through the mages like a bull in a china shop. They'd been experienced fighters, but Nathan had resisted their best shots, and that had been enough. Emerald approached Nathan as he ruminated. The ex-slaves gave the slim, armored fighter a wide berth, and Nathan understood why. They'd been a vicious presence on the battlefield, and shown no qualms about dealing with the dead afterwards. But Emerald had saved Nathan's life at least once, and from what he'd heard during the battle, they had good reason to hate slavers. "Thanks. You did a lot better than I did. And sorry, I took your kills." Emerald's stutter seemed worse than usual, and Nathan could tell they weren't comfortable with the number of stares coming their way. Nathan relaxed. "No, it's okay. You saved my ass from the last guy, and well, I've never killed anybody before. And thanks to you, I still haven't. I don't view that as a problem. Even if they were slavers, I can't help but be grateful I didn't have to look into anybody's eyes before I killed them. Is stealing somebody's kills a problem?" Emerald tilted their head. "A kill levels you more. And that last mage was over level 81. I leveled a lot from that. You could have leveled more if you had killed him." Nathan paused for a moment. That sounded a lot more like a game mechanic than something he was comfortable with, especially when it incentivized murder. But then he shrugged. It was another useful data point on Davrar, and something to keep in mind for the future. Nathan worried about what it meant for society on Davrar if you got extra levels for killing people. He eventually responded to Emerald. "I leveled plenty, don't worry about it. I'm glad nobody was seriously hurt except Wiam. That seems miraculous given what we went up against. Also, I wanted to ask earlier, but why did the slave soldiers all die? Can they not be freed?" No. They die if they think they're about to be captured. It's possible to dispel, but hard to do in a fight. You learn to deal. They're already dead. And I'm glad you're okay. That talent is good." That made sense, and made Nathan curl his lip. Why did Giant's Rest do that? Spite? Preventing any captured soldiers from turning on them, most likely. Looking at Emerald, Nathan realized they probably had a point. Then he realized something else that had been bugging him. Why didn't they have any golems? They seemed like they would make excellent soldiers. Emerald shook their head. Not good in chaotic situations. Also expensive, and get lost easily in rough terrain. Too easy to trick. Better as guards with simple instructions, or shock to troops with a construct mage. Slave soldiers still think. Nathan swallowed. The thought that the slave soldiers were conscious disturbed him. There'd been more death than he'd ever experienced, and he wasn't done processing it yet. It still felt unreal. Emerald seemed done talking, so Nathan thanked them and walked on, reflecting. How do I feel about the Giant Raiders? A bit shocked at the amount of violence they demonstrated. But I was an active participant. Do I want to do that again? If I want to take on Giant's Rest, I'll need to get used to it. Now that I've had one near-death experience, I'm not sure I want to actively pursue more. Regardless, there's a mountain of things I need to learn about this world before I make any final decisions. The rest of the day was spent journeying back towards Jamor. Nathan didn't talk much with the rest of the Giant Raiders, instead walking to the side of the large group of subdued ex-captives. He tried to distract himself from dwelling on the violence by making a list of utility skills he wanted. He had 3 so far, and they all seemed useful. Had been immeasurably useful in helping Nathan deal with the unexpected, and it helped him more easily gain new skills and talents. A multiplier on top of whatever blessing Davrar had given him for being disadvantaged sounded like a good thing. Sprinting was also pretty useful. Being able to move fast was great for a lot of reasons. Sure, being able to fly would be better, but that likely wasn't on the table. Unless his last talent slot could make that happen? Nathan shook his head. Wiam had mentioned that he could get a flying talent because he had wings, but it probably wasn't that simple for Nathan. Unless he could make a shape-shifting talent? Nathan shuddered a bit this time. He hated body horror. Earnestness was a little bit confusing. It seemed like a great skill for a lot of reasons. Useful for certain kinds of lying, useful for being serious. It didn't directly help him fight people, but it helped avoid fights and improve social situations. Maybe Nathan could scope out other socially oriented skills and try to pick up something worthwhile. So, what other utility skills would be useful? A few things jumped out to Nathan. Something from memory, or something to give him local knowledge. He had no idea if either were possible, but he had some ideas for the memory skill. A utility skill to help him remember things from Earth seemed like a great idea, but it maybe wasn't the most pressing issue. A skill that helped him know more about the world might prevent him from accidentally offering somebody a deadly insult. What else would be useful? Utility skills couldn't help him do things he couldn't do otherwise. So what did he wish he was better at? That question made Nathan remember something. His plans to develop magic resistance. He hadn't developed it before the fight, and it seemed to require serious effort. He remembered his first fumbling resistance of magic, when Tail had tried to charm him. Nathan had needed to pull apart each spell, feel what it was doing, and work to counter the effect. When the talent had hit max rank up and he'd gotten anti-magic blows, it had required a lot less attention, at least when he was hitting things. But he didn't want to lose sight of how he'd interacted with the magic to counter it the first few times. It could be the key to developing the talent in a useful direction.
The sun was far from dimming when the group settled in a wide glade for the night. They were in the middle of the cold wilderness, and the villagers needed some time to eat and rest to stay healthy. The ex-slaves were ravenous since they'd been fed nothing but starvation rations after being captured. They would probably eat through most of the food, both the giant trader's stockpile and that acquired from the slavers. According to Vala, the backup squad was going to travel through the night and should arrive sometime mid-morning. Nathan staked out a spot near Wyam, who had propped himself up against a tree. They would be sleeping rough tonight, the tent and heavy blankets going to some of the elderly who had struggled with the overland march. But there was a fire nearby, so it wasn't too bad. Wyam seemed to be doing better, but not great. He would need that session with the healer, and Nathan hoped he got it. But he had some questions for the Hawkman first. Questions about magic. "Hey, Wyam. Hope you're feeling better." Wyam lifted one hand and made a fist, which he bounced side to side. Nathan continued. "I've got some questions about magic, if you've got time. I want to know how you cast spells. If somebody had mana shaping and was trying to cast their first spell, what would you tell them?" Wyam coughed out a bit of a laugh, then shrugged. "A bit of a funny question a-comin' from you, but I'll tell you what I got told when I was a chick. When you can shape the mana, you sorta tie it in knots of specific shapes."
Basic spells like this, a ball of light manifested in his palm, are real simple. Just take some basic mana, throw it around like this, and there you go. He looked at Nathan a moment, then seemed to realize something. "But you can't sense the mana, so it's not going to work great. Mana shaping would let you sense the mana I'm throwing around for this spell. Try it yourself." Wyam withdrew his hand, leaving the ball of light floating in midair. Nathan studied the orb of light, both with his eyes and with the elusive sense he'd felt while resisting Tail's spells. Nothing. He reached out and touched the ball. Right before it flickered out, he felt it. Like an insubstantial, uneven ball or a knot of fuzzy string. Nathan's brows furrowed. "I think I can sense the mana, but only when I touch it. I could feel the shape of that a bit. Are there different kinds of mana other than basic mana?" Wyam clattered his beak a bit. "Weird. I heard of some other talents that let you sense mana, but they're mostly bad versions of mana shapin'. Funny that magic resistance would do it. But yeah, bunch of kinds of mana for different spells. One of the big parts to being a mage is learning to change the type of mana you put in a spell. They're all different, and a lot of mages get class skills for new types of mana, but you can learn to use other mana types even if you ain't got the skill. I do a lot with shadow mana, and I got a skill for that one. But I also do some earth stuff, and that's just an insight and some practice, and easy to get to from shadow. But I'd need fire and force for a fireball, and I can't do neither." That was fascinating. Themed mana. Can you sense what kind of mana is which? And how do you learn to swap the types? Yep, all the types have a different feel about them. Basic is fuzzy and soft, while shadow is dark and brittle. Earth is heavy and moist, but none of those are great explanations. You kinda gotta just feel the mana and figure out what's what. And for the swappin', well, that's an insight right there, and not mine to give. But it's one of the keys to magery. That and being shown what weaves make what spells. And practice to get skills and stuff to make the mana go into a spell faster. A new mage'll take a hot minute to put together a simple light spell, never mind or whatever. Nathan had an idea. His magic resistance seemed to give him the ability to sense mana when it was in contact with him. When he'd been ranking up his magic resistance talent the first time, he'd needed to feel out Tail's different spells and work to neutralize them differently. What if the same was true for all magic? Did he need to understand the spell work? Or at least understand how to pick it apart?
in order to properly neutralize it? It felt like a good way to go about the talent evolution to Nathan. So he asked William for a favor. "Hey, William, feel free to turn me down if you're not up to it. But do you think you could cast some spells on me? Nothing harmful. I just want to focus on what it feels like to resist magic. I think it'll be helpful for developing my talent." William's eyes bore into Nathan, and he cocked his head to the side. "You know what? Sure. Usually this sort of thing had come for a cost, but with all that's happened, I owe you a bit. Even if you're the vote that got me blown out of a tree. But hey, if you make it big, remember the little folks?" Nathan was confused by that last bit, but William immediately moved on to casting a variety of spells on Nathan. They started with various stealth spells and worked their way up to some basic attack and inconvenience spells. Using focused mind, Nathan learned to pick out some of the shapes of the various spells and how to pull them apart faster or slower. He also started getting a sense of what different kinds of mana felt like. William's explanations had been spot on, with basic, unaspected mana being soft and fluffy, shadow mana being dark and brittle feeling, while earth was dense and wet. It was almost as if the density was more a sensation of weight than of actual mass. It was hard to put into words. After a plain but filling meal, Nathan settled in to meditate. He wasn't frantic or panicking, but it seemed like a good idea to keep up the habit. The absence of his smartphone and its app was annoying, but focused mind more than made up for it. It really was a useful skill for his own sanity, if nothing else. Nathan drifted, focusing on his breathing. In and out. In and out. How did he feel? A bit scared. Guilty for killing people, even if he hadn't delivered any final blows. He heard the refugees moving in the camp around him and relaxed. The fight had been for a purpose, and that purpose had been worthwhile. In hindsight, he'd been quick to agree, but knowing the outcome, he didn't regret the decision. The violence had come easier than he'd expected. Nathan remembered the sensation of the mage's face crunching under his fist, and then remembered what the mage had done. He called up a bit of the visceral hate that had sparked his fury, and Nathan found he didn't even regret the violence, just the risk of his own death. With that thought, he let his feelings of the fight go and cleared his mind for proper meditation. Low-tier focused mind, rank 9 achieved. After a time, a more centered Nathan opened his eyes to the darkness of night. Once again, he was shocked at the rapid transition from a bright day with the sun directly overhead to full night. But unlike last night, the sky wasn't cloudy, and he could see what the clouds had hidden. The entire sky glowed with white, blue, and green. It took Nathan a moment to parse the swirls of faraway clouds, the blue of oceans, and the yellow-green of continents. It was like looking at the surface of Earth from the moon, but covering the whole sky, and dimmer. The total light was only slightly more than that of a full moon, but Nathan could see a whole world laid out in the sky above him, glowing with reflected light. He was starstruck, or world-struck. After a few minutes of just looking up, Nathan organized his thoughts. He didn't recognize any of the continents, and couldn't make things out in great detail. Assuming Earth-sized continents, the distance was probably about half the distance from the moon to Earth. Big error bars on that. But there was definitely a lot more real estate up there than what existed on Earth, and Nathan gave up after counting over a dozen continents. There were also enormous scattered patches of black and white, looking like infections on the world above. Each patch was about half the size of a major continent, and either completely white or completely black. Bizarre. Is there a giant mirror way up there? Or is this world 2 discs stuck face to face? Nathan turned towards William, who was watching him. Nathan had no experience reading bird-person expressions, but William's eyes looked amused. "Did your sky look different where you came from?" Nathan looked back up. Yeah, it did. What is it? Has anybody ever been there?" William poked at the fire as he responded. "It's all Davrar. We got some tales about people who make it to the other side, see home. It's a thing in some of our stories. If you see home like that, above your head, it usually means you ain't never going back. All sorts of ways to get over there in those stories. Sometimes mages fly it, but apparently it's harder than just go up and keep going. But the stories don't tell why, and not many are strong enough or brave enough to try. Usually it's just poking something you shouldn't. Get teleported up there by some artifact. But it's all Davrar." Nathan nodded, pondering. This world did not work like Earth did. There wasn't an obvious solar system, and the sun couldn't work on the same principles as Sol if it was in between this layer and the one visible up in the sky. Maybe there was a giant sphere of one-way mirrors around the planet, which reflected the world back down at them while allowing sunlight through? It could be a construct, like a Dyson sphere or a ring world, but neither of those explanations fit with his observations. Though Nathan had never been inside a Dyson sphere before, he assumed the other side would be so far away he wouldn't be able to make out any continents. Like Mars far away. I wouldn't be able to see any details at all. Regardless, those possibilities ignored what might be possible with magic. Something was going on with how this world worked, and it was something he could investigate. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. At various times, he'd wondered what it would have felt like to be one of the early scientists during the Enlightenment, where so much was unknown but ripe for discovery. And now, maybe he would find out. Chapter 11. Adventurers and Adventurers. They didn't move on the next morning, instead staying in place and caring for the ex-captives who needed a break. Nathan was sent to collect dead wood for fires and help dig holes for makeshift latrines. He didn't mind. It was a way to help out that didn't demand much of him. And these people needed help. Nathan wasn't sure how he'd feel to be kidnapped from his home and barely escape being enslaved by mental magic. Well, that's exactly what happened to me. But these people are pretty helpless to prevent it happening again. But there was another critical difference between Nathan and these refugees. His terror and horror had been tempered by wonder. Wonder at a world with magic, talents, and an entire world above your head. Nathan looked up from his digging to the clear sky. If you looked past the blue sky, you could still see the surface opposite. It was hard to notice unless you looked closely, appearing like faint, wispy clouds, until you saw the spiral of a storm the size of a small moon, or the faint, deep blue glint of the ocean. Nathan finished digging the new latrine. It wasn't all that bad to use. One of the refugees had a talent or skill that could somehow process normal leaves into a passable imitation of toilet paper. It required careful hand placement, but Nathan had been on camping trips with worse accommodations. Nathan went to find William again. He wanted to practice sensing magic again. It was so cool to feel magic, to tug apart component strands of mana. Walking through the camp, he noted how the ex-captives treated the giant traders with a sort of hands-off awe. It struck Nathan like a cross between hero worship and keeping your distance from a snarling dog. The only villagers he'd talked with this morning were Sora and Dwo, who acted as liaisons with the adventurers. He found Vala first, sitting on a stump and stitching up a hole in her armor with a huge needle. Nathan asked her directly, "The people we rescued seem pretty wary of us. What's up with that?" Vala looked around.
Yeah, pretty normal with adventurers. We live with violence, and they hope it stays far away from them. Sure, we save them from stuff, but they pay for it, and we're still associated with whatever the problem was. And for every story of adventurers saving a town, there's one where some idiots piss off a local monster or open up an old ruin and unleash some horror. She paused for a moment and pointed at him with her needle. That reminds me. Got a few rules. If you enroll as an adventurer, you'll learn these in more detail, but I should tell you now. 1. Run from fights you can't win. 2. Don't touch things you don't understand. That means ruins, like the ones you'll find all over the countryside. There's scary shit in a lot of them that'll kill more than just you. 3. Don't chase levels or loot.
Your job is to stay alive and keep other people alive. That's it. Just didn't want you wandering into any crypts of Quoz because you don't know any better. Nathan swallowed. He wasn't sure how to take that advice. But Vala didn't expect a response from him and turned back to her mending. He turned and continued looking for Wiam, eventually finding him lying down and picking at his blackened feathers. Nathan waved a hand through his line of sight. Hey, Wiam. Hope you're feeling good. Yeah, I'll be good. Want more magic practice? Closer to practice for me, ain't it? It's great. I can toss some real murder your way and it just... He made a gesture like jazz hands, indicating something poofing away into nothing. Nathan grinned. Yup, I guess we both get something out of it. Go ahead. Give me your best shot. Wiam's best shot turned out pretty effective, turning the soft dirt under Nathan's feet into slimy, sucking mud that pulled him under. He was only able to break the spell by diving into the mud, leaving him covered in dry dirt once the spell fell apart. During the more relaxed session that followed, Nathan felt like he was getting the hang of feeling Wiam's different kinds of mana and how they wove together. He still needed physical contact with spells to break them apart, which was pretty limiting. They finished with a round of Nathan trying to guess what spell was cast on him, with his eyes closed and ears covered. Low tier Focused Mind 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to mid-tier. Pending utility skill, Low tier Spell Sense. You have used a rudimentary mana sense to identify mana types and how they go together to make spells. This skill will help you identify mana types and spell weaves more easily. Does not grant understanding of how a spell works or how to weave mana together for specific spells. Ooh, yeah. That was cool.
Magic! Congratulations, you have accepted the Low-Tier Spell Sense utility skill. It will become part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Opening his eyes, Nathan heard a commotion from across the camp. The rest of the giant traders were gathered to the side of the clearing, the refugees clustering around to watch. Emerald and Artha came from where they'd been butchering some sort of enormous six-legged creature that had tried to sneak up on the camp. Any other day, Nathan would have been fascinated by its weird biology, but he wasn't feeling the blood and gore today. The relief group had arrived. Leading the way into the clearing was a large human man in plate armor, bald head gleaming and arms spread wide. Behind him was a large group of armed adventurers, 9 heavily armed and armored fighters loaded with packs and boxes. The man walked forward to meet Vala and clapped his gauntleted palm on her shoulder. Hard. Aha! The redoubtable Giants Raiders, claiming glory and acclaim with yet another daring exploit. He withdrew his hand and waggled his finger in front of Vala's face. But I hear it was a near thing for you. If only we of the Vanguard had been there,
the fight would not have been close at all." He gestured to his fighters, beaming. "But the vanguard will save the day in another way, at least. We could not have these fine folks starve, and now they will not. Come, come, let us distribute the rations we've carried so far, and be on our way." The rest of the vanguard filed past the man, happy to unload their packs of food and other supplies for the refugees. One of them eyed Nathan briefly, then shrugged and handed him a small knapsack before moving on. Nathan peeked inside, finding a rough blanket and a collection of traveling food, bags of nuts, hard cheeses, and tough biscuits.
A side pocket contained a small steel knife in a sheath and a piece of flint. A water skin was looped around the whole thing. Nathan blinked at the well-thought-out kit and looked over to William as the birdman slowly got to his feet.
"Where did all of this come from?"
William looked down at the kit with a jerky shrug. "Adventurers Guild keeps him as backup. This sort of thing happens often enough that it's worth the salt to keep him ready. Another thing, though." William gestured and cast a spell, muffling the sound from the camp. "That there's Eldred. Eldred Vanguard, he calls himself." William pointed his beak at the bald man who led the vanguard and greeted Vala. "He's good in a fight and all. Cares mountains about his reputation. But he keeps his eyes on his own coin string, you get me?" William waited until Nathan nodded, then continued. "You might want to keep quiet about what's up with you. He'd try to see what you're worth and maybe recruit you without much of a polite way to say no. And I betcha he'd at least think about earning some cash on the side from Giant's Rest. Though the guild mistress would gut him if she found out." William cocked his head, and the noises of the camp rushed back in as he dismissed the sound-dampening spell. Then William marched off to go greet a friend from the vanguard, loudly cackling about the giant traders killing 3 enslavement mages. The vanguard took over, leading the group of refugees, relieving the worn-out giant traders. Nathan got the sense that Vala could have challenged Eldred and remained in command of the group, but she was happy enough to turn over responsibility for the refugees to Eldred and the vanguard. After a break to eat their newly acquired rations and finish butchering Artha's kill, the group set out from the camp at a sedate pace. They followed steadily improving trails through the rocky hills, and Nathan noticed more and more ruins.
They ranged from remarkably well-preserved, like a fortress carved into a mountain in the shape of a face, to simple piles of rubble. The group steered away from all of them, and Nathan noticed both the vanguard and the giant traders relaxing as they left each ruin behind. These ruins are just everywhere. I must have seen a few dozen by this point, and everybody's treating them like they're all dangerous. Given Vala's warning, I'm guessing that's pretty true. But how are they dangerous? Eldred's assumption of command freed Vala from her duties, and in the afternoon, she approached Nathan again. After ushering him off the trail, she turned to him and spoke. "We've had time for a bit of a chat about what we owe you for the fight. The reward from the guild will go 5 ways, all right, but we owe you a chunk more than that. You swore no oaths to fight slavers, and Arthur didn't have a right to ask you for it." Vala paused to look Nathan directly in the eyes. "So, to pay that off, and since you're new, we've agreed to each give you an insight we think would suit you. This offer's got more heft than you might think. Insights are usually only gifted to boon companions and children, or traded for other insights." She raised her hands placatingly. "If you'd prefer, we'll give you the entire monetary reward for the rescue instead. But I think you should take the insights." On the face of it, this seemed like an easy question. The giant traders were experienced adventurers and probably knew what skills Nathan needed better than he did. But it sounded like he'd be turning down a pile of money for it. Money that would help Nathan stabilize,
get his feet under him. Maybe leave town for somewhere less dangerous. If he wanted to do anything other than fight, taking the money was probably a better choice. But he wanted to end Giant's Rest, and so did all of the people around him. What could Nathan do that people born to this world, this war, couldn't? Well, there's an expert on that right here. Nathan looked at Vala. Do you think I should be an adventurer? I want to fight Giant's Rest, but can I make a difference? Vala blew out a long breath, considering her words carefully. Then, her dark eyes looked into Nathan's again, and her voice was deadly serious. You're underestimating what one person with the right talents can make happen. Your talents. She trailed off, then shook her head. Jamor is kept safe not by many adventurers, but by a few. It's an open secret that a few high-level adventurers, good at killing mages, are what really keeps some archmage from dropping an earthquake on us from a mile up. Our elites can't kill the whole Giant Rest Senate, but they could kill a warmonger or 10 in revenge. It's also the sort of thing that the questers would join in on, and then things would get messy. Vala's eyes locked back onto Nathan's. You have the potential to become one of the adventurers that Giant's Rest fears. Your talents are better for fighting mages than absolutely anybody I've ever seen. She scoffed. A blanket magic resistance talent? And you developed that giant's damned healing talent in one night. If you don't die in the next 5 years, you'll be a terror to mages. One we need. And if it's metal jangle you're after, there's more to be had exploring ruins than anything else. It's too dangerous for most people, because there's so much ancient magic floating around. But, Vala gestured to Nathan as if answering a question. So, with the talents you already have, you'd be wasted as anything but an adventurer, and I will personally sponsor you to the guild. Spend a few years doing basic shit, learn what's what, and level up. Then come back to me. Vala's wide face turned up into a vicious grin. And we'll kill some slavers. Chapter 12. System Questions. Nathan considered Vala's words. She'd just told him he could be the best and earn fame and fortune on a righteous cause. To his millennial self, it struck a bit of a nerve and triggered a sense of suspicion. It sounded like it was too good to be true, and therefore it probably was. On the other hand, Vala seemed entirely sincere. And she was right that the talents Nathan had acquired were pretty absurd. It seemed like magic stood at the pinnacle of might in this world, and it wasn't hard to understand why. Nathan's current talent made him mostly immune to it. After he developed it, it would presumably get even better, and given some levels and a smart build to provide him with plenty of stamina, Nathan could recover from almost any blow that didn't immediately kill him. And that was the difference between Davrar and Earth. Nathan didn't have great power in either place, but he could acquire great power here. And there were great wrongs to right with that power, if he could resist the temptation of power for its own sake. Nathan closed his eyes and released a deep breath. He wasn't committing himself here, but this was definitely a step toward becoming a person who could bring down Giant's Rest. A killer. There's a lot I haven't considered about what it means to take on Giant's Rest. But it definitely means I'm going to have to kill people. Not something I've seriously considered before. Then he turned back to Vala, who had been watching him patiently. Thank you for that. I needed to decide what I am doing here.
but I think you're right. Adventuring sounds good. I will accept your insights." Vala looked relieved. "That's gladdening. To give you expectations, Artha said he'd continue talking to you about rage. His clan specializes in the path of rage, and he's definitely got some class skills about it, so hear him out. Wiam is already working with you on something to do with magic. Not sure what you can get out of it, but he thinks it's worthwhile, and if you agree, that's between you."
I'm not sure about Emerald. They said they've got a few ideas, but you'll have to talk to them to figure it out. As for me, I want to give you a choice. She looked around at the forest and hills they were passing through. The first option would be to teach you about ranging the wild, finding paths, food, tracks, hiding camps, hiding yourself. I can help you guide your next class development in a more ranger-focused direction. And if you don't want that, we can get you a utility skill or two that'll help out. Are you interested in that? Nathan considered for a minute and shook his head. It sounds useful, but I don't want to specialize in operating in the wilderness too much, especially with what you've said about where my potential lies. Vala nodded, dreadlocks bouncing on her back. The other one is something I learned from my ma, and a bit of a personal secret. I'd ask you to swear to not sharing the insight for this one around. It's a specific utility skill focused on perception, called notice, though I've got it developed past that. Means important things stand out to you more. Sounds like something you're interested in? Nathan nodded along, and as soon as she gave him the chance, voiced his agreement. That sounds useful in almost all situations. Is there a catch? Vala's dark lips quirked. Not everybody agrees. It isn't a craft. It doesn't make you stronger, help you run faster, or hit harder. Lots of people would rather learn, or the like. But no, it just helps you see and hear more than you would without it, and figure what's important from all that. Do you want it? Hell yeah! Perception is the best skill in D&D. It lets you avoid ambushes, find secret treasure, and notice important details. It might not win a fight, but it lets you choose fights you can win. Nathan thought about it for a second more, but this skill sounded priceless. Yes, and I swear on my honor not to tell anybody else the insight without your permission. Vala paused, amused at Nathan's oath. The basics of it are to accept that you don't notice everything that you see. She gestured around them, to the forested mountains. There's a lot of detail here. Different rocks, slopes, trees, the wind, small movements. But you don't notice it, because not much stands out. If I were to ask you where the tallest mountain we passed was, could you answer? Nathan shook his head. He'd heard something like this before, about how unreliable eyewitness testimony was. I also couldn't tell you what color clothes Duo and Sora were wearing. Vala nodded, enthused. Right, and those details aren't a big deal, but if you train at it, Davra can help you see more and figure out what's important without thinking about it. It's a hard skill to pick up, but what you got to do is realize how much of the world you're missing and try to pick up more. Not just limited to sight either, and if you only work on sight, you'll get a worse version of the skill. Make sure you think about smell, touch, sound, even temperature. There's some tricks to it I can share later, but everybody does it a bit different, and I don't want to send you off in the wrong direction. They walked in silence for a bit, while Nathan appreciated the natural world around them. It was a severe but beautiful landscape, with slopes of evergreens punctuated by sheer walls of gray rock. The occasional ruin or enormous carving gave a sense of weight to the landscape, as if grand events had once happened in this valley. Nathan struggled to notice as many details as he could. The shape of the rocks on the trail they walked, the pattern of new growth from a wildfire on the opposite hill. After a time, Vala interrupted. Seems you're on the right path. Keep trying, but keep thinking about how you notice details and why specific things stand out to you. It's not just practice, it's an insight that I'm building you up to.
I'd be pretty surprised if you got the skill before we got to Jamor tomorrow. But the giant traders will be sticking around town for a bit, so we'll keep working until you get the skill. Vala turned and walked away, looking over her shoulder as she departed. It's easier to get skills and talents in dangerous situations. The more dangerous, the better. If you can spare a moment during a fight, focus on an insight you're working on. Just don't get killed. Anyway, I'll send Emerald over. They wanted to figure out what you were interested in. The refugees are taking a break, so you have some time. A few minutes later, Emerald approached Nathan, raising a hand in greeting. They spoke quickly, if with a stronger stutter than usual.
There's a few things I could teach you. Do you know what kind of thing you're interested in? You probably can't get my C class, and the special talent I have might not be useful to you.
They trailed off, uncertain. Nathan had a reply ready. You've seen me fight. I want to be better at it. I know it's not common for utility skills to help you fight better, but I saw how well you were able to dodge earlier. Are there any skills that you can teach me for that? Emerald was silent for a moment, then spoke.
Yes, but you'll need to take it seriously. What I have doesn't sound like a fighting skill. It's...
Their shoulders hunched and they kicked a rock.
It's a dancing skill, called dancer's footwork. If you'd rather, I have a talent that makes my armor lighter.
Nathan answered. No, the dodging skill sounds interesting. I bet it helps keep your feet steady and dodge around like I saw during the fight. Emerald's awkward hunch froze.
Yeah, it does. But it doesn't sound like a skill for fighters. If you learn it, don't tell anybody you have it. They will mock you and won't want to work with you.
Sounds like macho idiocy to me. There's a reason boxers learn to dance. He considered the armor talent, but it just didn't seem to stack up to his other talents. Instead, Nathan asked Emerald to teach him dancer's footwork, and they started running through footwork drills on a relatively smooth piece of bare rock as they watched the villagers rest below. The drills emphasized agility by keeping weight on the balls of the feet and practicing how to change direction quickly while maintaining balance.
Emerald, can I use stamina during the workout? Will it prevent me from getting anything out of it?
Emerald shook their head.
No, you should use stamina on this, if you can. People with stamina can exercise longer and harder than other people, so in addition to stamina, they tend to be stronger than other people. Just be careful. It won't save you from being sore, and we still have a ways to walk.
They kept up the drills for a bit longer, and Nathan started to get the hang of it. The movements were smooth, and he was expecting the skill to pop up any second. Unfortunately, Artha came to get them since the group had started moving again. They had to run to catch up.
With all these exercises and running, my legs should be killing me. But they're fine. Probably regeneration.
I'm a little worried that I won't gain muscle from exercise, but I set up regeneration to focus on cell growth, so it probably just means I can make new muscle at superhuman rates. Cool. That evening, they made early camp in the lee of an ancient roadbed. Nathan kept away from the center of attention, trying to stay away from Eldred and his vanguard after Wiam's warning. They'd broken out some sort of liquor and were toasting a successful mission. After helping with the camp setup, Nathan figured it was a good time to sit down and try something. Specifically, he wanted to try to develop his focused mind skill. It was capped, and he had the lessons of multiple traditions of meditation to draw on to figure out the appropriate insight.
Nathan settled down, cross-legged, and started to meditate. He dedicated his attention to the practice. First, calming the breath and quieting internal dialogue. Then, finding the spotlight of his attention and diffusing it to fill his entire mind. He wasn't observing his mind from some point within the mind. He was his mind, and his consciousness was spread throughout. Nathan opened his eyes, but did not let go of his meditative state. The world swam into focus before his eyes, an image made of color and light. He gazed broadly at the scene in front of him. The sun was gone, the landscape softly illuminated by the world above. He kept his gaze wide, aware of the world beyond himself. His consciousness pushed out beyond his body, filling the world, or rather, filling the model of the world that was contained inside his brain. The world that Nathan saw around himself wasn't true physical reality. It was a model of the world, constructed by the fallible sensors at the end of his nerves. It wasn't always accurate, and it was a representation of the real thing, not the real world itself. Even now, looking out at the world, Nathan was stuck in his own head. But that meant what he saw was inside his consciousness, and he could change how he perceived it. Everything I experience exists within my conscious mind, and I can control how I think about it. With the thought and the feeling of certainty, a blue box blossomed. Congratulations! You have developed the low-tier focused mind utility skill into mid-tier focused mind. It will start at rank 1 and become more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Utility skill. Mid-tier focused mind. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state under most conditions. Requires you to be unmoving to use. Sweet. Good to know that. But Nathan wasn't done yet.
He'd reminded himself of what Vala had said about notice, and he used his newly focused mind to study the world around him. He tried to refine his mental model, sharpening it with details of his surroundings. The hum of conversation. How many people were speaking? The crackle and glow of the fire. How many logs were in it? The feeling of the breeze. Was it getting colder or warmer? He continued like this for a little while. William approached, opening his beak to speak, then stopped. Nathan studied him. He saw the impatience in a subtle shift of his feet, the excitement at continuing their training in the fluttering of his good wing. Pending utility skill. Low-tier notice. You have been able to deeply notice the details of your surroundings. This skill will help you notice details in the future. The text on that was vague, but promising. Nathan nodded, satisfied, and accepted the skill. Congratulations! You have accepted the Low-Tier Notice utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Nathan considered his gains as he stood to greet William. Focused mind had lost its requirement that he have his eyes closed and gotten more general. And notice also seemed like a great skill, generally useful and probably synergistic with his other skills. As he practiced his spell sense with William, his prediction was borne out. Notice helped him sense details of difficult spells, and William was reaching the end of his spell repertoire. He was getting comfortable using more dangerous spells, and Nathan's struggles against them showed in his rank-ups. Low-tier spell sense, rank 2 achieved. Low-tier notice, rank 2 achieved. Low-tier spell sense, rank 3, achieved. After they finished, William invited Nathan back to volley some words with the giant raiders. The atmosphere was relaxed, and while Nathan wanted to learn more about the world, he didn't want to interrogate the others. So, he watched as the giant traders played a rhyming game where different people jumped in to complete a story. Their topic was the fight at the river ford, and with all of the embellishments and poetic license, Nathan didn't recognize the fight at all. It was hilarious to hear William's departure from the tree described as a majestic flight escaping lightning's smite. Towards the end, Nathan jumped in with a few of his own verses. Later, he learned more of the adventuring team whose company he shared. He might have been unlucky with his company on first entry to Davrar, but he couldn't complain about meeting the giant traders. He was a bit upset at Artha for asking Nathan to help in the way he had. It would have been hard for me to say no, and he knows it. But it was harder to be mad after Nathan learned that the big centaur's last name was Footspeak. Artha Footspeak. That was hilarious. His clan was a big deal on the neighboring plains and led large trading caravans across dangerous territory. Vala's last name was Bow, and her family had a legacy in Gamor, respected for martial prowess. William's last name was Airbool. He was a traveler from far away and spoke of escaping a crowded home for adventure. Emerald didn't share many details, beyond that they'd chosen the last name Free, having been born into slavery. In return, Nathan spoke haltingly of his world and what his life was like before he ended up here. It was complicated, since the closest analog to Academia Gamor knew was the Ascendant Academy at Giant's Rest. Overall, they were shocked at how safe Earth sounded. Many deaths on Davrar were violent ones, and everybody had as many dead friends and family as living. Monsters, magic, and the remnants of the ancients made Davrar dangerous.
Skill text comparison. Low tier. Focused mind. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state when you need it more easily. Requires you to be seated, unmoving, and with eyes closed to use. Mid-tier. Focused mind. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state under most conditions. Requires you to be unmoving to use. Chapter 13. A grave threat. Nathan didn't sleep well. Davrar was full of wonder, and ruins they'd passed filled him with a sense of adventure. On Earth, history was known. If you found a ruin, you could find out who had built it and why. The horizons were charted, and the only mysteries left were in science. On Davrar, ruins outnumbered cities by 100 to 1, and each one promised adventure and, more likely than not, death. With that in mind, Nathan couldn't help but wait for something to jump out of the dark. Now was the time, right? He paced around the camp, seeing a pair of the vanguard on a desultory watch. They beckoned him over, but he shook his head and went back to his blanket. Eventually, he slept. The next morning, Nathan woke bleary-eyed to quick movement and the clash of metal. His eyes snapped open, and he jumped to his feet, frantically looking around to find the fight. It wasn't a fight, but a fully armored spar between Artha and Eldred. It didn't look like a friendly fight, but everybody stood around and watched as Eldred defended himself from Artha's furiously twisting staff. The heavily armored human spun and wove, catching blows with the haft of his two-handed mace. After a breath, he went on the offensive himself, swinging the mace deceptively quickly. Artha backstepped and deflected with his staff.
One of the swings connected with the ground, and rock shattered, sending shards zinging around the clearing. Artha snapped forward to take advantage of the grounded mace, but Eldred slid under Artha's strike and shoulder-checked him.
Amazingly, the enormous centaur went down, toppling with a tremendous clatter. Eldred raised his mace over Arthur, and the crowd tensed. Nathan started forward, but then Eldred relaxed as Arthur spoke. "I yield. You have the better of me." He was tense, looking up at the human clad in heavy plate. Eldred just spread his arms wide, holding his enormous mace negligently in one hand. He beamed around at the crowd, savoring his victory. Vala and Emerald emerged from the crowd and helped Arthur up, Vala shooting Eldred a dirty look as they did so. They helped Arthur up and moved to the side, leaving Eldred to a round of back-slapping congratulations from the vanguard. Nathan came up to them as Arthur gingerly flexed his legs. "So, what was that about?" Vala turned to him with a grimace. "A bit of adventurer politics. He was pushing, and Emerald insulted him to distract him. He issued a bout challenge in response, and Arthur answered. Emerald spoke next, quietly. Thanks, Arthur. You didn't have to do that." They were helping Arthur remove his heavy armor, storing it carefully in the bag of holding Nathan had seen earlier. Arthur snorted, still breathing heavily. "You fight to kill. That bout would have only ended with heavy wounds, especially as he doesn't hold you in the same respect he does me. This gave him more status, and it should end here." Nathan was flabbergasted. That sounds really dumb. That fight was over pecking order. Or do I not understand what status means? Vala shook her head. "No, you've got the right of it. Status, honor, bravado. To some adventurers," she nodded towards Eldred, "it is their lifeblood. And he was pushing for information on you. Beware. With this loss, we cannot challenge him any more on this trip." She frowned, then called out loudly. "Eldred, congratulations on your victory. Should we depart? These people need to get to Jamor." The bald man wiped his brow with a rag and looked up at Vala's call. "Yes, we should go. Come, one and all, to Jamor and freedom." He raised his mace high, the picture of a heroic fighter. He looked disappointed at the raggedness of the responding cheer. Nathan spoke under his breath to the giant traders. "I'm really not a fan of that guy." They all nodded in response, then left to finish packing the camp. Nathan made himself scarce, checking in with Sora and Duo and carrying a couple of extra bags for the weaker refugees. He tried to talk to them, but only got scattered responses. The villagers seemed wary of him and the adventurers in general. Nathan understood why, but it disheartened him that these people's protectors weren't held in higher esteem. Soon after, Artha approached. Nathan opened his mouth to welcome him, but the elk centaur held up a hand. "I must apologize for my request earlier. I am glad you chose to fight with us, but I should not have posed a demand phrased as a question, to which there could be no refusal." He inclined his head, resolute and grave. "The picture of a muscular silver fox. He's pretty hot. At least the human half is. I'm really not sure how to deal with the elk half. This crush is weird. And not just because he's admitted to manipulating me into a lethal combat situation. I don't really blame him for that. It's hard to look around at ex-slaves and not feel proud of my role in that." While Nathan was distracted, Artha continued. "I think my debt to you is larger than an insight freely given in the moment before a fight. I will continue to teach you the use of anger in combat, but I would also guide you in the ways of Davrar and Jamor. If you will accept it, at least." He arched an eyebrow. Nathan swallowed. "Yeah, that sounds good." I don't know what to ask, but I'll take you up on that later. Thanks. Do you have anything else to tell me now? About anger or something else? Arthur nodded deeply again. If you decide to follow this path, you should know how it will influence your style. Using rage while fighting is powerful, granting you strength, speed, and the ability to ignore wounds and some magic. A full berserker will rampage above their level and will not stop before death. And many rage classes contain valuable class skills to surpass defenses or overcome restrictions. But there are drawbacks. The rage and many of the class abilities that stem from it consume your class resource quickly, and when you run out, you will be vulnerable. It is also harder to think strategy while enraged, and baiting somebody with a class on the path of rage is common among those with experience. These weaknesses can be corrected with preparation. A skill or talent for calmness or strategic thinking, which can be used in combat, will aid with the tempering of rage. The rapid draining of your class resource is a harder problem. You can learn to manage it well, or shape your training to encourage class skills which expand your pool. Another solution is to pick talents that will replenish your class resource. These are difficult to gain and situational. You would not be able to use the one I know of, so I will not teach it to you. He paused. These words are between us now. Do you want to walk this path? Nathan considered. It felt like the decision had already been made. He'd decided to fight, and this style suited him. During the battle, the anger felt natural. Right. He'd managed his anger all of his life, learning restraint and calm. Cutting loose had felt freeing. The surge of adrenaline had been more than every extreme sport he'd ever done. No whitewater rafting or skydiving could compare to a life-or-death fight. If that's what the path of rage was, then that's what Nathan wanted. He spoke as much, formally to match Arthur's speech. Yes, I will learn of rage. How will you teach me? Arthur smiled. It can be hard to learn, for the only true practice is mortal combat. But the first requirement is to always summon your fury against those you fight. Once you gain a rage class skill, you will be less restricted, but you must keep the anger stoked, for every true fight in which you use it will improve your class. There are no true exercises I can give you, for the nature of these classes is a decision to remove restraint. He was about to continue when a clanking stomp heralded Eldred's approach, head shining under the sun. He swaggered up, armor brilliant. Up close, Nathan noticed that the plate was heavily decorated, engraved with delicate lines of red, silver, and gold metals. There were also tiny gems inset around the joints, though Nathan had no idea why. Probably magical shenanigans. Looks expensive as hell. He addressed Arthur. I think Valor was looking for you. He turned to Nathan, clearly dismissing Arthur. Hello. I hope you're holding up under the travel well. Arthur snorted, then opened his mouth. Eldred raised a hand. Come on, who smacked who around in that little spa earlier, eh? Go on. He gestured away, towards the main group of refugees. Arthur grimaced, then turned and left. Okay, that was weird. Eldred won a duel, so he can order Arthur around now. Eldred turned back to Nathan and stepped closer to him, working his shoulders. Nathan thought that Eldred was trying to loom over him, but it didn't work very well. Eldred was probably about 6 feet tall, muscled and bulky in his armor, but Nathan wasn't an inch under 6'5", and definitely broader in the shoulders than the bald man, if not as heavily muscled. He looked down at Eldred from a foot away and refused to step back. The armored man looked up at him and furrowed his eyebrows. So, what's the tale with you, eh? You're not a villager, and you haven't been a slave. Some of my boys asked the villagers, and they said you fought with the giant traders. but didn't have a wick of gear on you. It's a bit of a puzzle, and I like to solve puzzles. What's your name and where you from, boy?
Nathan answered easily. I'm Nathan. I'm from a land far away. You've probably never heard of it. I got waylaid by Giant's Rest, escaped, and the giant raiders found me. Eldred's eyes sharpened. This land, it got a name? It's a republic called the United States of America, Nathan answered. For all he knew, Eldred had a skill to detect lies. Eldred frowned. United States? Sounds big. Must be far away if I haven't heard of it. Got a big army? The biggest in our region. It's pretty safe there. Are you a member of that army, Nathan? Nathan shook his head. Eldred's hand rose to stroke his chin. So what's your profession? And what are you doing all the way out here? This was an interrogation, and any pauses would be taken as indications of lies or misdirection. So Nathan responded immediately, earnestly. I do fine work with my hands, very delicate. And the trip wasn't really my idea. I've got no idea what direction leads home. How'd you help in the fight then? One of my talents lets me interact with magic. I messed with the magic of the Giant's Rest mages, helped the raiders put them down. Same way I escaped from Giant's Rest in the first place. Low-tier earnestness, rank 5 achieved. One of Eldred's eyebrows raised artfully. What you thinking about doing when you get to Jamor? Artisan? Adventurer? Nathan was opening his mouth to form a response when he heard a yell from the back of the caravan. He turned and looked to see William freaking out, waving his arms and shouting. After a moment, he must have cast a spell, for his voice boomed out, loudly audible to everybody. That's a surge of necromancy behind us. Everybody, get moving forward. We gotta get some distance. Adventurers, get here! Eldred swore. Harpy tits. He turned and booked it towards the back of the convoy, where the giant raiders and vanguard were assembling.
Not having anything else to do, and wanting to know what the hell was going on, Nathan followed. He arrived to hear William frantically explaining. No, ain't an idea what's up. There's necromancy that away, he pointed, roughly behind them. If it was 100 feet away, it'd be enough to raise a body. If it was a few miles away, it'd be enough to raise an Ending's damned army. Everybody turned in the direction of William's pointing claw, seeing nothing but a sparsely treed slope leading down to a shallow stream at the bottom of a valley. On the far side, a steeper scree slope ascended to a tall hill. Nothing looked out of the ordinary. That's probably not a good sign. If we can't see the necromancy, that means it's farther away and bigger. Vala spoke first. William, message Gamor headquarters. They probably noticed already, but they might have forgotten where we are. We're all on rear guard until we're back at Gamor. The members of the vanguard looked to Eldred, who waved. Theo, you're leading the column. The rest of us, arms up. He reached back and unlimbered his enormous mace. The rest of the vanguard followed suit, readying their weapons. One figure, presumably Theo, exhibited an impressive burst of speed to reach the front of the group of refugees and exhort them to move faster. The next few minutes were tense, Nathan jogging up the slope while occasionally glancing back at the bare landscape. He was starting to relax, wondering if it could be a false alarm, when an extended roar sounded. It was a sound like a landslide, combining shattering rock with a deep basso exhalation that resonated in Nathan's chest. He squinted back and made out rocks flying through the air. The airborne rocks were beyond the hill across the valley and arced slowly over the next mountain back. Nathan swallowed. Given the distance, those rocks were the size of 6-story buildings. He turned and kept hustling up the mountain,
followed by the adventurers.
The path had progressed to switchbacks, and the refugees filled it from side to side. Nathan kept running, occasionally checking over his shoulder at more enormous sounds, their source blocked by the hill on the other side of the valley. They'd made good progress up the mountain when a multitonal bestial roar sounded, and Nathan turned and stopped. A mountain of gray flesh had summited the hill behind them, nearly doubling its height. It was a single mass, but wasn't made of a single creature. A multitude of enormous skeletal snakeheads emerged from the right side, while the left side was covered in long, tentacle-like protrusions. The main body was a giant pile of exposed flesh and bone. Some of the parts were enormous, rib cages and vertebrae visible from more than a mile away. Some were smaller, jumbled, and about the size of human bones. A wave of dark miasma billowed out from it, fast approaching. It was clearly magic, strong enough that the effects were visible to the naked eye. Before anybody had a chance to do much more than brace themselves, it hit. To Nathan, it felt like a slimy, wet fog, weighing down his limbs and draining energy from him. It was one of the most simple spells he'd ever felt. But there was so much that it blotted out the sun for a moment. The necromancy, or whatever, was clearly debilitating to everybody else, and they sagged, dropping weapons and struggling to stay upright. The two exceptions were Eldred, who planted his feet and set his jaw, and Artha, who started a low chant that limned his body in a faint white glow. Wyam had vanished, and both Emerald and Vala were staggered, barely staying on their feet better than the rest of the vanguard. Nathan spoke, awed and terrified. "What the fuck is that?" Eldred answered him through gritted teeth. "That's a fucking grave tangle. It's going to Jamor, and we're in the way. Of all the hell's stupid ways to go." The grave tangle advanced, sliding down the opposite hill with all the grace of an avalanche. Its heads reared back, and a cavern opened in the center of its bulk, emitting another resonating roar from multiple orifices. A second wave of smoky energy approached, and Eldred groaned and lowered his stance to brace himself for this attack. It washed over them, and Nathan felt strength draining from his muscles. He checked his stamina and found it was down to 302 over 330. Eldred toppled, and Artha's chant faltered before he joined Eldred on the ground. Nathan was the only one standing. He turned his back to the monster and took off, straight up the slope, ignoring the switchbacks. The mana he sensed didn't even seem like a spell, or at least not a complicated one. There was just so much of it, and it seemed to inherently drain energy from people. Low-tier Spell Sense 4 achieved. Nathan spent stamina like it was going out of style, leaping up the slope in bounds. His awareness focused on finding footholds, using his notice skill for all it was worth. He pushed his muscles past their limits, feeding them stamina and regeneration to push himself up the slope in incredible bounds. Low-tier sprinting rank 5 achieved. Goddamn stupid. Just a random monster pops out of nowhere. Whatever the fuck that is, it shouldn't exist. And why here and now? Nathan was pissed at the whole situation, and he fed stamina to his anger once more, feeling as if the anger was pushing him onwards. I should have picked somebody up before I ran, but then I'd be too slow. I'll still be too slow. His fury coursed through him, but instead of the thrill of battle, he felt sick anxiety. He tried to push his strides longer, to get somewhere safe. An angled foot slammed badly into a rock, and Nathan heard something in his ankle pop. He tumbled and cursed, grabbing at his foot and slamming stamina through it to heal as fast as possible. Nathan's skin grew red, inflamed by the aura of the creature.
After what felt like minutes, but couldn't have been more than seconds, Nathan's ankle felt stable, and he resumed his run. While holding his ankle, Nathan confirmed that the grave tangle had crossed the valley floor and started climbing the slope. It was as wide as multiple football fields and moved deceptively quickly, its enormous size disguising the rapid movement. Low-tier sprinting, rank 6 achieved. As Nathan approached the peak of the hill, he felt his attention pulled to a set of bright white specks streaking across the sky towards him. They advanced quickly, growing into humanoid figures in moments. One of them never slowed down, losing their glow but not the speed. Nathan caught a glimpse of a silver-armored figure carrying a golden glowing greatsword as it flashed over his head. The other figures slowed to a halt, 2 alighting atop the hill in front of Nathan, while the other 2 remained in the air. The flyers were clearly mages. One was surrounded by a halo of fire and lightning, while the other carried a staff capped with a brightly glowing crystal. One of the grounded figures drew an enormous bow, and a projectile cracked over Nathan, sounding like a supersonic high-caliber bullet. The other grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it. As soon as the rock left their hand, it began to grow, a fist-sized rock enlarging to the size of a person, then a car, and finally into a boulder the size of a small house. Nathan's jaw was slack, his head turning to follow the boulder as it sped into the grave tangle, rocking it backwards. The silver-armored warrior had pierced into the creature's bulk and was barely visible from the surface, furiously chopping. Then the mages started casting, and the battle became hard to follow. Blue fire and white lightning struck the creature as more rocks pummeled it in a steady stream. More cracks sounded, and with each sound, a snake head disintegrated.
Nathan slipped into focused mind, throwing his eyes wide to catch all the details of the battle. A barely visible blue barrier had appeared over the fallen adventurers and refugees, shielding them from the debris of the fight. Low-tier Notice 3 achieved. The grave tangle struck back, the remaining snakeheads vomiting fizzing liquids to strike at the new arrivals. They defended themselves with planes of force that deflected the spray to the side. The tentacles engaged the fighter, who dodged by kicking off thin air and slicing tentacles apart as the glow on their sword expanded to increase its length to something out of a ridiculous anime. Or just a weapon suited to fighting something the size of a hill. The tentacles shattered stone upon impact, and several snapped out like mile-long whips to attack the other arrivals. Nathan couldn't track them, but the cracks of their movement could be felt from hundreds of feet away. The sound was deafening. Nathan sent a dribble of stamina to his ears to keep them functional. Mid-tier Focused Mind 2 achieved! The ranged fighters seemed to have survived, the rock thrower hiding behind a now shattered boulder, while the mages flew in erratic patterns, slivers of force dancing around them. Nathan couldn't see the archer, but he could faintly hear their continued barrage. A deep inhalation drew Nathan's attention back to the grave tangle, and he saw it rearing back, blackened mouths open in preparation for another roar. Nathan could vaguely feel magic whipping past him towards the monster. This burst of miasma would be more powerful than those before. Low-tier Notice 4 achieved! Both mages stopped dodging. A triple layer of shielding blossomed between the tangle and the fallen convoy, as the crystal atop the staff of one of the mages started shining brightly. The other mage cupped their hands, a bright light shining from the enclosed space.
The beast exhaled with a mighty sound, less a beast's roar, and more the sound of a waterfall or a crashing wave. It was muffled behind the shielding, but the tide of darkness that swept out was abyss black. The silver-armored warrior floating in front of the beast thrust their sword to the sky with a shout that somehow pierced the thunderous roar. Golden light shone from the armored figure and their sword, pushing back against the wave of darkness. Wisps of darkness swept around the light, which flickered. The wisps impacted the barriers, and the first of the three bowed back, looking like it would break any second.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a Godzilla movie. A bad place to be.
Nathan looked around for cover, trying to stay calm in the face of the incredible power being thrown around. There was nothing he could do to influence this fight. His options were to run away, hide, or stay where he was. If he ran away from the fight, he'd go directly past the rock thrower and underneath the mages, and that was begging to get collateraled. If he hid, he wouldn't get to watch the fight, or run if the grave tangle kept advancing. Nathan settled for crouching next to a small boulder, ready to duck behind it at any moment. He reactivated focused mind, sharpening his attention on what his defenders were doing. It looked like there was a brief pause in the fight. There was no trace of the first barrier, and only shards of the second, but the third had held. The silver-armored fighter was backpedaling as the grave tangle drew itself up, more tentacles sliding out from all sides. More skeletal heads emerged from the central bulk, mostly amalgams of smaller bones instead of enormous snake skulls. Portions of the monster were blackened, and chunks were pulverized by house-sized rocks, but it remained the size of a geographical feature. I don't think of monsters in similar dimensions you would use to describe skyscrapers. No.
Nathan noticed that the tentacles were of two types, some thicker and plated with bone, others thinner and enormously long. As it prepared to rejoin the battle, Nathan heard a high-pitched howl from behind him. The mage, with cupped hands, had never stopped charging their spell, and now they were obscured by a purple-tinted blinding light. Tentacles snapped out, but the entire group had shifted to defense, and the attacks were blocked by barriers or intercepted by sword, rock, and arrow. That pattern held for a moment, and Nathan struggled to perceive the attacks. They came like raindrops, spattering against the united defense of 4 impossibly powerful people. Low tier Notice 5 achieved. The light grew brighter still, and Nathan had to look away, blinking against a blind patch of his vision. The screaming howl grew in pitch and volume, and Nathan clapped his hands over his ears. He looked back towards the grave tangle, which was quickly advancing up the hill, purple light reflecting off its front. Nathan hoped these new arrivals would get on with it, since the grave tangle was approaching the fallen convoy that contained Nathan's only friends in this world. A blue barrier sprung up above Nathan, protecting him from overhead. Nathan didn't get distracted, keeping his eyes on the monster even as his ears started bleeding, and the light of the charging spell outshone the sun, casting the whole valley in harsh shadows. He wasn't going to miss this. The grave tangle abandoned offense and shielded itself behind armored tentacles, layering them in between it and the charging spell. A moment later, the entire world flashed. Nathan squinted, trying to make out details with his damaged vision. A beam of blinding light connected to the grave tangle, punching through the defending tentacles and stabbing deeply into the pile of flesh. Then the beam spiraled outward, moving quickly and smoothly as steam and viscera jetted out in its wake. The grave tangle shuddered and attempted to shield itself, but anything in the way of the beam was annihilated. It's not reflecting, and it has significant momentum. That's not light, that's plasma. That spell probably compressed air and contained energy until it converted the air to plasma, maybe all the way to starting a tiny fusion reaction. Pending utility skill, low tier, identify. You have used external knowledge to accurately identify exotic effects. This skill will help you understand complex cues to understand strange objects and effects. Will not reveal curses without obvious clues, and will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. Pending talent, mid-tier, blinding resistance. You have gazed into a blinding light and kept some of your vision. This talent will turn this decision into a personal talent. Your vision will no longer be affected by intense light, and you will be able to discern details of bright objects regardless of their brightness. Will provide some protection from magical dazzling and blinding effects. Will not restore your damaged vision. Nathan pushed the notifications aside, careful to not accept or deny them as he channeled stamina into his eyes. He still had a reserve at 135 over 330. He focused on the top layers of the retina at the back of his eye, where the intense light would have damaged fragile optical receptors. Mid-tier, regeneration. Rank 6 achieved. Mid-tier, focused mind 3 achieved. The plasma beam petered out, and Nathan stared down at the blurry image of the charred, collapsing pile of flesh that had been the grave tangle. Then it started moving again, pulling itself together, visibly struggling, despite being barely half of its original mass. Now, it was only the size of a 10-story building. It's not dead? How do you kill it? Low tier, Notice 6 achieved. The high-level party was not idle, and the grave tangle was bombarded with arrows and rocks as the fighter and the mages approached. The ranged fighters focused on any newly appearing tentacles or heads, blasting them away as soon as they appeared. The tangle could only offer token resistance, as it was torn apart piecemeal. Large chunks were cut away by the glowing greatsword and enormous blades of scissoring force. Then jets of blue fire were fired into the holes, cooking it from the inside. Quickly enough, the grave tangle was reduced to a pile of smoking flesh. Sweeping walls of force collected the offal into an enormous pyre, into which the mages directed a constant stream of flame until it was fully alight. The fire was enormous and sent curtains of dark smoke into the sky. One of them gestured, and a light breeze blew the smoke away from Nathan and the villagers. Nathan watched the whole proceeding, moving down the slope and back towards the comrades he'd abandoned. The flames were intense, and the corrupted flesh steadily crumbled to ash. You have leveled up to level 25. Congratulations! You have survived a fight between entities an extraordinary number of levels above you. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent. Talent 1. High-tier magic resistance 10. Permanent talent 2. Mid-tier regeneration 6. Talent 3. Pending class Anti-magic brawler. Level 25. Stamina 130 over 350. Brawler's indifference. Anti-magic blows, utility skills, mid-tier. Focused mind 3, low tier. Earnestness 5, low tier. Sprinting 6, low tier. Spell sense 4, low tier. Notice 6. Chapter 14. Paragons of Adventure. While Nathan walked down the slope, he considered his new levels. 27 was the breakpoint where he'd develop his class and get more class skills, and Nathan was a little disappointed that he hadn't hit it despite the disadvantaged buff. However, more levels meant more stamina and more powerful class skills, so Nathan certainly wasn't complaining. He looked over the pending options from Devrar. Pending utility skill, low tier, identify. You have used external knowledge to accurately identify exotic effects. This skill will help you interpret complex cues to understand strange objects and effects. Will not reveal curses without obvious clues, and will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. Pending talent, mid-tier. Blinding resistance. You have gazed into a blinding light and kept some of your vision. This talent will turn this decision into a personal talent. Your vision will no longer be affected by intense light, and you will be able to discern details of bright objects, regardless of their brightness. Will provide some protection from magical dazzling and blinding effects. Will not restore your damaged vision. The blinding talent seemed like shit, and there was a good chance it would be permanent as well. He declined it. Watch, being immune to being blinded, is going to end up being really important. The identify skill, though, that seemed incredibly general. Nathan hadn't been going for a skill like that, but Vala had told him that it was easier to acquire skills and talents in a dangerous fight. Nathan hadn't been a true combatant, but apparently being in the blast radius counted. And it had directly followed him identifying the decisive spell as plasma-based, likely with a fusion component. Regardless, Nathan guessed Identify would synergize well with Notice. Congratulations, you have accepted the low-tier Identify utility skill. Nathan was picking his way down to the switchbacks when a voice called out from behind him. You there! Are you an adventurer? Nathan turned to see a tall, rangy man with light brown skin and shoulder-length, shining black hair. He wore an elegantly cut green shirt and tight black leggings. His cheekbones were sharp, with a delicate jaw. His clothes were peppered with rips and small bloodstains, though Nathan could see no existing wounds. He had wide pouches on both hips and was just finishing pushing a strung bow that absolutely should not have fit into the one on his left. Obviously, he was the archer whose shots had shattered skeletal snakeheads as large as cars. Nathan turned to give the man a respectful nod. Not an adventurer yet, but I'm headed that way. The man smiled, seeming to dance over the rocks to approach Nathan. I'm impressed you were able to stay on your feet during all that. And your nerves are adamant. Here, drink this, and come help me check on the others. He pulled a vial out of a bag and tossed it to Nathan. Nathan identified it as a healing potion, having seen bottles after they'd been used on Wiam. Nathan glanced down at himself, noting his slight limp and reddened skin, inflamed from exposure to the grave tangle's miasma. Do I try to impress? Yeah, probably. They went out of their way to protect us while fighting, and people able to beat that are good contacts to have. He sent stamina to his ankle, repairing the skin and soft tissue. His skin color returned to normal in moments, and he leaped down to the path, using stamina to easily make the landing. I'm good, but I can use it on anybody who's in a bad way. He tucked the potion into his satchel, remembering the part of magic resistance that said, weaker magical items degrade when in prolonged contact with you. The man's eyebrows rose as he examined Nathan again, giving him a closer look. I'm Leska Bola. He seemed to glide casually down the rough slope, landing in front of Nathan, arm extended. Nathan shook it, feeling hard, ridged calluses and dexterous fingers. I'm Nathan Lark. Nice to meet you. Let's go help my friends. They set off down the road, quickly arriving at the head of the convoy, where some of the villagers were shakily getting to their feet. Everybody seemed weakened and agitated, with raw, inflamed skin, but only a few were truly in danger. Those were spiderwebbed with weeping cracks across their skin. Nathan followed Leska's lead, feeding small quantities of healing potion to those unable to stand on their own. He grabbed Sora and Dwo and brought them with him, intending to introduce them to Leska. They worked their way down the convoy, arriving to find Eldred and Vala conversing with a new figure. The new person was very short, maybe just breaking 4 feet tall. Nathan immediately noticed the dusky orange skin, long, pointed ears, and sharp nose. Gray hair was worked into a complex braid that reached to the nape of the neck. She, was dressed in tight-fitting clothes made of a black, supple leather, decorated sparsely with snowy lace and looping orange embroidery that matched her skin. The outfit was spotless, completely unmarked by the fight. and very tight, emphasizing certain features in ways that were usually reserved for superhero movies. The white lace set off the colors nicely, contrasting in tone with the armored plates and knife sheaths strewn across the outfit. As Nathan and Leska approached, the orange-skinned woman turned away from her conversation to smirk at Leska.
I see you couldn't manage to keep your outfit intact. I cannot guarantee my aunt will grant the same discount twice. Is everything in order? For such a short frame, her voice was surprisingly gravelly. Her eyes flicked briefly to Nathan, as if to ask why he accompanied Leska. Without his notice, Nathan would never have seen and interpreted that interaction. Leska grinned and gave a hand gesture, like an okay sign, but with all of his fingers bunched together. Given the context, Nathan assumed it had a similar meaning. Yep, all good. The refugees are mostly stable, but we should let Kia at them, and then get to Timor as soon as we can. In fact, we should probably head back as soon as these fine fellows are all moving. We don't want to be short if another team sets something off. He paused, looking back at Nathan. Let me introduce you. Zarian, this is Nathan Lark. He's the one who shrugged off the grave Tangalora. Nathan, this is Zarian Dolna. She throws rocks and looks good.
And her aunt makes the best clothes in Jamor.
Leska fingered a rip in his tunic mournfully. Zarian lifted her chin as if offended, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed that she enjoyed the banter. I will inscribe our meeting, Nathan Lark, she said formally, before turning to Sora and Dwo. The couple were goggling at the shattered valley-cum-battlefield surrounding the enormous pyre. Are the good villagers of Pilridden ready to move to shelter? We must abandon you to return to our duties, but you are close and escorted by fine company. Dwo spoke hesitantly. We thank you, great adventurers. We appreciate your defense of us, and can move whenever you say. He bowed deeply. Zarian frowned and looked back over the gaggle of villagers, many sprawled on the ground or holding each other. Do you speak truth? Or do you speak that which I wish to hear? Dwo rose from his bow and looked back at the villagers. He stammered, noticing all of the adventurers with their eyes on him. Sora cut in. I think what my husband means to say is that we're not in the best shape, but folk will push to get to safety. Any healing you have would be helpful. There are wounds aplenty, and those of us who can cast minor curing are out of mana. Leska cut in. Kia's headed over, so get everybody on their feet and ready to move out. She'll fix you up quick. Nathan turned to see the silver-armored warrior bounding toward them, jumping off thin air to ascend the rocky slope at an insane speed. Having just run the distance, Nathan estimated it as closer to car speed than running speed. The metal-clad figure landed surprisingly lightly beside the party. They were about 6 feet tall, and the bare golden greatsword on their back was nearly the same length. They reached up to take off the shining Dark Souls-style full helmet. Underneath was a pale woman, long, reddish-blonde hair braided and tied around her head like a multi-layered crown. She looked like she'd just emerged from a 2-hour session with a makeup artist, instead of a battle against a monstrosity the size of a skyscraper. There were scars on her face, but they enhanced the strong-jawed profile instead of marring it. Her eyes were a bright blue and faintly glowing. When she spoke, the voice was low, clipped but not urgent. Status? Leska replied quickly. No deaths, no serious wounds, no hidden threats. One possible anomaly outside our purview. He tilted his head faintly, almost imperceptibly towards Nathan. Hit him with an area heal, and they can make their own way back. The woman, Kia, nodded, then looked around, taking an instant to focus on the faces of each person in the immediate group. She reached Nathan and paused, narrowing her eyes. You, no aura. Can anybody vouch for you? Nathan looked to Leska, but it was Vala who answered. Yes, the giant traders vouch for him. Do you require a full accounting? Kia was already turning away and putting her helmet back on, slipping it over the braid with no issues. No. If you think it's worthwhile, I'll hear it later over a drink. We've got work to do. She leaped up, the great sword springing into her hand. She floated 20 feet in the air, raising the great sword to the sky. Nathan heard a quick but emphatic prayer, growing in volume from barely audible to a shout that cut through the sound of the roiling flames from the pyre. By the goodness of these people, let them be healed. By my power, banish their weakness. By the holy light, no taint shall survive. The sword's golden glint intensified, as if it reflected the sun directly into Nathan's eyes. He saw a similar light shine on everybody around him. Nothing happened to him, but everybody else perked up. The villagers collapsed on the ground, rose again. Nathan saw previously inflamed skin return to a healthy pink before his eyes. Nathan felt the light on his own skin, but it didn't heal any of his scrapes or bruises. According to Nathan's, it was just another kind of mana. It was different than any Nathan had sensed before, like a prickling of warm needles. There was also a righteous anger in the mana as it washed over him, as if the mana was made of emotion. It was different from any of the spells he'd felt before, and was rather unsettling. Damn. Okay. Gods are real? Do I need to find religion? More importantly, they're making a point of healing everybody here. If that was really a fusion reaction, it would have sent off a bunch of ionizing radiation. Should I watch out for radiation sickness? From what Nathan remembered, radiation was dangerous in both the short and long term. In the short term, it could shred cells, causing organ failure. In the long term, mutations would increase cancer risk. Maybe regeneration could properly fix those? Well, there wasn't much else to do. Nathan swept a wave of regeneration through his entire body, focusing on his brain and organs. He lost a surprising amount of stamina. Then he did it twice more, losing less stamina each time. He made a note to do it again later. You don't fuck around with radiation. The two mages seemed to decide that the grave tangle was well roasted and flew toward the group of adventurers, leaving the enormous pile to smolder. Nathan's inner Smokey the Bear worried about forest fires, but it appeared the wind was too calm for the fire to spread. A lot of trees had been torched in the fight, but the scattered fires seemed to be dying out instead of growing. As Nathan came to that conclusion, Leska and Zarian were surrounded by a nimbus of white light and floated into the sky, Leska giving a jaunty wave. They joined the mages floating maybe 30 feet up. From there, Nathan could examine the mages in more detail. They wore robes of a similar cut to one another, looking more like Jedi robes than anything too loose or draping.
The one without a staff, who'd cast the plasma lance spell, looked like a flame, with layered blue, white, and red fabric. He was a tanned human man in late middle age, with thin white hair and a wispy beard. The other mage with the staff wasn't human, and had a snout and upturned ears. They were some sort of humanoid cat or fox person. Their clothes were an enveloping wrapping of blue and green, covering brown fur streaked with gray. Nathan saw the flame-garbed man do a double-take as he scanned the group, focusing on Nathan. He swallowed as he met the man's shining eyes. It was like looking at an arc welder. But then Leska said something and gestured up the hill, and the entire group flashed away, accelerating rapidly back over the hill and toward Jamor. Everybody watched them go. Nathan looked around and then asked, "Who the hell was that?" Vala answered him, a thoughtful look in her eye.
Those were the Guardians of Jamor. I've always heard they were ridiculous, but I'd never seen them in action. It must be a delve day. That explains the grave tangle, too. Nathan was confused. Delve day? This time, Eldred answered, turning to start hiking up the slope. Everybody followed his lead. Every month or 3, or when a quester shows up, the council declares a delve day. The guild mistress approves a few groups to go into dungeons or tombs or whatever. There's an application process. Well, except for the questers, he harumphed. And it's a day of readiness for everybody else. They put some real powerhouses on standby, in case something like that happens. He waved in the direction of the charred grave tangle. Nathan swallowed. So somebody woke that up? Over there? He pointed towards the valley where the grave tangle had emerged. Eldred looked back. Must have. I think there is a monastery of Quas over there. Well, there was. It looks like it got scattered all over the place. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. I bet they'll issue a scouting job so they can check it off the threat map. Might try to get that one. The rest of the vanguard moaned, complaining about looking forward to a rest and a bath after days tromping through the forest. Eldred only laughed and mocked their lack of an adventurous spirit. Then he proceeded to question their love of coin. Nathan was busy chewing on some jerky to replenish his stamina, but he quickly swallowed it and opened his mouth to ask what a monastery of Quas was. Vala caught his eye and shook her head. It must have been common knowledge, or maybe she just didn't want Nathan's ignorance to stick in Eldred's head. Nathan's frustration was short-lived. It wasn't long before they crested the hill and looked down upon Jamor. It wasn't what Nathan expected. He'd been expecting a heavily fortified town. What lay in front of him was a colossal city, stretching across a huge basin in the middle of a mountain range. It was like looking down upon Los Angeles or Tokyo from a landing airplane, a metropolis that could hold uncountable millions that faded into the distance. Taller buildings stood here and there, some blocky and imposing, others smooth and graceful. But all of it was ruins. 6 layers of enormous curtain walls lay tumbled and crushed, regularly spaced over many miles. The spaces between were packed with partially and fully collapsed multi-story buildings. Patches of greenery sprouted from various places, especially surrounding a river in the distance that meandered through city blocks and pooled in old city squares. Then Nathan saw the heart of the city, barely visible at this distance. The 7th and final layer of walls were unbroken, cradled around one side of a steep hill, almost a mountain. The walls were tall and imposing even from here, surrounded by a wide, clear zone. A killing field. Jamor itself was built up one side of the tall hill, many miles away. The city ascended up to a ridge of overhanging rock that arched forward, threatening to fall onto intact buildings. The other side of the hill was a steep cliff of bare rock, terminating in the river that pooled on the other side of the hill. It was like looking at a town nestled under a stone wave just about to crash. Chapter 15. Jamor at last. It was after midday, and Nathan had joined everybody else in eating travel rations as they walked. The group seemed unwilling to stop and take a break when safety was near, implying they just had to push a little further and they'd reach safety. He'd been told that they'd arrive at Jamor later today, but that confused him. They would definitely arrive at the ruined city in the next half hour or so, but the central hill with standing walls had to be at least 20 miles away. Unless they were willing to push far into the night, Nathan couldn't see this group making it today. Also, it would have been faster to go straight down the shallow hill towards the enormous breaches in the outermost curtain wall. But instead,
they descended the hill diagonally towards a massive and ruined gatehouse. Nobody had discussed it. They'd just set out, following Eldred and the vanguard. There hadn't been much conversation in general. Even the adventurers seemed beaten down and on their last legs. So Nathan kept his mouth shut and observed. Hard to ask a dumb question if you stay quiet. His questions were answered as soon as they reached the road in front of the gatehouse. It was intact and in good condition, a broad stretch of wide paving stones. The group quickly strung out as they stepped onto the road, and as he followed suit, Nathan understood why. Each step on the road carried you farther than it should. It was bizarre. Nathan did a few quick experiments, watching the ground nearby as he stepped forward. Each step covered a normal distance on the road, but the terrain beyond the road blurred by.
He picked up a rock and tossed it off the road diagonally. It didn't speed up or slow down as it left the road, but the angle of the throw changed. It seems like there's some sort of lensing effect on the edges for objects, but not for light. The space on the road is compressed, yet things off the road look normal, and the road isn't blindingly bright? That's either magical fiat or a truly impressive feat of magical engineering. I hope I don't break this thing by walking on it. Low tier identified 2 achieved. If I only rank that up when I'm correct, there are some metaphysical implications to the skill. Can I speculate on the deep truths of Davrar and learn the truth by what causes an identify rank up? Something to keep in mind. The road seemed unharmed by Nathan's passing, and he resisted the temptation to feel out the magic beneath his feet. The party sped through the dilapidated gatehouse and into the city beyond. The road remained clear, though Nathan saw places where ruins had fallen onto the road and been cleared away. The rubble hadn't gone far, piled on either side of the passage. At these tight spaces, the vanguard and giant traders tensed, and Nathan noticed they'd grouped themselves to either side of the villagers, as if to protect them from flanking attacks. Upon noticing that, Nathan began paying careful attention to their surroundings. They'd already passed another curtain wall, and the state of the ruins varied greatly. Some areas were barely distinguishable from wilderness, mounds of broken stone overgrown with squat trees and vines, while others looked like they'd merely been abandoned for a few decades. The stonework was amazing, tight-fitting blocks carved with detailed patterns and reliefs that now served mostly as purchase for vines and dirt. Here and there, traces of paint clung to stone in contrast with the greenery. Farther along, Nathan saw why the adventurers were on edge. A group of 6-legged, scaled creatures lurked in the half-tumbled ruins of a building a few dozen yards off the road, watching them. They were the size of small ponies, with long triangular snouts and forward-facing beady eyes. A third eye was embedded in the middle of their foreheads, glowing with a subdued brown light. The creatures faded in and out of the shadows enough that Nathan couldn't tell how many there were. He guessed between 5 and 10. Looking around, nobody else seemed to have noticed. The creatures weren't obvious, but they weren't exactly invisible. He looked again, squinting at the creatures, and felt something tingling against his eyes. It was subtle, like the feeling of brushing through barely felt cobwebs. Nathan's told him that this was some kind of soft, quiet magic. Nathan pointed and called out, "Hey! What are those things in that building?" Low-tier spell sense 5 achieved. Low-tier notice 7 achieved. One of the vanguard standing near Nathan followed his finger and then looked back at him quizzically. But William was just a few steps further ahead. He paused and cast a spell, causing the shadows in the building to ripple and then shred in a flurry of motion. The birdfolk cursed. "Harpy's tits! We got Earthstalkers!"
The Earthstalkers prowled out of the building, 6 limbs moving with a smooth, low-slung grace. The Vanguard and the Giant Traders reacted just as quickly, drawing weapons and forming up to face the approaching creatures. Vala stayed a pace back as she unlimbered her recurve bow, nocking an arrow. The Earthstalkers paused, evaluating the gathered adventurers and the villagers behind them. Vala raised her bow, aiming at the lead stalker. It tracked the gesture, then bounded off behind another building, followed closely by the other 7 members of the pack. Everybody stayed tense for a moment before carefully resuming their journey. Eldred swore. Waking giants, that was a near thing.
They shouldn't be back, but... He turned to Nathan, eyeing him appreciatively. Keep an eye out. Good job. He clapped a hand on Nathan's shoulder, not gently. They continued walking, and Vala stepped close to Nathan, speaking quietly. Stalkers use magic to hide. They're hard to spot, even for me. Did you pick up notice? Nathan nodded. Before the Grave Tangle fight. Ranked it up a bit. Vala let out an appreciative whistle and shook her head. And your magic resistance helped you see through the look-away magic. She paused, choosing her words. If you ever bargain with that insight, be sure to mention that. I've half a mind to drop one of mine and bargain with you for it. Are you interested in another trade? My family would drop some valuable insights for this one. Nathan took a moment to consider. Was there any reason to keep the insights behind his magic resistance secret? Yes, there definitely were. He was worse at dealing with conjured projectiles than other magical attacks, and if other people understood his talent, they could know how to best attack him. On the other hand, it was a valuable chip, and he could potentially gain a lot by bargaining with it. On the other hand, can I even teach it? Duplicating the lack of magic in my body and the magic-resistant alchemical ingredients is probably beyond most people. I'd love to understand how all that works, though. Eventually. Vala watched Nathan think, and by her pursed lips and slow nod, seemed to know his answer even as he opened his mouth to speak it. Sorry, Vala. I'm both unsure if I should share it, and if I can. There was some weird stuff going on around me acquiring the talent, and I don't know how we'd even start duplicating it. Vala waved her hand at him to dismiss his apology. Yeah, that's the way with some of the more powerful ones, to be sure. But you might be surprised what we can accomplish for a powerful talent. So keep thinking on it. I'm going to introduce you to the guildmaster when I sponsor you to the guild, and tell her about the magic-resistant stuff. Vala shrugged, justifying herself. She needs to know. Nathan didn't have much of a response to that, and following Eldred's instruction, he kept an eye out. They soon passed another curtain wall without a reappearance of the Earthstalkers. At this point, unless the Earthstalkers traveled on the road, they wouldn't catch up. There was also less cover, and based on the notable lack of whole stone blocks, Nathan guessed that Gamor had been mining the ruined city near the road for cut stone. Before too long, they reached the gates of Gamor proper. The city had been visible from many miles away, and Nathan hadn't quite appreciated the scale. The entire interior behind the 6th curtain wall had been cleared into a treacherous killing field, broken into a low rubble that threatened to foul footing and provided no cover. The walls surrounding Gamor were tall, over 100 feet. The bottom 60 feet were a single smooth surface engraved with enormous symbols. But the wall had been built even taller, and the top portion was built from mismatched blocks clearly taken from different buildings in the ruined city. They'd also had faintly glowing symbols carved onto them, tying the whole structure together. Despite its patchwork nature, the wall looked very solid. Not like I'm an architect, but it certainly looks like it's not going to fall over. Unless something like that grave tangle tested it.
In that light, it's not tall enough. But you don't build walls to keep out Godzilla. Unless you're in Pacific Rim. Never understood the wall in those movies. It never did anything. The magical road of space compression carried them quickly to an open area where the effect faded. 6 other similar roads approached from other directions, all ending in front of the only gate into Gamor. And that gate was a doozy. Big, metal, magical.
It looked less like a gate than a pair of movable walls, which were currently standing open, thankfully. There was a portcullis that looked like it could be quickly dropped, and a set of guards standing outside waiting for them. The guards were dressed in matching breastplates and chainmail, armed with halberds, swords, crossbows, and signal horns. They split up and guided the villagers into lines, proceeding to inspect each and ask a few questions before allowing them to proceed through the gate. The adventurers stood at the back, and while they were clearly looking forward to safety and rest, Vala and Eldred had each reminded their groups that relaxing too early led to tragedy. They were on guard, eyes peeled. Nathan followed suit. Damn, this world seems scary, if you really needed to watch for an attack on your own doorstep. Then it was their turn to go into the gate, and there he hit a snag. The guard's helmet had a monocle held over one eye, and as soon as the guard examined Nathan, she jumped back with a yell, hand going to her sword hilt. Vala was standing close by and stepped forward, raising her hand in a placating gesture. It's okay. There's a full explanation for his absence of an aura. I, as leader of the giant traitors, vouch that he's as human as he appears, and not a threat to Jamor. The guards all took a moment to process that. The one in front of Nathan looked from him to Vala, then spoke. All right, Vala. On your head be it if you let a soul eater into the city. We'll make sure this goes on the record. With that, they were through. The gate was more of a tunnel since the wall was nearly 100 feet across. Nathan noted the murder holes and more portcullises. At this point, any competent foe would just find a way to go around instead of trying to take the gate. The city beyond was quite urban. Wide, well-planned streets and buildings 4 to 8 stories tall, mostly made of stone, with the top few floors sometimes made of wood. Past a wide plaza fronted by warehouses and inns, all of the roads went up. The overreaching ridge of stone didn't reach this far out, but the curling crest of the hill was still visible from here. It loomed high above the city, which carpeted the steep slope beneath it. Jamor was a city, Nathan's earlier misconception caused by distance. People flocked the streets, all with places to be. Some sort of city officials were ready to take the villagers in hand, and the adventurers had fully relaxed on their home turf. They ambled up a road, past a few obvious inns, taverns, and shops, and turned onto another street that ran parallel to the slope. On the uphill side of this street was a large complex of buildings that was obviously their destination. There was a wide wooden arch with a sign on it leading into a small stone courtyard. Around the courtyard wrapped several tall buildings of pale stone, but Nathan's attention was arrested by the sign on the arch. More specifically, the writing on the sign. Most specifically, the fact that the symbols were completely foreign to him. Shit. He caught up to Artha. Is the writing on that sign the same as the language we're speaking? Artha looked at him, realization dawning. Yes. You can't read it? He pursed his lips. You will need to learn. It's something to mention to the Master-at-Arms. This is the Adventurers Guild, and where we will be staying. Yeah, no duh, I need to learn to read. Hi, is this Teal Spellcasting Customer Support? I have a complaint to lodge about a glaring feature missing from your translation spell. Nathan stayed next to Artha as they went straight across the courtyard, where Eldred threw open a wide pair of double doors. They opened onto a huge hall, 40 feet tall, well decorated with colorful murals on the walls
and banners hanging overhead.
The space seemed to serve several purposes at once, with a long, polished desk against the right wall manned by one clerk, with space for many more. The central space was mostly clear, though there was a ring sketched out on the floor in chalk and some benches around it. Various doors and staircases led deeper into the building. The left side of the space looked like a hangout spot, with scattered tables and couches served by a bar and kitchen on the far wall. The other notable feature of the room was the people. Maybe 40 adventurers stood or sat around the room, and they were all applauding, cheering, and stamping their feet. Eldred raised a hand in acknowledgement, but it was obvious that most of the praise was directed towards the giant traders. Vala and Artha stood with heads raised high, accepting the praise with poise, while Wiam hopped from one foot to another, cackling and waving his arms. Emerald looked uncomfortable, but stood a bit straighter, hands on their weapons. Nathan was busy examining the adventurers. They were a riot of color, in many shapes and even more different styles of armor and armaments. Nathan counted at least 6 species. Humans were the most common, at a bit more than a third of those present. There were half as many of the short, orange-skinned folk like Zarian, with skin colors ranging from peach to rusty brown. The rest were split between small numbers of other species. Some were centaur-like peoples like Artha, though there was variety in the species of the hooved half. Others were bipedal human-animal hybrids. All apex predators, Nathan noticed. Mostly wolf or large cat adjacent, though there was one other bird of prey like Wiam. Finally, there was a scattering of unique individuals. A hulking man with khaki green skin, bulging eyes, and teeth that protruded from beyond thin lips, almost an archetypal orc. A figure in a corner looked to be made entirely of dark ice, standing near another person of pale stone.
Eldred had already sauntered over to the desk, talking to the clerk while a few people from the crowd came up to congratulate the giant traders. A gaunt man with sparse white hair that looked like Vala's father came up and gave her a hug, while a few other centaur people congratulated Artha with small bows and serious words. Emerald exchanged quiet words with the orc, while Wiam was mobbed by a small crowd of young mages of every species. Vala beckoned Nathan over.
"Uncle, this is Nathan Lark. We found him escaping from the new Archmage's tower, and he helped us take the fight with the slavers. Nathan, this is my uncle Khadid. He's retired now, but he was the sneakiest ranger in Gamor in his day. Taught me half of what I know."
The man, whose skin was a shade darker than Vala, reached out a bony hand to shake Nathan's.
"I'll take the compliment, but we both know my sister taught you most of it. Speak her memory."
He looked Nathan in the eyes.
"You have my thanks for helping Vala out. I'd hear that story if one of you would tell it."
Nathan got in a "nice to meet you" before Vala spoke again.
"I'm sponsoring Nathan to the guild today. Hope to get him in this cycle. Uncle, I want you to look out for him while we're ranging. He's important, and earlier in his path than he looks."
The old man didn't look surprised, but did look over Nathan again, not commenting on anything in particular. He nodded.
"I will, if Nathan will have me. Do you need help getting him settled?"
Vala shook her head.
"No, I'm going to try to get a meeting with the guild mistress, explain things. Has it been a busy delve day?"
Khadid answered with a wry turn of his mouth.
"Not after the grave tangle. Kia said they weren't up for another significant fight, so a halt was called."
He shrugged.
"At least for the people who could receive and obey the signal. The backup team is the 7 Fools, and they don't have the weight for a fight like that."
Apparently Sudrael doesn't want to take chances this close to the solstice.
He gestured around to all of the adventurers gathered in the hall. So far, the only losses are presumed, but we're pretty sure the Grey Moon Order isn't coming back. They went into the monastery of Quaz, the grave tangle came out of it. And the wrecking crew hasn't come out of the Fortress of the Face they went into early this morning, so we're worried about them. But that's the adventurer's life. If they're gone, we'll remember until the ending. Vala mirrored his statement, and it sounded formulaic. Remember till ending, Khadeed continued. Anyway, there's a break now between the rush of the recall and the day's accounting. You might be able to get a meeting with Sudrael if it's important. He gestured with his chin toward the desks. And it looks like Eldred's done. The man was stepping back from the counter holding a set of looped strings threaded with coins. He went back to the vanguard, who cheered as he passed out the strings. Vala caught Nathan's eye and jerked her head towards the desk, so Nathan followed her. The clerk watched them both approach, looking unconcerned. He spoke. Hello, Vala. I am ready to receive your report, but it appears there might be some complexities to it. Do you want to bump this upstairs? Vala nodded at him. Thanks, Velek. Yeah, this is something that needs the guild mistress's attention. I know it's Delve Day, and this can wait if it needs to. Velek was already taking something from under the desk as Vala spoke. It was a small yellow gemstone, glowing with a faint inner light. He brought it up to his mouth, and his face blurred while his voice was distorted into nonsense. A few moments passed before another voice sounded, also blurred, but with a noticeably different intonation. Velek nodded and put the stone under the desk, withdrawing something else as he stood. Follow me. He slid out from behind the desk and headed toward a small door in the corner of the room. Vala walked after him, and Nathan hastened to follow. He cast a look over his shoulder, and though most of the room was drifting back toward the bar, there were several sets of thoughtful eyes on him. Velek used the key he'd grabbed from under the desk to open the door, which led to a narrow stairwell. They passed several sturdy doors on their way up, but Velek led them to the very top of the building. Nathan counted out 9 floors in total. On Earth, Nathan would have been out of breath from climbing 9 flights of stairs. Here, his stamina barely dipped. At the top, Velek unlocked another door and led them into a tall chamber with several comfortable-looking couches and cushioned tables scattered around. One side of the room opened to a broad, gently sloped staircase that led down. The other wall held a sturdy door. And this was a door. It was bound in dark metal and covered with burnt runes, while being large enough for Artha to comfortably walk through. The wooden surface was dented and scorched, but unbroken, as if somebody had taken a burning battering ram to it, and the ram had lost. And exploded. A small desk, neatly organized with reports and documents, sat next to the door, overshadowed by the door's bulk. Sitting behind the desk, just visible behind the stacks of paperwork, was a 3-foot-tall man whose skin was a shockingly bright orange. It matched the abstract patterns embroidered on his voluminous purple robe. His beard and hair were a bright, pure white, tied in an elaborate braid of plaits that dangled in a regular pattern from ear to ear. White irised eyes studied Nathan intently as he approached, but the man made no comment. The enormous door swung silently open, and Velek stepped aside, waving them into the room before he turned to leave.
Chapter 16. Adventurer Administration. Nathan and Vala entered the room beyond, walking past the short, orange-skinned secretary. The space was broad and tall, with a ceiling that slanted down on either side to match the roof above. There were large windows on the 3 walls that didn't house a door, overlooking the entrance courtyard and various training yards. The rest of the room was simple, decorated sparsely with objects that had the sense of being placed just so. On a wall to the left hung a pair of crossed, wavy swords, which had to be nearly 8 feet long.
Facing the swords on the opposite wall was a multi-string compound bow made of bone. A huge rug in muted colors was spread across the floor, almost fractal in its complexity. 6 chairs stood on the rug. Those chairs faced a desk which commanded the room. It was made of a wood a shade darker than that which made up the building, and held several stacks of yellowed paper, along with a crystal ball and a magnifying glass on a flexible arm. A glowing, 3-dimensional illusory map occupied the center of the desk, though it dissolved before Nathan's eyes, giving way to delicately carved wood. The haft of a spear, made of carved and varnished wood, leaned against the left side of the desk. It was placed in such a way to be easily grabbed by the woman behind the desk. The woman in question looked up, and the door swung shut behind them with a thud that Nathan felt through his feet. She put down a piece of paper and studied them for a moment. Her pink skin looked unhealthily blotchy. She had a threadbare cap on her bony head, and no hair was visible underneath it. Her hands were so thin as to be nearly skeletal. However, the gray eyes were bright and focused, banishing any sense of fragility. Something told Nathan that this was a woman who expected respect, and usually got it. A bony hand gestured to the chairs, and Nathan followed Vala's lead in sitting down politely. The voice that followed was rougher than Nathan had expected from such a thin woman.
So, I had some time and expected to hear a story of how pragmatic, experienced adventurers who should have known better embraced a stupid risk and somehow triumphed regardless. But it seems introductions are in order instead? Vala was more nervous than Nathan had ever seen her, which was strange. She'd just won a victory for this woman and was being chastised for it? Guildmistress Elvaris, this is Nathan Lark. Nathan, this is the Guildmistress of the Guild of Adventurers, Sudrael Elvaris. She turned back to Sudrael. I'll let Nathan give the details of his journey here himself. It's something you need to hear. Nathan, tell Guildmistress Elvaris everything. Quickly, though. We don't have much time. Nathan had decided to trust Vala and wasn't about to back out now. And she seemed to trust this woman. He shrugged internally. I want this person to be impressed with me. If she thinks I'm worth it, she'll give me support and training. It's nice to meet you, Guildmistress Elvaris. To start with, I'm not from Davrar. I come from a different world, one with no skills, no talents, and no magic. I was summoned to this world about 5 days ago by Tael Dodroxel, a new archmage of Giant's Rest. He cast a spell that taught me this language, then tried to recruit me to his cause so he could learn things from my world. I decided I'd rather not teach him. The guildmistress raised 2 fingers, interrupting him. Why not? Nathan hesitated for a moment, reflecting on his first days in Davrar and the decisions he'd made shortly after arriving in such a strange world. My world has had genocidal maniacs. I've studied them to understand how they convinced so many to follow them. That's who Tael reminded me of. Nathan felt a sliver of the boiling indignation he'd felt when Tael had tried to overwrite his free will.
He sees himself and his people as the only possible good, and everybody else will either be used by him or destroyed. At the first sign of resistance, he used charm, then wiped my memory. I will not be used, and I'll kill him for trying. A faint smile appeared on the pale woman's lips. That sounds like a story worth the telling. How did you escape from an archmage? Nathan shrugged. My world doesn't have magic. Almost as soon as I arrived, I was offered the high-tier magic resistance talent. I accepted it before he tried to charm me, and proceeded to bait more magic out of him to rank it up. He purged my memory once, but I'd left hints behind and broke the spell. Eventually, he decided to put me in a golem core. I broke free and almost killed him, But he teleported out. Nathan smiled at the memory of Teol's terrified face. With a broken nose and knee. I picked up a class good at fighting against magic and used it to break out of his tower, to find the giant traders lurking outside. Vala coughed, interjecting smoothly. You didn't mention that he hit you with a disintegrate first. You were missing an arm when we found you. And then you slapped aside a fireball from a guardian golem. Over the course of Nathan's story, the guild mistress's eyebrows had climbed steadily. She sounded apprehensive when she spoke. I want to hear of the slave raid in a moment, but first, a missing arm? From disintegrate? Nathan replied. Vala explained to me how insights work, and I used some knowledge from my home to create a self-healing talent that let me grow it back. He shrugged, flexing his left hand. It's pretty cool. Hopefully she finds that impressive. A bony hand came up to pinch Sudrael's nose. I wasn't asking how you grew it back. I was questioning why there was anything left of you after the disintegrate. But it seems high-tier magic resistance is the answer. She turned to Vala. So when the message of the slave raid came, you conscripted Nathan into fighting with you. Vala opened her mouth, but Nathan spoke first. I agreed to it. They told me what was happening, and I agreed to fight. It was a bit close, but we won. Vala shot him a grateful glance, looking abashed. It was a strange look on the broad and heavily muscled woman. Sudrael noticed the interplay, but her response was short. Elaborate on the fight, please. This time, Vala took the lead. Classic anti-mage tactics, focused attention outward with front and rear attacks, then went for the mages with suitable fighters. Emerald and Nathan got in close and took 'em out. She shrugged. That was it. I didn't see much of it, but Emerald said that Nathan shrugged off every spell they had and broke mage armor with a single punch. I will note that Nathan has not had his first-class development yet. He's being tutored by Artha in the ways of his clan. That last part seemed to surprise Sudrael more than anything they'd said so far. Well then, I see. This is… There are few better teachers for a path of rage than an elk treeborn. Nathan, has Artha explained what this path entails? It is not for everybody. She suddenly looked concerned. He nodded back. Yes, he has. I think it will suit me. He gave me an insight before the fight, and it felt right. Vala mentioned that I should join the Adventurers Guild. Vala smoothly took over the conversation. I did. One more thing. You'll probably get a report from the Guardians. When they saved us from the grave tangle, Nathan was unaffected by its aura. Dalo's detection spell didn't work on him, and I had to clear him at the gate, too. He also noticed an Earthstalker ambush before it happened. I think his magic resistance talent is just amazing. It also seems to work well with other skills. I've given him some bow insights for his aid with the slavers.
She paused, then launched into what sounded like a rehearsed proposal to the guild mistress.
I'm sure the current adventurer training group is underway, but Nathan should be added to them. He needs a bit of help to develop his class, and then a few years as a basic adventurer. He needs to be protected from agents of Giant's Rest that'll come for him. I think he should join a promising team undergoing training and be allowed to develop himself safely. She shot a look at Nathan. Well, as safely as can be. Guildmistress Sudrael Elvaris propped her head atop steepled fingers, considering the proposition. After a moment, she nodded. You have had an eventful few days, and I congratulate you on your achievements thus far. Now, to briefly explain the situation that Vala is inserting you into, I have long championed the need for an extensive training course that ensures competence and adherence to a shared set of rules for our young adventurers. We cannot tolerate blundering thugs. To insert you into the current group halfway through the training cycle goes against this, but the next cycle will not start for more than half a year, and I believe there are some candidate teams for what Vala proposes." She paused for a moment, staring off into the distance with a faint frown. Then she continued, "It is unheard of for somebody to be such an effective anti-mage so early in their development. Your talents seem very powerful, but this means you hold things of great value. Beware of those who might covet them. I will speak to Jolba in the morning and see you brought into the current class. There are decisions to be made on which team you will join. But today is a delve day, and much remains for me to accomplish. Nathan, you should stay with the Giant Raiders until Jolba comes to find you tomorrow." She gestured to the door and the stairs beyond, so Nathan and Vala turned to go. On the way out the door, Nathan looked over his shoulder and saw Sudrael studying him intently. She seemed to have a thought, speaking briskly. "And, Nathan, later I may ask you for more details of your world, if for no other reason than to satisfy an old woman's curiosity. Think on what you would tell me." With that foreboding comment, they were finally dismissed and returned downstairs by a much larger and less direct route. Nathan noticed that the shallow stairs and high ceilings were built to accommodate Artha's centaur people. Before long, they returned to the Great Hall, where they were greeted with further cheering, hot food and drinks. Vala spoke to Velik at the desk and handed out several cords of coin to each of them, then guided Nathan through the worth of local coin and helped him order food. Nathan ended up with a rather nice lemonade-like drink served warm. A beer sounded amazing, but there were a lot of reasons to avoid getting even slightly tipsy. At least, not yet. Maybe once he had a better lay of the land. The food was great, though. Nathan was familiar with very little of it, but the meat was tender and rich, the vegetables oozed with flavor, and there was plenty to go around. After so long eating trail food, it felt like a feast. Nathan dug in gladly. He ended up going through several of the warm lemonades by a local custom that resembled a toast. Somebody would approach, then they'd touch mugs, and both drink wordlessly. According to Vala, it was an appreciation of the deeds of the person being approached, and the depth of drink was a measure of the appreciation. A sip from either party was considered an insult to the other, and Nathan was careful to match other people's drinking. Afterwards, most inquired as to tales of Nathan, and especially the fight against the slavers. Luckily, Vala stayed around and told versions where Nathan distracted and struck down unwary mages with speed and guile.
After a few hours, the party headed into rowdy territory, with drinking contests, arm wrestling, and people challenging each other to increasingly violent contests in the ring. More and more adventurers returned over the course of the evening. Most were exhausted and victorious, and spent little time at the party before disappearing into the rooms in the back. However, those who did stay and join the festivities were the centers of attention. Nathan was feeling the burden of the day. Days, really. So when Vala caught his eye during a break in conversation and jerked her head, Nathan was only too happy to follow. Emerald had spent most of the night in a corner, quietly conversing with the orc and a few others. On seeing Vala striding away, they bid a hasty goodbye and joined up, still wearing their helmet and armor. Artha had spoken to many, not spending too long with any given group. He caught up and exchanged a few quiet words with Vala before again plunging back into the party. Wiam was gesticulating wildly amidst a group of young mages of many species. They left him to it. Nathan followed Vala and Emerald deeper into the building, where she led them unerringly to a cozy suite of rooms. There was a small lounge with basic amenities, and enough rooms for them all to have one each. A shared bathroom confirmed that the trough of running water approach
was just how toilets worked on Devrar. The rooms were barely larger than the cramped beds. However, those beds were surprisingly soft, and Nathan was happy to get out of his stinking clothes and get some privacy. Nathan was tired. Not physically. His stamina was full, and he felt like he could run miles if he needed to. But his brain flickered through thoughts ceaselessly. There'd just been so much new information in the last few days, and he couldn't process it all, or even rank the importance of things. This was an entirely new world, and things did not work like Earth did. From the cosmology to the levels to the legal system. Nathan was worried about agents of Giant's Rest coming for him. He was worried he was being manipulated into being a good little foot soldier of Gamor. And he was worried about the city-destroying catastrophes that were apparently just pretty common. That grave tangle was... yeah. It was like seeing a skyscraper that wanted to kill me. He was safe now and needed rest, but it wasn't going to happen. Not like this. He was jumping from speculating about talents and levels to thinking about the coinage of Gamor and the types of monsters and intelligent species he'd encountered, and not making progress on any of them. So, Nathan did what he'd learned to do in these situations. He sat down on the bed, leaned against the wall, and thought about nothing for a while. Nothing needed to happen now. He started with the breathing, then just focused his attention on itself, nipping errant thoughts in the bud. He was better served doing nothing at this very moment than trying to figure out everything. He breathed. He centered himself, and paid close attention to nothing at all. It was time to live in the moment, and at the moment he was full, warm, and comfortable. Mid-tier focused mind 4 achieved! Then he was able to sleep. Chapter 17. On the Town. Nathan woke to the smell of baked pastries. He reminded himself to get multiple sets of clothes that actually belonged to him, then put back on the borrowed clothes he'd been wearing for days, and emerged from his room. Artha sat on one of the cushioned chairs in the lounge. He was talking to a bleary Vala who'd apparently just emerged from her room. There was no Emerald or Wyam visible, and their doors were closed. Nathan's attention was drawn to a tray of pastries and a pitcher of milk set on the central table. He hastened to break his fast, finding that the pastries were incredible, sweet and stuffed with honeycomb or fruit syrup. The milk was rich and warm, sweetened with honey. Either adventurers were treated like nobility, or the logistics of food preparation were different from what he expected. Well, Nathan wasn't about to complain. He tuned into the conversation between Vala and Artha. They were planning a shopping trip, and hoping to be able to afford various pieces of equipment with the money from the rescue. Apparently, they'd been saving for a more serious set of ranged armaments for Vala and Wyam. Their goal was to be able to crack lower-level mage armor. Nathan joined in the conversation. "Can I come along? I have some basic supplies to buy. Everything to my name was provided by the Adventurers Guild. Speaking of, do I have to return this?" He held up the bag he'd been given by the Vanguard, which contained basic survival tools. Vala waved dismissively with a pastry. "No, it's yours. The guild figures anybody who needs one deserves the extra possessions. Come along with us. We've got some time before Jolba will likely come along. If you're not looking for anything too magical, you'll be able to afford a lot with your share." Soon enough, Vala, Artha, and Nathan left the remaining pastries on the table for whenever Emerald and Wyam awoke and departed the Adventurers Guild. There was a cluster of shops nearby that focused on selling mixed, high-quality mundane and magical goods to adventurers. When they picked up a travel pack from Nathan, he looked sadly at the displayed dimensional bags. They weren't even as expensive as you might expect. A pretty standard one would wipe out a bit more than half of Nathan's cash. "But it's a bag of holding," Magic that messes with the rules of reality. So cool. I'd be able to carry 100 feet of rope without compromises. And a grappling hook. But there was that line in his that read, "Weaker magical items degrade when in prolonged contact with you." And he wasn't willing to test that out yet, especially on something that might explode when it failed. Maybe once he was an actual adventurer and had more money to burn, or further developed the talent. At a shop run by another short, orange-skinned woman, they picked up a couple sets of tough clothes, thick woolens in basic patterns that wouldn't rip easily and would stay warm through cold and wet weather, while also being loose enough for warm conditions. A thick blanket for cold and rough conditions completed the purchases before they set out to another shop. On the way, Nathan asked, "Artha, can you explain the different species of Jamor? I've seen a lot of the short, orange-skinned people and don't know anything about them." Artha nodded sagely. "They're called the Nulds, an old race, though not as old as humans. Pretty widespread, and their culture emphasizes appearance and poise. Nulled apparel is never the cheapest, but it's always high quality, and they set the styles. The other peoples here are the tree-born, four-legged like me, and the various kinds of folk. Wool folk, cat folk, bird folk. We all tend to live in our own rural communities, but there's a neighborhood with many who have decided to come to the city from outside." He snorted, twisting his lips in mild contempt. "While Giant's Rest is a much bigger city than Jamor, they don't take kindly to any peoples but yours. There are a smattering of others here, often from far away. The Orcish Empire of Argon lies across the plains, but they think us uncivilized. A few elementals as well, but their peoples are new and very insular." Nathan tried to formulate a question to that, but they soon arrived at their final stop, a blacksmith's shop run by a cousin of Vala's named Beatrid. The burly smith clapped her cousin on the shoulder and showed them around some of the enchanted gear for sale. The quality of the metalwork really impressed Nathan. The weapons and armor on display looked smooth and flawless. Many of the enchanted pieces had elaborate engravings and cutouts that looked like the product of a machine shop instead of a blacksmith's forge. Nathan peeked into the working space in the back and saw that it was a lot more than just a forge. There was some kind of fly press back there, as well as a grinder and what looked like a drill press, though Nathan had no idea how they were powered. Magic, maybe? Or just good old-fashioned muscle? Artha guided Nathan to purchase a pair of sturdy knives, one with a wide blade the length of his hand, the other just a couple inches long. They weren't enchanted, but had a heft and balance to them that Nathan had never felt with kitchen knives. They returned to the guild to find Emerald sitting awkwardly next to a grizzled man with reddish-brown hair and a scruffy beard. He was dressed in a sharply embroidered but badly stained coat, taking sips from a jeweled flask. He looked worn down and tired, haggard in a way that seemed bone-deep. Vala inclined her head to him. "Jolba, apologies for keeping you waiting." The man stood and limped slightly towards the door, slipping the flask into his jacket. "I just arrived. Keep up the good work, all of you. I'm here for this one." He waved a hand in Nathan's direction. "You ready to go? Best say your goodbyes." Nathan hesitated, looking at the giant raiders. It wasn't like he wasn't going to see them again, but he wouldn't be part of their crew anymore, however transient it had been. They'd been something he could trust in a strange world, answering his questions, giving advice, and helping Nathan feel safe after his experience with Tail. "Thank you all so much. I hope to talk to you all again. Artha, I look forward to your lessons." The big elk centaur nodded. "Yes, there are times for personal instruction during the adventurer training. I will see you then, and if we are not around then, Khadid should be able to help you." Nathan turned to Emerald. "Good luck. I'll keep working on what you showed me. It doesn't matter what it's called if it does what I need." The armored fighter nodded back resolutely. Finally, Nathan turned to Vala. He stepped forward and gave the stout black woman a hug. "Thank you for everything. In a few years, let's talk about that plan again." She returned the hug, then slapped his back and stepped back, a sharp grin on her face. "I'll wait for it." Jolba led Nathan down the corridor and outside. They walked toward another building farther back in the complex. On the way, he detoured through a small park with a stretch of grass, a few trees, and some heavy stones engraved with words. It felt like a small monument to some past war or tragedy. Jolba gestured toward a stone bench before he sat heavily. He waited until Nathan sat next to him, gazing out towards the outer wall of Jamor and the taller ruins peeking over in the distance. "I don't like you joining the course like this. Sudrael and we're trying to change the adventurers with this training course. Teach some basic competence, enforce some standards on the next generation, get insights flowing, and help shape the teams of the next generation. Make the course into tradition, instead of just sending idiots out to die and calling the ones who survive adventurers." He paused after those words, staring off into the distance with a cruel twist to his lips. Jolba raised the flask and took another slug. After a moment, he passed it to Nathan. Nathan sniffed the opening. It smelled like fruity alcohol, and Nathan took a cautious sip. It was strong and sweet, like a peach brandy. He handed the flask back. Jolba took it and continued. "I'm behind all that, and every exception undercuts it."
And you, Nathan, are an exception. Guildmistress told me that you've got 2 amazing talents, but are under level 27. And that I shouldn't ask where you're from, just toss you into the most promising team we've got. He shrugged. But this year, that means more than most. We just had to take somebody out from the heirs last week, so that's where you're going. But I gotta caution, you're not stepping into a simple situation. You're old, low level, and your hands are soft. You ain't used to rough living, and you've got the guile of a beached fish. So I'd not do this without Sudrael's order. But I won't throw a kid to a muck grabber, so you deserve to know what's what. The heirs are exactly what their name says, the inheritors of some of the strongest of Gemaray, and their insights. He slipped the flask back into his jacket. But they're also a right mess. Kia's adopted kid is trying to be the leader like his ma, but he's too busy being righteous and intimidating to think wise. The Caxol kid is smart, but is also a spoiled brat up her own braid on her magic. The Crusens twins are serious, but it's just them trying to be their legendary Da. They all need to loosen up and figure out who they are, instead of being wrapped up in their parents' legends. Jolba sighed, then turned to Nathan and waited until he looked back before continuing. I'm telling you all this because you're older, and you've stared the ghoul in the eyes in a way that few of my trainees have. The heirs are a bunch of horny youngsters who expect to be the heroes of the age. And they stand a half-decent chance if they don't run towards the first stupid threat that comes along and get themselves killed. So, I don't want you to break the sky. I want you to keep the heirs grounded until they can. Do you hear me? Nathan grimaced. Not because this was a bad idea. He could see where the guild mistress was coming from. If Nathan was targeted by Giant's Rest, might as well put him with the other targets so they could all be more easily protected. He also guessed that she wanted to tie him to Jamor with powerful comrades. This sounds like college drama all over again. I think I might prefer to go fight one of the guardian golems outside Tael's tower. Still, he returned Jolba's sigh and spoke. Yeah, I think I can. Do you have any recommendations to make a good impression? Jolba eyed him for a moment, then seemed satisfied. It's not hard.
They didn't think the last guy was good enough, so they pushed him hard enough that he snapped. They'll test you, but if they think you're worth knowing, then it'll all flow downhill." The grizzled man slapped his knees, then got up. "Time also flows, so let's get to it. Schedule is pretty simple. 3 meals in the dormitory, classroom in the morning, then group training after them. So there's time for individualized training after that, before dinner and sometimes after. We do bigger exercises at night sometimes, but not usually. The giant traders said they'd cover your individual training for the near future. Is there anything else you want to ask about for that?" Nathan sighed. "I was granted this language by spell, and it didn't teach me how to read. Can we take care of that during the morning classes?" Jolba waved his hand. "I'll have a clerk take it over. Glad you don't need convincing that reading is important. The number of times I've had to convince kids without 2 decades that their job is more than killing things." He shook his head. "We'll see it done. Anything else you think I need to know?" Nathan hesitated, then decided. If he wasn't told, then he needs to know. This, at least. There'll probably be agents of Giant's Rest coming after me. I made a personal enemy of an archmage. Jolba sighed, hand reaching for his flask, before he stopped and smoothed his stubbled chin. "Sudrael mentioned that's part of why we're tossing you into the airs. They're all targets. But if you pissed off an archmage..." He shrugged helplessly. "Be careful. It's not like there's much more I can do for security. To get to the training grounds, you need to go through the entire guild, and everybody knows everybody round here. And there's no teleporting on the hill." Then he stood, straightening his stained coat. "Well, let's go introduce you to your team. They should have just started lunch." Chapter 18. Introductions to Last Jolba led Nathan toward a low building further back in the complex, against the walls that braced the slope. It was up a staircase set into the steep hillside and surrounded by various bare areas that looked like training grounds. One looked like a shooting range with glowing targets, while another was a set of arenas with different kinds of environments. And yet a third appeared to be an obstacle course from hell, complete with deep pits and spiked walls, and a section that definitely involved dodging spinning blades. Lovely. Jolba blithely ignored Nathan looking around nervously and walked straight into the low building, entering via a pair of arched double doors. There was a label over the doors, but Nathan couldn't read it. Damn it. They immediately turned left and entered a small cafeteria filled with picnic-style tables, about half of which were occupied by people chowing down on food from a buffet on the other side of the room. There were between 4 and 6 people at each table, and 6 tables of the 9 were occupied. The people were as varied as the adventurers Nathan had seen before, and though the species were somewhat mixed, there was certainly a tendency for each table to be a majority of one species. The other thing Nathan noted as they entered was that the average age was rather young. He couldn't judge the other species in the room, but all of the humans looked like the college freshmen from the introductory biochemistry classes Nathan had taught. Except they were pretty fit, and many were dressed in armor and had weapons at their sides. Why are they armed? Didn't they just get out of class? The room wasn't exactly quiet. Cutting through the buzz of background conversation was a shouting match, and Nathan and Jolba were walking towards the source. 2 figures were standing chest to chest, glaring at each other. One was a wide, black-skinned human in dark, multi-layered chainmail, while the other was a wolfman in gleaming plate mail looming over him. Nathan tuned in to hear the wolfman, who was yelling louder. "You will sit down unless you want me to sit you down." The black guy took a step backward, bristling. He opened his mouth. "You can't!" The rest of his words were cut off as Jolba strode forward. Suddenly, Jolba's presence filled the room, and it was impossible to not pay attention to the grizzled man. Even the people in the far corners of the room turned in unison, and all conversation cut out. Jolba stepped up to the two young men, his voice slow and resonant.
You bicker as sparrows. Remember that one day you may stand shoulder to shoulder against the end. Be seated.
The wolfman in shining armor opened his mouth, but Jolba silenced him with a look. The man in chainmail retreated to a table on the side of the room, while the wolfman sat at the table in the center. Then, Jolba's presence quieted, and he was again just a man in a stained jacket. He looked down at the wolfman in shining plate sitting at the table with three others. His voice was softer, but tinged with scorn.
Kachi, you know better.
He glanced toward Nathan.
I am here with a new fifth for your team. This is Nathan. He's got 2 powerful talents and can contribute more than you know. He's also from far away, and so does not know you.
Please introduce yourselves.
The wolfman in gleaming plate armor twisted around to appraise Nathan more fully, a hint of canine teeth visible behind thin, colorless lips. His face was fairly humanoid, except with outward jutting jaws and enlarged nostrils. Hair of a rich brown color crept down to his eyebrows and around his cheeks, hiding sallow, gray skin. His voice wasn't as deep when he spoke normally, and was rough around the edges.
Definitely not from close by. And you have the look of a giant's rester. I'm Kachi Cordavia, worshipper of the god Damon, and son of Kia Cordavia of the Guardians of Jamor. I lead the heirs. A snort from across the table interrupted him, and the handsome man sitting there broke in. He's declared himself leader, at least. Gotta see if he can wear it as well as he does that stack of steel he calls armor. I'm Arl Crusens, son of Stanel Crusens. This is my sister, Sarah. He elbowed the lanky teenager sitting next to him, who rolled her eyes and scooted down the bench away from her brother, not taking her narrowed eyes off Nathan. They were certainly related and looked about the same age. Coppery-skinned, with large, dark eyes and pitch-black hair, the pair radiated a serious intensity. Combined with their lithe muscularity and metal-inlaid leather armor, their presence was almost magnetic and definitely attractive. They were also both definitely under 20 years old, so Nathan wasn't going to follow that line of thought any further. And then there's me, of course, spoke the last person at the table. She was clearly a mage, wearing green robes embroidered with spiky light blue thread that seemed to writhe against itself. Her hair was gathered in a reddish-brown braid that was pulled forward over one shoulder, and her skin was pale and dusted with freckles. I'm the one you really need to watch out for, since I'll blow you up. I'm Stella Caxel, and my parents are on Kachi's mom's team. She gave him a sly wink.
You know, I'm glad I got to see the Guardians of Jamor in action against that grave tangle. Otherwise, I'd be confused why they were leaning on their parents' names so much.
So Kachi's mom was the paladin in shining armor who went toe-to-toe with the grave tangle, and Stella's parents were also on the team. Both mages, maybe? They kept their eyes on Nathan as he gauged his next move. They weren't giving much away, good or bad. Well, Nathan had made friends in the past by being earnest and straightforward, and this time he had a skill to help out. It's very nice to meet you all. I haven't had lunch yet, so I'm going to grab some food. It's all new to me, so every meal is an adventure of one kind or another. He bid goodbye to Jolba, who had watched the introductions warily. As the teacher walked away and Nathan turned to get his food, something slapped against his leg like a pool noodle. It felt like magic, and if it had been strong enough for him to feel, it probably would have knocked most other people off their feet. He glanced back at the table, where all 4 members of the heirs still watched him. Stella had a surprised look on her face, and Nathan just threw back his head and laughed as he walked away. As he collected food from the plentiful buffet, Nathan considered his next move. The heirs were clearly testing him, trying to decide if he was good enough to let into their little elite club. And the presumption was, clearly, no. It was so dumb, playing status games with people the age of those he'd taught. But it would happen one way or another, as long as he wanted to join the heirs. Which he did. The guild mistress had gift-wrapped him powerful allies, if he could just deal with some stupid power dynamics. From what had been said, it seemed they lacked direction and had potential without purpose. It so happened that Nathan had purpose to spare and was happy to share it around.
But if he was going to play their game, at least he could do it on his terms instead of theirs. Lean on his strengths, and talk about the true life-and-death experiences he'd had in the days since coming here. Jolba had seemed to imply the heirs were a bit pampered, and true life-or-death stories fighting Giant's Rest would likely hold their interest. Other than that, if he played along as one of the gang, they would be unlikely to really get serious in their harassment. As he walked back, he workshopped his response. Getting closer to the table and depositing his plate of roasted meat and stewed vegetables, he put forward his best effort in a wry tone as he sat next to the young mage. "Good thing you didn't try that as I was coming back with food, Stella. I might have dropped the entire plate on you." It got a chuckle out of the sister of the two siblings across the table. What was her name? Sarah? Yeah, Sarah. She seemed to be enjoying Stella's uncertainty over her spell not provoking the expected response. Kachi also eyed him with uncertainty as Nathan sat next to him and began eating as if the entire situation was the most normal thing in the world. Their plates were already half-eaten, and they finished them off as Nathan wolfed down his food. The pastries in the morning had been good, but this food was well-spiced and as filling as any Nathan had ever had, and very effective at refilling his stamina. As he dug in, Arl asked a question. "Jolba said you were from far away. Where?" Stella broke in, speaking scornfully. "I bet it's a little hamlet a few weeks away, a bundle of cottages behind a dinky palisade. With what, like 100 people?" Nathan took a moment to respond, savoring a bite of some nicely marbled meat. "It's a country called the United States of America. Doubt you've heard of it. I didn't leave it by choice, but here I am." Arl shot questioning looks to Stella and Kachi, and they both shook their heads. He looked back to Nathan with brows raised. "United States. Sounds like there's history there. What is it like?" Nathan considered his answer for a moment before replying, leaning on earnestness skill to pull off a dramatic touch. He had to appear unique to seem equal to his new teammates. "It's a country of hundreds of millions of people, most knowing only peace. For all of our petty evils, we enforced peace and funded knowledge with no law declaring one above another. I hope to go back one day, once I've explored Gamor and toppled the towers of Giant's Rest for their evil." He delivered the last line with a snarl, savagely tearing at the next bite of meat. Low-tier earnestness 6 achieved. The heirs were various degrees of surprised by his display. Stella only furrowed her brow, while Kachi rocked back, clearly perturbed. He spoke, suddenly hesitant in the face of Nathan's clear anger. "You speak of Giant's Rest with true hatred. They are our foes, true enough. But what drives you to speak such words?" The question seemed to be asked with honest curiosity, and Nathan felt he had an opening. Only what a would-be chattel would know. It's not something you can forget, to face somebody who wants to make you a thing. Nathan's face twisted in a sneer, finding that the memory of Tail made his expression less performative than he'd intended. Nathan's anger colored his next words, and he met the eyes of each member of the heirs as he continued. "Giant's Rest is despicable, deeming itself above all. An archmage tried to convert me, and then control me. I broke his bones because violence is the only counter-argument against that violation. Giant's Rest would have everybody here in chains if it could. I'll burn their city to the ground
and salt the earth." There was a moment of silence as they processed his words. Then Sarah quietly asked the question they'd all been thinking. "What was fighting an archmage like?" Nathan answered quickly. "Terrifying. I caught him off guard, and he still almost killed me, despite my advantages against magic. I wasn't able to kill him, but I broke his nose and knee before he teleported away. His name is Teol Dodroxel, and he'll probably send people after me. From what I hear, you're all already targets of Giant's Rest because of who your parents are. I've got a blood feud with an archmage, so I'm in the same boat. I'll watch out for you, if you watch out for me." Low-tier earnestness 7 achieved! They were clearly off balance, not expecting his serious turn of phrase and offer of camaraderie. Stella caught on to something he'd said, near to her interests as it was. "What do you mean, your advantage against magic?" Nathan obviously looked around. "Let's not talk about that here. I've got some pretty unique talents. Don't want to talk about them somewhere they'll spread. I'm sure I'll have an opportunity to show you later. Anyway, I'm new here. This is my first day in Jamor. What can I expect from the training?" Kachi was the first to speak, though Arl looked like he'd been about to answer.
Next, we will train as a group. After that is individual training. Do you have anybody coming to tutor you?"
He asked the question as a challenge, clearly expecting Nathan to lack a tutor. Nathan nodded. "Yep, I do." Kachi frowned, but continued.
For the group training, I am thinking of a round at the target range, where Stella and Sarah shoot and we dodge. Nathan, are you feeling like target practice? I can heal you if you get hurt."
His mouth curved up in a predatory grin, which had a new meaning on somebody with a canine snout and teeth. Given the expectations, Nathan didn't have a choice in his response. "Definitely. I've actually been working on a talent development that could only be aided by somebody hitting me with as much magic as possible." He grinned in Stella's direction. "Do you think you can manage that?" She harumphed, leaning back.
Be careful what you ask for.
"You just might get it." Arl wiped his brow theatrically. "If you're volunteering to be the one chewing down fireballs, I'm all for it. Those things can blow through a solid wall." His sister jeered at him. "That's just because you're slow. Get faster with your footwork skills and it won't be a problem." He eyed her darkly. Arrogant, coming from somebody who doesn't have to dodge fireballs as training twice a week. "We should practice melee more often." Stella broke in, smiling sweetly and speaking in a sing-song voice. "But that's not how we work. Between me and Sarah, we have the ranged advantage. If you chunks of muscle can keep the enemies at bay, we can take them down and steal all the levels." Then her eyes tracked to Nathan, and she pouted theatrically. "But if we've got yet a third close-up fighter, then maybe we'll need to change the tactics. Annoying." Kachi spoke, clearly trying to re-establish his leadership. "We'll have to see how Nathan fights. It sounds like he's had combat experience already, so I'm sure he can do something. At least it sounds like he'll be better than that last idiot." Nathan had reservations about how fairly the last guy had been treated, but raising that point didn't serve a purpose. He didn't have enough context to understand what was going on with the social dynamics here, and he didn't want to poison his relationship with the heirs over guesses. As he mused, Nathan noticed that the people around them had started to get up and deposit their plates on a table next to the mostly bare buffet. Sarah looked around. "Looks like it's time to head out. Welcome to the heirs, Nathan. I hope you fit in." "You mean you hope I measure up to all of you? We'll just have to see how that goes." He responded in an upbeat tone. "Together we'll journey onwards and upwards." Arl slapped the table as he stood.
I like that. Onwards and upwards indeed.
Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. High-tier Magic Resistance 10. Permanent Talent 2. Mid-tier Regeneration 6. Talent 3. None. Class: Anti-Magic Brawler. Level 25. Stamina: 350 over 350. Brawler's Indifference, Anti-Magic Blows. Utility Skills: Mid-tier Focused Mind 4. Low-tier Earnestness 7. Low-tier Sprinting 6. Low-tier Spell Sense 5. Low-tier Notice 7. Low-tier Identify 2. Chapter 19. Training Magic. As they stood and deposited their plates, Nathan took note of the heir's weaponry. Stella bore a tall and knotted staff, deeply carved with runes, and with each knot inlaid with a glowing gem. Kachi picked up a polished steel kite shield that must have weighed at least 40 pounds, and a hammer that looked fit for demolishing walls. Interestingly, Sarah and Arl didn't have any weapons, just wide pouches they wore like forward-facing fanny packs. Nathan would have bet dollars to donuts that those were bags of holding. As they trooped outside, other trainees headed towards various training areas, with Jolba and a few other older adventurers talking to groups or supervising various activities. The heirs ignored them all and strode around the side of the building towards the very back corner of the guild complex. Another team was also moving in that direction, but they saw the heirs approaching and decided to go somewhere else, ceding the private range of sand to the heirs without a word or overt glance. The area didn't have fancy magical targets, consisting simply of a walled rectangle floored in coarse sand. The targets set against a dirt berm against the far wall were a series of X shapes rather than bullseyes, but served the same purpose. Nathan followed Kachi and Arl out onto the center of the course while Stella and Sarah closed the gate and stayed back. Nathan stepped to the left, took off his shirt, and sat down on the sand. He didn't recognize the exact meaning of the hand gesture that Arl threw his way, but it was pretty clearly something along the lines of, "What the hell, man?" He gestured toward Stella. "I want to try eating a fireball, and it's easier like this. Go ahead, shoot." With those words, Nathan focused on Stella, opening his senses to get everything he could out of what would follow. Nathan used focused mind to shape his attention, mimicking the state of mind that had helped him gain notice. With a moment of stilled breath, everything Nathan observed gained a level of definition. Stella shrugged, looked at Kachi, and said, "I'll start off with half a blow, since I don't want to knock your head off within an hour of meeting you. That's the sort of treatment you earn." Then, with a flicking gesture, she sent a globe of fire sailing toward Nathan. She didn't speak the name of the spell like the Giant's Rest mages do. It was faster, more concentrated than the fireball that the Guardian Golem had thrown at him, but also smaller and not nearly as bright. Nathan barely had a chance to blink before the burning ping-pong ball-sized orb impacted his chest, and flame washed over him. He tried to pick apart the knot of the spell as it detonated, but the spell work blew apart as it touched him. Nathan was left with the feeling of fire and force mana raging against his bare skin, trying to burn him and blow him backward. Nathan failed to separate the two before his back impacted the ground, a burning sensation lingering in his chest. Nathan felt mana at play there and picked it apart, feeling a hot, fizzling sensation. It reminded him of the popping of a fire with its frequent and spontaneous bursts of heat. It was not very pleasant, but the sensation faded quickly and left him with a mild burn on his chest. He healed it with a quick application of stamina,
sitting back up to find the rest of the heirs watching him closely.
Kachi had taken a step toward him, his hand beginning to gather faint yellow light. But then he saw Nathan's reddened skin fade before his eyes, and he paused, suddenly confused. He opened his mouth to speak. "You're not a spellcaster, but you healed yourself. And that fireball was weird. Stella?" She shook her head, frowning. "It didn't explode right." Nathan shrugged. "Seems so." He looked down at his chest, where burnt, shiny skin was healing over, scattered hair growing back at incredible speed. He was confused about this, because that wasn't how burns worked. If there had been enough heat to burn him, that heat should have stayed around and continued to burn until he'd cooled the area down with water or something. But as soon as he got rid of the fire mana, the heat had also gone away. The heat itself is magical, not just the mana that made it. He looked back up at Stella. "I think I'll need a few more to figure this out properly. Can you try throwing it a little slower, and maybe make it detonate slower?" Stella looked bemused. "That's not very easy. Only a few mages in Gamor could modify a spell like that." She paused for effect. "Luckily, I'm one of them. But I'll only do it if you tell me what you're doing." Nathan responded with a wide grin. "You'll see. Give me another. I'll spell it out for you if you can't figure it out." Arl groaned. "Great. Now there's two of them. At least they can be smug at each other." After a moment of pouting, Stella tossed another fireball at him. This one was a bit larger, a bit more diffuse, and flew a bit slower. It hit Nathan's chest and burned for a moment before detonating. But the detonation was weak, the fireball's structure starting to fall apart the moment it touched Nathan's skin. He sat back up, thinking about the spell. He'd felt the weave of it this time, how the mana had been loosely woven together. When it hit him, the force had expanded out to create a shock wave. That had activated and scattered the pattern of fire mana, generating a blast of explosive heat and pressure across a wide area. It was like a fuel air bomb, where an initial blast scattered fuel across a wide area, which then ignited to cause the real destruction. Low tier identify 3 achieved. Neat. Nathan wouldn't be able to reproduce the spell, and he also definitely couldn't grasp how to design a spell like that from the ground up. But he understood how it worked, and how to make it fail. Ahead of him, Stella frowned, her mouth lopsided and surprisingly cute as she glared at where the fireball had detonated. "And again!" She hucked another fireball at him, just as diffuse as the previous one. Nathan sharpened his magical senses, waiting for the exact moment he could interact with the spell, preparing himself to pull apart the tendrils of force mana that provided the initial detonation. The fireball impacted his navel and guttered as he scattered the key threads of force mana. He was left with an uncomfortable ball of fire and force slowly dissipating against his belly. Nathan pulled on the mana the way he'd done with tails, and the hissing ball fizzed away to nothing. At this point, Stella's frown had turned into a sort of delighted puzzlement. "I have never seen anything like that before. Hold on, let me try something. You can heal yourself, right?" Nathan nodded, all of a sudden apprehensive, as the short mage stalked toward him, her smile growing into something maniacal. "Give me your hand." She grabbed the tentatively offered limb in one hand and pointed with the other. A thin jet of flame shot from her pointer finger, and she brought it toward Nathan's outstretched arm. "Break this spell. I want to see how it works." Nathan flinched, almost pulling his arm out of her grasp, but Stella held on and touched the edge of the fire against his arm, near his wrist.
Nathan felt the mana as soon as it contacted him, a concentrated and surprisingly complex working of fire. Nathan focused intently on the spell, hoping he could keep Stella from lopping off his hand with her magical cutting torch. The spell seemed dedicated to keeping the flame as concentrated as possible, so that was the aspect of the spell that Nathan attacked. As the torch contacted his skin, the flames barely felt warm, the major sensation being the popping energy of fire mana. The angle was shallow, and even without his magic resistance, the fire would have burnt him, but not scorched deeply.
Oh, she's not actually trying to hurt me. She's just not great at communicating when she's excited.
More methodically, he pulled apart the weave that kept the flames concentrated. The jet became more diffuse before the threads snapped back into place. Nathan looked up and saw Stella staring intently at the jet, obviously exerting her own magical control to stabilize the spell. His own eyes narrowed.
Oh, it's like that, is it?
You might be the mage, but I'm the anti-mage. Any spell you make, I can break. Nathan pushed back, destabilizing the working, even as Stella tried to force it back into shape. His talent's basic function protected him from harm and made his manipulations of the spell inherently disruptive. Even though it was Stella's mana, and she had the advantage, they fought for control of the little jet of fire. After a minute of back and forth, Nathan fully understood the nature of the spell and how it worked. Around Stella's finger was a portion of the spell that channeled air into the flame jet.
Fire mana needs an oxidizer to burn. Then I guess the fireball working like a fuel-air explosive makes even more sense. That's both reassuring and very weird. It's magic. Why does it follow the rules of chemical reactions? I guess it would also be weird if it didn't.
Nathan abandoned his manipulation of the guiding magic and attacked the air inflow control, causing the fire itself to flicker. When Stella tried to stabilize that portion of the spell, Nathan took advantage of her diverted attention, disrupting the part of the spell that provided fire mana. Stella let go of the spell and stepped back, letting out a long breath and slumping her shoulders. Then she looked up and threw her arms to the sky in a pose of triumph.
Mana intuition went up! Dragon's breath! That's awesome! She turned to Nathan, cheeks flushed. Okay, that was cool. Thanks for going along with it. Is there anything else you want to try? She grinned and winked, throwing Nathan off a bit. He took a second to respond, examining the slightly singed hair on his arm.
Do you have any other mana types? I'm trying to develop my magic resistance talent, and I think I need exposure to as many mana types as possible. If not, I'd like to play with a spell that's pure force.
Stella's energy and grin dialed back a few stages. No, I don't have any other types of mana except fire and force. Yet. But hold some patience, and I might be able to set something up. I've never heard of a talent like yours. It's amazing. She gave Nathan a hand, boosting him to his feet before continuing. Oh, and I know you're from far off, but don't tell anybody what types of mana I use or that skill name I mentioned. Supposed to be secret, though if you're on the team, it won't be a problem. She proceeded to cast another spell, wordlessly. A sheet of translucent blue force appeared in front of Nathan, about the size of a large shield. Nathan walked over to it, inspecting the floating magic. It looked more like the force constructs he'd seen from the Guardians of Jamor than anything from Giant's Rest. Nathan had seen much the same spell cast by the Giant's Rest mages at the Battle of the Ford, but it hadn't looked like this. Theirs had been smaller and completely transparent.
Differences in spellcasting style, maybe? Stella doesn't speak the spell names aloud as she casts. I can see that providing a tactical advantage, but maybe being harder to learn. He poked it with his finger, which let him feel the broad, flat bands of mana that formed the shield. They bent under his finger, and the pane of force audibly cracked. Nathan nodded to himself, considering the feeling of force mana. It was massless, but immovable, as if its position were immutable. Pushing on it from any angle felt like pushing on the edge of a knife that never quite cut you. That contrasted with fire mana, which he'd had more than enough experience with during the mental wrestling match over Stella's torch. Fire was an ever-changing, popping sensation, combined with heat, like scorching hot pop rocks. Not a very pleasant sensation, but it was nice to easily be able to identify it. Low-tier Spell Sense 6 achieved. With another movement, Nathan traced one of the major weaves of mana in the force block, which crumbled. The entire pane of force shuddered and collapsed into nothing. The other members of the heirs had been half-heartedly stretching, but mostly just watching Nathan and Stella do their thing. At Nathan's casual destruction of a force block, Kachi looked as if he'd finally solved a riddle. So that's how you wounded an archmage through his mage armor. Break the magic, break the man. What did he hit you with? Nathan hissed, rubbing his previously absent left arm. A disintegrate, which took off my left arm. He waved the appendage in question at Kachi, who looked aghast. I grew it back, though. The wolfman worked his jaw for a moment, exposing some impressive teeth as he reconsidered Nathan. That's one zombie of a healing talent. It's got to be a talent. Does it heal non-magical wounds, too? Nathan nodded. With the insight I have, I don't think it matters where the injury comes from.
Kachi stroked his elongated chin, whistling appreciatively and looking thoughtful. After a moment, he grinned, quite wolfishly. In that case, want to spar? Chapter 20. Bumps and Bruises. Nathan sighed. He had been hoping that the anti-magic demonstration had allayed their worries, and they wouldn't test him anymore. Maybe this spar was Kachi trying to get a fully rounded grasp of Nathan's capabilities, and not just beat his face in to demonstrate his superiority. If only I had confidence in that. As much as Nathan wasn't looking forward to getting smacked around by the enormous wolfman, it wasn't a big surprise. He turned to fully face him. Sure, but I have to warn you that the first time I seriously fought anybody was less than a week ago. I've had luck catching mages by surprise, but I'm not going to stand up well to somebody like you. Kachi and Arl looked happier at Nathan's earnest assessment. He noticed that they'd both been tense, apprehensive because of his anti-magic demonstration. This was probably a good time to clear that up. I don't think I'm ever going to be as good a frontline fighter as you guys. I definitely need to work on it, but I've got skills for fast movement and dealing with magic. I'm a mage hunter, but against non-mages, a lot of what I have is useless. Sarah pursed her lips. Not all adventuring parties fight people. Many focus on dungeons and monsters. What else can you do where anti-magic is not as useful? Nathan's response was easy. I'm not familiar with many monsters in this area, but my guess is the scary ones use magic in some way. The grave tangle knocked everybody over with just its magical aura, which I ignored. I also saw through the magical stealth of a pack of Earthstalkers yesterday. He shrugged. But maybe those were outliers. How many magical traps or dangers are present in dungeons? Sarah shared a look with Arl, who shrugged and wiggled his eyebrows at her.
She nodded as if acknowledging a point and spoke again.
Fair enough. Now, are you two going to hit each other or what? Unless you want a weapon, Nathan.
I have no idea how to use any weapons but my fists, and I'd prefer not to look like an absolute rookie. Nathan shook his head and squared off against Kachi. He considered putting his shirt back on, but decided against potentially damaging his new clothes.
He took a deep breath as they both set their feet, sizing up his opponent. He didn't expect to take the big guy down, or even get in any significant shots. Kachi was dressed in immaculate plate and bore a large hammer and an even bigger shield. His hope here was to be slippery, maybe get behind the big warrior or trip him up. He's in full plate. That's gotta be heavy as hell. Maybe I can just push him over. Nathan noticed Kachi crouch slightly as if to lunge, and Nathan took a cautious step backward. They were more than 10 feet apart. There was no way somebody covered in that much metal could cover that distance. Nathan's next thought was interrupted by the steel wall of Kachi's shield impacting his chin with a crunch. Darkness fuzzed his vision, and he was airborne briefly before slamming into the ground, wind partially knocked out of him. It hurt like a bitch, but thanks to Brawler's indifference, he wasn't completely stunned. His jaw felt wobbly, and he rolled to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood, before staggering to the side and falling over again as the world tilted. Oh, that's a nasty concussion. I think you got me. I'm gonna need a minute. Nathan was not a fan of how much his voice slurred, and speaking sent intense pain through his jaw, even through the recognizable numbness of broken bones. His hands came up, and Nathan tentatively poked at his face. Yeah, that was a badly broken jaw. And a concussion.
Would regeneration work on head wounds? Did he want to use it for head wounds? Well, it was probably better to try it now, under controlled circumstances. Controlled head wounds. No such thing. Nathan pictured a textbook diagram of a brain, unbruised and surrounded by healthy meninges. Then, he shoved that image at his own head, along with stamina. Stamina drained at an alarming rate, but over the course of a few heartbeats, a mental fog he hadn't even noticed cleared away. His jaw was also killing him, and he became aware that Kachi was leaning over him, hand glowing as he finished a prayer. Grace be granted, healing be sure. Kachi pressed his hand onto Nathan's shoulder, and Nathan felt the magic try to take hold, before sliding off, accomplishing nothing. It had the same feel as the magic he'd felt from Kia, a warm, prickling feeling that Nathan was powerless to accept. In that moment, he almost reconsidered his decision to improve his magic resistance to be more potent. Maybe healing was more important, and regeneration was taking a while. Nathan started coughing up blood as Kachi grew more anxious and chagrined. What do I do? Can you heal it? Nathan sat up, spitting to the side and feeling very pressured. Why was he having to reassure people when he was the one who'd been injured? Yeah, give me a minute. He felt delicately at his jaw. There was a sharp bone protruding into his mouth, and the feeling of his tongue caressing a shard of his own bone did not feel great. Ah, that feels very wrong. But he could make the problem go away. So Nathan closed his eyes and crossed his legs, sharpening his mind. His jaw was definitely misaligned, and he didn't want it healing that way. This is getting to me on a visceral level that's hard to ignore. He tamped down on the rising sickness and focused on the correct jaw structure. He told the bones not just to heal, but also to shift into the right position, and only to heal after they'd finished moving. It was unpleasant. Nathan's attention barraged by discomfort and the blood that continued to fill his mouth. But he was patient, breathing through his nose and dedicating his entire attention to realigning his jawbones before healing the skin and fusing the bones together. After a minute, that felt much longer, Nathan opened his eyes to more blue boxes. Mid-tier focused mind rank 5 achieved. Mid-tier regeneration rank 7 achieved. So,
Getting possibly crippling wounds also helps with ranks. The smallest hurrah. The rest of the heirs were grouped around him, looking various degrees of aloof or concerned. Stella ventured a question first. "Are you all right?" Nathan cracked his jaw. Thankfully, it was back to normal. "Yeah, I think so. Anybody got some water? My mouth is full of blood." Sarah handed him a water skin, and Nathan washed himself and spat a few times, gargling and then drinking to get the sticky feeling out of his throat. Then he handed the water skin back to Sarah with a nod of thanks, before standing and turning to Kachi. "This is going to need to be handled carefully." "You sure got me with that one. I didn't know you could move that quick." "Nice. But I got a question. Does your healing realign bones, or just heal things as they are?" Kachi scuffed the ground with his foot, looking away. "It depends on the prayer. Mom always taught me to check for misaligned bones before healing somebody." His posture told Nathan that he hadn't used a prayer that realigned bones this time. But at least the big wolf folks' first response had been to panic and try to help, instead of just laughing at Nathan. Nathan nodded. "It's a good thing I was immune to your healing, or I probably wouldn't be able to talk right now. We'd have to carefully re-break my jaw, set it, and re-heal it. Not fun for anybody."
Just be careful with that next time. Just because somebody's hurt it doesn't mean healing them is always the right action, yeah? Kachi looked up at him and grimaced. "You are right. It was just... You were hurt. It was my fault and I could help, so I didn't think about it as I should have." Nathan shrugged. "No harm, no foul. As much as I got my face beat in, I think I won that round in the social arena." Kachi nodded. "Shall we go again?" His eyes had narrowed and looked a bit predatorily at Nathan. Maybe Nathan had rubbed his nose in it too much. To Nathan's surprise, Stella came to his rescue. "No, definitely not. Nathan is going to sit down, and you slackers are going to do the training you were supposed to be doing. Sarah, make it a good one." She glared at Kachi. Stella guided Nathan to a set of benches at the back of the range, where he sat and watched Sarah hurling weapons at Aal and Kachi. Her hands flickered in and out of her pouch, each time a new weapon in hand. They all quickly went downrange at the two fighters. The variety of weapons was amazing, as well as the speed and accuracy at which they flew. Nathan noticed that all of the weapons were blunted. Nonetheless, arrows, hatchets, knives, and javelins all went clattering downrange. If you can dodge a wrench. Aal acted similarly, pulling out weapons from his own pouch with each movement to counter his sister's attacks. He swatted a hatchet from the air with one of his own, then produced a small shield to catch an arrow before sidestepping a javelin. It would have been more efficient just keeping the shield, but the slim man was clearly practicing swapping weapons for each threat. Meanwhile, Kachi's job looked easier. He was hunkering behind his shield, shifting it to catch and deflect ranged projectiles.
It definitely wasn't trivial, as Nathan noticed that whenever he took his eyes off Sarah, she'd hurl something into the sky, so it would come down atop his head unless he adjusted his shield or sidestepped. She also sent the occasional projectile at his feet, forcing him to slam the shield down or skip backwards. It was almost comical, seeing the enormous warrior in plate armor shuffling in place as blurs of metal came from multiple angles. Nathan's stamina was at 95 over 350, so he asked Stella if she had any snacks. She smirked, reached into a pocket of her robes, and handed him a set of pastries that looked identical to the ones Nathan had eaten that morning. They were pristine and still warm. He looked at her robe with surprise. "Better keep me away from that. I think I'll break any magic items that I'm too close to." Stella looked at him with alarm. She'd been edging a bit closer to him, but reversed course and scooted further down the bench. "Hear me. That talent's powerful,
but I'm definitely not jealous anymore. Can't be healed, can't use magic items? Not even as a joke." She shuddered a bit. They sat in silence for a little while, watching as Sarah finally emptied her pouch of practice weapons. Once she was finished, they gathered up the projectiles while Kachi healed a few bruises and scrapes. Nathan hopped up to help, grabbing a few daggers and hatchets. They were all badly scuffed and dented, more like discards from a forge than actual weapons. He watched Sarah dump the weapons into the pouch, shaking his head. The item must have sorted and cleaned them as well, since she wasn't being careful to avoid getting sand in there. Wild. He handed off his gathered items. Sarah looked up at him. She'd been the most aloof thus far, but Nathan didn't get a sense of dislike, merely that she hadn't taken the lead here. "Thanks. Do you want to go? I can go gentle." Nathan considered. He could do it.
Being willing to get clobbered again would probably improve his reputation with the heirs, but he just didn't want to.
His jaw didn't hurt anymore, but the memory of the pain was still there, and he just didn't want to take more risks. Not today. So he blew out a breath and responded, "Thanks for the offer, but not today. There's something I want to talk to Artha about before I try dodging things." Sarah cocked her head at him. "Artha Footspeak? Stanel, our dad, says he's one to trust true. What's he teaching you?" Nathan blinked. "Yeah, that's him. The Giant Raiders saved me from Giant's Rest, and he's teaching me the Path of Rage." The black-haired girl was clearly surprised. "That's rare." She turned to call to Arl, who was gathering javelins that had flown past him during the target practice. "Hey, Arl, don't you know Nathan's getting taught the Path of Rage by Artha Footspeak?" Arl grunted, looking Nathan up and down again. "That's a surprise. They guard those insights. He'll have to answer to the clan for that." He turned to Nathan. "What could have made him agree to that?" Nathan scratched the back of his neck. "If it's so valuable, I don't know if that's something I should share." To his surprise, everybody seemed to accept that explanation. The culture here really did get behind hoarding insights, and disapproved of even the hint of prying them out of people. He and Stella sat and watched as the rest of the heirs resumed their practice. After just a few minutes, Stella sat back up and started throwing magic at Arl and Kachi, forcing them to dodge or shelter from various small bolts of fire or force. Nathan thought she was picking on Kachi, and he was being slowly driven down the range by a rain of firebolts and one small fireball impacting his shield. After a bit, they called another break, sitting around and drinking water. Stella broke the silence first. "Sorry for trying to trip you back in the dining hall. I thought, well..."
Nathan shrugged again. Holding on to grudges against these people wouldn't get him anything. They'd been jerks, but the culture here seemed rooted in proving one's strength. And honestly, it made sense. If you were adventurers going up against Giant's Rest and monsters, you had a lot more excuse to be macho than high school football players did. And before I can really join their team, they have to see me as an equal, somebody just as strong and with as much potential as they have. You thought I wasn't the equal of you and the other heirs, but I'm heir to a tradition as weighty as they come. In my land, we stand on the shoulders of giants, on our predecessors who reached the stars. It lets us see farther yet, plumb the mysteries of the universe. It's something I dedicated my life to, and now I will apply that legacy here. Low-tier earnestness, rank 8 achieved. There was a beat of silence before the moment was ruined by Arl's quiet question. "What's a star?" Nathan blew a raspberry, thinking about how to explain. "It's something beyond the sky. We can see them from my home." Soon enough, the group training was over, and it was time for individual mentoring. Chapter 21.
dodging disadvantage. The heirs exited the private training ground to find the other adventurers milling around in an open area, waiting on their individual mentors. Nathan spotted Artha easily and started walking in his direction, but was stopped by Kachi holding out a hand to interrupt him. "Today we're having food with our families. Maybe another day you will share our dinner, but for today, we will see you back in our rooms. I have inscribed our meeting, Nathan." With that, the big wolf man turned and walked away with the rest of the heirs. Arl and Sarah approached a wiry older man who was clearly their father, with the same coppery skin, dark hair, and sculpted face.
Kachi and Stella walked together, joking as they strode towards the familiar figures that Nathan had last seen incinerating the grave tangle. 3 of the 5 members of the Guardians of Jamor stood together, a wide buffer of open space around them. Kia was in full plate armor, with the giant greatsword stuck diagonally on her back. Her helmet was off, but it was hanging off her belt and in easy reach. Nathan watched Kachi approach and respectfully greet her, and she responded by jerking her head for him to follow. Meanwhile, Stella was greeted by hugs from both of the casters of the Guardians. Nathan remembered the spell he'd been pretty sure involved a fusion reaction, and eyed the soft-faced man who'd cast the spell. From here, he seemed shy, even effacing, while the foxfolk at his side was more effusive, cupping Stella's cheeks and asking her a question. Stella's response involved pointing at Nathan. All 3 turned to face him. Nathan stopped watching them and sped up to meet Artha. He needed to keep in mind that the parents of his new friends could beat the pants off a monster the size of a mountain, one whose attacks had broken the sound barrier. No wonder they wanted to keep most people at arm's length. That kind of power was bound to make nearly any social situation difficult. How did you talk to somebody when their parents were WMDs? Forget the trope of a dad threatening people with a shotgun. This would be like dealing with the daughter of a superhero. That's really not a terrible metaphor here. They're even named like a superhero team. With that in mind, he went to meet Artha. Talking to Artha again was easy. He didn't have to judge the effect of every word or worry so much about his image. He'd fought for Artha, and Artha had fought for him. Back on Earth, Nathan wouldn't have any idea what that meant. But here, now, it meant that he wasn't quite so worried about how mere words would cause the big elk centaur to think of him. It was surprisingly restful to have that feeling. So, when Artha took him to a secluded park on the edge of the adventuring compound, he didn't restrain his speech. "Did you see the team I was on? They're so young and exhausting." Artha seemed to think that was funny, chuckling as they walked. "Indeed, it speaks highly of you to be placed in such a team, but it has often been said that those born to greatness forever struggle to achieve it. I hope your team flourishes at their task. But now, we have training to do. Is there anything in particular you wish to focus on?" Nathan had been thinking about this. "I want to get some help from Emerald on something. Otherwise, whatever you think is best." They spent a few hours talking of the path of rage, and Artha ran him through a few exercises. Many of them had him focusing on what made him angry and ways to control and channel that feeling. Artha had him feel for the anger, taught him to think of it as something that was always present and could be called on whenever necessary. It was clear to Nathan that the path of rage was a balancing act disguised as a surrender to emotion. In order to truly embark on the path, you had to let your anger overwhelm you. However, you could still shape the path that the anger took, like guiding a raging torrent down certain channels. Nathan was glad he had Artha to teach him. There was an art to this not unlike his guided meditation. It was purpose without thought. After some time, they went to find Emerald, and Nathan asked them to run him through the footwork drill again. After a few repetitions, he asked both Artha and Emerald to throw some things at him,
and he'd try to use the movements from the drill to dodge. It didn't go great, at least at first. Artha had grabbed whatever was at hand, and so Nathan dodged a rain of random chunks of wood and tools.
He protested, noting that they could be using pillows or clothes. But Artha pointed out that Davrar didn't tend to respect non-hazardous training. So, Nathan resigned himself to some bruises and got to dodging. At first, he was tempted to duck and weave, keeping his body weight low and stance even. But that wasn't the point of what he was trying to do. He wanted to use the techniques that Emerald had taught him, to quickly shift position and allow for sudden changes of direction. After a few false starts, and a couple of times where Emerald specifically pegged Nathan in the foot, he started to get into it. The trick wasn't just to be light on your feet. It was to be careful and considerate of your momentum, and to be ready to change it at any time. Pending utility skill. Low-tier dodging footwork. You have trained in moving your feet quickly to aid with dodging. This skill will help you move your feet to more easily keep your balance and dodge attacks. He stopped moving and got belted with a metal ladle for his trouble. Quickly, Artha and Emerald stopped, and Emerald approached him. "You got it? Good. I was hungry." They sat down to eat what Artha had quickly fetched, and Nathan nodded. "It's called dodging footwork. Says it will help me keep my balance and dodge attacks." Emerald hesitated before answering, heaping vegetables onto a plate from a communal tray. "Mine is more general, but doesn't mention dodging. Just says easier movement and faster changes of direction." Nathan was a bit surprised, speaking around a buttered roll stuffed with meat and gravy. "That sounds even more general. Nice. It's a really good skill." Emerald shrugged their shoulders in response to the compliment, while Artha came forward. "Well done. It seems that many of your utility skills are geared towards fighting. While this is not a bad thing, I would caution you of making all of your skills related to combat and adventuring. Not only will it leave you unable to perform well in other areas, but it may make you feel trapped in this life, unable to imagine yourself acquiring other skills, other crafts." He paused, then spoke again. "I apologize for seeding your garden with weeds. To achieve a skill one has been reaching for is truly something to be proud of. This one is not to be dismissed, for it takes long training to achieve such a thing. Indeed, I wonder at the speed at which you have picked up your talents and skills in this place." Nathan considered if he should mention Davrar deeming him disadvantaged. Well, it probably wasn't the most dangerous secret that these two already knew, and understanding it would probably help with his training. So he told them. "About that. When I arrived on Davrar, I got a message that I was at a disadvantage, and so I would have an easier time getting skills and talents, and level up faster until I wasn't at a disadvantage. Do either of you know when that'll happen?" Artha furrowed his brow, tilting his head and staring to the side as he mopped his plate with another roll. "I've never heard of such a thing. Not among my clan, or in Jamor. Emerald?" Emerald's voice was quiet. "I've overheard the words. It's something from Giant's Rest, for noble kids, but I don't know what it means." Nathan shrugged. "It seems fairly simple from what I have seen. If you don't have any levels, then you get some sort of boost to help you catch up. I think it's helped me learn better versions of talents and skills, too. I'm not surprised Giant's Rest takes advantage of it. Keep a kid from leveling up for a while, and then they'll get better stuff later. I just wish I knew when it expired." Both Artha and Emerald were taken aback. Artha spoke first. "How cruel. Children level slowly if properly cared for, and it is considered the mark of a precocious child that they level quickly. To keep them unleveled entirely, I cannot imagine it to be kind." The big elk man looked morose for a moment,
then took a deep breath and continued. But I do not know when this will expire. The next milestone is level 27, and that level is required for any proper adventurer. It is sometimes said that the time between level 9 and 27 is the most dangerous in anybody's life, for Devrar rewards risk above all, and it is many levels to cross without the benefit of 6 full class skills. It would not surprise me if that is where you will lose this disadvantaged trait. Nathan nodded, frowning. If level 27 was where he'd lose the buff, then he should push that off as long as he could, and try to pick up and develop as many talents and utility skills as possible. The skills were easy, but talents were a problem. Vala had said that you could dump talents, but that the better ones, the ones that changed you, tended to be permanent. Both Nathan's magic resistance and his regeneration were permanent, so he didn't want to pick up just any talent. He wanted something that would fit into his developing build. The problem was, he didn't know what he needed or where to get it. Were there temporary talents he could take for now? Well, there were people he could ask right in front of him. Do you have any advice for temporary talents I could take for my 3rd slot? Artha answered again, sounding as if going over a familiar topic. Taking a talent and intending to replace it later is a matter of some argument. Many say it is wise to become as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. However, I say that is trading greater strength later for smaller strength now. You will delay gaining a more powerful talent because you have developed a temporary talent, and may end up keeping the short-term talent because you cannot bear to replace it. To add to this, many talents tend to become permanent when developed beyond high tier. Finally, you may only receive talents when you have an empty slot, which means that if you unlock a talent in combat, you will not only be unable to accept it, you will never know you have done so. It is common practice to leave a talent slot open for such an eventuality, or for after the level 27 class development to round out a build. For these reasons, I do not recommend taking a temporary talent. Do you agree, Emerald? The thin figure bobbed their armored helmet, giving no other answer. Nathan shrugged. Regardless, it was time to move forward with what he had. He pulled up the box for his new skill and accepted it. Congratulations, you have accepted the low-tier dodging footwork utility skill. There was one more question Nathan had for the two, though he primarily addressed Emerald. Should I try to get armor? I took a heavy blow earlier during training, and it seems like I should wear armor. Emerald started nodding, their helmet reflecting the light. Armor is good. I can introduce... Arthur cut in, stroking his silvery beard as he spoke over Emerald. I must interrupt. A weighty apology, Emerald, but this is a place where I must guide Nathan on the path of rage, and I would ask you to depart so we may speak of it in privacy. Arthur waited for Emerald to leave the room with the remains of their dinner before continuing. There is an early branching in the path of rage, between those who fight armored and unarmored. If you fight and train to reach level 27 without wearing armor, while taking wounds, you will almost certainly gain a class skill that will enhance your toughness while unarmored, which holds obvious advantages for you. You have said you are unable to use enchanted items, and armor without enchantments holds limited use. You also seem to prize maneuverability and fast movement, which armor, and especially unenchanted armor, would hinder. Therefore, I recommend against armor for now, though you may give it more thought after class. Development. I hope your regeneration talent can protect you for now, and when you gain the class skill, I hope the benefits are worthy. That sounds like a pretty good argument. Armor would be uncomfortable, heavy, and annoying to clean anyways. And expensive.
I'll probably need to buy more clothes, though. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. High-tier Magic Resistance 10. Permanent Talent 2. Mid-tier Regeneration 7. Talent 3. None. Class: Anti-Magic Brawler. Level 25. Stamina: 350 over 350. Brawler's Indifference, Anti-Magic Blows. Utility Skills: Mid-tier, Focused Mind 5. Low-tier, Earnestness 8. Low-tier, Sprinting 6. Low-tier, Spell Sense 6. Low-tier, Notice 7. Low-tier, Identify 3. Low-tier, Dodging Footwork 1. Chapter 22. Backgrounds and Warnings. Nathan caught up on what the rest of the giant raiders were doing. They all had a bunch of obligations before they headed back into the wilds, beyond just commissioning better weapons with their new cash. Vala was apparently stuck in an endless gauntlet of family obligations. The boss seemed to be a clan who did a lot of adventuring and catering to adventurers, and Arthur joked that her list of dinner invitations was taller than she was. She was also expected to share a few insights with some kids against future favors. It sounded complicated, in the way that only family politics could be, and Nathan wished her luck. Nobody had seen Wiam since he'd disappeared into a wizard's tower called the Tower of Trickery, where he'd been trained. It was a bit of a strange cross between an orphanage and a magical school, and was run by a birdfolk mage called Gale Shullet. There seemed to be a lot of jokes about Gale and the Tower of Trickery, since they disdained attack spells and primarily focused on stealth, illusion, and area control, like Wiam's mud spell. Okay, interesting.
I was wondering why Wiam seemed less focused on direct conflict than the enslavement mages from Giant's Rest. However, Gale was unquestionably recognized as one of the stronger adventurers of Gamor, leading a team called the Seven Fools. Her students had begun to prove their worth to the Adventurers Guild in recent years, in large part due to their ability to cast Message. After a friendly exchange of goodbyes, Nathan headed back to the training section of the Adventurers Guild. The cafeteria building was lit, and dinner was being cleared by a pudgy man with a perpetual smile on his face. He saw Nathan peeking around the door and gave a cheery wave. Nathan explored further into the building. In the back were classrooms, some of which were occupied by students discussing things. They all looked at Nathan when he poked his head in, staring silently until he left. Okay then, I guess some of the air's unapproachability has rubbed off on me. In the next layer back were the dormitories, divided into suites much like the one Nathan had stayed in with the giant traders. Most of the doors were closed, but one was open, and Arl sat in a chair next to it. He was sharpening an enormous sword that was laid on a cloth across his knees. As Nathan turned the corner, Arl was looking over his shoulder and back into the room, smiling as he did so. He and his sister are just so pretty. Those eyebrows are amazingly sculpted, and that sword was ridiculous. Arl spotted him and stood, hefting the blade and slowly feeding it into his pouch. It was taller than Nathan was, much less Arl. Damn, with that much blade, no wonder it needed a lot of sharpening. As the wiry youth finished, he gestured for Nathan to follow him into the room. Sarah was sitting there, whittling what looked like arrow shafts. Arl spoke to Nathan. "We have returned early and expect the others back soon. Did your afternoon serve you well?" Nathan nodded. "It did. Arthur is a good teacher, and Emerald taught me a skill." He pointed to Sarah. "I'll be ready for that dodging practice tomorrow." She smiled. "Good. I'm looking forward to another person's movement to practice against. I know all the tendencies of this walking target." She affectionately swatted at her brother's shoulder as he came to sit next to her. "Now, I will tell you this because Kachi likely will not. Try to sleep early tonight. We will wake early,
and both Kachi and Stella need less sleep than decent folk do. Don't let them keep you up." With that, she went back to her whittling, her rapid knife movements somehow sending the wood scraps into a neat pile on the table in front of her. Aurel looked put out. "Ah, you warn him of what Kachi will do, while we had to suffer it firsthand. He should have stumbled through his first full day with half a night of sleep as we did. It would be good practice." Sarah pointed her knife at him. "Beware this mean streak of yours, brother. It will be your undoing." But she tilted her head and waggled her eyebrows as she said it, which seemed to lessen the blow. Aurel only laughed. Nathan spectated their interplay, amused. The two definitely seemed close. He was an only child, but few of the siblings he'd seen had been so friendly. They were making fun of each other, but there was no meanness to it. Then again, he hadn't known any twins, so who knew? Nathan didn't feel comfortable going to bed yet, even if he was tired. He wasn't so much physically tired, just mentally exhausted. So many new things had happened. He needed to process and think, but there just hadn't been time. Now's as good a time as any. He said his goodnights to the twins and then explored the rooms of the heirs. There were 5 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, again with the strange trough with running water. One of the bedrooms had no personal items, and Nathan claimed it as his own, laying out his stuff on the small table.
It was a pitiful pile for being everything he owned in this new world. The knapsack he'd gotten from the Vanguard, packed with clothes and blankets, strings of coins, some knives, a few extra clothes. Back home, he'd felt secure with his phone and wallet. It had been comforting to know that as long as he kept those 2 items, he'd manage decently well anywhere with civilization. Anywhere on Earth, that was. But all of that had been stripped away by Teal's spell. Now this meager pile of possessions was all he owned. However, it gave him a similar sense of security. He was starting to develop his place in this world, especially the coins. Starting from nothing, pulling myself up by my bootstraps. I'm such a capitalist. So much of it had been due to his friends here. He'd found allies and a purpose. The money and belongings were incidental. In general, life was less comfortable than it had been back on Earth, but Nathan wasn't sure he regretted the change. Life on Devrar was dangerous and often short, but Nathan remembered the intoxicating thrill of the fights he'd been a part of. Life here was exciting and adventurous. The night sky was a world, and Devrar was chock full of secrets to be explored, new things to learn. The extreme sports Nathan had done felt like child's play, a facsimile of the rush that was a real fight. There was no chair, so Nathan sat on the bed to meditate. He glossed over his experiences of the day. There was no rush, just examining each thought in turn until there was nothing left. Then Nathan focused on the breath until his mind felt clear. He began to examine the flow of his feelings. What did he feel like? After the last few days, he should be flushed with stress hormones, sick to his stomach. But he wasn't. He felt invigorated, strong. And underneath it all, like a hidden flame in the center of his being, was a banked ember of anger. Nathan examined that anger, studying it thoroughly.
In this meditative state, he could dedicate the time to investigate. Why was he angry? What was the source? Was it justified? He remembered his introduction to Giant's Rest, the damning words from Teal's own mouth that had led Nathan to oppose him. Then there was the mindfuckery that he'd barely escaped. That had made it personal. And when Nathan had broken his restraints, Teal had cringed and fled. Coward. Fleeing the moment consequences could threaten him. Nathan breathed out, feeling like fire was escaping with each breath. There'd been the fight at the ford,
where the enslavement mages had gloated at the idea of recapturing Emerald, the escaped slave. Nathan's fury peaked, and his arms trembled. He wanted to run to Giant's Rest and tear down their walls, break things until not one stone stood atop another. He breathed in, keeping his eyes closed. He breathed out, feeling the anger wash through him in waves. It felt purifying. It felt like it gave him strength. And on Earth, that would have been a lie. Here it was not. Artha's lessons made it clear that anger was a power, and a power that he could use. After a time, Nathan dropped back, clearing his mind and focusing only on his breathing. He breathed clean, cool air in through the nose, breathed out his rage through the mouth. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. The anger wasn't gone, just receded, like a coal smoldering inside of him. Nathan was sure with a moment's thought he could call it back to him. Before him floated another blue box in acknowledgement of that. Pending utility skill, anger control. You have demonstrated excellent control over your anger. This skill will help you control your anger in the future, allowing you to control your rage and direct it as you see fit. Artha had warned him about this. It could be a useful skill to somebody on the path of rage, to be sure. Nathan would have been wary of taking it, because it gave Davrar control over his emotions. But Artha had further cautioned him against it. His tribe had learned that those who took skills to control their rage ended up weakened. Their anger became a shallower thing, a switch to be turned on and off, and their future classes were weaker. So Nathan refused the skill. He rested on the bed for a little longer, thinking about the day. He seemed to be doing all right with the heirs, if only by not taking their bait. Being the serious adult seemed to be paying off. That situation seemed fine, and he'd known them for less than a day. They seemed all right. Still a bit of that teenage idiocy, but they wanted to be serious. Well, Nathan still had traces of adrenaline in him from his meditation on anger, but he should heed Sarah's advice and try to sleep. At least there aren't computer screens keeping me awake anymore. Nathan rested, feeling at peace with the day. He lamented only that he hadn't gotten more of a chance to explore Gamor, to see the novelties of Davrar. But there were good arguments for learning to defend himself as rapidly as possible. And here was where that happened. Chapter 23. Basic Education. True to Sarah's word, the next morning started early. There was a pounding on Nathan's door, and Kachi's enthusiastic voice sounded loudly. "Get up, Leadfoot! We're headed out! Don't hold us up!" Nathan heard a chuckle, then the pounding resumed. Nathan had been warned about this, so his clothes were laid out and ready. Less than a minute after waking up, Nathan unbolted the door and stepped out. Kachi hid his surprise well, but seemed a bit put out that Nathan was up and dressed so quickly. Nathan hurried through his morning ablutions and emerged into the common room to find everybody just finishing getting ready. Stella and Kachi were almost insultingly bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, with Arl and Sarah visibly annoyed about it. What followed was a series of exercises that reminded Nathan of descriptions of boot camp training. It had clearly taken on the form of a ritual to the heirs as well. Calisthenics, running several loops around the training hall, before taking on some of the obstacle courses in the pre-dawn light. Nathan kept up, if only by leaning on and spending stamina freely. They hadn't eaten yet, so it wasn't replenishing much, even when they did stop to take a breather. The group was clearly used to pushing each other, and while Stella lagged in the running, she didn't drag or fall behind. Nathan did notice that there was something wonky going on with her run, as if each step was propelled by extra force. Kachi led the exercises, disgustingly cheerful as he vaulted over obstacles in full plate, calling out to everybody in a sing-song chant.
Nathan wanted to resent him for it, but the wolf folk just seemed to be having so much fun with it. Nathan didn't want to snark at his good mood, even if he wasn't a morning person himself. After their exercises, they trooped into the dining hall as it opened up. The same pudgy man was depositing trays of food on the buffet table. The food looked basic but delicious. Meat, eggs, starchy tubers, and piles of vegetables in a rich gravy. The chef winked at them, wiping his hands on a stained apron as he walked out the door to fetch another load. The heirs loaded up their plates and sat at the same central table as before. Nathan asked the heirs to stash food in their various magical holding items for him to use later, and they acquiesced with humor. Kachi joked that he wished he could replenish his faith resource by eating instead of praying. But then he smugly mentioned that faith allowed for miracles, and he didn't see stamina pulling off any of those. Nathan waved his left arm at Kachi dismissively. I think regrowing an arm is pretty miraculous.
Other teams were filtering in, but it didn't seem like anybody else had the morning exercise routine of the heirs. Nathan asked about it, and apparently Kachi had inherited it from his mother. The parents of the other heirs had leaned on them to participate, and now it was a habit. Stella did an impression of her father extracting a promise from her, clasping her hands in front of her before softly and seriously saying, "For no matter the power of the mage, sometimes it is smart to run away very quickly. And you can't fly yet, so you can't use that as an excuse like we can." Nathan noticed that he wasn't sore after the morning's exercises. Probably regeneration, healing his muscles. Nathan wanted to find out if that strengthened them or not, but it was something he'd need to keep an eye on over time. Maybe tomorrow he should bring a snack and try to test it out. Next, they were off to classes and bid each other farewell. Nathan headed to his lesson on reading and writing and received some ribbing for needing to learn to read. His response was sarcastic. "I know how to read and write perfectly well, thank you very much. Just not in whatever the local language is. You don't even use the characters I'm used to. Very rude. You should just use the 26 characters I'm used to." Nathan spent a few hours with Velik, the clerk who had taken him to the guildmistress, learning the characters of the local system. It was a phonetic alphabet with only 20 characters, but there were 4 modifiers that could be used to change some pronunciations enough that it was closer to 35. At least the modifiers were standardized. In fact, the alphabet seemed less like something that had evolved naturally and more like something somebody had designed at some point. There weren't as many idiosyncrasies as there should have been in a naturally evolving language, and the use of the 4 modifiers was too systematic. So? I don't exactly have proof, and even if I did, it doesn't mean a lot. The Korean alphabet was also designed by some king who decided to design it from the ground up to be easy to use. It worked, too. Nathan was just glad it wouldn't be too difficult to properly learn the language Tael's spell had taught him to speak. After that, Nathan was reunited with the heirs in a large room with all of the other trainees for their next class. Jolba stomped into the room, freezing side conversations with a stern look, and lectured them on the rules of adventurers. It was a dry list of responsibilities, expectations, and privileges, but Nathan found the new information fascinating. As adventurers, they were neither free agents nor entirely in service to Jamor. It was more like committing to some amount of public service, which was tracked, and receiving special privileges in return. They would be provided housing, basic necessities, and the adventurer discount while being active adventurers, but were expected to take up jobs in a reasonable time frame and work not for their own enrichment, but for the good of Jamor. Jolba emphasized this multiple times, his favorite example being an anonymous adventurer given the choice between finding a magic item
and stopping a ravening monster, called a muck grabber, from entering a town. You end the threat. Protect those depending on you. That's the job. If you don't like it, go somewhere else and be a treasure hunter. But that's not what it means to be an adventurer of Jamor. From context, and some nearby mutters, Nathan gathered that these weren't old traditions. This mindset was something that Jolba and the guildmistress were trying to bake into the next generation. And while the heirs seemed to be on board, it was clear that not everybody was. Regardless, it's a sentiment I can get behind. This isn't my city, and I don't understand all the complexities here. But the general culture seems pretty obsessed with machismo, and I'm in favor of people trying to change that. Macho behavior doesn't usually translate to responsible conduct. The rest of the day proceeded much like the previous one, with Nathan settling further into the group. He was still an object of attention, but the trials of the previous day had mostly settled the heirs' doubts. When Kachi tried to suggest another spar, Stella shut him down hard and announced that Nathan would practice with Sarah. She proposed an alternate plan. Yeah, you big, strong warriors should hammer away at each other with your oversized hunks of metal. It's what you're good at. Sparring with Sarah was a learning experience for Nathan. He'd sparred in martial arts, but it had been with pads and for points. And while the lessons applied, the availability of easy healing made this an altogether different experience. They fought to surrender or incapacitation, and it should have been a grueling, awful experience. Sarah wasn't being brutal, and she was pointing out his mistakes, but she also wasn't holding back. Nathan had his wrists broken, his ribs cracked, and his nose crushed more than a few times. And regeneration made the experience rather tolerable. He could ignore the pain and shock of the injuries to continue the fight while quickly healing the damage. Before long, he was digging into the stashes of food to replenish his stamina. Nathan wasn't entirely sure why he could just keep eating and replenish stamina. But no argument here. There was plenty of food, and it was well spiced enough that Nathan wasn't getting bored of it. If I keep eating food this spicy, maybe I'll pick up a talent for fire breathing. At first, Nathan held back his more vicious blows. But over time, he learned that Sarah was superhumanly fast and flexible.
So he restrained himself less, taking openings for crippling blows as they were presented. Going all out felt great, and Nathan was thrilled by the spar. It wasn't the same all-consuming rush as his earlier life-or-death fights, but it had a bit of the same taste. A taste he hadn't felt in spars at home. Those had been dominated by the need for safety. After adjusting, Nathan started landing hits on Sarah. His larger build and use of stamina made his blows hit hard, and Sarah had to be careful to properly block or dodge nearly every one of his attacks. Between rounds, Stella healed minor injuries like bruises and black eyes, though she was visibly uncomfortable doing it. She frowned at Sarah's face as one particularly nasty black eye diminished. Nathan took the opportunity to ask, "Stella, what's going on? Is there anything wrong with the healing?" She shook her head, continuing to watch the progress of the spell. "No, it's just that the curing spells are Devrars. You channel basic mana in a specific shape, and then the person heals. It's really not magic, it's like a cheat. A lot of mages don't notice, but there's no way this mana shape is doing the healing. You can tweak the curing a little bit with the right inputs, but the changes make no sense, aside from more mana making the healing faster. It's like you're tying a useless knot with mana, but then a wound heals." The mage glared at the spell as if it personally offended her. "The magic doesn't make sense. My mom tells me that it'd be impossible to heal people without it, but I don't like having no idea how the spell actually works."
Kachi's faith is better at this kind of nonsense anyway, but Mom says I need to practice. It's just that there's no rhythm behind this spell, and I don't know why some things work better than others. I like to understand why my spells do what they do." Nathan nodded. That frustration made sense to him. But so did Devrar's guidance of healing spells.
Bodies were complicated, and healing a wound in seconds was very different from detonating out mana like a fireball. This was exactly the kind of interesting puzzle Nathan would love to tackle. If he used magic, which he did not. So he smiled sympathetically and said, "Yeah, that sounds frustrating. Maybe it just takes time to become comfortable using the spell on injuries." Stella shrugged at his words, clearly wanting to avoid the topic. She went back to healing the injury, carefully gazing into Sarah's eyes to be sure there wasn't any lasting damage. Then they went back to training. Low-tier dodging footwork 2 achieved! Only Nathan's lowest rank skill had gotten better, but he'd been warned about that. While this training was somewhat dangerous, it barely counted to Devrar. On the other hand, Nathan had definitely learned more about taking and dealing blows personally, even if Devrar hadn't rewarded him for it. This practice had been so much more visceral than sparring. Nathan felt like he was getting a handle on the sudden bursts of rapid movement involved when people fought to injure and maim. There wasn't that moment of hesitation involved where a strike was pulled or a kick was checked. He headed to training with Artha in high spirits, and the Elk Man talked Nathan's ear off about the path of rage. Nathan was approaching his second-class development. It was even possible that he'd hit level 27 with a few months of dedicated training. But if a deadly fight happened, he was certain to hit that milestone. Therefore, Artha was trying to stuff years of accumulated knowledge and practice into Nathan before that happened, so he'd be most likely to get the best class he could get. Nathan returned to bed that night, feeling tired, but fulfilled once again. He settled into his meditation without a goal. He was working towards purposes on multiple fronts and felt satisfied with his progress. So he set aside his thoughts, quieted his inner dialogue, and drifted, at ease in his mind.
Eventually, he readied himself for bed and slept better than he had on Earth in some years. Chapter 24. Finally, a time skip. Over the next several days, Nathan's interactions became more cordial with the other members of the Heirs. He didn't complain at their strenuous exercise and practice, and joined in to push them forward as he adapted to the schedule. In fact, he started pushing harder than any of them. Nathan started requesting that they squirrel away extra food in their dimensional bags so he could replenish his stamina. They made fun of him for it.
Sarah was kind, and to some extent the most relatable. Stella and Kachi were driven and intimidating in their devotion to practice. They each spent a lot of time on their own, practicing their magic disciplines with single-minded determination. This also translated to spending more evenings with their parents, undergoing specialized training, or just spending time with family. Therefore, Nathan spent several evenings hanging out with Sarah and Aal, trading jokes with Sarah about their schooling and practice, as Aal dourly maintained his arsenal, or joined his sister in whittling new weapons. Aal could be a bit brooding, and tended to avoid conversation unless forced to engage. When he did butt in, it was usually with a comment so wry that Nathan had to stop and appreciate the levels of sarcasm on display. He still hadn't seen much of the world outside of the Adventurers Guild and the training complex. But that wasn't for the worst. Nathan was learning how to survive Devrar, and it would be hard to find somewhere safer than the training grounds of the Adventurers Guild. Despite the bruises, sprains, and broken bones he received while training.
After almost a fortnight, his skills and talents were advancing, but seemingly very slowly. Mid-tier Regeneration Rank 8 achieved. Mid-tier Regeneration Rank 9 achieved. Low-tier Sprinting 7 achieved. Low-tier Spell Sense 7 achieved. Mid-tier Focused Mind Rank 6 achieved. Low-tier Identify 4 achieved. Low-tier Dodging Footwork 3 achieved. Low-tier Dodging Footwork 4 achieved. His fastest growing skill was Regeneration, which was not surprising given all of the healing Nathan was doing. And it wasn't just the injuries sustained during practice. It also included the muscle soreness gained from the frankly ridiculous amount of exercise Nathan was doing, both in morning and afternoon sessions. Stamina let him push his muscles farther, and Regeneration let them recover nearly instantly.
He wasn't benchmarking his progress especially carefully, and they weren't doing a ton of resistance training. But Nathan's muscles were getting quite defined. He could leap straight to the top of the walls on the obstacle course, and could easily block even powerful strikes from Kachi's hammer, provided he had a weapon of his own. He didn't want to say he was the strongest member of the heirs, but with his stamina, it was definitely true. Nathan meditated most nights, using focused mind and spell sense to help him understand more of Stella's spells. As he understood a spell, he got faster and more efficient at breaking it. The more he practiced understanding magic, the more it felt like the right direction to develop his magic resistance. He'd tried to develop magic resistance to the next tier, but even with focused mind and Stella's assistance in hitting him with spells, he hadn't had a breakthrough. High-tier skills and talents were hard to develop, and Nathan figured it was his lack of experience with a broad array of magic that was causing a problem. He could probably develop his talent to be excellent at dealing with force and fire magic, and maybe the shadow and earth magic that he'd practiced with William. But the more general a talent, the more useful it was. He mentioned this problem to Stella, who said she'd try to convince her parents to help him out. Nathan was looking forward to getting Regeneration to rank 10 so he could work on developing it. He had some concrete ideas about how to do it. He wasn't sure how to try to focus the development. Maybe making his healing faster or cheaper. He could probably angle the regeneration that way by focusing on either more cells differentiating or by guiding the process more with his understanding of what differentiation entailed. Alternatively, if his focus was on using regeneration in a fight, then maybe it would be better to make it automatic so he didn't have to focus attention to heal.
He was also well aware that he was weak to poisons.
However, that was enough divorced from the insight of guided cell differentiation that underlaid his regeneration that his talent would need to be past high tier to handle it. Regardless, he had to wait for the talent to rank up, which was proceeding slowly. His reading lessons with Velik had been going reasonably well. After a few days of study, he'd been offered the low-tier reading skill. Nathan had almost declined it without a second thought. He didn't need to spend a precious skill on reading. Reading was something he could manage on his own without any Davrar-granted assistance, thank you very much. Then he'd given it another thought. If he developed the skill, he could learn to read incredibly quickly, and maybe even develop it to read other languages or there was a lot of potential, and Nathan wasn't sure of the limits. He hadn't learned any details about what was possible with a reading skill from Velik or Artha. In the end, he left it open. The biggest problem was that there didn't seem to be all that many books around. He also probably didn't have too many utility skill slots left and wanted to be careful how he assigned them going forward. But if he had a free slot, then reading was certainly something to consider.
A few days later, Nathan approached one of his mentors about it. "Artha, what are the rules for acquiring utility skills?" The big elk man looked down at Nathan with a thoughtful expression. "Davrar will offer a utility skill for a task you are already proficient in. This is especially true if you are using the skill to help with a dangerous situation. However, Davrar is unlikely to offer you skills similar to those you already possess." He thought for a moment longer, staring off into space. "Such lessons are basic, and I often forget you were not taught in childhood."
Skills usable in combat are more difficult to acquire, and skills become harder to gain the more of them you have. Trying to get a skill will make you more likely to get it. It is rather uncommon for any but a child to be offered a skill they were not working for. Or those who are disadvantaged, apparently. He gave Nathan a slight nod before begging off. "I must return to the hall, for I am to meet a young treeborn new to the city. Farewell, Nathan." Julba's classes in the mornings were another great source of knowledge for Nathan. The grizzled adventurer didn't always teach. They'd had some other adventurers or clerks in for lessons on geography and the bestiary of different monsters around Gimor. They didn't teach much history. The closest thing was descriptions of the different kinds of dungeons they might face, along with some details about the cultures that had produced those ruins. Apparently, the cults of Quoz had been a necromantic cult that had built chapels and tombs over sites of mass death, suppressing and controlling the naturally occurring mana and undead that tended to issue from such places. They'd served to contain dangers and make the countryside safer, or at least they had. Now, many of their seals had broken or reached critical mass and regularly unleashed dangerous undead. They were widely considered some of the most dangerous dungeons around. In most cases, the deaths had happened so long ago that the site wouldn't be magical if it wasn't for the Quoz constructs perpetuating the death mana. It was possible to enter and safely dissipate the necromantic mana before destroying those dungeons. However, the job was dangerous, especially if the built-up mana went out of control over an ancient mass grave. Nathan had had a front-row seat when the Grey Moon Order had failed to prevent that in a monastery of Quoz on Delve Day. It wasn't exactly front row, but even the nosebleed seats are too close to a mountain-sized monster.
And what kind of death event leaves behind enough bodies for that? There's history there. But the cults of Quoz were just the first example. There were dozens of other types of dangerous ruins and dungeons. The fortresses of the Face had been way stations and strongholds to a long-forgotten civilization and were built around powerful artifacts that siphoned mana from ley lines to power defensive wards and spells. Only now, they were usually lairs of powerful monsters, or nests that had started feeding on that mana, gaining powers and aspects of their mana source. The Adrani Empire was another ancient nation that had heavily enchanted all of their buildings. The enchantments served to reinforce stonework, pump water, or summon armies of elemental or ghostly guardians, control automatic traps, and more. Dungeoneering was both an art and a science, where you used history and archaeology to understand the construction of ancient cities and fortresses built by paranoid architects with access to insane resources who wanted to ensure that their city-fortress research center would not fall. And they all fell anyway. Now, Davrar is covered with hundreds of miles of monster-infested wilderness strewn with dangerous ruins. That's not a good sign, is it? Finally, there were Nathan's lessons with Artha. They continued to be interesting, with a mix of theoretical concepts, mental exercises, and physical practice. Artha had described to Nathan some of what his clan knew, but there was a lot to cover. Typically, somebody had years to prepare for class developments. Artha described how the young members of his clan tended to gather around fires in the evening to hear elders teach them of the path. A lot of the knowledge was certainly useful, like avoiding armor to develop an unarmored defense skill, or to not take an anger management skill. Some of it was also likely superstitious.
One such example was the practice of holding a body part close to a fire until it was almost, but not quite, burnt. According to Artha, the idea was to feel the resonance between fire and anger, and that it would help you improve the rage skill. Then he admitted that it was more a game that young Treeborn played to demonstrate how cool they were. Nathan wasn't planning on bothering with that one. The indicator of a class on the path of rage was a skill centered around consuming a class resource, usually stamina, in order to fuel a rage state. While active, the rage enhanced strength, speed, and toughness substantially. The trio of advantages was apparently a big deal. Many fighting-type classes gave skills that permanently or temporarily enhanced strength, speed, or durability, but no other class enhanced all three at once with a single skill. Furthermore, it was quite uncommon for classes to enhance more than one of the three before level 81. The primary downsides were the altered mental state and that usage spent the class resource. Artha and Nathan had discussed what class skills he should go for at some length. At level 27, he would pick up 3 new ones. They were aiming for rage and unarmored toughness with the first 2. With those skills, Nathan should be very resistant to mundane weapons. They weren't sure if his magic resistance would deal with magical weapons, but he could hope. The third of the new class skills was still up in the air. They talked about a few options, from some ways to passively increase Nathan's strength, recover stamina, or discount the stamina costs of rage. That last option was one of Artha's favorites, and Nathan had to agree. Class skills to recover stamina were also appealing, but most of the ones that Artha knew were difficult and required 4 legs, so Artha didn't get into them. As a result, Artha had Nathan doing exercises to practice keeping his anger present, raging in his mind while not being all-consuming.
Nathan didn't like how it felt, but he kept up the exercises regardless, since that was a way to get a skill that discounted rage. Artha also mentioned that sometimes the best practice was to not try to plan out every detail, allowing circumstance and Devrar to fill in the last pieces of a build. At the very least, Nathan would be confronted with a list of choices for how his class would develop, similarly to when he had first developed his class at level 9. But class developments were developments of the previous class, so he wouldn't be able to make a hard pivot and become a scholarly class like he'd been offered before. Regardless, Nathan was satisfied with his efforts. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. High-tier magic resistance, 10. Permanent Talent 2, mid-tier, regeneration, 9. Talent 3, none. Class, anti-magic brawler, level 25. Stamina, 350, over 350. Brawler's indifference, anti-magic blows. Utility skills, mid-tier. Focused mind, 6. Low-tier. Earnestness, 8. Low tier. Sprinting, 7. Low tier. Spell sense, 7. Low tier. Notice, 7. Low tier. Identify, 4. Low tier. Dodging footwork, 4. Chapter 25. A Mage's Mansion. The next evening, Nathan had returned to the suite and was idly chatting with Sarah about different kinds of weapons used by adventurers. He had learned in the last few days that Sarah and Arl's father, Stanel Crusens, was a famous weapon master. He'd retired from adventuring after the death of his wife to raise Sarah and Arl and run the training for the Jemor Guard. He was famous for being a master of literally any weapon he laid his hands on. So, when you reach the higher levels, a lot of strange weapons become usable. There was this orc trader from Agmon who had some skills related to chains, so his main weapon was this 100-foot chain with heavy metal balls every couple of feet. He could wrap somebody up in a snap, knock down a building, or sling a boulder half a mile.
There are still tools better at each of those tasks, but it's a good example of a specialist who doesn't sacrifice too much. Better than an idiot with a sword larger than he is. The real trick is getting class skills that are useful at low levels and let you explore more esoteric things at higher levels. The last part was partially directed at her brother, who was frowning at a scroll while he worked through a math problem. Nathan wasn't sure if he should help Arl with the math. It looked like relatively simple arithmetic and multiplication, though there was definitely some geometry involved. Nathan still couldn't read standard text very well, much less mathematical notation. Something to revisit after he could read. There was an awful lot on that list. Velik was planning on testing his general knowledge once they'd addressed the reading problem, so that would be a good way to compare Jamor's education to Earth's. To be fair, I was working on the highest form of qualification my world offers. That being said, the heirs have probably had about the best education you can get around here. But they really don't need as extensive a math education as I do. Did? Huh. Well, I don't regret learning multivariable calculus. It was a required class and worthwhile to understand Maxwell's equations. Stella bounced into the room, returned from a longer tutoring session and dinner with her parents. Karchi followed closely behind, looking resigned. Nathan could tell by his drooping ears. Stella seemed especially enthusiastic. Hey Nathan, you know how you wanted to get more exposure to different kinds of magic? Well, my parents have invited you to our house tomorrow. It should be interesting for everybody. Nathan blinked at her, taken aback by the enthusiasm. He opened his mouth to blandly accept, but was interrupted by Karchi.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be two of the most powerful spellcasters in Jamor trying to take you apart for a few hours, the wolf folk explained in a dry tone. I'd rather go a few rounds with a rotting hulk. And she left out that her parents are also having a dinner party afterwards, with all of us and our parents in attendance. You'll be the object of attention. That's as sure as the sun. Nathan looked to Sarah and Arl. Is that bad? That sounds like it's bad. Arl looked up from his chalk slate with a sharp grin. They do these dinner parties every month or so. I'd forgotten that it was happening tomorrow. There'll be great food and the best adventurers around, swapping stories. Don't worry too much about it. If you accidentally insult Stanel and he chops off a limb, you can always grow it back. This was not particularly reassuring to Nathan, but the first part did sound like it might be a good time to learn a lot more about magic, and potentially even develop his magic resistance talent. As for the dinner, well... Nathan took a deep breath. He had a choice. He could stress about it and try to badger the rest of his team with questions to prepare. Or he could just not worry about it and hope it wouldn't be a problem. Not only was there not much he could do, if he got himself worked up about it, then he might create a problem where none needed to exist. So, Nathan settled down and asked Kachi about his mother's intensive tutoring, while Stella made her way over to help Arl with his math. She was apparently quite good at math. The next morning, things proceeded as normal. Morning exercises, obstacle courses, breakfast, and lessons. Nathan met back up with the heirs for lunch, which was primarily some sort of gamey loin stuffed with pepper-like vegetables and a dark, salty sauce. Practice proceeded as normal, with some sprinting drills and hand-to-hand combat.
Nathan wasn't really able to stand up to Kachi or Arl in a fight, but it certainly wasn't because he lacked strength. They'd been learning to fight since they could walk, and it shows. The gap of skill is immense. At the end of the session, Kachi wished Nathan an emotional farewell. Nathan,
I wish you luck in your upcoming challenges. I hope to see you well, if you can survive." Stella glared at him, struggling to keep a smile off her face. She eventually reached up and flicked the side of his helmet, some kind of force spell making it ring like a bell. And with that, Nathan was off, following the much shorter Stella across the courtyard to where her parents stood apart from all of the other mentors who were there to collect trainees. At first glance, the old foxfolk and gentle-faced man with deep smile lines seemed unremarkable. Kulal's fur was heavily streaked with gray, and Dalo's hair and wispy beard were entirely white. Their robes were more richly colored and decorated than most, though not the resplendent colors Nathan had first seen as they'd flown overhead after reducing the grave tangle to a bad-smelling trash fire. Nathan took a second to remember what he knew of them. Right. It's Kulal and Dalo Caxel. They're married, and Stella has talked about them some. Kulal is the foxfolk and specializes in force magic, especially protective barriers. Dalo is the white-haired guy and specializes in big elemental spells. And fusion reactions, though they're high enough level that they're definitely proficient at more than one thing. Stella said her mom is good with light magic, and Dalo's got incredibly fine control of enormous elemental spells when he needs it. They drew near, and Kulal embraced Stella in a hug. It looked very soft. Meanwhile, Dalo stepped up to Nathan and offered him a handshake with a gentle smile.
Nathan spoke first, using a form of respect he'd learned from the orange-skinned clerk, Velik, as he bowed his head lightly over Dalo's hand. "Archmage Caxel, it is a good day for a first meeting. Your daughter has been a great help to my development. I'm lucky to be on her team." The man's smile grew wider. "And from what she's said, she's lucky you joined. My daughter has said a few things about the talents you have, and I would be in error if I said I am not curious." Dalo combed his fingers through his trailing beard. "But here is not the place for such talks. If my wife has finished greeting our daughter—" Dalo stepped over to give Stella a hug of his own. Kulal turned to Nathan, tilting her head back to look at him. Nathan held out his hand, but she brushed by it to give him a hug too. Nathan hesitated a moment before returning the gesture, gently wrapping his arms around the diminutive woman in front of him. It was very soft. After a moment, she stepped back. "Well, now that we've been properly introduced, let's get moving. I know Stella has high hopes for this afternoon. Come along." As they were leaving the Adventurers Guild, Stella asked, "Who's going to be at the dinner tonight? And what's the food?" Dalo gave her an indulgent smile. "You'll find out who is there when they get there. But we've hired Cantus for tonight and given her the freedom she wants. I'm sure it will be memorable, if you can avoid the decorative flower arrangements." Stella laughed and turned back to Nathan. "Cantus is the best chef in Jamor, though she sometimes puts things that aren't food on the table. I think the last time she cooked, Kaya ended up actually exhaling flames, though I've never been sure if that was the dish or just Dad playing a prank." She elbowed Dalo, who held up his hands placatingly. "Everybody must have their secrets, especially once they reach my level. Come now, let us hurry."
It sounded like you had more ideas than we will have time to try, my daughter. After exiting the guild, they turned and started climbing the hill that Jamor was built on. The streets were steep, and in many cases had large stones laid flat to form steps. Most of the houses were cut into the hill or standing on platforms so they could remain flat. The occasional crossing road switchbacked up the hill, allowing wheeled carts and wagons to climb to the higher districts without having to go straight up the slope. As they climbed, Nathan turned his head, his eyes drawn to a building just down the road. There was a man leaning against the doorway, looking at Nathan, and their eyes met.
The man was pale and wiry underneath light chainmail. He had an unstrung bow in a quiver on his back and a short sword on each hip, while his face was rough with several days of stubble. The man held Nathan's gaze for a moment, and Nathan felt like he was being intensely studied for weaknesses. He opened his mouth to ask Dalo and Kulal, but the moment he did, the man stepped into the building and was gone. Could be a man curious about who I am because I'm walking around with this company. But I think I'm going to trust my gut on this one. He was looking for me. But I highly doubt anybody's going to try anything when I'm with this family. I'll have to be cautious and not go out into the city on my own. Low tier notice. Rank 8 achieved. As they continued to ascend the hill of Jamor, Nathan looked around for more suspicious activity. His attention was caught by Dalo pointing off to the side at a jewelry shop. I would say that place is newly opened, but I realize I haven't walked this road properly in years. Dear wife, maybe we should spend more time on the streets of the city we've sworn to protect. But flight is so convenient and easy, Kulal responded. She paused, tilting her head one way and then another.
I do see your angle. It's easy to be stuck in our ways when we fly from our house to our favorite bar and then to the guild. Maybe we should find some time to explore. Just like the first time I came to the city, I remember you were so excited to show me the sights. Now there may be new sights for us both.
Dalo drew his wife into a hug and kissed her before responding. It is an idea we should hold on to. But I think Kia is planning another ranging. I'm sure we'll hear about it tonight. He chuckled and bent to kiss her again, but Stella interrupted. Hey, don't forget we're here. You haven't met Nathan for more than 5 minutes, and now you're not only ignoring him, but also being too... that. She waved her hand at her embracing parents. Kulal snuggled further into Dalo. Well, if Nathan's going to spend time with us, he should know what to expect. Though we have been ignoring him, for which I tender a faint apology. She nodded in his direction, before spinning away from her husband and leading them up the street. Nathan replied, throwing his arms wide to gesture to everything around them. No worries. I'm glad to get out and see the city. I'd previously only been in the area around the Adventurers Guild, but there's definitely more to Jamor. However, I'd be curious to ask what you have planned for this afternoon. Stella goes with you every day for magic tutoring, but I can't imagine that's what you have planned for me. Dalo chuckled. Indeed not. As much as many mages would cut off their hand for some tutoring from us, that's not what the plan is today. From what Stella has said, you have a very peculiar and shockingly general talent to resist magic. That's not something we've heard of before in all of our years of adventuring, so we're quite curious. And if you need exposure to more spells and mana types to help develop the talent, so much the better. They made some more small talk, climbing further into Jamor until they turned down a side street. They stopped before a small mansion that was set a little back from the street, behind a low wall of dark stone. Regularly spaced pillars stood atop the wall, sparking like Tesla coils. They didn't have the loud pops that Nathan usually associated with that kind of display, but it was certainly eye-catching. In front of the mansion was a verdant garden decorated by trees bearing glowing fruit and bushes covered in patterned flowers. Kulal stepped forward and waved a hand, opening a scroll-work wrought iron gate and summoning thin planes of force on either side of it to protect them from the lightning. She didn't say any spell names. Stella doesn't usually either. I have no idea if that's a skill or just a different way of casting magic. Nathan walked through the garden, momentarily dazzled by the sudden feeling of being in a jungle. Then they entered the house, which was large but cozy. Warm, polished wood gleamed from most surfaces,
and fires crackled in almost every room without consuming any wood. Nathan's head swiveled back and forth, taking in the indisputably lavish surroundings. I suppose being the best adventurers around pays pretty well, and requires a shockingly good security system. The group proceeded through a short hallway and descended into a richly carpeted lounge area that was clearly a viewing area for the space beyond. A series of padded benches were separated by a low wall from a large, empty room with walls of sturdy stone. The empty space had a series of training dummies on one wall and a large ring marked on the bare stone floor. Stella took the lead, walking down an aisle and pushing open a small gate into the stone-floored training space. She conjured a flame and started tossing it from hand to hand, clearly excited as she whispered something to her mother.
Nathan made to follow her, but stopped when Dalo put a restraining hand on his shoulder.
Pardon, but I wish to ask some questions before we begin. I'm afraid I'm not entirely comfortable with providing aid to somebody we know so little about. Nathan, is there anything you can tell me about yourself to lighten my mind? Where you are from, or what your goals are, for example? Nathan looked back at the kindly man behind him. Dalo's face wore a neutral expression, but his eyes were focused unerringly on Nathan's. Nathan remembered the first time he'd met this man's eyes and the blinding glare they'd held then. He could see that spark in Dalo's eyes now, and it was a reminder that no matter his magic resistance, his friend's father could probably obliterate him. And whatever hill I'm currently standing on. Nathan took a deep breath, activating focused mind to push away a fearful shudder and plan his next words carefully. Then he spoke. I swear to you on my word and my honor that I have no ill intentions for you, your daughter, or Jamor as a whole. You have saved my life, and I do not wish to betray that gift. I was abducted from my home by a Giant's Rest archmage, and narrowly escaped enslavement at his hands. I may seek to return home eventually, but for now, my goal is to fight Giant's Rest. He spread his hands wide. I will never forgive Tail for what he tried to do to me. And beyond him, the entire culture of Giant's Rest seems focused around disregarding the agency and personhood of others. My ultimate goal is to see their philosophy destroyed, the elite of Giant's Rest dead or scattered. It seems the only way to prevent them from enslaving all around them is with force. Then Nathan waved around the room, encapsulating the city. I also wish to find a home on Davrar, and Jamor seems like a pretty nice place. Low-tier earnestness, rank 9, achieved. Dalo studied him for a moment longer, pursing his lips slightly.
Then he released Nathan's shoulder and stepped back, his expression changing to a sad smile. I understand. Many who escape Giant's Rest wish them destroyed. They are an enemy of Gamor. See that your desire leaves space for caution, and I would warn you to not drag my daughter or the other heirs into a doomed fight. They are to be our heirs, not fodder for your crusade. If they decide to help topple the City of Giants, let it be when they are older, wiser, and more powerful. But our purpose here today aligns with both of our goals. So let us proceed. Chapter 26. A Mage's Insight. Dad, you're being really rude. I told you Nathan's all good. You're not just insulting him, you're insulting my judgment of character. Stella's yell interrupted the man-to-man moment, and Dalo shrugged apologetically. The gesture seemed to say, I'm sorry, but I had to check. He gestured Nathan forward with a slight bow of his head.
Nathan entered the ring, feeling sheepish. Stella looked annoyed, and Kulal was giving her husband a knowing and not entirely pleased look. Then she turned to Nathan and said, "We know how to teach magic, but that's not what you need, is it? Stella says you want to experience more spells and mana types. But how? If you don't have a way to manipulate mana, how can we demonstrate spells?" Nathan looked around the room, then shrugged and walked to its center, before sitting on the stone ground and removing his shirt. He looked up at Dallo and Kulal. "Yes, that's about right. The way I learn about spells is by absorbing them. It takes a while before I get good at it, so please go easy on me at the start. I've got the most experience with fire and force magic because of practicing with Stella, but I've got some experience with earth and shadow. And I guess mental magic from Giant's Rest, and necromancy from the Grave Tangle?" Kulal rubbed her hands together. "We call the kind of mana that was in the Grave Tangle death mana."
And most mental spells just require basic mana, though they are complex spells. But it appears somebody is volunteering to be a target dummy. Dear, I think you're best suited to starting out. Dallo shrugged, then zapped Nathan with a small lightning bolt. It happened instantaneously. One moment he was fine. The next, there was a crack, and his muscles gave a brief spasm. Nathan looked up to see Dallo inspecting him curiously. "Can you do that again?" "A few times, please, with at least 5 seconds in between." Dallo's face split into a wider grin. "Indeed I can." Then he zapped Nathan again. And again. Now that Nathan was expecting it, he focused his mind on the feeling of the magic. It was clearly a type of mana he hadn't experienced before. The mana felt like the build-up and release of a static shock, and carried a faint vibration like the hum of a high-voltage power line. Once he had a grasp of it, Nathan focused on the spell, picking it apart as the fourth bolt struck him. It was simply a packet of insulated charge sent across the air and into him. He didn't understand how it was isolated and directed, but the source of danger was obvious enough. I swear he's just sending free high-energy electrons at me using some kind of containment. But they're magical, somehow? Where do they come from? Honestly, it's like asking where the conjured earth behind those came from. Magic! Dallo pointed to cast the next bolt, and Nathan focused on controlling and guiding the magical charge around the surface of his skin, where it quickly dissipated. He'd meant to ground it into the floor, but just guiding it around him had been sufficient for the charge to be absorbed? Nathan felt his flex, the otherworldly sense the talent gave him sending a faint tingle through him. It was an intuitive feeling, but Nathan suppressed it all the same. I think the talent wants to develop. Not yet. I can still learn more, expose myself to more magic. I'll hold on to the thought that triggered it for later. Absorption. Absorption is the key. Meanwhile, Dallo looked at him, utterly perplexed. How did you do that? Stella responded, pointing directly at Nathan. It's amazing, Dad. That's exactly what I wanted to show you. He's gotten really good at getting rid of fireballs. Here. She tossed a fireball at Nathan. Nathan rolled his eyes. Stella had been trying to surprise him during practice recently, wanting to test how well he could resist her magic without warning. It had been useful practice, and at this point it required next to no attention to deconstruct the fireball and absorb it into him. Dallo had been slightly alarmed at Stella's casual fireball, but controlled himself as Nathan took apart the spell. Then he raised his hand once more. Very interesting. Nathan, are you good to continue? You appear unhurt, but I would be sure. Nathan nodded up at him, a feeling of excitement building in his chest. He had this insight on lock. I'm just peachy. Please move on to other mana types as quickly as you can. Dallo raised an eyebrow at Nathan's strange choice of words, but proceeded nonetheless. Let us proceed through the basic elements, then. I skipped ahead with lightning, and you have already experienced earth and fire, but we will move on to air, cold, and water now. He raised a hand, and a jet of wind assailed Nathan. The spell was narrow and controlled, more like being the target of an air hose than a gust of wind. It was continuous, and though the force threatened to push Nathan backwards, he resisted and picked apart the feeling of the mana. Despite the speed, the mana felt slow, like it was always in motion, but never in a hurry to go anywhere. The spell itself was more complicated than the last, with some sort of spiraling pattern and a construct at the end to deliver the force effectively. Nathan bent that force construct, causing the wind to jet to the sides and destabilize the spell. It sent out a puff of air in every direction as it broke. Dallo frowned again, shaking his hand slightly. Fascinating. Every spell reacts differently. Now, for cold. He gestured, and the temperature around Nathan dropped. The spell chilled the air around him and tried to dig into his flesh. It slid off with no concentration on Nathan's part. The mana was absolutely still, conveying the impression of complete stasis. Nathan shook himself, and the spell shattered as he imparted motion onto the mana around him. The elderly mage didn't bother speaking, just stared intently at Nathan as he gestured again. An orb of water appeared around Nathan's head. He hadn't anticipated it, but he had been expecting something weird, so he didn't panic, merely holding his breath. The spell only affected his head and followed with his movements. The water was formed of mana, and its constant motion reminded Nathan of the air mana, but slower. It damped his movement, suppressing and absorbing any energy released into it. The spell itself was surprisingly complicated, locking the mana to his head. He poked it with a finger, and the water mana flowed around his hand, resisting the attempt to flick it away. Instead of trying to push the mana away, Nathan pulled on it, absorbing the mana into his pores, then into the bloodstream. His talent flexed again, and it was all Nathan could do to keep it steady. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Low-tier spell sense rank 8 achieved. Mid-tier focused mind rank 7 achieved. Kulal spoke up next, raising a hand to interrupt her husband. My turn. You nearly drowned him. And since Stella has shown him some force spells, let's go with this. She made no gestures, but Nathan was suddenly encompassed by absolute blackness. It reminded him of his trip through Tail's portal. The sudden shift was disorienting, and Nathan felt his ears pop, but it wasn't the eye-sucking vacuum of before. Nathan closed his eyes and reached out with his talent. There was mana there, but it was more abstract. It was defined by an absence, like everything that made up the world had stopped existing. Nathan identified it as a new type of mana and felt the weave of the spell. The mana felt like an absence, like it was the opposite of material reality. The spell was pushing things away from Nathan, with multiple layers of different spell patterns. Nathan guessed they were each pushing away a different aspect of the world. Not perfectly, as demonstrated by the thin layer of air around him, but all Nathan had to do was break the weave, which had already started to dissolve on contact. He sped up the process, using his talent to grab the nothingness and pull it into him. The spell vanished with a faint pop. Stella applauded, and Dallo stroked his beard again, looking pleased as he spoke. See? It's not just elemental resistance. Void broke, just like the others. Okay, so that was void mana. Makes sense? Kulal looked mildly frustrated. The foxwoman gestured for the first time, and Nathan's weight lightened until he began to float. Gravity? Seriously? Low tier identify rank 5 achieved! Nathan turned his attention to the magic, trying to ignore an immediate flash of nausea. The spell was both simple and complicated, woven of bands that felt of weight. There was no other way to describe it. The connections of the spell were also uniquely dense. They resisted Nathan's effort to break them, staying firmly anchored to one another as he pitted his will against the spell. His concentration was disturbed by his head bumping into the ceiling. Below him, Stella chuckled, and Dalo shushed her. This isn't working. How to break gravity? You don't. How to escape a spell that uses it? That's a better question. He was the target of the spell that was tracking him, and only him, since there wasn't a cyclical air current in the room. As he looked again, he noticed another element to the spell. Thin wires bound the dense structure to Nathan, which he found he could more easily manipulate. They resisted for a moment, and then snapped, sending him falling to the ground. Low-tier spell sense, rank 9 achieved! Nathan landed on his feet, bending his knees and rolling to absorb the rather long fall. Nathan brushed a speck of imaginary dirt from his shoulder and turned towards Kulal. Gravity mana is weird. Got any more? In response, beams of white light shot from Kulal's eyes and hit Nathan in the shoulder, tracing down his arm. They left a light burn behind, and Nathan focused on the feeling. If that's a laser, it shouldn't be visible unless it's strong enough to ionize the air. And in that case, it should sound like a lightning bolt. You know, the way that this magic seems to follow some natural laws and not others is really throwing me. But it's magic. The entire point is that it doesn't follow natural laws. The light mana was like a scorching hot wire vibrating against his skin at high speed. For all that, the spell was fairly simple. Just lots of high-energy light mana absorbing into his skin to cause painful burns. And it would probably blind me if it was hitting me in the eyes. Spurred on by his earlier insight, Nathan thought about absorbing the light without it damaging him. He didn't recall how silicon solar panels worked, but he knew photosynthesis, and he'd read a paper about how fungi could use melanin to absorb ionizing radiation. The trick was absorbing the energy as something other than heat. What other energy was there for him? Stamina was the obvious answer, and that thought resonated. His talent flexed again, and this time Nathan didn't stop it. Distracted, he spoke to the mages around him. Please cast a variety of spells at me, right now. He closed his eyes and centered his attention on absorbing the light mana, using it to fuel his stamina. As more spells impacted him, Nathan broadened the absorption effect.
He could manipulate and resist all of these mana types. If he could absorb light mana, he could absorb all of them. A blue box shoved its way into his vision. Congratulations! You have developed the high-tier magic resistance talent into magic absorption. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your talent's functions to aid in talent development at rank 10. Beware, it is harder to rank and develop non-tiered talents. Permanent talent. Magic absorption. You have developed high-tier magic resistance talent into a permanent pillar of your being. You are heavily resistant to all forms of magic, and can directly absorb the mana of spells cast on you into stamina. You are forever unable to cast spells or access magic. Magical items cannot affect you, and will degrade at your touch. Mid-tier focused mind rank 8 achieved. A voice penetrated into his trance. What is happening? Stop! Stop casting! The volley of spells quickly ended.
Nathan opened his eyes to the two older mages staring at him in befuddlement. Stella just looked excited. As soon as she saw him open his eyes, she jumped forward, bouncing from one foot to another. "Did you develop the talent? The spells started doing even less, and all the mana got sucked into you. What does it do?" Nathan felt his face blossom into a manic grin. This new talent was incredible. He'd never use magic or magic items, but he'd already reconciled himself to that. And now he could use spells to recharge his stamina. He raised both his arms in triumph. "Yes! Now I absorb the mana of spells cast on me to replenish my stamina." Nathan threw back his head and laughed. Stella was just as excited as him. "All that I hear is that when my ally is wounded and surrounded by enemies, it's absolutely correct to hit him with a fireball." They were interrupted by Dallo walking past them, holding out his hands.
I need a drink.
2 tumblers full of pink liquid flew toward him, and he handed one to Kulal. "Cheers! I think we've just witnessed the birth of a new school of anti-mage combat. Not entirely sure I'm pleased with this development." Meanwhile, Stella went to hug Nathan, but he held his arms out to decline. Not only was he still shirtless, but he was worried for her heavily enchanted robe. She looked upset, so he explained. "My talent says, magical items cannot affect you and will degrade at your touch." "Oh." She took a step back. Kulal choked in surprise on her drink, before elbowing Dallo. "Immune to magic, but he can't use magical items. That talent has some serious downsides. Bright fruit isn't his only meal." Dallo's expression brightened, but he still seemed somewhat bitter about Nathan's skill. "I bet he can use that to break curses. Do we still have that cursed wand from the Callus Conclave Teleportarium?" Kulal frowned at her husband, pointing a finger at his forehead. "No, that's a soul curse, and we're not experimenting with it. It's unreasonable, and you know it. Maybe once he's higher level and understands the talent better. Not before then. Now come. I believe we have some more time to practice." Dallo grumbled, but accepted his wife's rejoinder with only a little additional glaring on her part. They spent the next couple of hours practicing with Nathan's talent, and he was glad to have powerful mages on hand who could help him figure it out. His development had made Nathan even more magic-resistant than he'd been before, though powerful spells that Nathan wasn't good at converting could still injure him. Low-tier spell sense rank 10 achieved. Congratulations! You have maxed out this skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level.
It took some time to determine what the variables on the conversion efficiency of the talent were, and they finally cracked it once Nathan stopped the mages from randomly casting spells on him, making them test one hypothesis at a time. If Nathan understood the structure of the spells and purposefully disrupted them like he had earlier in the day, that made absorption better. He was more efficient at gaining stamina from single-target spells that directly affected him and nothing else. Mana type also made a difference. He was pretty good with light, fire, cold, electricity, and water, only middling with gravity, earth, and air, and pretty bad with void, force, and, surprisingly enough, basic mana. The stamina he replenished was dependent on the amount of mana spent on the spell. Nathan couldn't generate tons of stamina from a low-powered spell, but it seemed he could hit the max efficiency if he fulfilled 2 out of 3 criteria. If he understood the spell, if it was single target, or if the mana types were in his favor. Awesome. Arthur said I needed a way to replenish stamina, and it's hard for me to think of a better way than absorbing magic, especially when my enemies specialize in magic, and I've got a prodigy mage on my team. Talent text comparison. Permanent talent. High-tier magic resistance.
Your body has no magic inside it, and magic-resistant alchemical ingredients permeate your bones and brain, making you difficult to affect with magic. This talent will turn a personal quirk into a personal talent. You will be able to resist and interfere with spells, and will have great difficulty casting spells. Less effect on higher-tier spells. Magical items will have less effect on you, and weaker magical items degrade when in prolonged contact with you. Permanent talent. Magic absorption. You have developed high-tier magic resistance talent into a permanent pillar of your being.
You are heavily resistant to all forms of magic, and can directly absorb the mana of spells cast on you into stamina. You are forever unable to cast spells or access magic. Magical items cannot affect you and will degrade at your touch. Chapter 27. A Mage's Feast. They emerged from the basement into an absolute cacophony of noise coming from the back of the house. Nathan looked questioningly at Stella, who shrugged. It's probably just Kanta's cooking. She gets a little intense. You want to see? Come on. Nathan followed Stella, curious as to how one person could be making that much noise. It sounded like a construction site, not someone cooking. They poked their heads around the corner into the kitchen, and Nathan was amazed. Kanta's was a thick-set woman with pale skin and a shaved head. She was missing an ear, her arms were heavily muscled, and she was using clearly enchanted tools. Behind her, a set of knives were busy chopping vegetables. A pot stirred itself over a magical fire, the spoon banging against the sides. Kanta's herself was busy dissecting an animal larger than Nathan with an enormous cleaver. He couldn't tell what it was, given that it was already in 6 pieces. As he watched, she removed a rib roast from an oven, plopping it into an enormous bowl full of smoking, dark liquid. It was starting to smell good. There was a spiced fragrance reminiscent of tikka masala, and another like smoke and pepper. Judging from the piles of food being processed, this was not going to be a small gathering. Nathan looked to Stella and asked, "How many people are coming today?" Stella shrugged. "It changes. It's usually Stanel and the Guardians of Jamor. Usually Arl, Sarah, and Kachi come along. Sometimes some other adventurers get invited, and occasionally various guildmasters. My mom banned too many of the council from coming at once, or else it becomes a work meeting." She led him away from the kitchen, and they rejoined her parents, who were cuddling on a couch in the foyer. It had a nice view overlooking the entrance. He and Stella took up other seats, settling into overstuffed armchairs that were scattered around. Nathan was tempted to speak up and ask more questions, but Dalo and Kulal seemed content to sit in silence, and Stella had pulled out some sort of scroll and started reading. So Nathan just sat quietly, thinking about his afternoon in more detail. His new talent changed everything. Magic absorption was better at protecting Nathan from magic than magic resistance had been, and it restored his stamina at the same time. It filled the hole in his build that Artha had pointed out, and would make him a peerless anti-mage. Even Dalo had acknowledged that, though he still seemed off-put by the very idea of Nathan's talent existing. He had all but asked Nathan to not teach it to anybody. Nathan took a deep breath, trying not to run away with his excitement. Against normal soldiers and monsters that didn't use magic, the talent would be useless. Well, not entirely. Stella had already caught on to the fact that she could recharge his stamina by blowing him up. It would even hit any nearby enemies as well. Nathan was a bit worried about what that meant for his clothing costs. Maybe if he got the unarmored defensive skill, he could go into battle with less clothing? Nathan snorted at the idea. He'd heard of the Celts running into battle ass bare, but had never imagined that he'd consider it. I'll go on a quest for indestructible boxers if I need to. I'm sure one of these random doom tombs has a pair lying around somewhere.
Returning to the thought of Stella replenishing his stamina, he'd noticed that both she and her parents could cast seemingly without end. Mages were supposed to have mana as a class resource, scaling with their level and recharging slowly but constantly.
It was likely they had some powerful talent or skill that either dramatically enlarged their mana pools or gave them ridiculous regen. Hey, Stella, just asking, but it seems like you have really high mana regen. I don't need to know how, but as long as you're around, it doesn't seem like I need to worry too much about stamina regeneration. Is that right? Dallo looked over with a frown. Observant little meat roach, aren't you? We did go all the way up the mountain just now, so it's not a surprise. Don't mention it to anybody. Kulal rolled her eyes and licked Dallo's ear, eliciting a squawk. Don't be a white. They're on a team together. They should know each other's strengths and weaknesses. She paused to nestle against him. I know you want to stick your sword in, but don't be a nuisance. Our daughter seems to have given her trust. Dallo harumphed. We'll see what Kaya says. I just want to make sure they don't make any youthful mistakes. And the mysterious stranger from far away is still not a story I trust. Stella looked chagrined at her parents' interplay, shooting Nathan an apologetic look and fingering her braid. I appreciate Stella being apologetic about this. I'm getting annoyed at all the gatekeeping, and feeling like she's on my side makes me a lot less upset about it. Still frustrating for Dallo to act this way when I feel like I've proved myself multiple times. Before his flash of anger could push him toward anything unwise, Nathan stilled his mind, counting out a few deep breaths. He tried to look at the situation from Dallo's perspective. A strange man had joined his daughter's adventuring team. A man without any verifiable past and abilities that seemed tailor-made to pose a threat. Dallo knew that there were people who would attack Stella, and was paranoid from a life of adventuring. In that light, it made a lot more sense. He'd convinced the heirs he deserved to be among them with his powerful talents and some amount of braggadocio. Now he needed to convince their parents he'd help keep their children safe, and wasn't going to unnecessarily endanger them through betrayal or any suicidal plans to attack Giant's Rest. It soon became clear they were seated in the front room, so Kulal could magically open the gate every time a guest arrived. The guests trickled into the foyer, sitting and chatting. Nathan was drawn into conversation a few times, but he was keeping a close eye on the door to make sure he noticed everybody who arrived. The first was Leska Bola, the stylish, dark-skinned archer of the Guardians. He was once again dressed in tight leather pants, but this time wore a sharply cut purple vest that left his well-muscled chest bare. He had brought his enormous bow, but left it and a small quiver propped on a stand next to the door. He hugged Kulal before giving Dallo an elaborate handshake. Kia was next, with Kachi in tow. They were both dressed in shining armor, which brought out a certain family resemblance that wasn't otherwise shared between the muscular, red-haired woman and the young wolfman. Kia wasn't dressed in full plate like Kachi, merely a breastplate, vambraces, and greaves of shining metal. Seeing Kia next to Kachi, it was clear that she had a qualitative advantage in shininess. Do they have a skill for that? Might be part of the whole paladin thing. They also left their weapons at the door, Kia's oversized greatsword resting on a rack clearly meant for it. She was still armed with a dagger and shortsword, while Kachi had a small mace strapped to his shin. Keeping weapons at hand was just an obsession with these people. Though that might just be Kia, she struck Nathan as a constant vigilance sort of person. Arl and Sarah came through the door next, accompanied by a man who had to be Stanel Crusens.
He shared their copper-skinned good looks, with a sharply trimmed black beard and a similar pouch on his belt as his children, probably likewise containing a whole armory's worth of weapons. He was corded with muscles,
and covered in scars, most old enough to be faint lines. Zarian Dolna arrived last, the diminutive orange-skinned woman dressed in a classic little black dress that clung to her curves just as her adventuring leathers had. And they were some curves. She wasn't carrying weapons besides a small purse, but Nathan remembered how she'd turned pebbles into fortifications and projectiles worthy of siege warfare. The Guardians made small talk for a little longer before Zarian drew Nathan into the center of attention. "I recall your face, Nathan Lark. I'm a bit surprised to see you again, given that the last time you were part of a refugee convoy from a Giant's Rest raid. Village folk don't often join the adventurers, and are even more rarely placed in such company as the heirs." Kia responded, twirling a goblet in her hands as her eyes tracked Nathan like a pair of battleship guns. "But he's not from the villages, is he? My greetings, Nathan Lark. Kachi says good things about you. When I spoke with Vala, she said you'd escaped from an archmage research tower and defeated 3 slaver mages in ambush. She did say that you had a fire in your core and rare advantages that few may claim. May I ask you for your story?" Nathan noticed that the other conversations had trailed off, and everybody was listening. About half of them had heard this story before, and Sarah gave Nathan a subtle, encouraging gesture. Nathan took a moment to calmly meet Kia's eyes. She was one of the most intimidating people he'd ever met, tied with that one Nobel laureate whose lab Nathan had interviewed for. But he'd give her calm certainty and earnestly stick to the story he'd decided on.
It had to be the 4th time he'd explained this, but he supposed it made sense for people to keep asking. "I was abducted from my home by Teoldo Droxel, a Giant's Rest archmage working on dimensional research. He yanked me through a portal from my home into his tower. It didn't take me long to learn that he's the kind of person who will have what he desires, regardless of what those around him want. So, I escaped. It wasn't a simple process, and I gained a powerful anti-magic talent along the way. I later developed a self-healing talent to heal the injuries sustained on the run." Kia didn't seem surprised by any of that. She broke eye contact to look down at her goblet. "This was something Vala said too. You won conflict with an archmage? With yourself being under level 27? I will not ask for your class, but it must be worthy of a lich." She seemed skeptical, but not disbelieving. "Cards on the table. I have the feeling that evasion would not serve me well with a paladin." Nathan smiled at her skepticism. "I wouldn't say I won that conflict. He removed my arm with a disintegrate. I broke his nose. I wasn't even level 9 at that point, and I picked my class while fleeing from his golems after he teleported out. It was the most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me, and the only thing I cared about was escaping the clutches of the man who sought to own me." Low-tier earnestness, rank 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. Kia's frown deepened, and she shook her head. "I cannot tell if you speak the truth, and it concerns me. Somebody of your age, under level 9? For this story to run true, your home must indeed be a strange place, and your anti-magic talent must exceed any I've ever heard of." She looked to Dallo. "Dallo, have you tested it?" Dallo ran a hand through his beard. "It is potent."
I can see how it would allow somebody to surprise an unprepared archmage, even without a class to back it up. They really do depend on magic for everything, and Nathan's talent is powerful against all magic. Given its nature, I would expect it to be extraordinarily effective against mental magic in particular. I don't believe that the archmages of Giant's Rest would encourage the development of such an insight.
it would be far too easily turned against them. Oh, was that what they were concerned about? I guess it makes sense. I escaped from a Giant's Rest research tower with a new talent none of them had ever seen before. Kia gave a short, then asked a simple question, which seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Does he have the spark? Dallo nodded, looking to his wife with a sigh. Yes, I do think he does. Nathan shot an inquisitive glance to Stella and Kachi. Kachi wasn't looking his way, but Stella shrugged in response. She didn't know what they were talking about, or couldn't explain. Kulal clapped her hands together and changed the subject. Well, I do believe we've kept Cantus waiting long enough. Up and down, my friends. Let us enjoy our meals. Most of the group collected their drinks and got up, though the dark-skinned archer, Leska, clapped Nathan on the shoulder. I'm pleased to see you again, friend. It's rare enough we adventurers get to save people, and rarer still to spend time with those we save. I'm hoping that you'll be with the heirs till the end, or at least until they earn a different name. With that, they went to eat, drink, and talk. Cantus appeared to have left after depositing serving plates on the table, but the food was amazing. It was very different from anything Nathan had ever had before, but that just added to the thrill. Is this thick, curry-like dish going to be sweet, savory, or spicy? Nathan didn't know until he tried it. Nobody breathed fire from the heat, though a few dishes pushed the edge of Nathan's tolerance.
Didn't make him immune to lighting his taste buds on fire. There was small talk around the table, but it either referenced the excellent food or dealt with adventurer politics that Nathan didn't have the context for. There seemed to be some controversy over assignments on the last Delve Day, certain teams claiming they hadn't even gotten through the doors of their targets before the day was called off due to the grave tangle. These traditionalists were calling for extra favors due to the inconvenience. After the meal had been demolished, Kulal used a spell to stack the plates and sent them into a wash basin, where Dallo summoned a small whirlpool. Then, several fluted bottles of colored liquid flew out of a cabinet, accompanied by small glasses. Ah, this kind of convenience is why we do this here. No need to serve yourself when the magic can do it all for you. Stanel stretched back in his chair, reaching for the glass floating toward him. It evaded his hand and bonked him on the forehead before landing on the table. He glared at Kulal, but she looked like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Stanel broke off, clearly giving up that battle as unwinnable. He turned to address the heirs, who were all seated at one end of the table. Anyway, something else we wanted to tell you all. You're going on your blooding patrol in 2 days. We've arranged for it to be the first of your class. Won't be too bad, just out north, a little ways and back. Dice a few stalkers, maybe even pick up some levels. There was a moment of silence while the older adventurers waited for a reaction. Sarah provided it. Isn't the north the most dangerous part of the near ruins? More people go missing there than in any other part of Old Jamor. Kia answered, pouring a drink of a dark purple liquid. Yes, but for you, nothing else is suitable. The blooding patrol is an old tradition about the first mission a new team takes. Observing that tradition properly, while integrating it with the new training course, will quiet some grumbling about Sudrael's changes. So, the near north sector, without support. There was another moment of silence, which Zarian promptly broke. Weapons up, friends. You're ready for this. Don't get in your own way and things will be fine. I remember our blooding patrol well. A couple of Earthstalkers and a lost siege boar. It wasn't anything to worry over even back then. Easy levels. Kachu spoke up, argumentative. But Nathan doesn't even have a weapon. He's good with his fists, but that won't do much against an Earthstalker, much less a siege boar. Stannel shrugged, drinking from his own cup of glowing amber liquid. Easy enough to solve. What's your preference, Nathan? Any talent or skill benefits or restrictions? Nathan was pouring himself a drink of the purple liquor. He didn't know what it was, but it was purple, and that was cool. He looked up at Stannel's question. I really haven't trained with any weapons, and none of my skills or talents have anything to do with weapons. Except my anti-magic talent says I'll degrade magical items with a touch. Everybody around the table reacted with varying degrees of surprise. Kia merely raised one elegant eyebrow. Leska goggled a bit, his eyes going wide. Stannel merely looked thoughtful, then snapped his fingers. Here, I think this might serve nicely. His hand flickered, and all of a sudden a spear landed next to Nathan's seat with a thud. The butt of the spear had hit the floor, and the shaft was leaning against his chair, vibrating slightly with the force of the toss. Stannel continued as if he hadn't just thrown a weapon across the dinner table while holding a glass of alcohol. A spear's easy to use. You'll have the reach on most things, just keep the pointy end facing them. Maybe poke a little. That spear is enchanted for extreme sharpness and durability, but only the spear head is enchanted.
The haft's just made from everoak. Don't touch the spearhead, and it'll do well enough. Nathan tentatively touched the polished haft, looking up towards the spearhead. The shaft was made of a heavy wood, so dark red as to be nearly black. The spearhead was a broad triangle of polished orange metal, about the size of Nathan's hand, etched with tiny symbols. Nathan looked back at Stannel. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. Stannel waved a hand. I am glad to give to somebody who would stand with my children. Wield it well. Now, drink your umna. I only assume you picked it because you didn't know what it is. Kia, who also had a glass of the purple liquor, loudly slurped a mouthful. Don't listen to him. He hasn't had taste since he caught a fireball with his face. Nathan tried the purple drink. Umna? It was thick, almost syrupy. The taste was very fruity, but not overbearingly sweet, and with a tang of acid. Nathan had always liked his drinks fruity, though it would probably be improved with ice. But ice in drinks didn't seem to be a thing here. He shrugged and drank his syrupy purple drink as the conversation moved to other topics. Some hours of good conversation later, Nathan walked with the other heirs back to the adventurer complex. Kia was with them, and both she and Kachi seemed to have healed themselves from the drunkenness. They wouldn't share, and Nathan couldn't do the same with regeneration. He'd tried, and he wasn't drunk, just tipsy. Rather tipsy. He was glad that Kia was with them, otherwise he'd feel paranoid about getting jumped as they staggered down the steep hill. Some water later, they'd all gone to bed, resolved to train with new vigor in the morning to prepare for the blooding patrol. As Nathan sat and thought about the day before sleep, he was sure of one thing. The blooding patrol was a very ominous name.
Chapter 28. Preparations for a patrol. The next 2 days passed even more quickly, the impending trial lending an air of determination to their exercises. Stella pushed harder during the morning run, and Nathan was once again rewarded for his intensive exercise. Low-tier sprinting, rank 8 achieved! Nathan filled everybody in on the basics of magic absorption. It seemed necessary to explain why he wanted to get hit with fireballs now. They already knew he was resistant to magic, but he told them he now directly benefited from it. He received a round of disbelieving reactions. Sarah's response was wry and self-deprecating. Nathan's becoming the real monster eater, showing us how adventuring is really done. All we've got is our parents' treasure. Arl remained unfazed, a faint wry grin on his face. He still needs us for some things, like showing him how to hold a spear. Not like that,
Arl proceeded to drill Nathan in combat exercises with his new spear. It really was a very simple weapon, and a basic thrusting motion was usually the best choice. And very effective. So long as Nathan kept the spear pointing the right direction, nobody could get close enough to hit him without having to do something fancy to get past the point. A few times Nathan was tempted to twirl it like a staff, but Arl chided him when he suggested it. If you had a short spear, that might be more effective. But your spear is about 8 feet long and not weighted for that. You've got a longer reach than anything we might face, except a muck grabber. And if something gets in close, you're better off using your fists. I'd give you an axe instead, but your class seems focused on punching things. Arl snorted, shaking his head at the idea of a fighting class that didn't use weapons. The next day, Jolba introduced the blooding patrol to all of the trainees. Most were already familiar with it, but Jolba went over the plan in detail.
Every other day, a different team would go out into the ruins, patrolling near the transit roads to keep the vital links between Jamor and the villages safe. Given the size of the ruins, it was one of the most common adventurer jobs in Jamor, with a carefully managed schedule ensuring that every section of the roads was patrolled every month or so. They didn't patrol the eastern road very often, since it led to Giant's Rest. The people who went that way most often were adventurers, and they could handle themselves. Jolba then went through appropriate responses to different situations. If the team found a small threat, they dealt with it. If they found a larger threat, they were expected to determine its scope and retreat to Jamor so a specialized team could be sent to deal with it. Most of the common monsters were considered small threats, unless encountered in excessive quantities. The chatter around the classroom indicated it was considered shameful to retreat in the face of stalkers, lesser undead, or similar monsters. Jolba tried to dispel that notion, slapping down the loudest voice. His name was Simla, the same black-skinned human man who'd been in a shouting match with Karchi when Nathan was first introduced to the heirs. Jolba rode roughshod over his protests. Your priority is to come back alive and unmaimed. It's called the Blooding Patrol because it's the first time you spill monster blood, not an attempt to spill your own blood. We need these roads safe to keep Jamor connected to the villages that feed us. That means we need to have teams to do that. Those teams need to prioritize staying alive so they can keep doing their job. This isn't about glory-seeking. It's about keeping you and your teammates alive so you can keep Jamor alive. Without notice, he wouldn't have caught Simla's muttered response. Retreat just means you aren't good enough. If Jolba heard it, he didn't respond, and the lesson continued.
Jolba laid out the schedule for when each team would go and approximately where they would patrol. Nobody besides the heirs were scheduled to patrol the northern ruins. Most of the patrols were located to the south and east, and the target areas were close to the city. The heirs patrol stood out on the map like a sore thumb, located about a third of the way along the North Transit Road. The patrol itself was relatively simple, with no set route. You went to a landmark, and then searched the ruins nearby. Most teams had some way of detecting monsters, be it magic, tracking, or perception skills, and they were expected to use them to investigate the area. The patrol was to take the entire day, leaving shortly after the sun started shining and returning before nightfall. That afternoon, they had their final practice before the patrol. They went through some group formations and worked on some last-minute techniques. Of particular interest was the new strategy of throw fireballs at Nathan. It was a lot more effective if the fireball landed close to Nathan instead of hitting him. If Stella squarely hit Nathan, he tended to absorb the entire spell. It led to some amusing blip sounds instead of the normal kaboom. But if Stella instead landed the fireball near to Nathan, he didn't get back quite as much stamina, but he didn't absorb the entire spell either. Nathan suggested they name the practice Danger Close,
which he would yell when requesting a fireball, or Stella would yell if she was hucking one in his direction. It also helped Arl and Kachi know when to back up. Nathan practiced dodging to the perfect distance from the fireball, so he would absorb as much of the spell as possible without disrupting the portions of the blast aimed away from him. Low-tier dodging footwork 5 achieved. The night before their patrol was quiet, almost contemplative.
They all returned from their tutoring before dinner, with Nathan still contemplating Arthur's lessons on how to hold on to tactical thought while in the grips of rage. It boiled down to being able to control the target of your rage, being mad at the right thing instead of everything. The meal was good, as usual, chunks of roasted meat with dark grain spiced with herbs that tasted a lot like rosemary. But the heirs sat around the table quietly and ate their food without conversation. There was a faintly funerary air in the dining hall. Nathan didn't like it at all. But if he started speaking loudly about unrelated topics, it would only highlight the dour mood. So, better to be productive. Hey, let's go over our formation and doctrine tomorrow. Jolba talked about good positioning and target prioritization, but we should figure it out for ourselves, yeah? Kachi shot Nathan an odd look. They'd discussed this topic before, during their practice sessions in the private arena. Nathan responded by flicking his eyes and rolling his head in a circle to indicate all of the other trainees in the room. We're supposed to be examples of what Jamor adventurers should be. So let's be examples. Kachi adopted a pensive expression, then raised his head and looked around the table. Yes, this is a good topic to speak on. My mother had some advice on this. We have 2 powerful ranged strikers, but they lack mobility. She suggested a diamond formation with Nathan at the front, Sarah at the rear, and Stella in the center. Arl and I take the sides, where we can react quickly towards threats coming from all sides. Sarah is responsible for keeping an eye on the rear, but to all accounts and purposes, Nathan has the best perception skills of any of us. Is this acceptable? The other members of the team nodded, looking thoughtful but not offering any insights. For the sake of conversation, Nathan asked, "Why not a simple line formation? Melee fighters at the front and rear, Sarah and Stella in the middle." Arl answered, warming to the topic. "The diamond gives us room to maneuver. If somebody is attacked by surprise, then they have room to retreat. Additionally, it allows us to most easily form a fighting line facing any direction, especially the front, without anybody running into anybody else. Clearer sight lines. We're also less likely to all be caught in a single trap or area effect. To reach Stella, an attacker would need to go through one of us, and it's least likely to be Sarah, given our direction of movement. Lots of reasons to take that shape." Nathan nodded, surprised by none of this. As he looked around the still quiet dining hall, it was clear that most of the other trainees were listening in. "Sounds good, but we should plan on those contingencies. It sounds like our overall strategy is to rely on Sarah and Stella to attack from range, and the rest of us should defend them and deal with anything that gets too close. Or are us melee folks planning to be more offensive?" Kachi shrugged. "It depends on the threat, and what approach is best suited to dealing with it. We're lucky we have a lot of ways to deal with enemies, between Stella's magic, my hammer, and the Caxel twins' flexibility. Stanel's famous for always having the right weapon for the job, and with 2 miniature versions of him, we can approximate that." Sarah punched Kachi in the shoulder as Stella stole his dessert. But the mood was broken. They sat and chatted about the various monsters they might face. The process of talking about it had renewed their confidence. They knew what was waiting for them tomorrow, and they knew how to deal with it. The mood carried into their suite after dinner, where the team sat around the table in the common room, talking more specifically about their responses to various threats. Nathan was a little frustrated since his role mostly boiled down to use notice to spot enemies, then hold the line with his spear. It didn't seem like his skill set was very helpful in most situations they expected to run into, especially given how many of them were easily solved by Stella hitting the threat with a fireball. She was quite pleased with that. I mean, yeah, judicious application of explosions solves a lot of problems. As it was getting late, Nathan asked one more question. What if Giant's Rest tries to ambush us while we're out on patrol? That brought the mood down again. Sarah answered slowly. It's possible, but unlikely. Old Gamor is big, and nobody knew where or when our patrol was going until today. And even then it's only approximate. The ruins are our territory, not theirs, and Giant's Rest doesn't know the dangers very well. If your Archmage decides to come for us, well, I wouldn't be surprised if our parents were on the lookout for that. I know there are ways to detect teleport spells. They're not supposed to watch over us directly because Davrar won't award levels if you're never in any danger. But I expect there are preparations we don't know about, and won't know about unless they're needed. And what else can they do? We're supposed to be adventurers, not children who need babysitters. There was nothing much more to say, so they went to bed quite early. Nathan felt like it was the night before a big test, which it was, in a sense, just with higher stakes than any test he'd ever taken. I don't know, some of those big standardized tests had pretty high stakes. I can't imagine how my life on Earth would have gone if I'd flunked the SAT. So, Nathan did what he'd learned to do to calm down. He meditated. Not with any specific goals in mind, just focusing on how he felt. He was anxious, unsurprisingly. Somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes later, Nathan was relaxed instead of anxious.
He opened his eyes and had a realization that brought back most of the anxiety. Shit. I might lose my disadvantaged status from Davrar tomorrow. If we fight and I level up past 27, there's a good chance. Okay. Did I have any ideas for specific skills and talents I want to get? That I can get in one night? Nathan thought about it for a minute. He didn't have any great ideas for talents. He'd been meaning to spend more time considering it, but his days had been busy. He didn't want to gamble on a talent that might end up permanent. He had more ideas for skills, but he was starting to get close to the cap, and a lot of his skill ideas would be great for his old life. But Davrar really didn't have much in the way of pipettes or culture hoods. He needed skills that would be useful here, and utility skills were rarely directly useful for combat, so he almost certainly couldn't just practice old martial arts forms and hope it gave him a skill. Put like that, there was one skill that Nathan had never doubted he'd try to pick up. However, he first brought up and rejected the skill. His reasoning was fairly simple. He could do a fine job without it, and he didn't want to risk having a pending skill preventing further skills from being unlocked. He needed to be capable of reading, but he didn't need to excel at it. He did need a skill to improve his memory, to help him remember technical details from Earth. It was time to figure that out. Luckily, Nathan had some knowledge and experience from Earth to help him with acquiring a memory skill. He'd read about memory techniques a few times, first when he tried to memorize the first 100 digits of pi in middle school, and then later when he was thinking about applying to medical school. After watching Sherlock in the first year of graduate school, he'd used a mind palace to help him retain facts for his qualifying exams. He hadn't used the technique a lot since then. He'd had all these grand plans to learn everything there was to know in his field and use his mind palace to remember it all. But then he'd gotten busy and hadn't had the time or energy to make it happen. But
He remembered the basic shape of the palace he'd built. Nathan closed his eyes and focused, imagining the familiar structure. He always started at the back door of his childhood home. Inside the home, he'd put biology knowledge. The yard outside held everything else. He'd always liked the irony to that. The living room, with comfortable couches, held the basics of biochemistry. The big love seat represented the central dogma, and each pillow stood for a process in converting genetic code to protein. The world map on the wall was covered with the flashcards he'd used to learn the amino acids, laid over various landmasses. The bookcase was full, but only 4 books were important. Each one held the core chemical structures and common variations of the 4 primary classes of biomolecules. The TV cabinet was associated with central carbon metabolism, with each process of glycolysis as a separate VCR tape. On top was the Lion King, representing good old hexokinase, turning glucose into G6P. The citric acid cycle was represented by the DVDs stored on the next shelf down. Nathan breathed through his nose, surprised at how well it all came back to him. This part of the house was easy. This was all bedrock knowledge he'd remember, even if he didn't have the mind palace. He left the living room, walking past the kitchen where all of the chemistry relevant to biology was. Then there was his dad's office, where he'd put microbiology. His bedroom had eukaryotic cell biology, long a favorite topic, and the associated bathroom was bacterial cell biology. Fitting. But again, that wasn't pushing the limits. He went upstairs to the computer room. This was where he'd put the eukaryotic transcriptional regulation knowledge.
He'd gotten used to looking up the transcriptional regulatory networks instead of trying to remember them. But for his qualifying exam, he'd memorized as many as he could, because one of his committee members had been infamous for grilling people over minutiae. It was hard, and took effort and focus. Nathan first recalled the hours he'd spent playing StarCraft in this room when he was young. He remembered the shape, the way the tables were piled with boxes of hardware, disk cases, and scattered books, the slightly musty smell of the old carpet. But he couldn't remember the details he'd assigned to all of them. Start with the big things, the obvious things. The chair in front of the computer was mTOR. That one was easy. The things on the tables around it interacted with it. That book on the Colorado watershed was ATK, or Protein Kinase B, which he knew interacted with mTOR because the book was right next to the table. It encouraged cell proliferation and tended to be involved in cancer. He knew that without the mental construct, but then he saw the bookmarks in the book. In real life, each of those had marked a river that Nathan's dad enjoyed kayaking. Here, they stood for important details about how ATK worked. The first one had something to do with fats. Lipids? Nathan continued to fill in half-remembered details based on his memory of the room. He'd stuck details about epigenetics and chromatin packing into the pile of magazines in the corner, which he used to leaf through while waiting for matchmaking. Most of the details were things he was sure he couldn't recall without the memory construct. Nathan proceeded like this for some time. It felt like hours passed as he explored every corner of the room before mentally returning downstairs and heading outside. He remembered the yard in detail, but hadn't attached many memories to it. When he was experimenting with the Mind Palace, Nathan had associated the plots of some of his favorite books with the garden, but it hadn't gone very well. There was a bit of math knowledge in the treehouse, and he spent some time going over the linear algebra and multivariable calculus that he'd studied in undergrad, trying to associate it with the treehouse. He wanted his skill to help him recall past knowledge, not just remember things he already knew. With a sigh, Nathan opened his eyes, hoping for a blue box. He was rewarded. Pending utility skill, mid-tier enhanced memory. You have created a detailed mental construct to aid with memory. This skill will help you store and recall memories quickly. only provides fast recall for memories gained after gaining this skill, or memories stored in your mental construct. With time and effort, you can recall older memories and store them in the mental construct. I could certainly hope for more, but it'll do. Mid-tier, too. Thanks, Devrar. Congratulations, you have accepted the Mid-tier Enhanced Memory utility skill. With that, Nathan looked around his room. All was set and ready for bed, but now he was excited about the new skill. He should sleep, but first he wanted to try and see what he could recall. It was time for all that late-night, curiosity-driven Wikipedia browsing to pay off. As a first experimental topic, Nathan decided to see what he could remember of gun design. Nathan had never mucked about with gunsmithing, but he'd taken classes on the Meiji Restoration and the American Civil War and become interested in gun design off that. He'd also read about the history of the Old West revolvers and had scanned across a few design schematics and YouTube videos of how revolvers, lever-action, and bolt-action rifles worked. It was fascinating to track the development of gun design over time, since it was almost an evolutionary process.
Successful ideas would take over the industry, and then variations would be created until a new, optimal design was found. Nathan didn't know if he wanted to make a gun, and he certainly didn't have the metalworking expertise to do it on his own. But it was hard to imagine how his actual expertise in human cell biology could be applied here beyond regeneration. He could grow cells in a flask and do some pretty cool things with them, but he'd noticed a distinct lack of flasks, media, and incubators around here. By contrast, Nathan had been surprised at the tools and quality of metalwork that Valo's cousin Beatrice had. It hadn't been a modern machine shop, but it was a lot closer to it than Nathan had expected to see in a world like this. And alchemy was an established field, though it seemed to focus on magical elixirs more than anything else. Nathan decided it was time to make a new mind palace to store his recalled memories. He liked what he'd built in his childhood home, but it seemed like a relic of his life on Earth. He wouldn't be in a rush to forget it, but he also didn't want to fill all of the available space with technical knowledge for use on Devrar. That would require a new mind palace. What would be a good setting? It didn't need to be a physical place, though it was definitely the easiest. A place that you knew well was ideal, with a lot of unique objects you could use as prompts for various pieces of knowledge. A map from a video game? Maybe the world map of one of the Horizon games. After a moment of thought, Nathan smiled. He knew exactly what he'd tie his new mind palace to. He'd spent more time in the lab in the past 4 years than doing anything else, and could remember the location of hundreds of reagents, pipettes, and consumables. Time to tie some facts to those. Mid-tier Enhanced Memory 2 achieved. Sometime later, Nathan finally slept.
Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent talent. 1. Magic absorption, 1. Permanent talent 2. Mid-tier regeneration, 9. Talent 3. None. Class: Anti-Magic Brawler, level 25. Stamina: 350 over 350. Brawler's Indifference, Anti-Magic Blows. Utility skills: Mid-tier Focused Mind, 8. Low-tier Earnestness, 10. Low-tier Sprinting, 8. Low-tier Spell Sense, 10. Low-tier Notice, 8. Low-tier Identify, 5. Low-tier Dodging, Footwork, 5. Mid-tier Enhanced Memory, 2. Chapter 29. A Blooding Patrol. Nathan kicked himself the next morning for staying up late. He'd been sleeping well recently, but staying up late last night to recall firearms knowledge had made it harder than usual to wake up. Whoops. Well, he'd made some good progress, remembering details of the process for manufacturing black powder, as well as several compositions for primers, and the basics of cartridge and gun design. If he actually wanted to follow through on this plan, then he'd be at the mercy of local craftspeople. However, knowing a few different methods would help him work through the problem with somebody else. Anyway, it's time to get going. He joined the rest of the heirs in the main room, where they were eating a quick breakfast. Everybody else was nervous, Catchy fidgeting, while Arl obsessively checked his various weapons. Stella conjured little bursts of fire, as if to remind herself she could still do it, while Sarah stared at her breakfast as if it was her mortal enemy. Her spoon was sticking straight up out of the porridge. Nathan plopped down and gathered some of the breakfast pastries and porridge. He started ladling syrup into it, grinning all the while. It didn't take long for somebody to notice. "Why the bright face, Nathan? Did you get bitten by a cheerful snake last night?" Sarah asked him, affronted by his smiling face. "Something like that. I picked up another utility skill. It won't help today, but I hope it'll be great in the long term. Gonna keep quiet about it for now, though."
The rest of the team didn't look particularly thrilled with his news, with Stella in particular giving him the stink eye. It didn't take long for Kachi to slap his gauntleted hands together with a metallic clang. "It is time to go. We all know what is to be done." With that, he stood and walked toward the door. Nathan carefully stacked his plates on the tray to be picked up later, then followed, grabbing his spear from the rack next to the door. He reflected on his general lack of equipment compared to the other heirs. They all had gear and preparations galore. Kachi was a brown-haired wolfman in full plate, with dimensional pouches affixed in various places containing different tools. He carried his hammer and shield, and looked like he could bulldoze through a herd of cows and smash a brick wall at the other end. His divine blessings were hinted at in the shininess of his armor. The metal always seemed to catch the light and glow dazzlingly. Stella was such a fantasy mage cliché that Nathan would have made jokes about it if anyone would have understood them. She wore the same green robe as when Nathan had first met her, the one with pockets of holding and magical protections. Her hair was done in the same long braid, which was tucked down the back of the robe. She was carrying her staff, even if she was in the habit of shoving it into a pocket in her sleeve when she didn't need the extra firepower it provided. Arl was decked in a flexible leather armor with metal plates inlaid at various points. He had solid steel vambraces and greaves, and Nathan knew the pouch on his belt was a veritable armory of melee weaponry. He had a gymnast's build, and his short, dark hair matched his eyes and sculpted eyebrows. Sarah shared her brother's build and intensity, though she was a touch taller. Her armor was similar as well, though it was lighter and without the reinforced vambraces and greaves. Her pouch was identical to Arl's, but contained a wide variety of ranged weapons instead. Her hair was longer than her brother's, and was gathered up into a high ponytail to keep it from catching on anything. Nathan reflected on his relationship with the heirs. They were new friends, but they were definitely friends. He'd trust them to have his back, all for different reasons. Kachi's stubborn pride wouldn't let him fail a teammate. Stella liked Nathan, and despite her pranks, she was loyal to her friends. Arl was not as boisterous as Kachi, but he wanted to be a great adventurer and follow in his father's footsteps. To his mind, great adventurers kept their team alive. Sarah was the quietest member of the team, but she'd struck Nathan as the most inherently decent of them. She'd risk her life to save anybody, teammate or not. He didn't have too many regrets about joining the heirs. Regardless of the protection he got from being around them, he enjoyed their company. Maybe he wouldn't be able to be part of their team forever, but he could see himself in a few decades, sitting around a table with the heirs and looking back on many successful adventures. The image conflicted with his previously stated goal of burning Giant's Rest to the ground, but he'd gained some distance from the events that had sparked his hatred.
Did it still burn as hot? As Nathan followed the heirs out of the building, he considered that. He remembered Teal's adamant belief that he owned Nathan and all of his knowledge. He remembered the lines of slaves trudging along and the people he'd met after they were freed. The flame of his fury flared once more.
But when his level was higher and the time was right, he would go with Vala and dismantle Giant's Rest. As they left the Adventurers Guild and headed toward the city gate, Nathan snorted and shook his head. None of his musings changed the current situation. The other heirs looked back at Nathan, and he waved a hand. It's easy to get stuck in your own head heading out like this. Anybody know some jokes? Sarah straightened her shoulders. What can't read makes inappropriate noises and isn't dressed for the current affair. Nathan shrugged. Sounds like me. I would like to say that I'm following Arthur's advice to not wear armor. I was going to say a goat, but if you think that describes you, go for it. Nathan frowned, but Kachi and Al chuckled. Nathan retaliated. I spy, with my little eye, something so shiny that everybody will see us from a mile away. Anybody want to guess what it is? Kachi looked down at his gleaming armor. I am not given a choice about my level of shine. Stella kicked him while he was down. Well, you got to make the choice once, and you chose to be as shiny as possible. But we don't rely on stealth like those illusionists' tower people. And good thing too, or else I'd have to think twice before throwing a fireball, and that's not my favorite thing to do. Al and Sarah traded a look, then chorused together. We noticed. They continued in that vein down to the gate, which was just opening as the sun blossomed overhead. The city was bathed in light, and Nathan turned to take one last look up the hill. Gamor was a pretty city, though by Earth standards it was barely a town. The gate guards waved them through respectfully, a few dipping their heads in faint bows. And with that, they were out of the city. They took the northern road out of the Great Plaza. Nathan was tentative about stepping onto the magical transit road, but he didn't feel any mana when he stepped into the space distortion effect, and his stamina didn't tick up. There definitely weren't magical glyphs exposed on the surface. Maybe underneath it? Maybe it was a citywide enchantment, buried deep underground. Regardless, his talent didn't mess with the effect. That suggests there's definitely still magic that can hurt me. It's just way beyond anything I've seen living people practicing. He kept an eye peeled for stalkers or other people on the road, but there was nothing. Just Nathan and the heirs striding at incredible speed through an enormous ruined city. The northern portion of the city contained fairly intact ruins, without many of the collapsed buildings or extensive swaths of greenery that were common throughout the rest of the city. They didn't have to go too far to find the landmark for their patrol. It was a small city square offset to one side of the road. Part of it was composed of an overgrown park. The other side was dominated by a ruined, cathedral-like structure. One of the spires had fallen on the vaulted roof, crushing it, but the other stood like a spike of rusted metal thrust into the sky. Our first step is making sure the old community center and green space is cleared. Then we fan out from there. Kachi wasn't saying anything they didn't already know, but the heirs stepped off the road and fell into their diamond formation. Nathan was in front because he could see through magical stealth and had notice, focused mind, and identify. So he put them to work, scanning the buildings. He stopped a few times to activate focused mind in order to discern more details. But nothing moved, aside from a faint breeze stirring the foliage. They made for the cathedral-like building first. It was the sort of space that various creatures liked to hide in, and with the proximity to the road, that was unacceptable. After a careful check, they were pretty sure that nothing had lived there in some time. They also climbed halfway up the spire, since airborne monsters had been known to nest in it. It gave a good view over the surrounding area,
which appeared to mostly be a wilderness of 6 to 7-story residential and commercial buildings. Most were ruined or scarred in some way. Nathan looked over the view and shivered. The sun was shining, and the greenery rippled peacefully, but it looked a lot like post-apocalyptic cities he'd seen in Earth fiction. Nathan closed his eyes for a moment and breathed in, then out. He opened his eyes and scanned again. This time, he saw something. About 5 blocks away, something moved inside a building whose shadows seemed just a little too deep. Nathan added some kind of spyglass or binoculars to his wish list and shaded his eyes to look closer, searching for the feeling he'd noticed when piercing the Earthstalker's stealth. He felt it, like tiny threads of magic interfering with his vision. Nathan pointed at the building. Stalkers. Earth, I think. That building with the collapsed roof. Sarah, who was also scanning the horizon, squinted at the building. I can't see them, she shook her head. But I wouldn't. Let's go check it out. I bet I could hit them from here, Stella put in, standing at the edge and coyly looking over her shoulder at the rest of the team. Her smirk belied the statement as a half-joke. And then any survivors would scatter and lay ambushes every chance they'd get, Kachi rumbled, his lips turned down in a frown. It will be cleaner to take them on where we expect them, and not have them trying to pick us off all day. Arl clapped Kachi on the shoulder. And we'll be more useful than nipples on a breastplate. They descended the tower, making for the building where Nathan had spotted the stalkers. A block away, they started moving more quietly and angled their formation towards their supposed targets. Nathan was focused on the building, watching every doorway and broken window.
It looked like the bottom floor had been a series of shops, with residential housing above. The upper floors were complete with large windows, none of which had more than a few stray shards of glass remaining. They'd gotten relatively close when Nathan spotted the Earthstalkers taking positions in the windows above them, relying on their magic to hide themselves. The 6-legged creatures moved smoothly, their brown scales blending into the stone of the building. Most of them stood at about 4 feet, and their third eye glowed above a snout bristling with fangs. Nathan spoke low but clearly. We've been spotted. Earthstalkers, waiting to leap. Kachi replied in a tense whisper. Stella, shield above us on Nathan's word. Prevent any from landing on us. Sarah, don't let any get behind us. Weapons ready but down. We want to draw them in. The team continued walking forward, pivoting to stay pointed at the stalker-infested building. Nathan checked out the other buildings quickly, but didn't see any trace of stalkers having snuck around them. They reached the front of the building, and Nathan could see some stalkers trembling, resisting the urge to leap. There was a faint rumbling hiss, and all of the stalkers tensed as one. He yelled, "Shield, now!" and brought up his spear. Nathan was moments from a life-or-death fight, and the realization thrilled through him like a roller coaster drop. Low-tier notice rank 9 achieved! The stalkers leapt as a single unit, aiming to land among and around the party. A conical blue shield appeared overhead, sharpening to a point. The Earthstalker that had aimed to land on Stella in the middle of their formation was impaled, and the others that had aimed for each party member deflected off the shield. One caught a spinning axe to the face as it fell. Another landed in a tangle in front of Nathan, and he burned stamina as he leaped forward to stab it in the underbelly with his spear. He'd taken a moment to judge where its ribs were and jabbed the spear between 2 of them high on its chest. The stalker convulsed at the blow, and Nathan continued to spend stamina to tear the spear up and twist it, enlarging the wound as much as he could before freeing the weapon. The orange spearhead had cut through the underbelly scales like butter and sliced a wide path through the creature's body on the way out. However, Nathan didn't have time to evaluate the state of that stalker, as another swarmed past it to attack him.
He flicked his spear towards it, and the monster halted as suddenly as it had appeared. Nathan stepped forward to spear it, but another stalker leapt over the creature that Nathan had stabbed and flanked him. He skittered to the side to dodge a quick snap of jaws, but had to retreat in the face of the two reptilian foes. They coordinated their attacks, and it was all he could do to ward them off with rapid jerks of his spear. He was using stamina to be as fast as possible, but they were nearly as quick. A third came from the left, and Nathan had to dodge another biting jaw. Low-tier dodging, footwork rank 6 achieved. Nathan bared his own teeth as he faced down the 3 Earth Stalkers. He should feel terrified, confronted by a group of foes he could not take on his own. But instead, Nathan felt like he was bursting with energy. He stepped forward to charge them, mouth opening in a roar. Then he heard the sweetest of sounds. "Danger close!" Nathan continued his sprinting advance, knowing what would follow. A fireball flew past him, impacting the middle stalker. The magic blew the creature in half and showered the area with fire and gore. The other 2 staggered from the explosion. Nathan planted his spear through the neck of the one on the right, cutting deep and feeling the blade hit the spine and break bone. The stalker went limp, but his spear was stuck. Nathan spun to the left, looking for the other stalker.
It was badly burnt and very upset. It skittered at him with a limping gait, favoring the limbs not charred by the fireball. My priority is not letting it get to my head or chest. Nathan braced himself and put his hands up as if he meant to stop the charging beast. Even with his height and the added muscle of the last weeks, it outmassed him at least 2-1. At the last moment, he juked to the side. The stalker whipped its head at him, and Nathan punched it in the snout, deflecting a bite and cracking the creature's head to the side. At that moment, a 3-foot spike of rock shot toward him, zipping out of the shadows of the building. Nathan tried to dodge, but he was committed to his juke, and it hit him in the side. There was definitely magic involved, since the rock that should have speared through his kidney just tore his clothes and dug a gouge in his skin as it disintegrated to dust. Nathan felt the tang of earth mana in the rock as the magic flowed into him, refilling his stamina. In response to the magical attack, Kachi yelled out a warning to the rest of the heirs. "We've got a patriarch! Watch for conjured earth spikes and quicksand!" Then he grunted, the sound of his hammer hitting pavement, betraying the wolfman's own battle. Nathan directed his attention to his side, feeling very indifferent to the pain. The stalker that had charged him punished him for the distraction, lashing out with its talons and weakly clawing into his thigh. Nathan staggered back, narrowly avoiding going to one knee. A thrown javelin from Sarah sank into the stalker's middle eye, and it spasmed before slumping to the ground. Nathan looked toward the entrance to the building, seeing a hulking creature lurking beyond. Its eye glowed a rich brown, much brighter than any of the other stalkers. Nathan started working his spear back and forth from the neck of the dead monster. Another spike of earth lanced towards his head, but he'd been expecting it and jerked himself sideways with the spear, which came loose a moment later. Low-tier dodging, footwork rank 7 achieved. The patriarch let loose a rumbling hiss and turned to flee. Nathan glanced to the sides and saw Arl and Kachi each dueling a stalker. They didn't seem to need help, so he sprinted after the fleeing patriarch. As he did, he felt a joyful wrath surge within him. "You run from me, you cowardly lizard." The thought was followed by a flash of self-reflection. Running into this building might be stupid, the sort of risk that could get him killed. But his regeneration made it much harder for him to die. His allies were close and could assist him soon, and the patriarch was fleeing. If it got away, they'd have to hunt it anyway. Landing a wound or depleting its mana would make that hunt much more likely to succeed. And to walk the path of rage, Nathan needed to follow his anger. And his anger was telling him to wring its neck. Low-tier sprinting rank 9 achieved. The moment Nathan crossed into the large entryway beyond the door, the extra-large stalker spun to face him. The spear in his hands seemed small as the creature loomed over him, its third eye glowing brightly enough to light up the room. The floor started to soften, stone blocks giving way to slick sand, except around Nathan's feet, where the stonework persisted. He smirked and ran forward. His foot sunk into the sand with each new step, but not far. Nathan spared half of his attention to drawing in the earth mana directly underneath his foot, and the loose sand solidified under his feet. Nathan used a burst of stamina to push hard off the resolidified surface as he yelled out the magic words. "Danger close!" He stabbed at the stalker's face, but it twisted to take the blow on the shoulder. His spearhead cut through skin but deflected from bone, leaving a deep but ultimately superficial cut.
The creature turned back towards him, fangs bared. Nathan tried to push the snout away with his left hand, but its jaws slammed shut on his upper arm, cracking bone and leaving his left arm almost entirely inside the stalker's mouth.
Ah, not again.
Instead of tearing his arm the rest of the way off, the patriarch was blown backwards by one of Stella's fireballs, releasing Nathan's mangled arm as it screamed. Nathan's stamina once again climbed to full from the proximity of the blast, and he leapt forward to stab at the stalker's head with his spear. The creature shied away, feet scrabbling to dodge Nathan's one-handed thrusts. Only half of its legs seemed to be functional after the fireball. It was enough. Nathan disengaged, stepping back from the stalker and retreating to the corner of the room. It couldn't escape anymore, and he didn't need to be the one to kill it. Nathan focused on healing his arm, dropping his spear to grab his left arm with his right. He manually lined up the bones. Then he regenerated the punctures from the stalker's teeth, careful to start from the bottom of the wound to avoid trapping any debris under his skin. Lucky for him, stalkers, even patriarchs, didn't have venom. He kept an eye on the stalker and watched Kachi run into the room. The wolfman was standing on a horizontal plane of force inches above the quicksand. His armor flashed, blinding light shooting in every direction. Nathan merely blinked away faint spots in his vision, but the stalker patriarch screamed, its head jerking away. Kachi brought his hammer down on the monster's head, crushing it to the stone floor outside the radius of the quicksand. There was a second of silence, and it seemed the fight was done. "We're done? Got them all?" Nathan's voice was harsher than he meant it to be, but Kachi didn't take it amiss. He gestured them outside, and Nathan followed Kachi out the door into the bloodied street. Nathan was splashed with blood, some of it his own.
His shirt was ripped and bloody, and his pants had a few tears. Kachi's hammer was covered in blood, and he had spatters covering much of his armor. As Nathan watched, they started to dry up and flake away. Arl was carrying his favored greatsword, the upper half of which was crimson. He'd been sprayed with blood. His arm was especially bloody, and it looked like something had taken a finger-sized chunk from his upper arm. Kachi hustled over and muttered a prayer. Golden light emanated from his hands as he grasped Arl's arm. It healed over in moments. Stella and Sarah were a short distance away. They hadn't moved far from where they'd started the fight, and both seemed uninjured. After a moment where all the heirs looked at each other and ensured everybody was in one piece, they all broke into grins. Nathan raised his arms to the sky. "Woohoo! You have leveled up to level 27. Congratulations! You have slaughtered a nest of deadly monsters and personally killed some. Please choose a developed class from the following list to continue leveling, as you have unlocked a level higher than 27.
Nice.
Chapter 30. Discoveries. Still shaking from adrenaline after the fight, Nathan looked over his new class choices. Oh man, this is exciting. Potential classes. Magic Suppressor. You are adept at suppressing magical effects and countering spells actively cast on you. This class will enhance your anti-magic capabilities, granting skills and modifying existing skills to enhance anti-magic range, speed, and allowing you to actively drain mana. It may further develop into classes focused on stealing control of magical spells, breaking permanent magical effects, or denying magic in a wide area. This class will weaken your physical combat abilities. Magebane Berserker. You have bent your anger to empower your offensive martial ability.
This class will enhance your physical strength and mage-killing prowess on the battlefield, granting skills and modifying existing skills to enable raging, where stamina will be spent to become significantly tougher, stronger, and faster. Additional skills will enhance your base strength as well as lethality to mages while in rage. This may further develop into classes focused on extending and enhancing your rage, adding extra effects to your rage, or transforming into a different form while raging. Anti-Magic Boxer. You have become adept at using your fists to fight magical opponents. This class will enhance your hand-to-hand fighting ability, granting skills and modifying existing skills to improve the power and accuracy of your hand-to-hand blows, while increasing your overall stamina pool. It may further develop into classes focused on disabling enemies with hand-to-hand strikes, or broadening your focus to other forms of unarmed combat. Anti-Magic Fighter. You have learned to use weapons effectively to fight magical opponents. This class will enhance your ability to fight in melee, granting skills and modifying existing skills to aid in learning various weapons, as well as improving your striking power and armor-penetrating capabilities. It may further develop into classes focused on specific weapons, or become a generalist class that can utilize many weapons. This class will weaken your anti-magic abilities. Spellbreaker Juggernaut. You have embraced your anger and thrill of battle and used them for unrelenting assaults. This class will make you an unstoppable force, granting skills and modifying existing skills to enable raging, where stamina will be spent to become significantly tougher, stronger, and faster. Additional skills will enhance your durability, as well as your ability to disrupt spell effects, especially those aimed at hindering or slowing you. This class may further develop into classes focused on breaching fortified defenses, extending or enhancing your rage, or further enhancing your anti-magic capabilities while raging. Anti-Magic Scout. You are the member of your team responsible for detecting threats and warning others about them. This class will enhance your ability to scout out threats, granting skills and modifying existing skills to enhance movement, perception, and stealth. It may develop into classes focused on stealth, long-range observation, or assassination. Anti-Magic Monk. You have embraced meditation to help you develop martial combat skills to fight hand-to-hand against magic. This class will enhance your hand-to-hand fighting ability, granting skills and modifying existing skills to change your stamina into chi, which can be spent to allow various effects. Additional skills will improve your physical precision and control, as well as allow you to meditate to regain chi. This class may further develop into classes focused on achieving enlightenment through combat, protecting a specific place, or dedication towards an ideal. Nathan stood in the street of a ruined city next to his friends and teammates. Surrounding them were the scattered corpses of more than a dozen Earthstalkers. Their blood painted the street red in a wide arc. The bodies were lean and predatory, with 6 heavily muscled legs and smooth scales of a dull brown.
Nathan shivered as he looked over the landscape of the fight. He was coming down from the adrenaline high and thrill of battle, and he could retrace the flow of the flight from the bodies and their wounds. There was a clear spot where the heirs had first stood. It had been protected by Stella's shield. That oasis was surrounded by blood and gore. On Arl's side lay 5 dead stalkers, most still curled around the weapons that had ended them. One had gotten a spear through the mouth, another a large axe to the neck. The next was missing 2 limbs and had a slash through the stomach that spilled viscera all over the street. A heavy throwing axe from Sarah had split the skull of another, and a final stalker had been blown into pieces by a fireball. 2 of the bodies on Kachi's side had suffered severe blunt force trauma to the head and chest, while another 4 had been killed with ranged weapons and magic. It also seemed that an additional 2 had tried to sneak around the back to get to Sarah, but one of them had a crossbow bolt sticking from its 3rd eye, and the other looked to have been partially bisected by a blade of force. Bisected the long way. And then there was the one that Stella had gored on her force shield, which had fallen next to Nathan's kills after the shield had dissipated. Arl and Sarah went forward to retrieve their weapons, cleaning them off before returning them to the dimensional bags at their hips. Stella was clearly counting bodies in the same way Nathan was.
Looks like 6 for me, 2 for Nathan, 3 for Arl, 2 for Kachi, and 4 for Sarah. I'd say that Kachi, Nathan, and I all got the Patriarch. And that's why you keep the ranged people safe. We'll do all the heavy lifting.
The short redhead flexed her bicep before twirling in place and giving an amused Sarah a high five. Their work wasn't done yet, and they spent a good portion of the next hour stacking the bodies on the edge of the street. The 3rd eye of certain stalkers had some valuable magical properties, but they were hard to extract and preserve. The heirs weren't equipped for it. With a few exceptions, monster parts were usually harvested only by teams that specialized in doing so. Arl did grab the stalker canine teeth, which didn't have magically valuable properties, but were a nice ivory and would serve as proof of the kills. The teeth from the Patriarch would likely make a striking handle for a sword or weapon. After they'd stacked the dead monsters, Stella proceeded to use a spell specifically tailored for incinerating bodies. It was slow and not very focused, but it was mana efficient. Over the course of the next 5 minutes, the stalker bodies were reduced to a charred pile of melted fat and burnt muscle. Their goal wasn't to completely get rid of the bodies, but to prevent any of them from rising as undead or becoming a host for various parasites or diseases that liked fresh corpses. Nathan was glad they had a powerful mage on their team. Jolba had described other ways to deal with monster corpses after a fight, and they didn't sound pleasant. There were alchemical solutions that burned or dissolved flesh, but they were expensive. The more common approach was simply to hack apart the monster corpses, scattering the bits over a wide area. That seemed a bit... He glanced at his bloody spear and torn shirt and grimaced. "Stella, can I get a spare shirt from your bag of holding? Arl, could I ask you to clean off my spearhead? Sorry for the trouble. It's just that I've got this whole thing with magic, you know." Stella laughed and threw him a replacement shirt. Arl just sighed, and the sweaty, copper-skinned man pulled out the set of cloths he'd just stowed away. "Carry on like this and you'll never learn how to maintain a weapon. But you owe me a favor. A few years of this and it might even be worth an insight. You seem to have no end of valuable ones." Nathan hummed, a little taken aback by how good Arl looked in that moment. A little sweaty, a bit exasperated. "You know, maybe we should talk later about trading insights. I've got a utility skill that I'm pretty sure makes it easier to figure out other insights. It's a bit of a pain to rank up, though." He was thinking of focused mind, and also wondering if it would be helpful for mages and their spellcasting. Kachi interrupted the conversation. "A good conversation to have. Later." For now, we must resume our patrol. With a nest of stalkers this large, it is unlikely that there is anything else threatening. But we must fulfill our job, and much of the day remains. The party spent a few more minutes resting. Nathan chewed down some of his stored rations, mostly spicy jerky. He'd never been particularly low on stamina during the fight because of what he'd absorbed from Stella's spells, but it didn't hurt to top off. And he was hungry. While he chewed, he considered his new class options again. They were a lot less varied than the options he'd gotten the first time, but that made sense since they were all developments of anti-magic brawler. Nathan was excited to talk to Artha about his choices and speculate on what kinds of new skills he might get. He was also thinking of getting advice from his fellow heirs and maybe their parents. All of that would happen in safety, once they'd returned to Jamor proper. His initial thoughts were that both Magebane Berserker and Spellbreaker Juggernaut were on the path of rage. Artha had been guiding him towards it, so he knew what he was getting into and had a mentor to help him figure out how to use them. Both were likely contenders. His gut pushed him towards Spellbreaker Juggernaut, though Nathan wasn't sure if that was just because the name sounded cooler. Meanwhile, Magic Suppressor went further into anti-magic in a way that appealed to Nathan. Being able to drain mana from people sounded pretty strong. And Anti-Magic Monk could be really strong if Nathan could replicate magical effects with chi while keeping his hand-to-hand combat abilities. Was it a D&D style chi or cultivation style chi? Nathan didn't know, and he didn't think there was anybody he could ask. He also had to keep in mind that he probably wouldn't have a mentor to help him figure out how to use it. Regardless, Nathan wasn't going to make the decision immediately. Unless I gotta, of course.
Let's hope I didn't just jinx it.
But if I do need to choose in a pinch again, I like Spellbreaker Juggernaut best. It follows the path of rage and explicitly calls out the durability Arthur was going for. Maybe something else is better, but this is sticking to the plan. They set off once again. There was a lot of ground to cover, and the mostly intact buildings meant that they had to walk down nearly every street. There was little chance of getting lost since they all paid attention to the landmarks they passed. Kachi in particular seemed to have an excellent sense of direction. Nathan stayed on high alert, using notice and focused mind as before. Nothing stood out to him. The city was empty, and they were surrounded by buildings too ruined for anything but demolition. Nothing moved except the occasional bird or small prey animal. Chipmunks were the same no matter where you were. By lunchtime, they'd looped back to the square where the patrol began. The heirs made sure the green space was clear and sat down to have lunch. Stella was proud and a bit embarrassed since her parents had given her enough food for everybody and made her promise to share. The food was still trail food, preserved and prepared to be eaten without cutlery. But the quality was high, with a rich, savory pemmican and honeyed biscuits washed down by sweetened juices. Nathan made sure to be appreciative and to make fun of Stella for being spoiled by her parents. It was all good-natured. Kachi defended her, explaining his mother's idea of trail food. Apparently, Kia thought unflavored jerky, ground oats, and rainwater were perfectly suitable for days on end. After the brief break, they crossed the main road and scoped out the ruins on the other side. It was boring work. Once or twice they saw markings that looked like tracks, and they found a pile of large bones that could have belonged to a siege boar. But the bones were old, yellowed, and jumbled together.
The tusks were missing, which likely meant a party of adventurers had killed it, or at least found the skeleton. Hours passed uneventfully, but Kachi reminded them that there was still a good chance of danger. The heirs tried not to relax their guard. They'd patrolled in a wide arc away from the road, and the ruins had become more irregular. More of the buildings were collapsed, leaving rubble blocking some of the roads.
After a little while, they found another large boulevard that they decided delineated the outer edge of their patrol responsibilities. It didn't mean they were done, but they would walk along it before sweeping back to cover another swath. Once they returned to the transit road, they'd be done. The boulevard was wide and spacious, with scattered islands of greenery breaking through the flagstones in places. It didn't have the space compression magic that increased travel speed, but had clearly been a major thoroughfare. Nathan was on the far right side of the street, looking at the buildings next to him as he led the way. They were all 5 or 6 stories tall, with some having partially collapsed. "What do you think these buildings were? They don't look the same as the ones near the community center." Arl was directly behind Nathan, and he answered, "I don't know, but I don't think people lived in them. Maybe where people worked? But I don't see shops or anything at the bottom. It's strange." Nathan turned around and saw the rest of the heirs looking up to the right, studying the buildings next to them. His twigged about something, and Nathan was confused. There was nothing to see. The road was boring, nothing moved in the buildings, and his party members were all present. "But why are we in a line? We've been in formation all day." All of the heirs had their backs facing the center of the street, intently studying the buildings that Nathan had pointed out.
A chill ran down Nathan's neck, and he determinedly spun to face the center of the boulevard. He called out, "Arms up! Spread out! Something's funky!" Nathan took a few steps forward, studying the street. The stone was smooth and even all the way across, the flagstones looking as if they'd just been laid. Nathan noticed that they weren't even dirty. That's weird. None of these streets have been so pristine. He raised his eyes, looking at the buildings opposite. They were completely normal, nothing unusual with them. Then, Nathan took a deep breath and activated focused mind. The buildings were normal, but even with notice, Nathan couldn't see a single identifying detail about them. Literally nothing stood out. He looked away and realized he couldn't recall if the buildings had been tall or short, the shape of their windows. Literally nothing. He searched his mind for invasive magic and felt an amazingly subtle vapor that burned away as he focused on it. Mid-tier focused mind rank 9 achieved. Low-tier notice rank 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. Nothing changed, except that Nathan found it easier to look towards the buildings opposite. There'd been a subtle but powerful look-away effect there, maybe combined with something that made you unable to recall what you'd seen. And now that he was able to pick out details, he saw the too clean street wavering faintly, as if hidden by a heat haze. Bet that's an illusion. Low-tier identify rank 6 achieved. Shit. Illusions. Nathan took a few steps forward, entering the area where the road was clean and feeling it out with his hands. If this was a giant rest ambush, he needed to break their illusions as soon as possible so they could see their foe. His hands stopped, pushing against what felt like a brittle pane of glass. The scene flickered, and Nathan recalled the feeling of shadow mana he'd felt when practicing with Wiam. This was like that, but much more complicated. The spell work was made of more than shadow, with at least 2 other types of mana layered together. Light and something new. Something that felt like the softest touch of warm fabric. Dream mana? Nathan ripped with his hands, shredding the illusion and absorbing it into himself. A few things changed. The building across the way was revealed to be a squat, blocky thing, about 30 feet tall. The windows were high up and barred, the walls around them made of enormous blocks of well-fitted stone.
There was a metal door fit for a nuclear shelter sealing the entrance. Short bunkers flanked the building on both sides. Each one had a turret on top, which were aimed at the heirs. A half-dozen floodlight-like constructs decorated the front of each bunker, also aimed in their direction. Even worse, the previously empty road was no longer empty. 8 spindly metal constructs had been slowly advancing across the road. But when Nathan broke the barrier, they shifted into a run. The street they charged across was dotted with corpses. Corpses in armor. The corpses of adventurers. Chapter 31. Repercussions. A lot of things happened very quickly. The turrets on top of the bunkers fired with a faint woof, and a projectile blurred in Nathan's direction. He dodged to the side, but it had been aimed at his center mass and was moving fast. The spike of metal impacted the right side of his chest and went through his entire body, snapping ribs and coring a lung before hitting the street behind him. Nathan spun and fell, struggling to breathe as blood bubbled from the wounds in his chest and back. Stella cried out in pain behind him. Nathan looked back for a second and saw her sprawled against a wall, another bolt sticking out of her chest.
Kachi moved to cover her with his big shield, but Nathan was exposed, the constructs fast approaching. The sound of metal on stone grew louder, and Nathan pushed himself up. He grit his teeth and focused on the lung wound, burning stamina to heal his lungs before too much air escaped into his chest cavity.
My regeneration needs to be faster. My lung will collapse at this rate, and I don't know if regeneration can fix that.
He advanced towards the metal constructs as they skittered across the street. They were tall, with 4 thin metal legs holding a central body about 5 feet in the air. A tube-like head was fused to the top of the body, and they were all pointed towards Nathan. More concerning were the 2 arms protruding up from the central body, tipped with long cutting blades. Overall, they looked like bugs from the movie Starship Troopers, but in steel and chrome. That movie was good satire, but bad at engaging with Heinlein's original. Nathan shook the distraction aside and snarled as he ran forward. He could feel his lungs starting to operate again, his ribs re-knitting. What the hell was going on here? The classes in the Adventurers Guild had never described whatever the fuck these foes were. Low-tier sprinting, rank 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. As they closed in on him, the bug construct's heads split open to reveal cannon-like barrels. Magic kindled, and varied spells began flying from the constructs. 2 of the barrels sparked with lightning that struck out at Nathan instantaneously. 2 more volleyed small bolts of fire at him like machine guns. Another 2 shot out blades of force, one at chest level and another at thigh level. The final 2 fired sprays of acid. Nathan didn't try to dodge any of it. His clothes were charred, sliced, and dissolved in an instant. One of the blades of force cut his spear shaft clean through, and the remaining pieces of wood started to bubble and liquefy under the acid. Nathan discarded the ruined weapon. That's really not how acid works. Magic. Nathan himself was relatively unharmed. He had light cuts from the blades of force, and the acid burned his eyes and made his skin itch. The lightning had barely registered, and the fire was doing nothing. It took a bare moment's attention to heal the cuts and soothe the inflammation. Mid-tier regeneration rank 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this talent. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this talent to develop it to the next level. Nathan's stamina was completely filled by all the magic flying past, and he started feeling jittery, like he'd had too much caffeine.
As he sprinted forward, he examined the spellwork coming his way. Everything cast on him had been a simple spell, but the simplicity wasn't the kind of basic working of mana that was easy to understand. It was the simplicity of something with no extraneous parts, a spell pruned for absolute efficiency. Each of the fire bolts that impacted Nathan were identical, elegant weaves. Nathan saw a truth of magic in that moment. Truly efficient spells used single strands of mana to fulfill multiple purposes at once. Congratulations, you have developed the low-tier spell sense utility skill into mid-tier spell sense. Utility skill, mid-tier spell sense. This skill will help you identify mana types and spell weaves more easily. Helps you understand what individual elements of spells are accomplishing. Does not grant understanding of how to weave mana together for specific spells. Nathan broke through a cloud of acid to find that the bug constructs had reversed their direction. They maintained their distance from him, continuing to pepper him with spells from afar. Then, the spotlight-like constructs arrayed on the front of the bunkers lit up.
There were 12 of them in total, and 3 cast their beams on Nathan. The others focused beyond him, on the airs. Nathan felt a pressure on his mind, not dissimilar to the sleep spell that Tael had cast on him. He brushed it off easily, furious at the attempted invasion of his mind. The bug constructs transitioned between different types of spells, trying to find a weakness in his defenses. Nathan was barraged by rays of freezing cold, spikes of ice, scorching beams of light, bolts of death mana, a variety of force workings, and conjured balls of stone. All they accomplished was to knock Nathan around a little bit and keep his stamina topped off. He spun around to see how the airs were doing. Magic absorption rank 2 achieved! They didn't seem to be doing well. Stella was still collapsed against the wall in a pool of blood. Nathan couldn't tell if Kachi had healed her, since the wolfman was hunkered in front of her with his shield. Several bolts were stuck through the shield, and Nathan saw red dripping to the cobbles from Kachi's kneeling form. Arl and Sarah were dazed, gazing dreamily at the spotlights illuminating them. As he watched, Sarah shook herself and leapt high into the air while loosing a glowing arrow at the beam emitters. The arrow sped through the air before exploding against a previously invisible magical shield that protected the bunker. The beams refocused on Sarah in midair, and she froze. She'd been aiming for a window on the second story of the building. Instead of a smooth landing, she cracked her legs against the windowsill and fell to the street with a crunch. Fuck. Those beams need to go down now. And I think I'm the only one for the job. Nathan spun again, facing the squat building with its deadly bunkers and construct guardians. The metal bugs had stopped firing spells at him. Nathan raged at the way the ambush had played out so far. The airs were completely disabled, and he'd failed to deal with the bug constructs.
He leaned forward to sprint towards the bunkers, lips curling back. The bug constructs hurried to interpose themselves, and Nathan regarded their cutting arms cautiously. He slowed as he approached the first 2, trying to juke around them. One of them lunged forward as if fired from a cannon, and Nathan dodged to the side but failed to get far enough away to avoid the blow. He threw his right arm up to block, and the cutting arm went right through his wrist and sliced across his chest. Blood spurted out, and Nathan had to dodge low and skip backwards as another swept a blade for his neck. Low-tier dodging footwork, rank 7 achieved. Nathan backpedaled and considered fleeing. These constructs were beyond him. This entire fight was beyond them. That blow aimed at his neck would have killed him instantly. But he could make it if he just ran away. It would mean leaving the heirs behind, but Nathan valued his life more than theirs. A few weeks of growing friendship hadn't changed that.
The bug constructs formed up into a half-circle facing Nathan. They advanced slowly to push him back, no longer firing spells. Nathan looked to the side. If he just took off down the street, he would be able to get away. Stuck in indecision, Nathan turned his frustration inwards, specifically to his injuries. His regeneration was too slow, and it required too much attention. He shouldn't have to direct his stamina. His every cell had his body's blueprint in their DNA through encoded hormone gradients. They could all divide and differentiate appropriately to heal without requiring his attention. Congratulations! You have developed the mid-tier regeneration talent into high-tier regeneration. Talent: high-tier regeneration. This talent will automatically spend stamina to very rapidly heal wounds. Larger wounds and replacing greater amounts of missing flesh will take longer and cost more stamina.
Regeneration will not prevent you from dying to grievous wounds, and will not protect against poison. What made him reconsider fleeing wasn't the talent development, or the thought of possible vengeance inflicted by Kia, Darlo, or Stanel. It was imagining Kalal's reaction to being told her daughter was dead. He could easily imagine her face crumple and her frame shake. He heard Jolba's resigned sigh as yet more of his students went to an early grave. Nathan had a chance here. He could make powerful allies, gain a home base that was safe from Giant's Rest. If the heirs died here, he probably wouldn't be welcome in Gamor anymore. And it so happened that Nathan had another card to play. Congratulations, you are now a Stugger. 2 of your existing class skills have developed, and you have unlocked 3 new class skills. These skills are tied to your parent class, and their power will increase with your level in that class. Davra applauds your choice, and hopes you will continue to survive and prosper. Class skill Stamina remains unchanged. Stamina will accumulate during periods of rest, and can be spent to improve the speed and strength of your movements, or used for other skills or talents that utilize stamina. Class skill Brawler's Indifference has become Juggernaut's Wrath. You will be unflinching in the face of pain and injury, and serious wounds will enhance the intensity of your rage. This skill will trigger your rage without your consent if you are badly injured. Class skill Anti-Magic Blows has become Anti-Magic Momentum. Motion enhances your inherent anti-magic, allowing you to break magical effects with your movements and blows. The greater the momentum behind the motion, the greater the enhancement. Effect is further enhanced while raging. New class skill Raging Thrill. You can voluntarily enter and exit a rage state, where you will be immersed in the thrill of combat. This will rapidly consume stamina, but will increase your strength, speed, and resilience to damage. New class skill Juggernaut's Inertia. Your motions carry greater momentum, and it will be harder to stop or slow you, especially with magical effects. New class skill Unarmored Resilience. When not wearing armor, your body becomes more resilient to damage from all sources. Now that you have developed your class, you will level up to the correct level. You have leveled up to level 32. Chapter 32. Money Where Your Mouth Is. Nathan took a few steps backwards from the encroaching constructs as he considered his new class skills. He didn't have time to fully figure them out, much less their interactions, but they seemed to fit the ticket for what needed to happen, because the one thing that the heirs didn't have was time. One of these days I'll be able to sit down and actually consider my class choice. Only 49 more levels to go until my next chance. Between one step and the next, Nathan reversed direction. He sprinted at the 4-legged bugs as they skittered toward him. They showed no sign of surprise, raising their cutting arms once more. Right before Nathan entered the construct's attack range, he triggered his new skill.
his rage skill. The world seemed to pulse, then slow down. Nathan's vision narrowed, and he looked across at the 8 metal constructs. His foes. The one closest to Nathan executed the same aggressive lunge as before, but Nathan crouched and leaped forward, going low as the cutting blade whistled down. Behind him, Nathan had moved more quickly than ever before and was underneath the bug construct. He was tempted to rip the metal limbs off the bug and beat it to death with them. But it wasn't the constructs he was most pissed at. It was the bunker. Just sitting there, with magical beams that could stun people from 100 feet away. The bug reacted quickly, striking out with its back legs as Nathan ran out from underneath it. Each of the construct's limbs were serrated on the inside surface, and one of those vicious cutting edges struck Nathan across the back of his left leg. But a blow that moments ago would have torn his leg off only left a deep cut. And instead of being knocked down, Nathan just staggered for a few steps and kept running. Another bug lunged at him from behind, the tip of its cutting blade slicing across Nathan's back. It caught on bone and jerked him sideways, but failed to cut through his spinal cord. Ha! I've got 2 different resilience buffs right now. Eat my dust, bugs. Nathan jumped over an adventurer corpse and kept running. His thrill and fury had only intensified with each injury, and he felt like he was in a tunnel, with only the bunkers present at the other end. The pounding of metal on stone came from behind him as the constructs gave chase. Nathan focused on the bunkers and the street he needed to cross to get there. His chest came up, arms driving down. He flexed his feet with each step, propelling him forward with stamina and all of the enhanced strength his rage provided. For the second time, he was in a race against constructs trying to kill him, and he was winning. Congratulations, you have developed the low-tier sprinting utility skill into mid-tier sprinting. Utility skill, mid-tier sprinting. This skill will help you run very quickly in the future. Will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise. His gait had started uneven due to the leg wound, but it smoothed out as the cut healed. His hand was mostly regenerated too, but the combined costs of his rapid healing, rage, and use of stamina to empower his movements took its toll. His stamina flickered down. Stamina, 105/420. High-tier regeneration, rank 2 achieved. There wasn't much he could do about it, except eat the invisible barrier that had blocked Sarah's arrow. Nathan noticed the turrets aligning themselves in his direction.
He started dodging and weaving, not expecting much warning before a metal bolt shot past Nathan as he juked. The one from the other turret hit him in the right shoulder. It pierced skin and sunk into bone, the tip barely emerging from his back. Nathan's vision tinged red for a moment, but he kept running. He grabbed the 2-foot projectile in his left hand and yanked it free with a grunt. His stamina briefly stopped plummeting as the glowing swirls engraved into the bolt flickered and dimmed. Low tier, dodging footwork, rank 8 achieved. Everything here is magic. Speaking of, Nathan impacted the barrier of force in front of the building. It was thick, with multiple strands of force mana layered on top of each other. But Nathan had practiced against Stella's force mana a lot. He moved at a speed enhanced by everything stamina, raging thrill, and mid-tier sprinting could provide. And all that speed was fueling Juggernaut's inertia and anti-magic momentum. Mid-tier sprinting, rank 2, achieved. The barrier shattered into pieces, and Nathan greedily sucked in all the force mana he could. Then he hit a second barrier, which suffered the same fate. The third slowed him down such that he didn't slam into the bunker. Instead, he plunged his fists into the spotlight-like magical constructs powering the stupefaction beams that were suppressing the airs.
There were crystals of some kind inside, and Nathan yanked them out. The beam emitters were arranged in 3 rows of 2, about 5 feet between each horizontal row. He leapt and clambered up the device framework to reach the rest of the magical constructs, ripping their innards out as he went. A quiet whine pulled Nathan's attention to the right, where the turret atop the other bunker was tracking him. He jumped up, pulling with his hands as he pushed with his feet. The bolt that had been aimed at his head passed just in front of his knees, skittering off the bunker's metallic surface.
Wow. I can really jump with this. Let's crush some uppity magical constructs.
Nathan felt exhilarated as he landed directly in front of the other turret. It also began to whine as it charged to fire. Luckily, Nathan could move faster than it could track, and he zipped around behind it and grabbed the base of the turret. It was solidly constructed, with a hard outer shell and a tough ring attaching it to the bunker. After a few seconds, Nathan wasn't making any progress, even tugging with all the strength of his rage. He hissed, wrestling with the stubborn metal as he tried to rip the turret out of its housing. He was keeping the metallic bulk between him and the other turret, which seemed disinclined to fire. Darn, that would have been easy. The constructs had reached the bunker and were attempting to climb it. Luckily, they kept slipping off the near-vertical surface. Nathan's stamina was running low, having depleted the boost from the magic barriers. He was about to reach inside the barrel of the turret when he noticed a new sound. It was a harsh crackling, like a Tesla coil. Nathan looked up and saw a crystal above the door that the bunkers were positioned to either side of. It served as the centerpiece of some kind of crest above the building's entrance. It was also clearly powering up, glowing with magical energy and sparking with loud cracks. Nathan hunkered down, holding tightly to the turret as it strained to rotate towards him. For what we are about to receive, may we be thankful. His vision whited out as the crystal unleashed its magic. It was certainly lightning mana, but Nathan could tell nothing about what the spell looked like. Even with his body seized, and his heart skipped a beat as the lightning continued for a few seconds. Nathan could smell skin scorching as the metal underneath his palms went red hot. He released the turret. It sat there, glowing and smoking, no longer turning to face him.
He shook himself and felt the residual shock work out of his system. Stamina, 395 over 420. Magic absorption. Rank 3 achieved. Nathan ducked down as the other turret fired at his head. Now that he was up close to them, the turret's charging whine made dodging them a lot easier. He stood up and looked at the turret. It was time for some revenge. He took a few steps backwards for a run-up, then leapt from one bunker to the other, laughing maniacally as he flew across the 20-foot gap. He didn't quite make it, but caught the edge of the bunker with his fingers and hauled himself up. Once again, he skipped around the turret before it could reload and draw a bead on him. He looked up at the lightning crystal, but it wasn't charging up again. No such luck. So, Nathan did the only thing that occurred to his rage-addled brain. He stuck his hand into the barrel of the turret and felt around. He scratched his hand on the tip of the loaded bolt, then found a small metal tab on the side of the barrel. He grabbed and yanked, tearing out a thin, enchanted piece of metal. The turret jerked erratically and spun upwards to face the sky. It loosed a wild bolt high into the air, aimed at nothing. Satisfied it was out of commission, Nathan looked down from the top of the second bunker. The emitters for the remaining stupefaction beams were below him, still focused on the airs. Surrounding him on every other side were the 8 bug-like constructs that had harried him in the street. Nathan rubbed his hands together,
calculating how best to jump down and take them out. Wait a second. That's not the objective here. That's my rage talking. He took a few steps back from the edge, standing still to activate focused mind and examine the battlefield. It was a struggle to focus past the rage. Kachi had gotten Stella out of the line of fire, but Aurel was still gazing blankly, and Sarah was sprawled out in the street in the same place she'd fallen.
The image hit Nathan like a splash of cold water. He almost let go of his rage, before clenching his fists and springing to action. He jumped off the bunker and landed on top of the two stupefaction beam emitters below him, striking with his heels as he landed. The metal frames warped and deformed under his feet. Nathan's plan had been to repeat the motion, crushing all 6 of the magical devices as he descended the bunker. Unfortunately, the buckling metal robbed him of his balance, and he tumbled, scrabbling for a handhold. He found one, grabbing onto the base of one of the beam emitters farther down with his left hand. It bent down towards him as his weight overwhelmed whatever mechanism it used to aim. Nathan pulled on the handhold to swing himself up and punched his right hand into the adjacent magical spotlight. As he did so, one of the bug constructs leapt and slashed, grazing Nathan's butt. I think it'll take all of my stamina and a little while to regrow a single limb, so let's try not to get dismembered. But I need to get rid of these beams. Nathan yanked at the housing of the device he was hanging from with both hands, feeling the strength induced by his rage coursing through his muscles. He didn't rip it off the bunker, but definitely broke the aiming mechanism. He'd also lifted himself up a few feet, dodging the next slash from the bug constructs below. Nathan looked down. 2 more magical spotlights were aimed out at the heirs. Below them, 8 chrome and steel constructs waited with readied blades. Nathan's lips peeled back in a rictus grin. This is better than anything I've ever felt before. I've trashed whatever this place was, and here I am, about to leap into the jaws of shiny death for my friends. Who wouldn't dream of such a thing? What a rush. Then, Nathan jumped. He slammed his feet into the beam emitters, hearing a satisfying crunch as his full weight bore down on them. He didn't try for a clean jump this time, instead toppling forward towards the nearest of the bug constructs. It swung both bladed arms up. Nathan caught them on the outside of his forearms, roaring in challenge. The blades didn't cut his arms off, but they sliced to the bone. Nathan landed atop the central body of the bug. It staggered under his weight, almost collapsing to the ground. Nathan dodged preemptively, not needing to look for incoming attacks to know they were coming. He rolled to the side, falling toward the ground. All of his attention was focused on landing on his feet. Going down here meant death. Another cutting blade hit him in the ribs, carving a deep gouge and slapping him into the side of the construct he'd just rolled off. One of his feet landed on a metallic leg of that construct, which buckled under him. It upset his landing. Nathan landed awkwardly on one leg, already falling to the side. He tucked and rolled under another construct. There was a rush of wind as more blades whizzed over him. Ha! Invincibility frames. Can't hit me when I'm rolling. Pending utility skill. Low tier, tumbling. You have used acrobatic tricks to dodge blows from dangerous opponents. This skill will help you use unorthodox movements involving rolls and handsprings to avoid blows in the future. Nathan was on his feet again, standing just behind a construct. It reared up to strike with its back legs, but he didn't care. It was behind him and couldn't stop him now. There was one more construct blocking his path, and Nathan took 3 steps and slammed his fist into the spot where the legs connected to the body. He put his full body into the motion, pushing with his legs and bringing his hips up into the blow. The constructs were quite sturdy. The legs spasmed at Nathan's blow, but nothing obvious broke except some of his knuckles.
All 4 of the construct's legs left the ground as the metallic bug lurched into the air.
Nathan ran forward, meaning to take advantage of the opening. Then, a blade hit him in the side of the head from behind. He staggered, almost going down from the blow. Only his single-minded goal kept him moving past the burst of pain and confusion. And nausea. Couldn't forget the nausea. Gotta escape. Not dying here. Giant's Rest will hear from me again. Nathan wavered and wobbled, picking up speed as he ran. Blood coursed down from his head wound. All of his attention was focused on the building the heirs had retreated into. It slid back and forth across his vision, and Nathan's balance was shot. He almost fell crossing the wide street twice, only catching himself by running faster. Then he tripped over a corpse and ran headfirst into a stone wall. He fell, and the cool stone of the street pressed against his cheek. Skill text comparison. This skill will help you run quickly in the future. Will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise. This skill will help you run very quickly in the future. Will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise. Chapter 33. The Payoff of Risk. Nathan lost a moment, stunned from yet another blow to the head. He became aware of movement, of hands grabbing him. Don't lose the plot now. He settled into focused mind and tried to direct his regeneration to his head. He pictured the proper layout of the brain and meninges, but Nathan couldn't fully hold the image. He squeezed his eyes closed, concentrating on staying conscious. Moment by moment, his mind felt clearer and more focused. Then, the process stopped. Stamina, 0/420. Mid-tier focused mind rank 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. Nathan's eyes cracked open. Arl was carrying him through a ruined building. The wiry man staggered under Nathan's weight, but they passed through a door before Arl roughly set Nathan down against a wall. Nathan was still woozy, but his eyes could mostly focus now. Kachi leaned over Stella in the corner, and Sarah slumped against the wall, sipping from a healing potion and holding her side. Nathan reached up to touch his head wound. His hand came away sticky with blood, but there wasn't a great rent in his head that exposed his brain or anything. Unfortunately, he was still bleeding pretty badly. Blood streamed from the gouge along his ribs, and the cuts on each forearm welled with bright red blood. Good thing I don't get woozy when I see blood. Oh, there's the shock. He gestured weakly toward Stella. Magic. Out of stamina. Need some magic. They had extra healing potions, but when he'd tested them during training, they just tasted bad. Apparently, alchemy was magical enough that Nathan was immune. It wasn't all negative. That result meant he would likely be immune to magical poisons. Stella laughed weakly, coughing. Still need me, I guess? Come over here. She waved Nathan over with a feeble motion. Nathan got up, nearly overbalancing. Arl grabbed him under the shoulder and helped Nathan across the room. His footsteps left blotches of blood on the floor. Stella wasn't doing much better. It looked like she'd taken a bolt from one of the turrets to the chest. Her enchanted robes seemed to have slowed the bolt enough that it hadn't gone through her like the one that had speared Nathan. Kachi had removed the bolt and was continuing to heal her, chanting quiet prayers over her supine body. Kachi's legs were wet with his own blood, but he paid his own wounds no mind as he chanted over his friend. By the valor of Damon, let these wounds be healed. Taken in righteous battle, this injury will not fell a valiant warrior. I ask you, Damon,
Stem the flow of blood and mend this wound, that Stella Caxel may fight virtuously another day. Nathan collapsed to the ground next to Stella. Her hand flopped to the ground next to him, palm lit with fire. Nathan took her clean hand with his bloody ones, cupping the fire like it was his only source of warmth in a blizzard. Stella laughed at that, her cough a little stronger this time. Then the fire increased in size, growing larger and larger, until it would have touched the ceiling without Nathan absorbing the mana. It wasn't a complicated spell, just a larger but less disciplined derivative of the blowtorch spell that they'd fought over on the first day. This time, Nathan wasn't trying to disrupt the spell. He was trying to suck as much stamina as he could from it, and then feed it to his injuries in order of priority. It was a surprisingly intimate moment, with Nathan and Stella softly chuckling at the ridiculousness of the situation. She was healing him from life-threatening wounds by setting him on fire, while she was also being treated for a deadly injury. Sarah called over after a minute, her voice tinged with pain. "If you are enjoying yourselves so much, can I get Kachi over here? I need a bit of divine love on my ribs." Kachi ignored her, finishing his prayer. "Continue to be your faithful servant in righteous battle. Praise to Daemon. May his grace be granted." He released Stella, who was looking much healthier. Then he rose and walked over to Sarah. Nathan looked around for Kachi's shield and hammer. They'd been discarded in the corner of the room. The shield had 2 bolts sticking all the way through the heavy metal. The tips were red with the wolfman's blood. Arl came back into the room. "The sentry constructs are keeping their distance for now. They don't seem to want to go too far from that building they're guarding. They seem uncertain now that their support fire is offline."
He threw an acknowledging hand gesture towards Nathan. Nathan hadn't noticed Arl leave, but he was glad that somebody was maintaining their situational awareness. Sarah spoke through gritted teeth as Kachi poked at her ribcage. "Then they will be easy targets from here. Stella and I can take them apart from inside the building. Those constructs are too large to fit into these hallways." Nathan was uneasy. In his mind, the correct thing to do was run the hell away. Stella spoke next. "I want to take my pride from their carcasses. Nathan, you good? You're having a little problem with, clothes." Nathan was much better. He wasn't exactly full of stamina, but all his wounds were healed. He looked down at himself. He was also mostly naked, with his underwear hanging off one leg. However, that was somewhat less remarkable than the fact that he was almost entirely covered with blood, all of it his own. High-tier regeneration rank 3 achieved. Nonetheless, he answered, Yeah, I'm better. Can I get some pants? And food? I think we should get back to Jamor right now and report this." Kachi rose, pulling Sarah up. "I am running a bit low on faith and still need to finish healing myself, but it seems that we are able to fight. This is a threat we encountered on our patrol, and we would be remiss to leave it behind. I agree with Sarah and Stella. We will not run back to Jamor when we have the ability to end this threat now." He started chanting again, this time with his hands crossed across his chest. Stella had dug into her dimensional bag and handed Nathan a pair of short pants, a rag, and some pastries. He stuffed a slightly bloody pastry into his mouth before turning around. Then he used the rag to start wiping away the worst of the blood, before delicately putting on his pants. It would be a terrible idea to keep attacking whatever the fuck this building was. He tried to voice his thoughts. "We almost died already."
I don't think it's in our weight class. We should back off, get some experts. Remember the lessons on dungeoneering? You don't do a dungeon you don't know anything about. Sarah responded curtly. "We didn't die, and I will not let a near fight scare me. We know what we're facing, and the threat is much less now that you have disabled many of the defenses. We aren't in the dungeon.
We can knock down those constructs, clear a threat from the streets of Old Gamor. Then we can gather information on what this is, maybe peek inside, and submit what we learn to the guild. We might even get to come back for it. It's common for the team that discovers a dungeon to be offered the chance to clear it.
Arl and Kachi nodded in agreement. But Nathan was growing even more convinced this was a bad idea. The outermost defenses almost handed our ass to us. I don't want to assume it's out of tricks. And there's something else bothering me. Nathan asked about what was concerning him. Guys, why haven't we leveled? Is the fight still happening? Arl, didn't you say the constructs were backing off? Kachi frowned. That is somewhat odd. Davrar must believe the fight is not over. Arl, you counted 8 outside? Are we sure that none are sneaking up on us? Arl nodded, and they all took a second to listen for anything off. Sarah continued.
We should take a look out front. No need to commit yet. Nathan, nobody will accuse you of cowardice after what you did, but we must have our chance to prove ourselves here. Our parents have told us stories about fights like this for years. And that's the problem. You all have heard stories of your parents, powerful adventurers all, triumphing over terrible enemies. Survivorship bias, as well as unrealistic expectations. None of us are on that level of power yet. I don't know if we can even take on those sentries. They threw a hell of a lot of magic my way at the drop of a hat.
Nathan hesitated, uncertain how to convince them without being demeaning. Stella was already walking towards the door, and Kachi picked up his hammer and shield and followed her. Nathan was forced to go after them just to continue the conversation. It wasn't a far walk to the front of the ruined building. There was an empty door frame and pair of wrecked windows that looked out onto the street. Nathan noticed another metal bolt sticking through the wall next to the door. He shivered. Whoever built this place did not skimp on defenses. There are definitely more layers, more contingencies than what I saw. With that thought in mind, he studied the front of the building. The look-away magic and illusions were starting to reassert themselves, but now that Nathan knew what was there, it was easy to penetrate. All 8 of the bug constructs were acting just as Arl had said, guarding the front door from approach now that the defenses were offline. Nathan studied the building carefully for a moment, breathing out and activating focused mind. He leaned into notice, looking for important details. The building was nondescript but sturdy. The windows were heavily barred and set high in the walls. It looked something like a prison, but the bunkers out front made it seem like a military headquarters. There weren't a lot of obvious details, besides the windows and some carvings on the walls. The carvings were abstract, some crests and flowing lines of decorative stonework that embellished an otherwise barren facade. Nathan didn't see anything unusual, but something bothered him about the building. He let himself relax, trying not to look for anything, but rather see what came to him. After a brief moment, a pattern jumped out at him. Some of the bars on the windows subtly aligned with the carvings in the stone. What really made him pay attention was that it reminded him of the mana flows he'd felt from spell work. Not the engravings that made enchantments. It looked like a spell was engraved onto the wall, with the windows as the focal points. Recalling the spells he'd interacted with, the flows looked like a light spell, reminding Nathan of the beams of intense light that Kulal had sent his way when he'd developed magic absorption. He never would have seen it without relaxing and letting his spell sense work with his notice. Congratulations, you have developed the low-tier notice utility skill into mid-tier notice. Utility skill, mid-tier notice. This skill will help you notice details in the future, especially useful for detecting concealed magical effects and triggers.
He elbowed Stella, who had been discussing target prioritization with Sarah in a quiet voice. Do those 4 windows and the carvings on the walls behind them make a single symbol? One that reminds you of light mana? Stella frowned at him, then followed his pointing finger. It's not an enchantment, but I think I can see what you mean. She paused, narrowing her eyes and fingering her braid as she concentrated. There's some mana flowing through it, but what can it do? It's not an enchantment on the building. Nathan thought for a second. Could it be a one-shot spell? You flow mana through a pathway in something solid, and it makes the spell? Low tier identify 7 achieved. I think that means I'm right. Stella was backing up as she shook her head. No, we can't do that. The material interferes. But if you could... She looked up at the spell carved into the building, and her eyes went wide. It's huge. We should run. Arl had been silently listening, and he turned immediately, sprinting down the corridor. Stella followed him. Sarah and Kachi were slower on the uptake, but they quickly followed. Nathan took up the rear, figuring that if they were about to get hit with some sort of giant death laser, he should probably be in back.
He was tempted to stay and moon the building, but followed the rest of the heirs closely. They ran through the ruins. There wasn't a back exit, but Stella solved that problem by slicing through the back wall with blades of force. The building creaked alarmingly, but they didn't stay for long. They all ran into the next crumbling edifice, clambering over some piles of rubble and working their way around a collapsed hallway. Eventually, the heirs emerged onto the next street over. Nathan was sweating, waiting for Davrar to decide the fight was over. That would probably happen when they were out of range of the presumable death laser. And now they were a whole block away, on the other side of 2 fairly large buildings, and it still wasn't happening. Even I might not survive that at close range. Glad I didn't moon it after all. Kachi barked at them to get into formation and directed the group a few streets away and back towards the transit road. They kept up a quick jog, not wanting to run into any terrible dangers. They'd almost gotten back to the transit road before Davrar finally decided the fight was over. You have leveled up to level 43. Congratulations! You have escaped an extraordinarily dangerous trap that has felled many adventurers higher level than you, without losing a single teammate. Phew! Congratulations, Nathan Lark! Now that you have developed your class and exited the fight, you are no longer at a disadvantage. Davrar congratulates you on overcoming your difficult beginning and welcomes you to the Davrar experience. Nuts. Skill text comparison. This skill will help you notice details in the future. This skill will help you notice details in the future, especially useful for detecting concealed magical effects and triggers.
Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. Magic Absorption 3. Permanent Talent 2. High Tier Regeneration 3. Talent 3. None. Class Spellbreaker. Juggernaut level 43. Stamina 77 over 530. Juggernaut's Wrath. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Juggernaut's Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Utility Skills. Mid-tier. Focused Mind 10. Low tier. Earnestness 10. Mid-tier. Sprinting 2. Mid-tier. Spell Sense 1. Mid-tier. Notice 1. Low tier. Identify 7. Low tier. Dodging Footwork 8. Mid-tier. Enhanced Memory 2. Pending Low tier. Tumbling. Chapter 34. Return to Safety. They moved quickly back to Jamor, travelling along the space-distorting transit road. At a jog, it took only minutes, and Nathan marvelled for what must have been the third time at the incredible enchanted road. He once again hoped his still somewhat bloody feet weren't causing problems for its magic. His stamina wasn't ticking up from magic absorption, so that meant something. The guards at the gate raised weapons as the heirs approached. Their rapid advance, combined with the blood and torn clothes, was probably pretty alarming. Or lack of clothes, in Nathan's case.
The guards were interested in what had happened, but didn't want to hold the heirs up for a full accounting. After a quick aura scan and cross-check that everybody could answer basic questions and account for each other, they asked every member of the heirs to vouch that Nathan hadn't been replaced by anything that could duplicate his total lack of a magical aura. They admitted that they'd lost sight of him for some time during the fight, and that caused the woman commanding the guards to sigh. She asked some more questions about the fight, her eyebrows climbing as Arl recounted a very short version of what he'd seen. She shot a look at Nathan.
He's got good protection from mind magic?
Every single one of the heirs nodded enthusiastically.
If it was in the middle of a fight against constructs, there's probably not much chance of a soul eater. But we'll keep a note that there's a risk here. Sorry, we'll have to keep an eye on you, and somebody'll check in with you in a few days. Protocol. She shrugged. Nathan wasn't sure why she was so apologetic. He'd heard of some of the insidious parasites or magics that could infect people here. Some merely took a little while to trigger a psychopathic break, sending the infected into a killing frenzy. The worst, like the Soul Eater, could spread themselves to others if given time, invasion of the body snatchers style. Nathan would put up with a lot of inconvenience if it meant they had better protection against something like that. He wasn't sure how magical that process was, or if he was immune or not, and he never wanted to find out. Just watch. Now I'm going to find out. I think Devrar's making me fatalistic. After being waved through the city gates, they made a beeline to the Adventurers Guild. People stepped out of their way on the streets, and a hush descended in the main hall as they entered. Nathan saw people inside counting them, checking to see if all of the heirs had returned.
He supposed that seeing somebody covered in blood tended to do that, though none of them were pristine.
Kachi went straight to the counter, where an unfamiliar clerk turned to greet him. A heavy tread approached, and a hand clapped Nathan on the shoulder. Given how hard it hit him, Nathan knew who it was before he turned around. "What's happened with you, my friend Nathan Lark? You look like you got chewed up by a castle bear and came out the other end. Here's hoping you didn't find a few stalkers to be too much." Nathan looked down at Eldred Vanguard, assessing the man's shiny bald head and enchanted armor. He was very slightly tempted to see if his new Rage class could best Eldred in the ring, but he was almost certain it wouldn't. Eldred was high level and had beaten Artha. Furthermore, it would serve no point and might make him an enemy. Instead, he answered politely. "Had no problems with some stalkers, actually. But I think we found a new dungeon, hidden under a nasty illusion that covered a bunch of adventurer corpses. Wonder if that's why the North Road has been so dangerous." Eldred withdrew his hand, squinting at Nathan. "Huh, that's so. A new dungeon inside Old Jamor? Big deal, if that's what it is." He eyed Nathan slyly. "Buy you a drink if you got any more details to share." Arl stepped up beside Nathan. "We think it prudent to let the guild mistress decide what to do here. Debrief comes first." Eldred sighed, then walked away, waving a hand scornfully. "You're being the guild mistress's pets now, hiding things from those who have need to know. But I'll not argue." Kachi returned and eyed Nathan. "I think we're going up to see the guild mistress in a minute. Shame that we can't hit you with a cleaning spell, Nathan. Do we have any more spare rags?" Nathan spent the next couple of minutes wiping away excess blood. His hair was a sticky mess that was going to require a bath, and his pair of pants would require some advanced cleaning magic to get all the blood stains out. At least now he wasn't going to leave smears on any surfaces. They were interrupted by the front doors slamming open. Nathan caught a brown, furred blur before Kulal had wrapped Stella in a smothering hug. Damn. I'm pretty sure that's the fastest I've seen anybody move since the Guardians of Jamor swooped in to take out the grave tangle. Oh, thank the divine that you're alive. We heard you'd been wounded, and I just couldn't stop myself. What was this about a new dungeon on the North Road? We should never have let you go out that way. But you're okay now, yes? She patted Stella all over, fingering the tear in her robe and the replacement shirt that Stella had thrown on underneath it. You got hurt? How? What could have gone through this enchantment? Dallo walked through the doors a moment later, looking worried. His clothes were notably mussed. I couldn't stop her from flying here the moment she heard. Dear, leave them alone. I think they're about to go up and talk to Sudrael. We can ask them what happened later. After all, they're adventurers now. They need to follow the rules. We'll just wait here. It will be good to remember all the time we sat in this room. It's been years. Let's plan a close call party after this. He collected Kulal, who only released Stella with reluctance. She looked at Nathan and gasped. Nathan, what happened to you? Is that all yours? I haven't seen anybody that bloody and still standing since Stanel. Well, we'll hear your story later. It seems the heirs have teeth after all. She flashed a smile with nearly as many teeth as Kachi, then spun and joined her husband. Nathan noticed that most of the adventurers shot Dallo and Kulal wary looks, giving them a wide berth. Then it was time for them to follow the clerk upstairs to report to the guildmistress. Sarah spoke up in the stairway. That was cute. Your parents are cute, and you shouldn't be ashamed, Stella. Stanel doesn't show himself to us that way. Sometimes we think he's just training us because it's what Mom would want. Arl shot her a complicated glance. She raised one eyebrow slightly and set her mouth in a slanting line. He just shrugged in response. Twins, right. Not surprising they can communicate well. Stella seemed more embarrassed now that Sarah had called it out, flushing pink. My mom is great, but she is too loving sometimes. I know she cares so much, but it seems impossible to take risks sometimes without getting scolded for it. Stella waved her hand back down the stairs, recalling her mother's unstoppable tirade. And I want to be an adventurer. I want to make things explode, use magic to blow up things I don't like. Kachi chuckled. Well, we certainly took a risk today. Remember that your mother let you take this risk and wasn't hovering high in the sky to watch over us. Good thing, too. We wouldn't have gotten any levels at all. I was a bit worried about that, but now I've got the levels to prove that they weren't protecting us. Nathan was feeling around for new scars as they climbed. He'd been cut a lot today. There were lines in his skin where he'd suffered the deepest wounds. They looked like faint, decade-old scars, but they were there. I wonder if I'll be covered in those in a few years. I could probably figure out how to control it with regeneration at the next development. Something to think over later. Nathan shook his head, looking up to join the conversation. I don't think I would have minded having a little bit of support for that dungeon. We were fine with the stalkers, but that fight was nasty. I had to take my level 27 development in the middle of the fight. The heirs all grew quiet, glancing around at each other. They seemed to elect Arl. He had a thoughtful look on his face as he spoke. I noticed you had some new capabilities. They seemed powerful. I hope you took a class that suits you, and not something that cripples you or goes against your nature. We would be filled with sadness if you jeopardized your future to save us. Nathan thought about that for a moment. The clerk was definitely listening in, and they were almost at the top of the stairs. No, I don't think it did.
I wish I'd gotten the chance to discuss with Arthur, but I think I made the best choice. Definitely don't want to continue making those decisions in the middle of fights. Twice is enough for me. Stella looked down at him, her face concerned before it morphed to contentment. I finally hit level 27 after that fight, too. Today was my first time fighting without my parents around. Guess Davrar decided it was enough to finally push me over the edge, huh? What? Stella hadn't hit her class development? Jesus Christ. I'd assumed with her firepower she was over level 27. What now, she starts shooting lightning bolts from her eyes? Then they were at the top of the stairs, the door into the guildmistress's office already open. Standing next to it and waving them in was the same Nuld with purple robes who had been here the first time Nathan had visited. They all trooped into the office and sat in the chairs before the broad desk. Sudrail raised her head from some kind of written report, looking past the heirs. Siltul, sit. If they've discovered a dungeon, then you'll need all the details as well. The Nuld secretary stepped forward, grabbing the spare chair and setting it against the wall before sitting. He gazed unsettlingly at each of the heirs with his glowing, white-irised eyes as he brought out a fine slate to take notes. Chapter 35. A Violent Debrief. Sudrail waited a moment, then waved a wrinkled hand and prompted them kindly. Well then, Hisla told me what you told her downstairs. Can you give a more detailed report? Kachi, start from the beginning.
Kachi was clearly intimidated by the guildmistress, but after wetting his lips, he spoke. Yes, apologies. We departed on our blooding patrol early this morning, then reached our patrol area quickly. We surveyed the area and spotted signs of a stalker nest. Kachi nodded his head towards Nathan. Then we proceeded towards it, ready for their ambush. There were 17 stalkers and the patriarch in that nest, but we triumphed with no great risk and no expenditure of permanent resources. He paused for a moment to see if there were any questions. The Nuld, whose name was apparently Siltul, spoke for the first time. His voice was high-pitched, dry, and clipped. 3 questions. Where was the nest? Were the bodies disposed of? Did you harvest anything? Kachi continued the report. It was located about 5 city blocks west-southwest from the old community hall. Ruined residential building, nothing notable about it. Stella Caxol incinerated the bodies to an acceptable level after the fighting. We harvested a few teeth, especially from the patriarch. Arl brought out the 2 large canines. Nathan shivered at the sight of the foot-long pieces of sharpened ivory. They disturbed him more now as trophies than when they were in the mouth of the thing trying to eat him. Go figure. Siltul made some notes on his slate, speaking as he did so. Commendable for a first patrol, both in execution and cleanup. Please continue. After a deep breath, Kachi continued. After that, we proceeded to finish the patrol. We surveyed both sides of the transit road over the course of several hours. We encountered the new dungeon at maximum patrol distance to the east of the North Transit Road, on a secondary boulevard. I would be able to mark it on a map. As for the dungeon itself, it was hidden by magic, very well hidden. There were illusions and mental magic involved, and I'll let Nathan Lark describe what happened. He got the best look past all of that. Most of us were disabled. Everybody's eyes tracked to Nathan. The heirs watched him just as intently as Siltul and the guildmistress. Nathan supposed that he wasn't sure how much of the fight they'd seen through the broken illusion, look-away magic, and stupefaction beams. The heirs hadn't taken a break to talk since then, and they probably wanted to know Nathan's perspective on the whole encounter. He considered for a moment before launching into his tale. We were walking along the street when I noticed we weren't in formation. I looked around and sensed a magical effect of some kind, both a look-away compulsion and an illusion.
I thought it might be a Giant's Rest ambush, so I broke the illusion. It was covering a fortified building, not a group of Giant's Rest mages. There were 2 bunkers on either side of a single entrance, and 8 of these weird 4-legged metal constructs. They had 2 slashing arms and could fire a bunch of different types of magic. Sarah broke in. "Sentry constructs of old Jamor. Stanel described them to us once." She swallowed, as if just recalling something. "And told us to hope we never ran into any." There was a moment of silence. Siltal's chalk made a few brief, hesitant marks. He looked uncertainly at Sudrail. The guildmistress looked thunderously upset. "Describe their magic and attacks in detail." Nathan thought back, making use of his enhanced memory, to replay the frantic seconds where the constructs had attacked him with magic. "They started by hitting me with small bolts of fire, blades of force, lightning, and acid. When that didn't work, they shifted to other attacks. I remember spikes of ice, a spell of pure cold, some bolts of death mana. Also light mana beams, sharpened bolts of force, and balls of stone. They tried pretty comprehensively to find a weakness." Sudrail's face had grown darker as he spoke, and she hissed as he finished. "That matches their full spell repertoire." Siltal, mark that as confirmation of 8 fully functional Old Jamor sentry constructs with open engagement parameters. She spoke the last words as you would a curse, then gestured for Nathan to continue. The bunkers had 2 armaments. Each one had a turret on top that fired enchanted metal bolts, accurate and armor-piercing. One went straight through me, and others pierced Kachi's shield. Stella was hit in the first salvo. Kachi lifted his shield, which served as a wonderful way to display the 2-foot metal bolts and their penetrating power. Stella again fingered the tear in her enchanted robes. Nathan continued. But that wasn't the worst part. The bunkers also had these beam things on the front. 6 on each, 12 total. They cast a ray of barely visible light that could stun people. I don't know what it felt like, but those pinned down the rest of my team pretty well. He looked back at Arl. What was it like? Arl replied, shaking his head. Like somebody was casting daze on you multiple times a second. We've all got our ways to deal with mind magic, but that was just too much. Especially when there were multiple of those things focused on each of us. Hear me, but it was a good thing Nathan was immune. Nathan shuddered. That sounded awful, just being continually dazed while you knew death approached. Then he cleared his throat. Right. This won't make much sense if I don't tell you I took my level 27 class development right then and had some new abilities. Not going to go into details, but it let me get past the sentries and reach the bunkers. They were protected by a triple-layer force barrier. Each one was tougher than what Stella can cast. He shot an apologetic look at the auburn-haired mage. She waved it away, clearly not upset at being outclassed by an ancient dungeon's defenses. Nathan turned towards Sudrail again. Right. So I got through the barriers, broke all of the daze beams on one of the bunkers, while climbing to the top to get away from the sentry constructs. I was trying to break the turret that was shooting bolts when this crystal thing above the door hit me with a bolt of lightning. Nathan did some quick math based on his mana conversion efficiencies and how much stamina the lightning bolt had restored. I think it was at least a 700 mana spell? Enhanced memory coming to the rescue once again. There was a quiet exhalation from the other heirs. Stella's shocked voice sounded from the side. Dragon's breath? More than 700? Siltal broke in, his voice dry and a little sarcastic. That number appears plucked from the grave. Do you have a way to quantify the power of spells cast against you? I find it hard to believe you survived such a spell.
Stella jumped in.
He survived a disintegrate, and can estimate spell strength pretty accurately, at least with me and my parents in practice. Still, 700? Nathan, are you sure?
Stella was looking at him like she'd never seen him before. Nathan shrugged. He supposed that was probably about 3 times Stella's entire mana pool, so it made sense she was shocked.
The lightning nearly melted the turret I was trying to break. It was a strong spell. Anyway, I jumped to the other bunker and was able to break that turret without a bolt of lightning. Then I broke the other daze beams and dodged past the sentries to return to the heirs, who had escaped after I broke the daze beams.
He equivocated a bit, waving his arms around.
It was a bit more complicated than that, but not in any important way. After that, we thought about trying to take down the sentries, but there was some sort of light spell, not an enchantment, carved into the building that was powering up. So we left, and came straight back here.
Nathan paused, about to indicate his tale was done. Then he remembered another detail.
One he probably should have mentioned earlier. One more thing. There were bodies in the street in front of the building, covered by the illusion. They were wearing armor, and some of them were pretty old. I didn't count them, but maybe 24? Sudrail put her palms over her eyes for a moment, then shot a look at Siltal before turning back to the heirs. To summarize and ensure understanding, a building of old Jamor, hidden by mental and illusion magic. Behind that magic were 8 sentry constructs, 2 turrets firing enchanted armor-piercing bolts, 12 daze beams, and a short-range defensive crystal capable of extraordinarily powerful lightning magic. All protected by a triple-force shield. Then further unknown defenses you did not see activate, including a single-shot spell-form glyph. The turrets and daze beams are now disabled, assuming there's no repair functionality. Yes? They all nodded at Sudrail's summary. But there was another detail that was niggling at Nathan. The sentries were creeping up to ambush us before the illusion dropped. If we were taken by surprise and not even paying attention due to the look-away, it would have been a very scary ambush. Sudrail just sat there for a moment. She was old, but every time Nathan had seen her, she'd acted so intently that it was easy to forget her apparent age. Her gray eyes had been focused, her questions direct. Now she gazed off into the distance, looking positively ancient. Her mouth opened unconsciously, and Nathan thought she was going to moan or start crying. Then she stood up, and with a casual motion, hurled her chair out the window. It wasn't a small chair, and Nathan goggled as the nearly skeletal woman casually hucked a large armchair with one hand. The window shattered and sprayed glass into the courtyard below. In 2 quick motions, her spear was in her hand, and she hurled it out of the window, high into the night. There was a shriek as the chair smashed across the stones 40 feet down. "Harpy's tits, Sudrail!" somebody shouted from below. "What in all of the secrets of Callus was that for?" The guildmistress stood silhouetted by the shattered window, gazing out into the night. Her thin robe blew in the breeze, and her entire posture seemed ready to leap out of the opening and go to battle. She held out her hand, and the spear zipped back towards her and slapped into her palm. Her gaze turned down into the courtyard, and she swore at whoever had yelled. "Tvora, go fuck a muck grabber." The heirs sat stunned in their chairs, watching the furious guildmistress stare out into the night. Backlit and with spear in hand, she looked more like a Valkyrie than an octogenarian. After a minute, she turned around, jaw clenched. She stood behind the desk and stared at them. Her voice was calm,
but with an undertone of cold fury.
So, this is what's been killing teams along the North Road. It has hidden so well, our search teams did not find it. And it almost killed you as well. I am glad it didn't. And glad we know what lurks there, so we can finally deal with it. The fury leaked through, her voice increasing in volume. Why did old Jamor have to be so blasphemously paranoid? A bunch of stupid fools trying to save themselves is what they were. And now it's killed yet more good people. It's yet another secret police headquarters, or military arsenal, or research facility, with stupidly powerful and powerfully stupid security. Siltul made a few more emphatic marks on his slate as the guildmistress fumed. His voice was dry, even as his beard blew in the breeze swirling around the office. I assume this dungeon will be prioritized for next Delve Day. Do we want to send a team to scout and disable the exterior defenses? Sudrael looked around for her chair, then turned to look out the window. She sighed. Yes, of course.
We'll need a detailed written report from the heirs by tomorrow afternoon. Start reaching out to the Delve scholars. I'll ask Jolba for a debrief with the rest of the trainees tomorrow. This will be a valuable learning experience. Oh, and all of you. She looked over all the heirs. I'm proud of you for this. This new dungeon has killed many before you, but you showed the best trait of adventures. You survived. Some teams would have gone back to kill the sentries, but you did not. This sort of behavior is exactly what I wish to encourage with the training course, and I want you to know that I appreciate your taking those lessons to heart. I will be proud to have you graduate on the solstice. The rest of the heirs darted guilty looks to Nathan. Sudrael caught the looks and smirked. Thank you for the debrief. I apologize for my outburst, and Siltul will see that you get a finder's fee for the last dungeon of Old Gamor. He will also walk you through the report and have you mark the dungeon's location on a map. They recognized it for the dismissal it was, and were all getting to their feet when Sudrael called out once more. Nathan, can you stay behind for a moment?